ball. Don't say anything crazy. You heard me, right?
Wait, you're streaming?
Yes. So don't.
Hold on, let me host you then, dude. That's how this fucking goes.
Okay, just don't say anything. Yes. So don't.
Hold on, let me host you. Why would I say I was streaming?
Do you remember that one time?
You're lying. You're not streaming.
I just turned it on like 10 seconds ago. Why would I lie about streaming? Ever.
Okay, you were streaming.
Do you remember that one time somebody joined the call and they sounded just like you, and they said that no way.
I don't know what you're talking about.
A long time ago. It was a guy who sounded similar to you. It wasn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah,
you, but he
I know.
sounded-
Yeah, it wasn't me. Yeah, that happened. That was crazy.
That was crazy. This is before like the AI voice and everything too. So I was like, damn.
They fooled you.
Wait, what? Do you still?
No
are you
intro.
allowed to,
They're mad.
Are you allowed to watch football in Canada?
What do you? Yeah. If anything, it's cheaper to watch it in Canada.
Wait, do they
in America
have
because
football teams in Canada?
The CFL, yeah, but nobody watches that.
Yikes.
But actually, if you don't live in America, it's super cheap to watch football because nobody gives a fuck about it. So they sell it to you for fucking cheap. So I think I can watch like football. I don't know if I want to pay for the subscription. I think it's like $15 a month. Whereas in America, you got to pay like out the ass.
Wait,
you
if
got to pay
we
YouTube TV.
Yeah. Okay, I believe you. Have we talked before? Is it wait, you're from Michigan, right?
Ohio.
Or Ohio, fuck. Do you college or NFL stuff?
I watch NFL mainly.
Okay.
I'll tune into a college game pretty much here and there to see.
If you wanted to sell somebody on the NFL versus college, what would you say? Why?
I would say, why would you want to watch subpar people perform when you could watch the best people play in the game?
Is it really that much different?
Oh yeah.
Give me an example.
I mean, there's only like 300 people who come out of college and
No. I don't want the
NFL.
numbers. I'm saying like, give me an example of like a play or like you're like, oh, this is only in the NFL. Could something like this fucking happen?
I would say on average, like apparently the pace of the game is intensely faster than college. In college, like quarterbacks have tons of time to like sit kind of back behind their line and like throw a fucking football.
Yeah.
Whereas in the NFL, you're pretty much getting 3 reads and then you're fucking gone. It's done. Like
Okay,
you're either
so
getting sacked or something.
In college, there's more strategy, more play potential. Okay. I don't see that as a negative.
No. In the NFL, there's more play potential.
Really? Wow. QB sack. Wow. Wow. He threw the ball instantly. Wow.
Well, QB run.
Wow. He
Big ass
ran.
fucking
Oh my
throws in the
God.
NFL because on average quarterbacks.
3-yard gain. Wow. Nice. Good one. Wow.
So are you just trying?
That's
Are you
amazing.
just rage baiting me? You're just a rage baiter.
Well, okay. If you would have grown up in Michigan, okay, you would have watched college ball, all right? Listen, I'm from Nebraska. We watch college ball. I feel like, I guess maybe I just never understood this, but the draft system is literally the most boring thing in the universe to me. I guess the one thing I never understood, I mean, I barely understood this growing up. I feel like for college football, you watch what you're around, right? Well, I'm from Nebraska, so we watch Cornhuskers, right?
Yep.
If you're from Michigan or Alabama, whatever you're watching, Michigan State, right? Makes sense, okay? But for the NFL, so you choose a team randomly because people don't even always choose the NFL teams from their area. But then also, like, the players are whoever the fuck gets drafted. How is that entertaining? Like, imagine you get these, like, really good freshmen that come on, and you get to watch them grow and develop. You get to see the same, defensive and offensive teams, like, grow and train, develop over the years, and there's stuff to get excited for, and you see, like, the familiar faces and everything, and I don't know, that just seems like, I like the team stuff way more than the fucking yearly draft shit, I feel.
Well, the NFL is kind of that. If you have like a star player, they stick around for not only 4 years, but they stick around for like fucking 12 years.
Yeah, you're
like
their
whole career.
Yeah, one player. Wow. Like a hero unit. Cringe.
No. A lot of it'll be like the quarterback or like a wide receiver. Sometimes you'll get like an offensive lineman who sticks around. The Browns have Myles Garrett, who's a defensive end, an edge player, who's been around for fucking like 5 or 6 years, and he's going to be with the Browns for his whole career. If anything, I think that you get the team-based shit more in the NFL. Whereas I feel like people watch college, it's for the team, but they get really like, I don't know. They'll follow the player to the NFL after that. So like if you love your quarterback in fucking college and it's like, oh, this is, I don't know.
No,
fucking Duke Tyson.
We clap for him. We're like, oh, cool. He went to the NFL. Good for you. But then nobody gives a fuck after that. They're like, fuck that guy. He's gone.
It is a Nebraska
He's
thing.
gone.
Yeah,
He's gone. Another thing. Okay, so People are saying maybe there's a lot less turnover in the NFL than I thought. So maybe maybe that's not as big a deal. Okay. But then the second thing that I think is really nice, and it's one of the reasons why it's actually hard for me to get it. Well, that and because sports suck. But I feel like the schedule for college ball is awesome. Like the 12-game seasons where every single game is like of monumental importance. I feel like that's way. How many games do you play in like an NFL season before like the Super Bowl or whatever?
I think it's 16 now.
Well, that's not too bad.
16 games.
Maybe basketball and baseball.
Yeah, basketball,
are crazy.
baseball.
Basketball and baseball
fuck
are
you over, yeah.
insane. 17 is actually a solid number. Okay, maybe I hated the NFL too
It's
much.
not super amount.
All right. Okay, maybe. I guess.
No, I agree with you on basketball because nobody really gives a fuck until playoffs for basketball.
Yeah, and I feel like that's. I wonder what the rationale is. Well, they must sell tickets. 'Cause I was gonna say your players must get injured so much more often. But maybe not. I guess. Yeah. Well,
it's a non-contact sport.
Oh, so nobody gets injured in basketball?
Well, they don't get injured as often as in the NFL.
Sure. When I say as often, I mean like if they played like 12 games or 17 games or 20 games a season versus the 7,000 they do, they would get injured a lot less.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, yeah.
Ooh. People said basketball is a contact sport. Retard.
Yeah, what they mean by contact is they're fucking shoving each other's asses into each other and trying to get fucking a cock up their ass.
That's fucking hot.
That's what they mean.
I love that. That's my favorite. Okay, well, who's playing today? What game you watching today, Moody?
The Cleveland Browns versus the 49ers.
Yikes. And you're definitely...
I'm a Cleveland Browns fan.
Well, oh, shit. Because it's your favorite
Ohio.
color?
No, it was my dad's team. He was born, I think, in
the Browns? In Cleveland?
I think he was born in Cleveland, so yeah, he's always been a Browns fan.
So you have to be? What is this, like a generational...
Yeah, I'm going to pass it on to my kid, too.
Yeah, even if he's Canadian?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the Hassan posting going on?
Wait, there's more?
Did you see apparently yesterday somebody said they went to his school with him?
Oh, I did see that. Yeah. But it's like, how are we supposed to know if it's true or not?
Well, we posted pictures and shit. I have gotten emails from I wonder if it was the same guy. I have gotten emails before of it's not PDX because that's the fucking Portland airport. What am I thinking of? There's an abbreviation or a name for this frat that he was a part of that supposedly has a really bad reputation. TDX? Or I shouldn't say really bad. It's not like the rape frat, but it's just like a spoiled, like wealthy thing that has
Rich boy frat.
questionable stuff going on sometimes. But maybe it was that same guy that emailed me that posted in the sub, so who knows?
Yeah, it was blowing up a little bit. Yeah. I doubt he'll respond to any of it, though.
No shit. You guys didn't go over any of it, though? The fuck?
No, I don't think we went over your subreddit today.
There was
went over
Hassan
this
content that Dan neglected to go over?
Oh, we went over this yesterday. We went over it 30 minutes after it was posted, actually.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, listen, to be clear, there's also a whole ass fucking new content nuke on Hassan.
Is Dan like across the room right now? Can you hear him?
He didn't put his mic in front of his face.
Listen, there's also a whole ass fucking content nuke that someone released on Hassan yesterday as well. And I didn't even bring it up once during the stream, all right? Because I was too... You guys have me, like, in a state of constant panic of the yes honeys. The second I say anything, people lose their mind. Do you know what they are? It's literally the fucking hello human resources. No, it's them, okay? You guys are allowed to talk about Hassan. You guys can do it. But the second that I do it, it's human resources. Okay. See, I didn't bring it up today at all. A whole ass content nuke, an hour plus on Hassan, shocking his dog, okay?
Well, that's old as fuck news. Who cares? We get it. He tortured his dog. Boring.
People are still denying it, though.
Those people. Oh, they just need one more content nuke, and they'll be persuaded. They're one YouTube video away from.
If you go to your browser on YouTube and you just type in Hassan, like most of the results are like Hassan shocking his dog. That's why he's mad.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he's mad.
Right. If you go, yeah.
Oh no, I believe that. I think he's mad because I think there's a lot of shit that's just kind of like fucking with him right
Piling
now.
Up.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think stuff is piling up, but it's also piling up, and there's like no off ramp for anything. Like he's not talking much about it, and I guess I just don't consume much of the content on Twitch. But if I had to guess, the Asmongold stuff is probably mentally fucking with him quite a bit. because he's forever lost control of like LSF. Like that place is gone forever for him.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah, and then now on Twitch, he's not even the biggest political streamer anymore, and he it's like a lot of really bad stuff. He's kind of cut out because of the whole terrorist supporting shit from like sponsors and stuff for doing official events. I don't know how he managed to rope Pokemon back into doing content. That's kind of weird.
Dan knows though.
Yeah, I said what it was.
What is it?
He thinks times are tough for Pokey on streaming.
She's cooked on viewership. I think she's just nowhere near as influential or popular, and all she's getting is kind of participation awards right now. I mean, that's my real take of it. I don't think many people are watching her compared to where she was before. And
I don't disagree, but I think that was intentional. I think Pokemon cashed out. I think she did all of her stuff. She was like probably the most famous female influencer, woman influencer in the world. She probably made at least 10 million in between all of her brand deals, between all of her official Twitch stuff, between her management stuff. So she can retire. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the thought is then, why the fuck is she back? And the only answer is that, like, okay, well, she wants to get more relevant again. I would say the easiest way to get relevant is just to join that LA friend circle group.
Yeah, but that LA, who is the LA friend circle group these days, though?
Ludwig?
Yeah, but Ludwig is cut. I think Ludwig is completely off.
No, I agree. I think Ludwig and Cutie are, for the most part, out. But it's like, what, Wilnef, the FaZe people, I guess, Hassan's not connected to any of these people, though, right? He can't get in with the FaZe people. He's way too old and comes off as too old. I guess Valkyrie, yeah.
Valkyrie and... Ooh, that might actually be it. I wonder if Valk was able to talk Pokey into it.
Ooh. What does Valk get out of doing it?
She's his girlfriend. What do you mean?
No, but like why? Oh, I thought you were saying that Valkyrie was convincing Pokimane to start streaming
with Hassan.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you get out of it? They love if they're in love with each other and they're dating each other. They want to do things to help their partner be successful. What is your question?
I see what you're saying. Like she's just like, let me see if I can hook it up that Pokey will do it. I don't know. It doesn't feel like Pokey would. That's like a big thing to do, I think, right?
To hop on somebody's stream and just like do a couple segments or whatever?
It would just be like, oh, Hassan's doing this advice stream. You should join. It would be cool to get a woman's opinion. And then Pokey's like, yeah, fuck it, I'll do it.
I would say that he's enough of an extremist now that for a lot of people, and they certainly know about it, when the guy's like winning Anti-Semite of the Year, coming in second place and that type of shit, I feel like
he didn't even win it, and he didn't get nominated this year.
For last year, he was second place.
I think
he didn't get nominated.
Well, this is true, and I think you guys are catching up to this. All of you motherfuckers, just kidding. Like different types of content is segmented to different parts of the internet, and I don't think that it's as scary to appear with Hassan as long as he's not like actively involved in that type of stuff. So, for instance, if like Hassan was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to like a political rally. Do you guys want to come stream?" I think that would be a much harder sell than, "Do you want to show up on my stream tomorrow? We'll just go over some non-political stuff." I think even
the dog shit did more damage to these people not wanting to be there than like the political stuff.
Probably is going to be more likely to show up in their circles, would be my guess. Yeah, but I mean, somehow he kind of, sort of survived. Well, I shouldn't say survive that. It's a lot of it is just like mounting damage, psychic damage, and reputational damage. Jesus, it's so stupid.
He still, to this day, has not shown the collar, which is very, very, very funny.
Well, he showed it that one day when he taped over it, right?
Yeah, I know. It's just, in the world lets him get away with it. I mean, if anything, it should just tell you, like, how, I don't know, I guess.
Well, what do you mean the world, like, lets him get away with it? Like, what? It's not like he's going to go to jail. It's not illegal.
So, okay. Maybe I should not be under this, like, illusion. But I always kind of felt like, for the most part, Democrats should be people that, like, this was fake news. All right, well, you got me. It's not the case. But these people that are supporting him are just like, don't believe your eyes. They're literally saying that. And it's like, the movie, like, Don't Look Up, it was only supposed to apply to the stupid party, to like, the quote unquote, like, anti-science.
They are the stupid party. They're tankies. You need to stop this. I'm going to fucking.
Yeah, I know. I'm there. I'm there now. But
yeah,
I know I'm there. It's just, it's crazy, though. You wouldn't expect them not to be that.
It is crazy. I do agree with you, yeah. I wanted to make a big Twitter post on it or whatever, but I figure like people talk about it enough. But like it is like the Trump shit. Like we're in like the very, like people have said post-truth for a long time, but we truly are in an era where somebody can show you something that you can see on the screen with your own eyes and see the truth, and then they deny it and then you are like supposed to just accept it, and people do because it's part of their political ideology. And like that, yeah, it's so cringe. Yeah,
I guess part of me wonders, like, for instance, like, let's take Taylor Lorenz, who I guess she's not stupid, right? You wouldn't say, like, oh, she's dumb. I don't think she's dumb.
No, unfortunately, no, these people are very intentional, and it drives me crazy. Taylor Lorenz, I said this before, she's like one of the best, like, manipulative media people I think that I've ever spoken to or seen engage in the space. And she does so much blatant reality denial. Yeah.
Do you think she knows that it is
1 trillion
like a shock collar?
percent? Yeah, absolutely.
So she knows, and
They
she's
all
just
know.
like...
They all know.
Okay,
Well, maybe the fans might not, maybe. But yeah, the content creators definitely do, right? Because I think a couple of them, didn't they even get caught kind of like alluding to it?
Yeah, well, that was Cutie Cinderella. Cutie's like, I went over, I looked at the collar, it does have tape on it, and it looks like it's covering some shock prongs.
Well,
so
yeah.
I can say,
No, I know, yeah, that happened for sure. But like, am I making this up, or wasn't it, you would know this because you've poured through every clip. Didn't Valkyrie, wasn't she on stream with the sun and she almost said shock collar or something? Yeah. And there's no way he'd be able to hide that from his friends if he was shocking the dog. But my guess is what he just told them is something along the lines of like, hey guys, like obviously like this is how you train the dog and I've got approval from doing it, but like let's just don't bring it up on stream because nobody's going to get this and people are going to turn it into a way bigger deal than it actually is. Is probably what he told.
I feel like he probably just didn't do it in front of people ever. Now, would Valkyrie know? I think like Valkyrie would know. And that just means that she's willing to lie for Hassan.
Well,
which
of course.
Is pretty
all streamers, those big streamers are all going to lie for each other. But just because of the way that he was using it, my guess is he was probably shocking people around friends. Because for training like that, the only time that collar is supposed to be on is when you're like actively working the dog, like you're actively training for some particular thing. And the fact that he just has it all the time on him, such that like even that one lady, the older liberal mom came over or whatever from that show, like the fact that she was there and Hassan still had the shock collar on, literally just to keep that dog in place, means that he probably has it on all the time. Yeah.
You know, in that famous clip as well, like he says Kaya place and the dog starts going to the place. Like there isn't even a reason to shock the dog. Like you're only supposed to do that if it doesn't listen to verbal commands.
He was just mad.
She's literally was already going back. So like it's just like extra fucked up.
Kind of, yeah, but you're not even supposed to you don't shock things to issue commands. You shock things when the dog is doing something you need to break the pattern. So like if a dog starts biting something, or if he's I guess theoretically if he was moving off the mat after you told him to stay, maybe you could do it. But you don't ever issue like painful commands. Like you would never say to a dog sit, and like spank the dog or hit the dog at the same time. You would never issue these things in conjunction with each other. It's to break like bad patterns. So he overuses it. I don't think the sad thing is I don't think he likes the fucking dog. Like
he probably hates the dog now.
He's literally on. He said he doesn't like dogs, right?
I guess, yeah.
There's clips of this being like, I don't get pets.
Why does he have one then?
Because what do you mean? It's the most expensive breed in the world, and it looks good in the background. Yeah.
Oh, that's another fucking thing. He got that dog for free, by the way.
That was such a lie. I didn't even realize I brought this up to somebody, and somebody said something like, "Oh yeah, like you keep saying that he bought it off of Craigslist. Like I don't get what the deal is." And I was like, "No. He doesn't say he bought it. He says that it was offered to him for free from like a person who had like an extra or something. Like because you know all the memes about like breeders and everything, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he doesn't want to be seen as somebody who gets a dog from a breeder for a variety of reasons. Because animal people hate these people. But it's just all of it is so fucking cringe. Ugh. I've never in my life, I don't know if maybe like designer dogs breeds are like different or less friendly, but I can't imagine. But maybe I could just be wrong on this, or maybe all my dogs are just really friendly. But like there are so many people on the like I think I even saw it on my subreddit where people were like, well yeah, like I've had dogs that it's super normal for a dog to lay in the same spot for like 7 hours, and I'm like, if I got excited on my computer and my dog is laying near me, like they're always gonna get up.
He's coming over.
Yeah, or how many times like he goes to open the door and he's like, Kaya, and then Kaya just walks right by him and doesn't even acknowledge him because she just wants to leave the room. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy to me. But maybe, I don't know. I couldn't tell. Maybe people were just trying to cover for Hassan versus other people who genuinely, I used to joke with my grandma. I used to ask my grandma a lot. I was like, do dogs never sleep? Because I have never in my life been able to enter a room and the dog is like not moving. Like they always get up to greet you or whatever in my experience. But Jesus.
It's not like a very chill place to sleep when Hassan's fucking losing his mind in the background. It's like, the dog's trying to sleep, bro. He doesn't want to hear you fucking going mental.
Yeah,
you know?
not only that, but it's not even the sleeping thing. It's that, in my opinion, when people start to get riled up, I've had so many fucking dogs. My grandma's so crazy. I need to stop saying in my opinion. When people are getting riled up, animals get like really nervous around people. Like if you do drugs around a dog or animal, I've done this a few times. Like the animals are clearly visibly agitated, probably because the people are acting so weird. And then if people are shouting at each other, like I've seen a dog will just start like barking, like I say for no reason, but yeah, the dog will just like bark because the dog's like getting excited. I can't imagine. Maybe Kai is used to it at this point, but I can't imagine how stressful it would be for a dog to sit and listen to a dude like shouting at his computer and stuff.
I think it'd be very stressful, and I mean, it's what are you gonna say? There's nothing. They just let it go. But I will say, his viewership is on the decline. So.
Oh, that was another kind of weird thing. I feel like there have been enough like viewbots going down and alternate hours and looking at patterns to where it doesn't look like Hassan viewbots at all. But then like I see like Pokey and Phineas, because that was Billie Eilish's sister on yesterday as well, right? Mm-hmm. How do you have Pokemon and Billie Eilish's brother on? Did I say sister? Billie Eilish's brother on, and his viewership is like
not like have a huge stream.
No, it's not. It was nothing. I think it might have been even a little lower than normal. It was like 22,000 viewers, and I'm like, why? I feel like this would be like a 50,000 plus viewer stream.
I guess like you could say like they just don't give a fuck and they want to hear about politics, not whatever.
That's what I thought.
Is.
Yeah, maybe it was just that they're just like a very politically inclined viewership, but that seems damn. I don't know. That's crazy.
I mean, was it yesterday or something? He was gaming. He was at like 14,000 viewers. That was pretty fucking wild.
I think he was doing a sponsored stream, but yeah.
That can also kind of make more sense because I think his audience has always hated gaming. That's always been some of his lowest viewership content.
Where's this chart? Let me see if I can. Yeah, I'm just looking at this viewership graph. Dude, the thing is, all these sites, the Sully Gnome, the streams charts, and then you have to do a different one for YouTube stats, and then there's another one for Twitter stats. Like, why can't just one of these sites just be the
have it
fucking
all?
chat? Yeah.
Well, what are you doing?
Yeah. Let's see. So.
Why haven't you made it yet, loser?
I'm sorry. Just, Okay, 2025. Yeah, look, fuck me. Where do I do this?
Steven, you in for the 6th?
What's the 6th?
Stream Awards.
Yeah, I'm looking into it. My people are arranging the.
All right, what if I come down in person? Would you do it then?
I'm thinking about it.
Ah, god damn it.
Let me finish that. I'll look at my actual schedule. We'll see.
Look at
Because I will
that
fly
graph.
down.
So that's since September 15th.
Wait. One, two. Oh, wait. Hold on. 49, but it's gonna miss. Don't miss. Thank you. Okay, where are we?
Yeah, this one's better.
Do you think it makes sense that you legally become an adult at 18 but cannot legally smoke or drink until 21? No, that's why I keep saying people should be considered adults at 14.
True.
Got him. Okay, what am I looking at this for viewership decline?
Yeah, basically like hovering around like 30 to 32K beforehand, and then now struggling to what are these last few days at? Struggling to get past 25K. So there's a decline. The follows obviously are not going up anymore. They're still going down, by the way. Like if you look at the last few days, they're still going down. Like he had that bump from China, but still
Followers
going
are going to go down, I feel like, because I think he's like I've said this a million times, but I think he's just like very saturated on Twitch.
Twitch.
Like,
Well, before October 7th, look at the start of that chart. He was always consistently going up.
sure, but it's just going to be like people floating it through Twitch. He's going to be pretty capped on that. And then after, if any like little thing happens, it's probably going to be bad. So, and then the October 7th was obviously not good. So
Well, I think he realizes this. He's trying to get motion on other platforms.
finally, sort of, yeah. Although it's so late, but we'll see if he can pull it off.
I don't understand why he didn't. Like, he should be doing the simul streaming to YouTube. I genuinely don't understand why
be.
he's not doing it.
But we need to stop saying that because he's going to do it, and then I'm going to get salty. But he can't handle it because he tried it for 2 days. I remember a long time ago, he tried it for 2 days, and his viewership on Twitch was getting negatively impacted, and then he just stopped. And it was just like so cringe. There's literally no reason for, it's
Well,
just,
maybe if it's your idea, he'll never do it. So that's the best way. Because he's stupid enough to not do it. If you just say, oh, Hassan would do this, but he's too stupid, he's going to be like, actually, Destiny's dumb. I don't want to go here because of this. And he doesn't know that.
No, I give good career advice. He'll do things if they're the right thing to do. Like, he's finally branching out into other like interview stuff, but he's still like too soft. But I think he's kind of boxed himself into a corner because he's done this thing. I keep saying when you make your enemies out to be caricatures of themselves for too long, you hit a point of no return where you can never platform or argue with these people because you've built them out to be such demons that one, you're going to lose debates against them. And then two, your audience is going to see they're nowhere near as like horrible as you made them out to be, and it's just like you've fucked yourself, you know. Like I can't believe, I'm actually shocked. I never would have guessed this. I can't believe that he admitted to ducking the Ben Shapiro debate.
I don't think he was thinking about it, is what it sounded like.
What do you mean thinking about it?
Like it sounded like he was trying to get like an own on like the lady that he just watched a video about.
Oh yeah, I know.
So he was like bringing it up. Yeah.
No, yeah, I agree with you, but that's a stunning lack of self-awareness, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. But he does this thing. I still want to do like a deep dive into the mind of a fucking Hasanabi viewer. I'm just so curious what these people think because like he does this weird cringe thing where he tries to say that he doesn't care about debate because it's like cringe, but like it's so obvious that the reason he says that is because he's lacks confidence in it or he sucks at it. Because when it comes to certain things, debate is like the most important thing in the world to him. Like for a while, he really wanted to debate Asmongold. He really wanted to debate Willie Mack. There was one other thing where he really wanted to, he was trying to goad somebody, and he started to use all the exact same arguments that I use for why he dodges me for the other person. So yeah, it's like, I don't know how his fan base just doesn't see how obvious, where it's like...
You watched the whole Ethan Klein Hassan debate.
Oh,
right?
yeah, he did that too, yeah.
That, like, Ethan, obviously I'm going to be siding with Ethan here, but he genuinely, Ethan Klein, a fucking fat comedy streamer, blew Hassan out of the fucking water. Like, there was no question. Like,
yeah.
I don't...
Yeah, and even if we're being like charitable to Hassan in terms of his performance on debate, and we say like Hassan didn't do that bad, that it should have been a total fucking blowout, right? Because Hassan,
he's not a good debater.
No, that's a lie. Hassan is as good as anybody can ordinarily be at debating. He just doesn't have the correct facts.
Impossible.
And he's got impossible positions to defend because his positions are so fucking retarded. Yeah.
I feel like the way that he talks is like the worst fucking way that you could be a debater because he says so much and says nothing at the same time.
Yeah, but that's intentional. That's
you think he intentionally does that?
It's the way that he like, yeah, because he's doing it to like sound smart or whatever. But I think if he was in a debate and he had a good point, then he wouldn't be speaking like that. He would hammer the point more.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Don't say fucking maybe to me. Like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You little
gotcha
cuck bitch.
How's it feel, bitch?
Feels great, actually.
Bro,
gotcha. Anything else?
Look at this shit. Like, unironically, Hassan, I think he might crash out a little bit if he actually starts going into the teens for average viewership, and he's right at the fucking cusp. Like, look at that.
Yep. Pretty crazy.
I mean, midterms are coming. He'll obviously get his big boost, and then he'll be good for a while. I think...
That's a year away, Moot. Come on. Well, I guess when do we start?
Well, it's really like 4 months away.
I feel like it's hard for him to do content out of the midterms though, because like they don't support any of the Democrats running. So it's like so it's all just like it seems like it's all just really depressing for them, you know?
Yeah, you would think that he'd have a big boost right now, honestly, because he just got off of the Mamdani win.
Well, but I think people tell me that I'm wrong on this, but I don't think I am. Apparently he might have met Mamdani once, like way earlier, but I think he had the opportunity to be a lot more involved in the Mamdani stuff, but he did skip a flight that I think was fairly close to the primary election. He skipped that flight. I think it was because he just wanted to stream, and I think he passed what probably could have been his most important recent career move, because there's a lot of stuff that he's kind of like cut off from now, and that's one of the few gateways. Like Mamdani's win would have been good, but skipping that might have hurt him quite a bit. I don't know how Mamdani would have beat him. Maybe Mamdani would have kept the same distance regardless, but oof, yeah, he claims he misses it because of traffic.
Yeah.
Like that's a I don't want to give you
That's a
guys
cope.
like I don't want to give you guys too much of an insight here, but anybody that lives in California, me included, when you say you miss things because of traffic, the traffic is always there, bro. It's not like it's like, oh my god, today the traffic in LA was so bad. There's always traffic. Like,
But you
everybody
could get
knows
on another flight. Like, you can make it happen.
Yeah,
if
you
you want to
could,
go
yeah.
do something.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could also just show up to the airport early and not be a fucking retard. Like,
that. Sure, yeah.
Well, I mean, that whole thing was bullshit.
yeah,
And he got away with it,
probably.
right?
Got
He
away
did.
with
He
what?
got away with it too.
The whole airport detention shit.
Oh my god.
That I didn't really understand. I heard that he like went on a fucking. He was like, "Oh, they detained me for fucking an hour or two, blah blah blah."
Hours.
But it was 15 minutes.
How much has Peach come to the United States?
Never. I
never.
guess like
so
maybe.
you smuggled her in when she was here. You smuggled her in. You smuggled her
Yeah.
in. Cool.
I did it through those boats. We can't do it anymore. I'd say we go to the United States like 4 times a year, maybe more.
How did you go from never to 4 times a year?
Well, I thought you meant like alone. I don't know.
Why would I? That's
I don't know. I just didn't understand what the question. Okay.
okay. Not father.
Isn't it better than me saying
No,
huh?
don't worry about it. Wait, has she ever been like
Hello.
stopped and questioned or whatever?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
once.
was once. It was very embarrassing.
Tell him.
No, it was. So the first time I went to America, it was to. So I came across the border. I had some sort of like you know those little metal pimple popping tools. You know what I'm talking about?
Ugh,
They have like a little loop
no,
on the
but
end.
like I can imagine. Jeez.
Okay, I had one in my backpack, but I didn't remember that I had it in my backpack, but it's metal. And so they went through the scanner. It was in my backpack. It went through the scanner. They saw something. They like pulled my backpack aside. They were like, "What is this?" I forgot that I had it, and it just looked like a little stick, a metal stick. So I was like, "I don't know what the fuck that is. Go ahead and search." They searched. They couldn't find it for some reason. They like went through it again. They got like a second person. They couldn't find it. So they let me go. They're like, whatever, maybe it's just a part of the backpack. But I think that they actually flagged it so that I would go into secondary screening for an even more thorough search.
Okay.
And so when I was going through the actual customs, they pulled me into a different room.
Mm-hmm.
And they went through my suitcase, but it was just I had like rope dodge.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
And so in front of everyone, they were just fucking taking it all of a sudden. They're like, "So what's your purpose in the USA?" And it was just full of freak shit. It was full of freak shit.
Nice. But you got
It was
through eventually.
mortifying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then they let me in.
Well, there you go.
Damn.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, 4 or 5 times a year, maybe we go to the U.S.
Damn. Okay. Well, I guess you're lucky. I feel like I've had a lot of trouble with Melina and with Lelena, that just like getting unlucky and just getting pulled aside for like an hour or two of fucking questioning.
Oh.
Jeez, an hour actually? That's crazy.
Yeah, I've
I
heard.
haven't had questioning like that.
I guess if you guys are coming together,
Yeah, we do.
I've heard that like the thing that will throw up the most red flags in terms of questioning is anything related to like dating stuff, because they don't want, like, especially if you're on a visa waiver, they don't like, they get really weird when people are coming in to visit partners, because they don't want people to come in to like try to immigrate, you know, or like those.
Yeah,
people
pretty
are,
much every time we go together, I'm with them and I hand over both of the passports.
Sure.
I noticed that, like, I've never been, even during that time, they didn't question me, like, hardcore for an hour or anything. It was, like, 20 minutes. But when I go through customs, if I'm alone, they ask me a little bit more questions. They're like, who are you staying with? How long are you staying? I don't know. They ask
Yeah.
a little bit more specific questions. If I'm going with Mooten, USA passport, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that makes
it's
sense.
2 seconds.
For Hassan, basically, it sounded like he left out a few things. So, for instance, like he'd been kicked out of global entry a few months before, but it was literally like the day after I think he made that tweet about the tweet, I think it was at Rick Scott with the picture of the gun that was used to kill the Japanese Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe or whatever.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, so it was like, okay, I definitely could see him getting kicked out of, like a global entry or TSA pre or whatever for that. So that happened, but then also he said that when he was there, he said 2 hours initially, but he said he was questioned for 2 hours. But then when you go through like his itinerary from start to finish and like his flight and everything, like especially in an airport, you can't really lie about the time you spend there because we're all like on our phones and tweeting everything else. Like the record is like pretty clear, When you look at all of it, it seemed pretty obvious that he was exaggerating the time on everything. And in actuality, he was probably questioned for maybe like 15 minutes. But when he told this story, he made it sound like he was being like politically persecuted, that the Trump administration pulled him over just because of who he was politically to like grill him on shit. But like all of the questions were totally normal. Maybe people who don't know anything about airport questioning thought it was like really bad. And like it wasn't for that long, and they had a decent enough reason to pull him over, and then that was it. But like the whole fucking world covered this story like he was like a political prisoner of Donald Trump. It was fucking so annoying.
Was it just like, where are you going? Who are you staying with?
The problem is,
like,
so
those-
like when they're asking you questions, they're trying to see if you say something stupid or inconsistent or if you fuck up. Okay, but the what part of the question is almost certainly, if you're immigrating, is almost certainly going to be about your job and your work. And it's weird for us because we're streamers, so so it's probably going to get into some type of political. Oh, not Rick Scott. I'm sorry, Tom Cotton. It's probably going to be some type of political questions, but not like, do you support Donald Trump? And like, if you don't vote for him, am I going to throw you out of the country? But just like, oh, like, what do you talk about? Who do you talk about? Like, what goes on? Do you support the president? Or whatever.
Yeah.
Like just random. I don't even know if they asked that. Do you support the president? I think Trump, or I think Hassan, volunteered the information that like he hates Donald Trump or something. But like Pisco and a bunch of other people jumped on and was like, oh, this is clearly like political in nature and it's not okay. But it was like the guy, Hassan made it through questioning fine. They didn't even take any of his devices. So it's just like cringe. Yeah.
I was scared that they were gonna go through my phone and like check if I had Donald Trump memes when I went to the States recently.
No, they don't do that. Well,
I
not
thought
yet,
that
at
they
least.
Would, though. I was like scared because you hear things online, and I was like, "Fuck, they're gonna download my phone and see the anti-Trump memes."
I think
getting in.
for almost every story that I saw where it was like scientist gets held for anti-Trump memes or whatever, usually like what happened was there was some other big thing that threw up a red flag, but they also had like an anti-Trump thing, so people were like, oh, anti-Trump story because this is like what people want to hear. But it was never like targeted for a meme or something for everything that I saw. Now, if you're here on like a student visa or something, that might be a different story because they got kind of crazy on the Israel
you might get
shit.
cooked.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a sniffing dog at the airport?
Yeah, several times.
Oh my god, those are so good.
What? Why? What do you mean by that?
I want to plant cocaine on myself just so that I get sniffed by one of those dogs. They're so cute.
Okay, that was a very white girl take. Hopefully you just mean sniffed by the dog, but
I don't even know why you want to get sniffed by the dog. What are you
Yeah.
saying?
Oh my god.
it's okay. Don't worry.
Well,
Like, I wanna
Moot,
pet
defend your
them.
girl, Moot. I don't know what to say here.
I mean, white women, what are you going to do?
Oh
my God.
Completely thrown under the bus.
No.
There we go.
No.
Well, what
I
did
want
you
to
mean
pet
then?
that dog. I
Well,
want
you
to
didn't
pet
say
that dog.
You said you wanted the dog to sniff you.
Yeah.
I want to go to dog wards.
No. Okay.
I
You
think
get
that
rich if you go.
my understanding and based on my personal experience, the dogs don't really sniff for drugs. I don't think.
They
They're
sniff
like
for fruit.
for fruit.
Yes.
Okay, well, I thought it was for bomb stuff, but maybe it's for fruit too.
No, it's for fruit, Steven.
Okay, so you're thinking domestic, but in
No.
like when you go to Europe, they do have dogs sniffing for illegal food that you're bringing over and fruit and shit like that. But I
It's
think
for
that
fruit.
usually it's bombs. Yeah.
No, it's for fucking fruit. I've literally seen someone get in trouble for fruit before. It
what
was
kind
a
of fruit
woman
was
with
it?
like a.
Maybe she
It
was.
was a woman with like a little baby carrier, and she had a baby. And they bring out this dog, and he's going around sniffing everyone's shit in line, and he just walks right by me, doesn't even give me a second fucking glance, which is so sad. But then he gets to this like lady with the baby in her stroller, and he's like all up in her shit. And then he like sits and looks at his owner, and she looks mortified. So they start going through right there in line, start going through her stuff. They're like, "It's okay, ma'am, don't worry, it's probably just a snack." They pull out, I think it was either like a little granola bar or like a fruit pouch. But, you know, she got in trouble because she had fruit.
This was in the U.S. or Canada, or?
This was Canada on the way into U.S.
Gotcha. For agriculture-related stuff, I know New Zealand, they probably are pretty strict on this in most places. I just don't travel with food. But there's a lot of like foodborne illnesses that are local to certain geographies or regions, and you can bring them to other countries and like completely fuck up like an entire everything. Like the whole country's worth of shit if you're not careful. So they might check it for that reason.
Yeah, in
Australia's
Hawaii
really
it
big
was
on that.
crazy too. They had this like sign a whole fucking thing to go to Hawaii.
Did we?
Yeah, at least I did.
We didn't.
They gave me like a
Because it's like an
they gave me
island.
like a paper on the airplane that you have to like confirm that you don't have fucking anything.
Oh,
Um,
I think they do that for most countries, right? For the
I've never had that happen other than Hawaii.
Loser.
Yeah, they don't want you to bring in like it's a customs form. I think that happens quite frequently.
Not to me.
I think it was more
Must
common
have-
in the past, Dan. I don't know if I don't know if I've filled out one of those in a long time, but it used to be every time you travel to another country, they would give you the slips of paper to fill out or whatever when you were on the airplane before you landed. But I don't think I've seen any of those in a long time.
Boomer Dan.
I've only traveled
I've
to-
traveled recently. It's not like I'm talking about traveling fucking 30 years ago
To
on a fucking
boomer
prop plane.
locations.
I went to Italy and I went to Portugal within the past 2 years, and I haven't had to fill out any forms.
I went to Switzerland and the UK in the past like 2 months, and I didn't have to fill out anything.
Boom.
Where was the last place
I
you
don't
went
know
to,
where
Dan?
you're going, Dan.
Yeah, where'd you go, Dan?
Grandpa.
And I had to do it.
Wait, where?
Japan, and I had to do
Oh,
it. and
maybe
that
for
was-
Asia, maybe they do. Yeah.
I think that's the last place I went to internationally. Australia? I don't remember if they did it for Australia. I think they did do it for New Zealand though, coming from Australia, which was weird.
Well, New Zealand, that's another place they're obviously going to do it.
Why is
They're,
that
like,
so
protecting
obvious?
their shit.
Why is it so obvious, Mr. Mooten?
Isn't New Zealand like the only place in the world without fucking snakes?
What? You don't think there are any
What? You don't have
snakes?
snakes?
I'm pretty sure it's New Zealand.
So you're saying the Garden of Eden couldn't have possibly been in New Zealand?
You don't have
Yeah.
any snakes in New Zealand?
Let me confirm. New Zealand has no native snakes due to its geographical location.
Okay, no native snakes.
What about snakes
To
on a
maintain
plane?
its snake-free status, the country enforces strict biosecurity laws.
Actually, New Zealand is also the home of the kakapo, which is an indigenous but critically endangered flightless nocturnal parrot.
Thank you, Peach.
You're welcome.
All right, Steve, what do you do on the 6th? You're done with your fight. I'm willing to come to Miami.
Wait,
if that
what is this
sweetens
for?
the deal. The streamer awards. We're allowed to co-stream it. December 6th.
That sounds like a whole ass thing production.
It's not a big deal.
It's not. No, he's saying Cutie Cinderella Streamer Awards. He wants
Yes.
us to like pull it up. And
Oh,
cast over it.
Why? Wait, did you pay for like a co-license thing or something?
No, it's free. All you got to do is sign up, and we signed up.
They're gonna revoke the signing pass the second they see who's involved. They're like, what the fuck is that? Anything else? I don't know. Some nobody on fucking Kick.
Yeah, I feel like I'm good.
God damn it.
That'll be fun though. You guys, I'm sure will.
We're
I
gonna
don't
have
even like
fun.
90. I don't even know 90% of the people or games or anything involved.
Yeah, it's just an excuse to fucking stream.
I don't need an excuse to stream. I love streaming.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah,
Well, then why didn't you stream yesterday?
because I went to shoot with my good friend Connor.
And did you go shoot?
Yeah.
Like
Fair.
guns?
No, skeet.
What?
Trap shooting.
He's lying. He didn't shoot yesterday.
What's ski?
We did. What do you mean?
You
Isn't
said
that like a
in
rap
chat.
word? Like skirt, skirt.
Ski.
Wow.
It's like that, you know, that Timothy Chalamet fake song where it's like, ski, skirt, skirt, ski, like that. No.
Timothy Chalamet, the guy who was in Dune,
Dune. Yeah, that guy.
he has a song.
Yeah, it was an
The Dune
SNL.
guy.
It was an SNL bit.
What?
Yes.
Are you gonna
there
watch
any-
football? I'm watching it.
Moot, did you watch the? So we didn't get to talk about Pluribus. Are you watching
No.
that show, Destiny?
Fuck no.
Don't watch it. It's dog.
Why do you
What?
mean it's
What
dog?
are you talking about?
It's
amazing.
supposed to be Kino, Mooten.
It's not Kino. It's the most boring TV show I've ever watched.
Oh my
Second
God.
Ooh.
He's retarded.
Why do you think
I
it's
mean,
so
I already
boring?
knew that.
Literally nothing happens. We're watching a lady go around and do fucking chores for 80% of the episode.
He missed the last 30 seconds of the last one as well, which is very
Yeah.
important.
Oh, thank God. Thank
Of
God
what?
those 30 seconds were there.
Where's your fucking hero now, chat? Huh, Mr. Mooten? Hating Pluribus? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You are too fat to understand, Mr. Mooten.
You're too retarded.
Yeah, well, I understand. So boom.
Wait, what's the name of the
Point-
website that tracks kick hours streamed or whatever?
I don't know. Oh, I do know.
It's either Stream
It's,
Chart or Stream Charts or Streams Chart or some
We'll just
bullshit.
type in like
Oh
kick
my
stats,
God.
whatever in your name, and you'll find it.
Thank you, root beer.
Okay, whatever. Okay, wait. What is Pluribus about or whatever?
Did you watch Rick and Morty?
Like
Do you remember the Hive Mind episode?
2 or 3 seasons? Is that enough?
Yeah. Do you remember the Hive Mind episode?
No, but sure.
Okay. It's basically about a hive mind kind of takes over the world, and there's
I
like
need to
12
watch
people who
Rick
are.
and
This is
Morty
the-
to know what a hive mind is.
This is the worst explanation of all time. It's so like, talk about a dog water explanation, Mooten. Are you serious right now?
Go ahead, Dan.
It sounds like a fucking alien invasion movie where people are walking around. Okay, what happens is that
Yeah, just spoil it for him, retard. Go ahead.
sorry, my bad. Say nothing. Okay, you're not allowed to know what it's about. He asked what it's about. What am I supposed to say?
Just say what I said. It's about a hive mind who came to America or came to the world.
Do they turn into a pickle at
It's
some
about a
point?
hive mind virus that infects all the people of Earth except for a few people.
Why?
They don't know yet.
You're not gonna know until season 6.
Okay? But basically,
hell?
everyone becomes a singular hive mind, except for a few people. But you can do whatever you want. They're there to please you. They can't hurt you. They can't
Wait,
lie.
what do you mean they're there to please you?
They're literally.
Oh, yeah.
That's their first.
What?
Yeah, that's one of their key features is pleasing you. Because if you stop pleasing them, they fucking tweak out.
I'm confused. You're saying that like they're sex slaves.
They can be if you want them to be.
Like a woman would show up to Dan's apartment and she would have 400 clips of Hassan ready to go.
You know what? You talk about him more than I do. Fuck you.
That's not true.
It is true. Because he
No
streams more than
shot,
I do. It is
bucko.
true. 100% it's true. It's true. It's true and you're mad.
Oh, I'm so mad.
Wow.
What? Do you understand it now? What it's
No,
about?
your explanation was more dog shit than mine.
I
by the
don't
way.
care.
False.
I stopped
It's really
caring
good.
about this.
I'm telling you right now, it's
Base?
Breaking Bad good. Okay,
Wow.
that's all you need to
Breaking
know.
Bad good.
Yes.
Wow. High praise. Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Oh, you think he's lying? Are you accusing him of
Yeah,
lying?
I think he's wrong.
Ooh,
I'm not.
wrong. Not lying, but wrong. Okay.
No, he's wrong.
I don't know what to say.
Well, he just said you're wrong, so.
Well, but he's stupid and poor.
Oh my God! You have to be wealthy to enjoy Pluribus or whatever.
I mean, it helps if you have an educated mind.
Oh.
Did you
Uh oh.
get a high school degree?
Me?
I have something better, a general education diploma.
Damn. That's even more generalized. That's good.
Exactly, right?
That's great.
Who just wants, I went to a building once. No, I have a general understanding of education.
Cinema.
This this gun range allows rifles, handguns. What's the deal? Can you bring steel core ammo?
I have no idea. What the fuck? Why would you bring steel core ammo?
I want to make sure it cycles in my gun correctly.
What, your gun doesn't shoot ordinary ass fucking brass?
No, it does, but steel core M855 can like fuck with guns, and sometimes they won't cycle correctly.
Homie, buy a Glock, okay? Whatever you're shooting is way too complicated if you need some
You're
special
not
bullshit
No,
fucking
you're not
ammo
allowed
for
to
it.
have. You can't have steel core ammo for handguns.
Okay. I imagine they would let you shoot anything because it's an outdoor range, would be my guess. Usually when they say you're not allowed to shoot certain ammo, it's because the backstop at indoor ranges, it'll either ricochet or it'll fuck it up or whatever, right?
I think the the reason a lot of places won't let you do it is that it's, I guess, hotter, the steel part, and it can start fires. So outdoor places are sketchy on it. And then I think also, as you said, it's not like a copper or lead that's kind of going to deform and not bounce around. I think the steel is more likely to bounce
It's
around.
hotter?
Yeah, the metal part, the steel part gets really hot and can start fires.
But the exploded thing that comes out of the gun with this brass won't.
Well, if you shoot just a jacketed hollow point, I don't think the bullet at any point gets hot enough when it hits a target.
Who
to
the
start
fuck is
a fire.
shooting
No.
hollow points? I just made a normal FMJ round.
Or sorry, it sparks. I'm fucking retarded. It can spark. That's correct. Someone in chat did it. Yes, the metal part of the bullet, if it hits stuff, it'll spark. If it hits some shit, and that can start fires. So that's why some ranges don't allow it.
Cringe. What do you want, Hussein?
Hi. I just wanted to see if now is a good time to talk about Israel and like Jewish migration into Palestine before the formation of the state of Israel.
I need my permissions to drag people in and out of this chat back again immediately. Like
I'm
like
sorry.
it's been long
I'm
enough.
sorry.
No, Hussein's a welcome guest of this
I like Hussein.
channel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dan.
And Dan,
if
as a
if that was
Jew-
a bad time,
No.
I can leave.
That was
No,
just a
don't worry about him.
very like
No, you're good.
big
The
context
conversation was
switching.
naturally dying down anyway. Okay. Yeah, we love to talk about Jewish migration before. Wait, you say before the formation of Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
what about it?
you've read quite a bit about it. Okay, so would you say that Zionism is? Oh, okay. Would you say that Zionism is a fluke, a historical fluke, or would you say that it is like historical continuity between, like the Jewish state of like 3,000 years ago, or even like the Zionism forming in Europe during the late 1800s? Like,
When you say a fluke, what do you mean by a fluke?
so like I read a paper about this.
Okay.
The idea is that during the start of the pogroms in the 1880s, there was
Wait, pogroms where?
a lot of
in,
Jewish
in
in Ukraine and Russia and Eastern
yeah,
Europe.
okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
So essentially, there was a lot of Jews moving out of Eastern Europe into the United States, into Palestine. But in 1882, there was the Immigration Act, and that imposed a head tax, and it limited non-white and non-American, it just limited immigration in general. It limited a lot of non-white immigration. It was like a nativist sentiment kind of act.
Okay.
So
in the United States.
that led, in the
Okay.
United States. And since there was like two main destinations for Jews to go to, like Eastern European Jews to go to, either the United States or the land of Israel, or like not mandate Palestine, but Ottoman Palestine. A lot of them started moving to Ottoman Palestine, and so they,
this is referred
like,
to as the first Aliyah, right? The first.
Yeah,
big
exactly,
wave.
the
Yeah,
first
sure.
Aliyah.
Yeah. My understanding is
So,
that this was
which-
basically a disaster. They went, they didn't really have good financial support. There wasn't a lot of organization around it. And I think over half of them basically ended up going back home after.
Yeah, no, that's accurate. So, I guess my main point would be asking you: would you say Zionism was a historical fluke, or would you say it's like historical continuity, like it was something that was bound to happen?
Well, I'm just trying to
with the
think, when you say
pogroms and nationalism.
No, I don't think it was bound to happen. No.
Okay. there's some things in history where it's like an accident almost, like something like not necessarily an accident, but like it, like due to like a couple factors, something like happened and it was like a domino effect. Like there's this idea of like the butterfly effect, of course, but there's like this idea of historical contingency. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, but I guess it goes along with that, with the conversation we had about the great man thing yesterday or whatever. That like, it gets a little reductive if you lean too far to one side and say, oh, well, this one guy did this whole thing. I feel like it's a little bit reductive to say, well, I mean, like the laws of physics dictate that I have to say that nothing is a fluke and there's all of it is historically contingent because it literally sequentially happened, right? Causally, like one thing happened and then the next happened and everything else. Yeah. But I feel like here's what I'm thinking when you ask me that question. So was it a fluke? So the thing I'm thinking of is like, was this something that was naturally happening throughout all of history? And it seems like I don't believe it was, where all the Jews were going to one place is the first thing. And then the second thing is, was there a reason why this was inevitable? Was it some plan for thousands of years? I don't see that either. And then
this is like Jews, especially in the second Aliyah, because the second Aliyah were mostly ideologically motivated, like pioneers and settlers.
Sure.
Would you agree with that characterization?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the second Aliyah, like the reason they wanted to move to Palestine instead of other areas of the world was principally because of this idea that the Jewish state should be in the historical homeland of the Jews. They're incredibly ideologically motivated.
Sure.
Or even you could say religiously motivated, but like ideology is like downstream of religion almost. Yeah. So like,
my understanding of it is that like, despite those two, the second one, my understanding is it didn't really succeed as well. It wasn't until Herzl put together, is it the Jewish Congress or the Jewish Agency or whatever?
Yeah, Jewish National Congress.
Yeah, and then there were two bodies, a financial one and then like a political immigration one, and then they started all the planning, and it was like the third and fourth Aliyah where they started to like, they formally bought up land from former landowners or landowners in the Ottoman Empire, these kind of like idle owners, and then they when they made that plan and they started moving people land, that it was like I think of all the reading I've done, which is not very much historically, like Israel and the United States are the only two, like, I don't know if you would say like false nations or like constructed nations where like people basically sat down and put pen to paper.
That's not necessarily fair.
What do you mean?
The United States, you probably know more than me because you're American, but the United States, they existed, or they came to exist out of like settlers fleeing violence and like religious violence in Europe, and then they created like a state.
I'm sorry. When I say like constructed, I mean like people like sat down and they were like, what would be like the best way to make a country, rather than just like a bunch of people inherited stuff from prior landowners or prior kings, or there's like a new noble family. Like for the United States, there were like a bunch of smart dudes that got in a room and they were like, okay, like what's the best way to make.
You can say this about Ireland too, no?
I don't know. That's why I said, because my history is dog shit.
Maybe, okay. Sorry.
My understanding for a lot of European countries, that it was just like one kingdom after the next, kind of inherited shit, and then it kind of like moved on. I don't know how many of them stopped and were like, we need to write up a whole formal constitution to rearrange this whole country. Maybe they might have for a lot of European countries.
I would actually disagree with that framing entirely. I think that was very common in Europe during the mid to late 1800s. Like there's this whole idea of like the decades of revolution in Europe after the Napoleonic Wars and during the Continental Europe, where the traditional monarchies were challenged by Republicans and liberals.
Sure, but when for them being challenged, wasn't there usually it wasn't like a back to the drawing board to reform everything. It was like, how do we incorporate like a new kind of like parliament with the monarchy and make it so the king also has to obey laws, and like it was like these kind of gradual steps forward generally, no?
Kind of. The thing is, I guess my main example would be the German Revolution in the 1850s and 1840s against the German monarchy, or the Prussian monarchy specifically.
Okay.
Those revolutionaries, they want explicitly to end the Prussian monarchy, and they want explicitly to bring about democracy and like republican rule. If you know what I mean. So like that's one example. Another example, to go tie to your point about like people sitting down in a room and just like thinking, oh, we're gonna reshape the whole country, was like the Irish Republicans, the Irish Democrats, the Irish Socialists, after the Easter Rising in 1918 in the 1920s, after the Irish Civil War. They essentially did exactly what you said. They sat down in a room and they rewrote like the national identity of Ireland, because they
didn't have to contend with the identities that already existed there, or contend with everything that.
Well, didn't the Americans kind of had to contend with the identities that existed there too? They had to like figure out what the role slaves would have, what role Native Americans would have. No, but I guess I see your point to not the same extent.
Yeah, because it was a breaking off from the monarchy of England. Although, I mean, maybe I'm making a distinction that's not anywhere near as big as maybe I thought it was. That's possible too. But the idea of like Herzl and others like sitting down and like and drawing out like this is what the new nation would look like, and I mean, past Herzl obviously because he died in like 1907 or some bullshit, right? Like getting
he
a
died
promise, way before Israel was formed. That was like an explicit process where people sat down and they plotted it out. So in that sense, I would say like, to go back to your first question, it was kind of a fluke because to have people sit down and actually super plot that out seemed pretty unique for Jewish people over the past 2,000 years or 3,000 years or whatever. But I mean, like obviously there were a natural set of things that were kind of leading towards that. But I'm sure there have been a lot of people who were like genocided and then just completely disappeared. But for whatever reason, the Jews have always been able to to hang on.
Yeah, they're the best, one of the best Abrahamic religions.
I guess so.
I'm not gonna pay to say that. Yeah, okay. So like I guess you kind of disagree, not entirely agree, but like you see where I'm coming from. I guess then the next point would be how in history, how much does like a small event, like in terms of the butterfly effect, can have on like cascading effect on like on other events. For Israel, the fact that the United States decided to limit immigration in the way that it did, in the time frame it did. One of the first pogroms,
for stuff like that, probably dramatically, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
Because there's probably a world where a lot of the Jewish people were like, fuck this, like, let's just go to the U.S. But I think there was always difficulty for Jewish people to immigrate to the United States up through even World War II, right? Like, boats were turned away, or they just didn't accept them, right? Yeah.
Okay. So, like, there's two scholars, or main scholars, who are talking about this issue. There's Boaz Newman and there's Gurel Roe. And like this could tie into like contemporary politics because they grew up in Israel obviously in like the 60s, 70s, and they became like academics.
Okay.
But there's two strains of like Zionist thought you've been reading about, I've been thinking about a lot. There's this there's like revisionist Zionism or right-wing Zionism, and there's like left-wing or labor Zionism. Even though labor Zionism declined in the 90s and into the 2000s.
Okay.
I just think that, I guess my main point was that right-wing Zionism is a lot more historically inaccurate in their framing of the history of Israel and the state of Israel. Would you agree or disagree?
I super would agree with that. I feel like, I mean, based on my reading, I only seem really well read on this topic because every streamer, influencer, and pop historian are
literally
retards. Yeah, so I'm not like super well read, but like the feeling that I had was labor Zionism started to die and right-wing Zionism started to take a hold on the country after 67, when out of nowhere it seems like Israel. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it would be more after 73. I think it was like a transition from 67 to 73. But
Sure.
I think what you're saying is more profound.
Yeah, well, yeah,
73.
because like the idea of them getting the West Bank like that and then defeating all the surrounding enemies without any like major help, like there was just so much like God powered shit that was going on where I think a lot of people got super high off of that victory and was like, holy shit, we just literally got our historic lands back in this like crazy one-sided 1v3 whatever war. And then from there on, I'm sure that the stranglehold of kind of the messianic hallucinatory prone right-wing Zionism started to take hold more.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I also like to think about like was it I forget his name. It was David Ben Gurion. The thing like he caused with like right wing Zionism being super prominent was like when he allowed the Orthodox Jews to like kind of have their schools and kind of like exist in Israeli society because he thought they were like a thing of the past and they would die out.
Sure.
But like the super Orthodox Jews became like a huge portion of the population. It became like a net drain on the Israeli state.
Okay. I'm not even aware of that, but sure, that could be possible. Sure, yeah.
Okay. So I guess this is all leading into my main issue with your framing of Israel Palestine. I'm gonna try to sorry.
Don't apologize. Go.
I guess just to some context, I'm a pretty left wing person. Like I think I'd like land between like social democracy and democratic socialism. So my main issue with your framing of Israel Palestine is that, not to be like, I'm trying to be as good faith as possible, obviously, but I feel like you have a lot of like selective sympathy, if that makes sense. Like in the sense that like you have a lot of sympathy for Israelis, which you should have, but I don't think you have a lot of sympathy for Palestinians or the Palestinian plight.
Would you say
that's accurate?
No, I wouldn't. But I totally understand why you think that. I mean, but you actually could think that even so. Did you hear the last debate / conversation I had with kind of the more right-wingy Zionist? It was like a Jewish channel. Go ahead.
I think so. Was it the Hebron settler guy?
Was he a Hebron settler? It was with two guys, and it was two
yeah.
guys. There was one moderator who was kind of like a younger kid, and then it was like another scholarly person.
Oh yeah, I watched parts of that. Yes, I did watch parts of that.
Okay, my framing. I mean, maybe you can think this is not sympathetic enough, but my framing of everything that happened between Israel and Palestine is that back in '48, when that war was being fought, and then in all the conflicts prior to that, I feel like both sides are pretty easily morally justifiable. Like I definitely understand where the Jewish people are coming from in terms of they're kind of getting fucked all over the world. They're getting mega fucked by 48, but like they feel like hey, like everybody hates us. We're trying to politically navigate, through the UK or the Balfour Declaration or through Britain or whatever, right? Getting this promise to go somewhere else and all this bullshit. And yeah, and then they start getting holocausted and turned away from everyone else. Yeah, I get this, but then I'm also like sympathetic to. Your Ottoman Empire just basically collapsed, and now all these other countries around you have guarantees from these European countries to make their own countries. But for some reason, a bunch of white people from Europe are now coming in to settle your land. So, like, whoever won that conflict, like, I'm pretty sympathetic towards what was going on either side. However, as time has gone on, like, the way that I view it, like, my framing is basically that like the Palestinians kind of got hyped up on all sides that we're going to fight this war forever until we take the lands back from Israel. But slowly over time, all of the Palestinian friends have kind of gotten bored and have kind of moved on. And so they find
I wouldn't say they got bored. I disagree with that framing. I think
okay, they got bought off by the United States, and the leadership that the U.S. favored in those countries was more friendly to U.S. interests than Palestinian interests.
Perhaps, yes.
Sure. Okay, yeah. But for one reason or another, yeah, their allies in these fights started to drop off. And then now they found themselves in an increasingly dire position that they were never emotionally or politically prepared for, because they were essentially promised from all the surrounding Arabs that they were going to fight forever. And now they're like, well, actually, we all kind of gave up. Iran and their extremists are going to help you. And now you're fighting basically an unwinnable battle where you're not even in a position to, you're not even equipped to negotiate. They don't have the political leadership or anything to negotiate. And Israel, I think, is, I wouldn't say that Israel is like the conqueror that everybody says they are, but I do view Israel, especially with right-wing governments, as being very opportunistic. So when they have the ability to fuck over the Palestinians with no political consequence, they will always take that option, I think. And I think that's kind of like the modern day arrangement. I think we see that playing out right now with this 20-point plan dipshit stuff or whatever. Yeah, but that's my
no. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was. To be honest,
sure.
Just to get this out of the way, I do not support Iran at all. I hate Iran. Iran is a terrible. It's just Iran has like multiple negative effects on geopolitics and just the state of the Middle East. I guess a few points I would disagree with. Firstly, I don't think. I guess there is this like in my mind, there's kind of this myth that like Israel is kind of like fighting on its own. In 48, it was definitely fighting on its own. But if you go into 67 and 73, there was explicit agreements by the United States to like essentially just replace all the lost like
on 73,
equipment.
that's absolutely true. Yeah, I'm pretty sure by day 2 or 3, I think the U.S. airdrop like basically was replacing their entire like mechanical everything. Yeah, for sure. And not at 67, which I think that's why I pointed to 67 being a little bit more important to the Israeli mindset, because I think they kind of were on their own-ish. They had alliances, I think, with France and kind of Britain, but 73 was the big, like the U.S. stepped in and was like, okay, well, we're going to kind of like take care of you guys now. Yeah.
Yeah, no. And then I guess another thing I would think about is that when you make these arguments, does it not reinforce like the most like Islamist, like extreme Muslim argument ever? Because these governments were, quite frankly, they were mostly like secular. They were very nationalist. They were socialist governments. They were attempting, like what we talked about yesterday, they were explicitly trying to root out religiosity and fight against religion in almost all its forms. Like you see this.
Which governments?
You said Hafiz al-Assad. You can look at even
Arab
like
states. You're saying
the surrounding Arab states, exactly. So like when you say this, you reinforce Islamist arguments like, oh, the nationalists are weak, the secularists are weak, the like socialists are weak. When like we obviously would agree like Islamism is a bad ideology. Do you kind of understand where I'm coming from, or
maybe it's hard? I don't know. The thing is I don't know otherwise. One, it's funny because I feel like you're on the opposite end of that argument that I made yesterday. That some people say. I said that some people claim that a secular dictatorship is better than a theocratic one, and then your kind of pushback, which I've also heard, was that, well, some of these secular dictatorships can be really fucking bad as well, pointing to like the Assads. So like, left to their own devices, would these countries have weeded out, Islamic extremism? And even if they had, would it have been replaced with something superior to that didn't try to, weaponize I don't actually know the answer to that. Like I look at like a place like Yemen, and it's like, I don't know, maybe they would have been like hardcore fucked like that.
Well, Yemen is just always fucked. I don't know.
Sure. yeah.
Yemen was just.
But
Yemen is like an artificial country. Like there's like there has been like Yemeni states in the previous, but they have not been on this like like Sunni Shia divide where they just merge into one country.
sure.
But I'm not saying we should just balkanize every country, of course. But also, I like that's one thing. Like you reinforce Islamist arguments because like if we look at like the history of like the '67 war, the Arab states they were incredibly disorganized and military ineffective. They just got walloped. They like got absolutely destroyed, and they had the numerical advantage. They had like the even like a like strategic geographical example like advantage. The Syrians controlled the Golan Heights. The Israelis were fighting a war on like 3 fronts, like one in Egypt, one in Jordan, one in Syria, and they were getting support from Saudi Arabia. They're getting some support from Iraq, and they had not only there's some like Palestinian like what's it called again like rebellions or like revolts like inside Israel proper. I'm pretty sure like this just seemed like a war they could not have lost, but they lost anyway.
Sure.
And that kind of in like the Islamist imagination. In the Islamist imagination, there is definitely this sort of sense that nationalism failed the Arabs, socialism failed the Arabs. So like that also ties into what we talked about yesterday. Like the people of the Middle East, that the reason they became so extremely religious or so like these were like religious fanatic groups is because nationalism failed to fight against like a crusading force, like a force that was meant explicitly to create a Jewish state in the Middle East, which is like viewed as heretical to these Orthodox Muslims. So like that's one thing, you know.
So I understand that. I understand your argument, but I feel like one of the things that. So this is something I argue with. I argue about a lot. Is when I look at like Islam and I look at like the global caliphate, the global jihad. I feel like the global unification of like all Muslims to fight against whatever the fuck it is people fight against. I feel like that's a myth that's told by, I would say broadly speaking, a myth from the far right who like want to drum up fear of Muslims. But I also feel like it's a myth from the Muslims themselves who imagine themselves to be or fantasize about themselves being far more unified than they actually are. It's just like
that's accurate. But
yeah. So I feel like when it came to the when the Arab stuff, the way that I viewed this. And it could be accurate, it could not be accurate, but the Arabs fancied themselves as being able to create this new Ottoman Empire, but the reality was all the royal families that were holding these different territories, the surrounding territories, and the governments that were springing up were so much more self-interested nationalistically than they ever were for some like unified Arab existence, and that was a myth that just never, because you had the Baghdad Agreement like angered. So many of the Arab states to the south, you had the kings of Jordan were constantly kind of like working with either the United States or
the Israelis.
With the Israelis. There's a lot of that in the line of Jordan, this book I have behind me about King Hussein or whatever. Like there's like a lot of like he's literally like plotting with or making plans with or speaking with the Israelis like during almost like the 2 huge wars. It's just like crazy shit. So like I feel like that the Arabs were kind of fucked on that front. I don't know if it was because of the Jewish state or if it was because of that. Like I feel like absent the Jewish state, I think these countries still probably would have had a lot of infighting. It seemed like there were some countries that just had stronger feelings about themselves than others. So like Egypt, I don't know the history of the Ottoman Empire, but for whatever reason, it's like Egypt seemed to be had a strong identity as some nation. The Turks obviously did, Turkey did, but I don't know for the other nations if they would have all gone along with some unified state or if they would have been more funny. Yeah, go ahead.
I think there was. Do you know about Muhammad Ali of Egypt? Not the boxer, like the Albanian king of Egypt. No, I'm joking. He was like the one who he was influential. He was incredibly influential in forming like the Egyptian national identity, as well as creating like a modernized Egypt and like an Egypt that would actually stand up to like its Ottoman like rivals, like British colonialists. But that it didn't matter because the British just like subjugated Egypt anyway. But like I see what you're saying. Like would we know that these countries would develop like national identities with or without Israel Palestine or with or without colonialism?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about the abolishment of the caliphate by Ataturk at all, perchance?
Nope.
Okay, I feel like you should know this.
Okay.
I don't blame you for not knowing this, but this was the most influential political events in the recent history of the Middle East, in my mind.
Okay.
Because the entire political institution of the caliphate that was existing under the Ottomans. So first was the Rashidun Caliphate, who were descended from Muhammad, and then it was the Umayyad Caliphate, and then there was the Abbasids, and then finally it was the Ottomans. And this entire geopolitical entity or the political entity of the Caliphate was like a leader of the Muslim world. So the reason the Muslim world is so chaotic, and the reason the Muslim world is so disunified, is because of that central political institution being abolished in 1922.
Am I making this up, or no? This can't be the same referencing the same event. He's not the one who, like, when they conquered or walked through whatever, where he was like, listen, let the Jews keep their synagogues and let the Christians keep their things or whatever, and we're going to do our whatever bullshit. That, like, this is the thing that Muslims reference. They're like, oh no, you did have some amount of religious freedom in these caliphates, or is it totally different?
I'm not unfamiliar. I think you're talking about Umar ibn al-Khattab. He was like the second caliph.
Okay, maybe. You're talking about this. If this happened in you said 22?
1922, 1921, when he abolished the caliphate, yes.
Okay, then this would have been way later.
Yeah, this would have been way off. No,
okay,
it's okay. So like this whole thing is my contention with that is that this entire event, all political developments in the Middle East, in my imagination, is like directly downstream of this happening. Because like before this, you had the Ottoman Empire. If you had the problem between like two states, like two Sunni states, because the Ottoman Empire did fight with the Qadr dynasty in Persia, and they were Shia. But if you had two disagreements between two Sunni states, who would mediate that? It would be the Ottomans. It would be the Caliph.
Yeah.
If you had, like,
I was gonna actually, as a real quick thing, I'm curious. You bring up how the United States has potentially stifled a lot of the political growth of the Middle East. Do you think that same argument could be levied at the prior caliphates, that not allowing these like different regions to kind of like learn how to govern themselves or do anything, that once the Ottoman Empire collapses, you basically have a bunch of people with no political experience truly, and then they're kind of left to their own devices to manage their own nations? Or
kind of. I think okay. So when I say the Ottoman Empire, all the political developments is downstream for the Ottoman Empire. Obviously, there's some external factors.
Sure.
Like that's like it's not monocausal. Like it's like the kind of one of the most influential causes. But at the same time, I'm not glazing the Ottoman Empire.
Sure.
The Ottoman Empire was like a terrible entity. Like they could kidnap like young Christian boys and like force them to be like Muslim soldiers. Like they did genocide against like how many other people in like the Balkans or whatever. And the thing is, yes, they did stifle political development, but I get it just ties back to what you're saying. Would these states would have had the political development with or without? It's just hard to know, because the thing about like alternate history is like you start like getting down to like so many different like what if scenarios, because there's so many different factors. So
this is the really annoying thing when people like it's okay, I guess, when people are doing it like for fun, but sometimes you get people who are like seriously want to take up the argument like, oh, like if this one thing would have happened in World War II, then all of this would have been completely different. It's like, well, hold on. Like, people assume that if one factor changes, like you said, like everything is adapting to everything else that's happening around it. And if you change one thing, who knows, how many other millions of different factors could change that would make things. It's very hard to do like historical counterfactuals for that reason, right?
No, exactly.
Sure.
Okay, so.
So you were talking about the abolition of the caliphate via the Turkish whatever guy.
It's one of the most important factors in why the Middle East is like this today. Okay. So essentially the Ataturk, he promised this is why there's conflict. This is actually why there's conflict between Kurdish people and Turkish people, is because Ataturk, when he was liberating much of Anatolia from the Italians and the Greeks during the Turkish War of Independence, he explicitly told Kurdish leadership, "Hey, we're gonna keep the caliphate," and then like 3 years later he abolished it. Because have you heard the quote by Ataturk? The quote is like, Islam is a rotting corpse, and the West is like Islam is like a rotting corpse that is stunting political development in the Middle East, and that we must move away from the Arab world and enter the European world. There's like he says this really famous line: "There's only one civilization, the European civilization." Okay. So this ties into the way Turkey developed, but also ties into the way the Middle East developed, because the Middle East started moving towards secularism. Many of the Arabs, the religious Arabs, who conflated or viewed secularism as something with Ataturk, because Ataturk viewed Arabs as less than Turks. Sure. They viewed this negatively. And if you talk about the factors like clamping down on religion, these Arabs had an inverse effect of going into religiosity. Like Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, he grew up in Jordan, right? In Jordan, they were principally like negotiating with the Israelis, which he viewed as like heretical and like disgusting, considering like the Nakba, like other events. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I guess we have to kind of recenter this conversation.
Sure, you're just as a real. Yeah. So like my understanding is Arabs always had some resentment or weren't big fans of the Turks, the Turkish people, I guess. Yeah. So to have a Turkish person come out and say, Islam is dead and fuck all this shit would my guess is would make them feel even stronger. Like, okay, well, fuck these guys. Like, why would we ever take advice from Turkish people on,
and then see their leadership actually co-opt the ideas that Ataturk did, or at least try to, could be a very radicalizing effect.
Sure.
Okay, so you're framing up Israel-Palestine. Before we got into like the historical arguments, so you would say that you would have sympathy for both sides, but in the current conflict, you would side more with Israel, correct?
In the current conflict, I would side more with Israel. It really depends on exactly what we're talking about. Like, I mean, like, I think that there is there is a valid argument that I think I would mostly agree with, that like the onus is kind of on Israel to force some kind of terms for peace. Like, if Israel were to say tomorrow, there will be peace in this region, like it would, that path would be inevitable. The Palestinians wouldn't be able to stop it. And so I would argue that like Israel has the
Wait.
What?
Haven't you said the opposite? Maybe I'm mischaracterizing you, but haven't you said if the Arabs came to peace, there'd be peace, but if the Israel like laid down their guns, there'd be no Israel? Have you said that, or am I mischaracterizing?
If I haven't, then I would agree with that. But that was like historically in the past, right?
Oh yeah, historically in the past, that is
my
true.
biggest criticism of modern Israelis, my biggest criticism of modern Israelis is that their brain it feels like it's trapped in 1966. It's trapped in the past. Because even in Israel, I heard this so much, and I talk about this. I hear this so much, like this, we're fighting the seven fronts. It's like, motherfuckers, you guys are not. You're fighting the Palestinians, okay? No one else is like. The United States literally wrecked Iran for you, okay? Like these enemies are not everywhere. You see enemies everywhere. Like, it's not as dire as you seem to think it is.
Like it's like the schizophrenic, like not schizophrenic. That's a little bit too hard.
I mean, I would say you could say trauma. The traumatized like Israeli history, where they legitimately see enemies on all sides.
By everyone, yeah.
Yeah, but at this point, I think Israel has the capacity to force a peaceful settlement on the Palestinians if they wanted to. But
they have no incentive to.
I agree with that, and that's also part of the reason why I say that. But I would also argue that the Palestinians kind of don't either. But this is where the international community, I would say, has largely failed, because Israel especially is incentivized to maintain the conflict so they can keep like stealing shit from the Palestinians, right, and putting off any kind of final negotiation that would cause them to have to give up anything for real. Yeah.
But would you agree with it framing that they're just kicking the can down the road?
Of course, I think I've said that. Yeah, it's going to be another
you said
terrorist
that verbatim,
attack.
yeah.
It's going to be another terrorist attack eventually, or something will happen. Like, there's no. Yeah, everything's fucked.
And then there's like this dual factors with, if you annex more land in the West Bank, if you continue like expanding your land in southern Syria, in Sueda and Quneitra, like you're gonna come under rule of more Arabs. The Arabs who explicitly don't want to be under Israeli rule, unless you like expel them, how are you gonna integrate them into your society without having a class of like just rebellions or like rebellious people in your society? It's just like it's incredibly short-sighted. And
I don't know. I wouldn't extend that as much because I don't know, and you might more. I'm sure there are some groups of Arabs or religious minorities that would probably be okay more so being under Israeli rule than say like the part like Assad rule or whatever, right? Like if you look at like Druze in general, I think are a bit more favorable to Israeli rule, or no? Is that not true right now?
Yeah, kind of true. I think there's explicitly the Druze leader in Sueda, al-Hijri, who's been fighting with Ahmed al-Shara. He's explicitly been saying we want to be under Israeli rule. But once again, like if Israel actually might fall into the category of actually being in conflict with a lot of like the Middle East, if they just explicitly like annex land in the Syria, which is a sovereign state, which has not been belligerent or like attacking Israel in any capacity.
Sure.
So by that's actually a funny thing. Like if they by experiencing that trauma by being attacked by so many different Arab states in 67 to 73, be holding on to that and continuing to operate like that into the 2020s, they could possibly just recreate the situation by being belligerent towards their Arab neighbors. Would you agree with that?
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So by holding on to their trauma from 67 to 73 by being attacked by so many different Arab neighbors, being on against all odds, fighting against them, keeping that mindset into the 2020s, they might actually have a situation where they do create a situation where they are going to be fighting multiple Arab states at once if they violate
I don't
sovereignty.
think I necessarily disagree with that. Like one of the things that I said, or like an argument that I've made is, I feel like it's almost that verbatim, where I've said that in my mind, the biggest fear of Israel's fighting after October 7th is that if they because there is this distinction between what the Arab street thinks about Israel and what Western friendly leadership in Arab countries thinks about Israel, because there's this difference. Like, there is a world where Israel causes so much death and destruction in Gaza and maybe even in the West Bank that it makes it so the leaders aren't capable of maintaining this dual position where they kind of like publicly shit talk Israel, but like privately they're all cool with the U.S. and Israel. That forces them to take up arms or take stronger sides against Israel, because Israel's just made it like impossible. It's very frustrating sometimes that, and this is even true historically, although I'm a bit more sympathetic historically, where Israel does not consider. They're very selfish. They don't consider the precarious political positions that their Arab counterparts have to adopt to maintain control of their societies. And so they conduct themselves in such a way that at some point there's going to be a breaking point and you're going to have nobody to blame but yourself. Like, how could you ever expect these other monarchs to maintain friendly ties with you when you're killing 60, 70, 80, 100,000 or whatever other Arab citizens? Like, at some point it's going to break. You have to understand that. But they just seem to totally not give a fuck.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
No, it's exactly my point. That's why I'm calling them incredibly short-sighted and like naive, that they can continue the current status quo without there being some sort of like a big terrorist attack, not to Fed post, or like a big war in the future against like possibly Syria and Egypt against Israel. Like, it's just like they're actively putting their citizens in danger. But like, even you can frame it like you said something that's correct. Like, Hamas likes when Palestinians are dead, and I view that as correct because they can use that as propaganda. They can use that to like get more recruits for the military brand of Hamas. They can continue fighting. But was it not equally true, if this continues to go on, that Israel likes when there's dead Jews? Because they can continue justifying like fighting and taking and like annexing more land or more Arab land and being belligerent towards its Arab neighbors. Would you agree with that?
I kind of would agree with that, but I would argue that the breaking point is going to be a bit different on the Jewish side, because it's a democracy and they can they can't like Hamas can theoretically feed as many civilians as they want into the fire.
Into the death
because it's like there's just like a bunch of fuck shit going on there. I think that Israel has to be very careful with how they balance that, because if they fuck up, if like leadership couldn't just feed a ton of Israeli citizens into the fire because they won't be able to maintain their electoral edges, right? And then they're going to get fucked.
Yeah, no, exactly. But like if you look at like Netanyahu and his electoral success, even though he's from my knowledge, he's in a lot of like political like hot water. He's allegedly he's like the Supreme Court of Israel is like fucking with him because he's like he's doing corruption or whatever.
Sure.
Do you know more about that? Can you tell me about that? Or
I looked into it at one point in time because I wanted to compare to the Olmert stuff, and I think Netanyahu, my brief takeaway from it is he's pretty dead to rights on that he probably fucked up. I think he was like okaying preferential loans or something, or it was like, I think it's stuff where it's like he's probably fucked. Like, I think people expect him to be pretty fucked on it.
And then Trump just saying pardon him in the Knesset. Oh my god, I hate
Trump. Is fucking retarded. Trump doesn't know anything about literally anything. Yeah.
Okay. So yes. Okay. Where were we? Okay. So
yeah,
like
Israel's approach is like very short-sighted. I think I agree with that.
Okay, it's very short-sighted. Okay, that's my main thing. And then what, in your imagination, what would be a preferable, even if we take away Trump being like a fucking retard, what would be like a preferable end to the Palestinian Israeli conflict? Would you agree with a two-state solution, or like is this like purely like just like hypothetical because it's just never gonna happen? Like, I understand that, but like, is it just purely fantastical to even conceive of an end? What would your position?
I think an end is super conceivable right now. I think an end could easily happen, but but Netanyahu wouldn't want it. Like, I would argue that right now the conflict is perfectly positioned to end, because as much as literally everybody hates the PA. When you go to Israel, the Palestinians and Arabs fucking hate the PA. Jews hate the PA. They get such a horrible rap on everything.
I mean, they're really corrupt. They just like steal aid money and they'd be rich. Like, what?
I mean, they might be, but just from the limited time I spent in the West Bank, with some Palestinians, as much as they say like, yeah, there might be some fuck shit with it, like the overall security and safety of the West Bank is dramatically improved. Since prior to '95 or whatever. That like it has.
How much?
Go ahead.
To like give like the pro, not to necessarily give the pro-Israel argument, but like, yeah, you'd expect that when they're like the highest aid recipients per capita. I'm talking
about the West Bank, not Gaza Strip.
Yeah, the West. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think the Gaza Strip specifically was. I don't know about the West Bank as much. I don't think that applies as much to the West Bank. But like in my mind, you have the ability for Israel right now to force the Palestinians to say like, hey, we've conquered Gaza. Hamas is fucking gone. here's your, even if you want to disband the PA and recreate some other bullshit entity, no, I shouldn't say bullshit, but some other government, like Israel has the capacity right now to unify forcibly the Palestinians and then give them some government that they can negotiate with, and then they could finally, you know, come to the table and make hard choices about what the future is going to look like. But they're not doing that. That 20-point plan or whatever, it looked like an Israeli wet dream.
It's just a bullshit plan. Like who?
Well, but it's like,
oh my
they're
God.
not only is like the Gaza Strip gone, but like having things where you're saying that like, oh, we can de-radicalize these people. I don't even know what the fuck they mean when they say that. But like, not only that, but they're also saying that now they also get to attack and reform the PA as well. Like whatever you think the PA is wrong now, it's going to be worse for the Palestinians if Netanyahu has a say in reforming it, right? So yeah, I feel like the Israelis have no desire to settle this conflict anytime soon because they're still trying to build up their Jewish people and take over more and more of the West Bank, and they're happy to kick the can down the road indefinitely.
Yeah, no, I just to speak on that for a second, that plan was just like the worst, terrible. Like it not only does it read like kind of like a ChatGPT plan, but like even like I'm looking at it right now, point 9, Gaza will be governed under the temporary transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee. That was the most stupid
looking
shit
at all
ever.
of the shit, dude, that they wrote out for that. There's a whole fucking, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a PowerPoint, but there's a whole thing that like the Trump admin wrote out for how this would look. It's
It was
just
the
like
20 points, right?
Yeah, but they have like a whole PDF and everything on like, oh, the super transit bus that we're gonna make. It was cringe as fuck. It looks fucking retarded. It does look like
my
all looks like
professor went over it.
Okay, yeah, it looks like
My
a
professor went
ChatGPT
over
put
it,
together
yeah.
fucking thing on. Yeah, it's just crazy.
No, literally. My professor went over it in class, and he pointed like 7 different things that would just destroy the plan before it even got to like phase 1. Like it's just incredibly fucking stupid. But like this, like it's just so sad because like the Netanyahu and the Israeli right wing, like the Quds and the Settler Party and like the coalition. I know it's like in the unity government, but like the entire like political apparatus, they just have no incentive to move towards anything that would be good for both people.
Yeah.
Like which ties into my point, which is like it ties into my point where it's just saying that the Israelis, they like it when, or they would be preferable to this current situation where the Palestinians just continue doing terror attacks, so they have political capital to continue annexing more Palestinian land.
Sure.
But yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but this is
thing-
another frustration that I have with the international community because it's like, you ever see the movie? You ever watch the Creed movies?
No, I'm too young for that.
Too young for. Fuck
I'm
you.
sorry, I'm
No,
trolling.
stop. Okay. In every like boxing movie you watch, it's always like an impossible back and forth where people are getting like smacked in the face like 20 punches, but they always come back, whatever. When I watch the I shouldn't say like I go back and forth on my sympathy for Israel, but like the international community, it just like fucks up everything so much because like not only does, you know, you could argue that Israel is happy to have, you know, saying they're happy to have terrorist attacks is kind of maybe a little bit dramatic.
It's
but
hyperbolic, yeah.
Yeah, but the conflict allows them to push stuff off, and allows them to point to how unhinged their Arab, you know, partners are and say, well, look, these guys are fucking crazy, so you know we're not going to do fuck all. I feel like the UN, looking at the way the UN treats Israel, is just fucking unhinged. Like the one-sidedness.
It is
unhinged. I also feel like that feeds in really well to Israeli perception that like, oh, the whole world is against us and everybody's biased against us and everything. And it's like, when you look at the way the UN looks at anything related to the Middle East, like that's 100% true. Now that doesn't change whether or not Israel is in the right or wrong, or is being too opportunistic with regards to how they approach peace in the region. But god damn, does the UN make it hard to take any international statement about Israel seriously? You know?
No, exactly. I guess like my thing, like in terms of geopolitics, I'm more of like a liberal. While in domestic politics, I'm more of like a democratic socialist. But I feel like international institutions are really important. I like the fact that international institutions are being used just to like fight against Israel is a bit of a bastardization almost. It's just like not okay. It's like eroding trust in international institutions. And then Trump came in and he just like destroyed everything. But,
yeah,
like,
true.
anyways.
Yeah, I feel like the
Okay,
UN
so
could play a positive role too, because I feel like Israelis and Palestinians, okay, they deserve each other. I feel like they're very similar temperamentally.
True.
And it might just be geography or whatever, but it was funny because the Israeli guy that I talked to in New York City when I went, I think initially when I said that, I think he disagreed. But then I asked him, I was like, because when I was in Israel, like the Palestinians and the Israelis, they feel very similar vibe-wise to me. And he's like, well, really? You really think that? And I'm like, well, what seems more similar, like a Jew in Brooklyn to a Jew in Israel? Not the most femboyish parts of like Tel Aviv, but like go to Jerusalem and find a Jew there. Does that seem more similar to like a Palestinian in Israel or like a Jew in Brooklyn? And I was like, they're definitely culture. They feel more similar in Israel to me, to each other.
I mean, it's just due to like how close they are to each other.
Yeah,
like
and the
also,
cultures too and
like,
everything, because a lot lot of the exactly. A lot of the Jews that are literally from the Middle East, right? That are descendant now.
That they got expelled. Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah. So like the idea that I was gonna say, like, because of their closeness and everything else, like I think it's just nice to have an external third party. It helps everybody's ego when somebody else can come in and force shit to happen. Like, I don't think peace between Egypt, despite Sadat's overtures and everything else, I don't think that actually happens without Jimmy Carter saying like, all right, guys, let's get together and figure this shit out. Like, you needed the U.S. there to actually make that happen. And without strong U.S. leadership, I don't think on their own, I don't think they're ever going to fucking come to any agreement.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna, for the sake of conversation, I'm gonna argue against that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be viewed as like an imperialist, like Western colonial power forcing these two people to get into like some sort of like not preferential agreement for both of them?
Yeah, but I think I think that might even be okay, because it gives like,
really,
well, imagine if you're a Palestinian, right? And you have the United States coming over and saying, well, you guys are going to have peace, but it's only going to be on these terms. Well, you've got the big bad guy United States. Would it be more likely that they would accept bad guy terms from the U.S. or from Israel? Like, I think having the U.S. leading that, especially if Israel has to give something as well, I feel like it's like, well, you know, the U.S. said it, fuck it, here we are. But like, Israel is never going to be able to dictate terms to the Palestinians one-on-one like that. I think they'll fight forever, right?
Yeah, it's just never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay. The second thing I want to talk to you about, I had this conversation on your server. Do you think that China will ever invade Taiwan? And we'll see if we agree with this or not.
I mean, the fact that you're asking me this question means that you obviously think the answer is no, and you expect me to say yes. I actually don't know enough about the domestic situation in China to be able to say. How old did you say you were again?
I'm 20.
Okay, I don't know if your professor has gone over this, but like, even in my lifetime, bro, everything there is to say about China has been said about China. When I was growing up, China was going to turn into a thriving democracy because of the explosive growth of the middle class. China was also going to take over the world in terms of their production. But then also, China was going to, the slowdown meant that China would never be a successful democratic nation because they just didn't have the culture to do it. And also, China's going to remain like an autocratic or an authoritarian one-party rule or whatever regime forever, so they actually can't do it. And then I heard that actually China's taking over the world because of their Belt and Road policy. And then I heard that like actually the Belt and Road policy has been mismanaged horribly because so like I've heard every single thing there is to be said about China. I think historically people have predicted and said about China. I as an outsider who hasn't done any formal studying, I have no fucking idea.
Okay, that's fair. Also, there's this whole thing with China's gonna invade Taiwan like any day now. Was it Peter Navarro? It was like one of Trump's like secretaries or trade secretary who like wrote this book that Taiwan was gonna be invaded any day now, and he wrote that book in 2005. So like,
I'll say my prediction, my vibed out prediction is that China is dealing with enough internally, and they're trying to get their shit right internally, that to do such an invasion, the general feeling I have is that I don't know much about Southeast Asian politics, but generally most people are like neutral to friendly with China. So for them to take such an aggressive action, that might not be true in Southeast Asia, or maybe in Africa it's not as true. But like, my feeling is that to do that would invite so much hostility and criticism from the rest of the world. There'd just be no reason to invite that much turmoil. So I would say no, they probably wouldn't. But that's my overall vibe. Yeah, go.
That's kind of what I would argue. Let me elaborate.
Okay.
I think that China will never invade Taiwan because it was going to come at such a huge military cost if they actually do like a ground invasion, if they establish beachheads, if they go into like the population centers, and they're just going to end up fighting like an insurgency anyways. Or B, if they blockade Taiwan, they face such immense economic like pressure and economic damage that it's actually just like it's counterproductive to even do that.
Wait, can I ask, when you say they'd have big military losses, is this assuming the United States like full on assists, or is this assuming?
It depends. It depends. Like they would have a lot of military losses if America only offers like partial assistance. But like if America full on assists, it's like it's going to be even worse for them. No.
Sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I don't know how much Taiwan can fight like on their own. What is it?
Oh no, they have a capable military rather. No.
Oh okay.
They've
Taiwan
been
also has a way bigger population than I thought. Holy shit. Okay. Taiwan's population is like 23 to 24 million. I thought there was like 1 million people living in Taiwan. Okay, never mind. Okay, Jesus. All right.
No. Yeah, so I was kind of having this conversation. But like another thing is that there's a pro-China party within the Taiwanese parliament.
Sure.
Like China can just use like soft power to kind of just move Taiwan into the Chinese sphere if they really wanted it. And like this idea that I feel like we talked about this yesterday, I feel like pragmatism trumps ideology in a lot of in a lot of like the time. Because like there's this the idea that like China, the one China policy, we want to finish the revolution. We want to like bring about like revolution in both China and Taiwan because Taiwan historically has been part of China. So like this idea is not as important as like the Chinese Politburo just like fucking their country, like destroying their economy, and like just like, killing hundreds of thousands of their troops, just to, like unite Taiwan when they could just like move Taiwan towards the Chinese sphere by like political like election interference or like just political maneuvering. You know what I mean? So that's my
Sure.
whole argument. Also, like China is actually very combative with like Vietnam over like the Philippines over like manufacturing, and also over like China like building a bunch of like artificial islands in the South China Sea.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
that's
anything
all
about
I kinda
Southeast
wanna
Asian
talk
politics, so. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Talk to you later.
Yeah, no problem. Be careful, buddy.
Bye bye.
Wow. Okay, we have Piers Morgan and we have Tim Miller on Jubilee. Piers has a lot of friends of the stream. Tim's was boring, to be honest. All right, fuck it. We'll start with good friend of the show, Piers Morgan.
Are around me.
Stop
Express
talking,
emotions in a
Parker.
positive way is
Parker.
literally participation
God, I want
trophy
the
for not being
Jordan
there.
Peterson
Hey,
badge
we know
so
that guy.
annoying. Look,
Have you been on your own show?
Parker.
You interrupted me the whole time, and now you're just getting the same thing.
So me
Order people
telling
to
you
do it.
that you are spreading misinformation, that is not fascism. That is just me telling you you're wrong.
But you're not telling me I'm wrong because I'm right. Hi, I'm Piers Morgan, and I'm the host of Piers Morgan Uncensored on YouTube. I'm also the author of a new book, Woke is Dead, and today I'm
Thank
surrounded
God.
by 20 apparently still alive woke liberals.
Woke is dead.
My first surrounded
Rotate between them each question. True, I will do that. Okay.
claim is that masculinity
Uh-oh.
has never been toxic.
Oh my God. I didn't realize this, I think, until I was like done with the red pill arc. When like, I always thought when somebody said toxic masculinity, but now maybe I was actually wrong. I don't know. When somebody says toxic masculinity, that never meant that like masculinity is toxic. It just meant that there are ways that masculinity can be toxic. Like if you say like toxic food, that doesn't mean all food is toxic. It just means that some food is toxic. But apparently there are people who take that when you say toxic masculinity, that you're saying all masculinity is toxic. I don't know if red pillers actually thought that was what was being said, but then I heard people say, I was like, wait, what? This sounds retarded. I don't know. Uh-oh.
1 second.
Hey.
How do you do? I'm Piers.
So I guess where I want to kind of start is talking about masculinity. So I view this, do you think that this is like socially emergent, I imagine, to some degree?
Well, I think the truth about the whole toxic debate about masculinity is it's a completely new phenomenon. Before, about 30 years ago, nobody ever used that phrase. It's only really in the last 10 years it's suddenly been amplified and used for absolutely everything. But I thought it might be useful to just start with something that Chris Williamson, you may know him,
Wait, this is not a fact check. This is just giving some more information, but okay.
great guy, and he came on my show recently. And he said that all the following things have been blamed on toxic masculinity in the media in the last year and a half. Gang violence, climate change, the financial crisis, Brexit, the election of Donald Trump, not wearing a face mask, eating meat, physical fitness, fast food, capitalism, communism.
What is the point of, first of all, I like how you fucking brought notes for this, good one. But like, all the things that the media has blamed on toxic masculinity, like, the media, is this every single claim ever? Like, do you have to defend every single claim ever that everybody, all the media made? Like, this is retarded, but okay.
Hip hop, smelling of Axe body spray, being stoic, risk-taking, religion, but also secularism and atheism, playing board games, being interested in cars, and saying hello or have a nice day. So I have already committed at least one crime because I've already said hello to you.
Good
So
one.
my point being,
I'm actually really offended by that too.
Sorry?
Because I'm actually very offended by that too.
No, the thing is, I think the point I would make is, I think in a time when young men in particular, I've got 3 sons from 32 to 24, I think we've got to a weird place where they feel like they are the most downtrodden, picked upon people in society. With good reason in many cases. And a lot of it is down to this.
With good reason?
Where they don't know what masculinity is. My argument is, I don't think it's ever been toxic. What's happened is you have men behaving badly, but you also have women behaving badly. And no one calls that toxic femininity.
Well,
Over to you.
I actually do call it toxic.
Also, listen, I know Kyle's on a repeal everybody arc. There is absolutely toxic femininity, and we have words for it. We just like don't call it toxic. I think people would say things like being like catty or being like I don't know if you say like bitchy or like a cunt. Like there are definitely things that people have identified as like, oh, these are female behaviors that are toxic, but they just don't call it toxic femininity. But to pretend like, and there's like a whole fucking there's a deluge of like toxic tropes and traits associated with women, you know, like the whole branch of, now we call them like, the joke is he hates his wife, I hate my wife jokes or whatever, right? Like these are things that have been identified and known about in society for a long time. It's not like I don't know, I think it's kind of cringe, but.
Femininity. I think when you look at, I do. When you look at like gender studies and philosophy on this, right? We use this term called masculinities and femininities because we understand that like the like samurai era of masculinity looks very different than maybe the knights of the round table and whatnot. So we understand that masculinity has somewhat morphed and shifted. And in every form of these masculinities or femininities, there are unhealthy elements to each of them. Could you grant me that?
Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, what do you think masculinity is?
In our society, I think masculinity.
No, not in your society. Just generally, what is it?
Yeah, in North America, we would broadly view it as like.
Well, you can't just say North America. Masculinity is a thing. It's not like territory specific. It has become that way with the toxic element.
Well,
but actual masculinity, when it was first devised as a
think
word, it's not an American thing. It's a global thing.
Do you think that Athenian masculinity and Spartan masculinity were the same in the Greeks?
I think masculinity has never changed. All that's changed is the interpretation of it. And what I can't abide is this modern phenomenon that everything about masculinity, everything about being a man, which I am currently identifying as, everything about me is supposedly toxic.
So I would reject the idea that everything that masculinity is toxic. I think that there can be bad elements of anything.
What do you like about men?
What do I like about men? Lots of things. I think that like the idea of protectionism is good. I think the like willingness to kind of like self-sacrifice is very tied to the version of masculinity we have. I think that that's a very good thing. I think the like desire to provide is also a really good thing. And stand up for like principles and strength. I think all of these things are wonderful things. Well, the issue.
You like men to be hunters, providers, protectors?
I don't really care about them being hunters.
Really? Well, how are they going to get all these things to help you and protect you?
In this economy, I'd prefer them just to be like fiscally capable. Let's go back to the Athenians. Let's go back to Athenians and Spartans, though, right? If you want to say masculinity has always been the same, well, the issue is history would disagree with you, right? In Athens, for example, it was completely normal for you to participate in civility and talk and do philosophy, but Spartan men, for example, wouldn't even touch coins, right? They viewed it as a very different thing.
What's that got to do with them being masculine?
Well, because the version of masculinity that they had viewed certain things like commerce as feminine. If you go to samurais, they view poetry as masculine, whereas if you go to like Victorian era, poetry is often associated with femininity.
But what does any of that got to do with toxic masculinity?
Because if we look at masculinity, we have to acknowledge that it is emergent out of a society that we are participating in. When I said, well, in North America, you rejected that and go, well, that's the foundational piece of this. What we're talking about, toxic masculinity, is essentially a North American version of masculinity that we seem to not like.
Well, no, it's not. It's a symptom of, and forgive my phraseology here, but it's a symptom of weak, whiny, woke wastrels who've decided they're going to revise what masculinity is.
I think it's intergenerational trauma.
Hang on. I'll give you a chance to respond. And they're going to make all men feel terrible. They're going to make men hate themselves. They're going to make everybody else hate men. And at that point, I'm like, what are you doing here?
I think it's saying me that Piers isn't a grift. He's actually just retarded. I don't know if you say retarded. I think that like this is something I've talked about before. The issue is that like men and women on the average, when you draw these like curves, are different biologically, right? But we'll take a difference of like 60-40, or we'll take a difference of like 55-45, and then like biologically that will be the difference. We'll exaggerate it socially to like 90-10 or 95-5. And then people fall into this trap because they take way too much for granted philosophically or socially or culturally, where they assume that like, oh, well, biologically, it must be like a 95-5 split. It must be a 90-10 split, that men are more attuned to this and women are more attuned to that. I was like, well, no, there are differences biologically for sure. Sometimes significant, sometimes nowhere near as significant as people think, but then we hyper exaggerate those socially, and then people think the exaggerations are the underlying physical, biological truth, which is not generally the case.
Why would women, for example, want their men to be weak, whiny, woke wastrels?
Well, I think the issue that you're neglecting here is the high levels of intergenerational trauma amongst men. I mean, if we go back to World War II, it's followed by the Vietnam War, right? We see men dying by the thousands, and then they come back and they have PTSD, and then they go off again and die by the thousands. And so when we look at like the lack of masculinity and masculine role models, we have to understand this through a lens of understanding that like men have been like scooped out and killed over and over, and then when they come back, they're destroyed. And there isn't really an answer for men. I agree that there's a systemic lacking of answer on the left for men in a lot of ways. The issue is that we can't address
I think the left
problem.
hate men. I mean,
Just to pause you.
They do. Even movies like Barbie.
I'm left.
Okay, here's a little secret for you. I'm slightly left.
We know. I'm the true leftist, but the left left me behind. Was Ken... Fuck, dude. It's been so long since I saw the Barbie movie. I don't even remember as much. I don't know.
an old-fashioned liberal.
Do you hate men?
I'm not a... You see, they all think probably I'm a right-wing headbanger. I'm not. I'm an old-fashioned liberal. I believe in liberalism, and I believe there's nothing wrong with being feminine or masculine. I hate the way that masculinity has been tarred with this brush of everything about it is toxic.
I agree. But the issue is that you can't put the baby out with the bathwater. You have to look at things like Victorian Stoicism and recognize how that has harmed young men. Because
Stoicism? Don't be ridiculous.
Hold on, Victorian Stoicism, not Greek, not Greco-Stoicism.
Stoicism generally is a good trait.
I love Stoicism, Hellenistic Stoicism, not Greek.
Well, let me read you something. You've raised Stoicism. The American Psychological Association released a set of guidelines to help psychologists work with men and boys, in which it stated that male masculine traits like Stoicism, competitiveness, achievement, eschewal of the appearance of weakness, adventure, and risk should all be discarded. Now, I would categorize all of those things as the very best of being...
Wait, what? Hold on.
Competitiveness, in which it stated that male masculine traits like stoicism, competitiveness, achievement, eschewal of the appearance of weakness, adventure, and risk should all be discarded. Now, I would categorize all of those things as the very best of being a...
Hold on. What is this? Find me this quote. What is this about? He said the American Psychological Association? Or psychologist? Read the fact check? I don't even know if this is related to this. I don't know. Their fact checks aren't always... Oh. It's the APA's new guidelines for psychological practice with boys and men, try to recognize and address these problems. Okay, what do we have? Let me just start from the beginning. I don't think this is that long. For the first time ever, this is 2019. This is in 2019. For the first time ever, APA is releasing guidelines to help psychologists work with men and boys. At first blush, this may seem unnecessary. For decades, psychology focused on men, particularly white men, to the exclusion of all others, and men still dominate professionally and politically. As of 2018, 95.2% of CEOs at Fortune 500 companies were men, according to 2017 analysis by Fortune, and 16 of the top companies, 80% of all high-ranking executives were male. Meanwhile, the 115th Congress was 81%. Something is amiss for feminism. Okay, men commit 90% of homicides in the United States and represent 77% of homicide victims. They're the demographic group most at risk for being victimized by violent crime. They are 3.5 times more likely than women to die by suicide. And their life expectancy is 4.9 years shorter than women's. Boys are far more likely to be diagnosed with ADHD than girls, and they face harsher punishments in school, especially boys of color. The APA's new guidelines for psychological practice with boys and men strive to recognize and address these problems in boys and men while remaining sensitive to the field's androcentric past. 13 years in the making, they draw on more than 40 years of research showing that traditional masculinity is psychologically harmful and that socializing boys to suppress their emotions causes damage that echoes both inwardly and outwardly. The APA's guidelines for psychological practice with girls and women were issued in 2007, and like the guidelines for boys and men, aim to help practitioners assist their patients despite social forces that can harm mental health. Many researchers who study femininity also work on masculinity. Several contributors to the guidelines for girls and women have also contributed to the new guidelines for boys and men. Quote, though men benefit from patriarchy, they are also impinged upon by patriarchy, says Ronald F. Levend, EDD, a professor emeritus of psychological... what do we got? Hold on, wait, I thought this quote was in here. Oh, the main thrust of the subsequent research is that the traditional masculinity marked by stoicism, competitiveness, dominance, and aggression is, on the whole, harmful. Men socialized in this way are less likely to engage in healthy behaviors. For example, a 2011 study led by Kristen Springer, PhD of Rutgers University, found that men with the strongest beliefs on masculinity were only half as likely as men with more moderate masculine beliefs to get preventative health care. And in 2007, researchers led by James Mahalik, PhD at Boston College, found that men that more men conform to masculine norms. The more that men conform to masculine norms, the more likely they were to consider as normal risky health behaviors such as heavy drinking, using tobacco, and avoiding vegetables to engage in these risky behaviors themselves. Is that the quote that he was pulling from? Hold on.
Achievement stated that male masculine traits like stoicism, competitiveness, achievement, eschewal of the appearance of weakness, adventure, and risk should all be discarded. Now,
If anybody has that exact quote, I'd be curious, because it doesn't sound like it's saying these things should be discarded. Just that that can't be like, quote up, search components of. Oh, okay, hold on. Components of. Right, this is not the quote. Or there's a different quote, but... Psychologists can discuss with boys and men the messages they have received about withholding affection from other males to help them understand how components of traditional masculinity, such as emotional stoicism, homophobia, not showing vulnerability, self-reliance, and competitiveness, might deter them from forming close relationships with male peers. Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know if this is... I don't know if I believe this is a real quote, but whatever.
Would categorize all of those things as the very best of being a real man. Why would you want them discarded?
I don't want most of those things. Let's talk about stoicism.
I think we agree with each other. I think you agree with me too much. Anyway, it's lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, Piers.
How are you?
Ceci.
Ceci, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay. First, I want to say that I don't think that masculinity is toxic.
Great.
I just think
Debate
that
over.
some men
Hang on.
use their.
Hang on.
Wait.
Ceci, debate over.
No, it's not.
That's the whole point
the
of my
problem
argument. I
is
agree with you.
no, because you're talking about a trait, right? So I don't think masculinity is toxic. I think men use their masculinity in toxic ways or hide other traits that are toxic behind their masculinity.
Okay, I don't agree with that. Here's why.
Why?
They're not using their masculinity. They're just being bad people.
Okay.
So
but
I think there's a clear difference.
So then men like
Oof, this is like that XKCD comic on steroids or whatever, where the two people are bad and the guy's bad at math and he's like, wow, you're bad at math, and then the girl's bad at math and it's like, wow, girls are bad at math. It's like if you're part of a dominant group and you do something bad, it's always just a personal reflection of yourself, but it's never a poor reflection of the majority group because most of the people belong to that group and they wouldn't want that group to be poorly reflected.
Andrew Tate when they are bad people, but then stand like, I'm a protector, I'm a provider. They're using their masculinity as
I've interviewed
Andrew
Tate a number of times. Here's what I think about him. I think he says a lot of things which young men gravitate to because very few other people are trying to empower them about the way they look. Hang on.
No, I'm not.
Let me finish my sentence.
I can have a facial reaction to it if I want to, right?
Actually, that's fair enough. You
Right.
can. You can look horrified. But here's the point about Andrew Tate, is a lot of the things he says, I know why they resonate with young men.
Okay.
Because young men feel sort of worthless, they feel disenfranchised by society, they're not sure where to go. Many of them lack father figures. There's chest-beating Andrew Tate saying, keep fit, don't abuse yourself too much.
Just women.
Well, I'm going to come to that. And so he says all these things, which men go, yeah, that's good. Aspire to be great, aspire to be successful, do this, work hard, and all this. And then you get to his blatant misogyny, right? He is a terrible misogynist. He thinks that women should be left at home, never allowed to vote,
I know he is,
never
yeah.
allowed to work. No, but my point is, I agree with you about that trait of his, right? I think it's horrible. But that's not toxic masculinity.
But
that is actually misogyny. There's a word for it.
I guess the reason, but I think that all of this was fueled by people like Andrew Tate, because like you said, toxic masculinity, we've never spoke about this before. But I think the reason it's on the table now is because of men like Andrew Tate. It's not because of women calling men
So call
toxic.
it what it is. Call him
it's
a
literally
misogynist.
because red pill podcasters, especially during the pandemic, if you were already a loner, you became even more alone, so they needed a community. So everyone's living life online in these, what they thought was a community, because all these men did was validate their shitty feelings that they already had about themselves.
Yes, but
it was an echo chamber, and they have to keep them sad and angry, tell them to place the blame on women and minorities so that they get their pockets filled.
But here's the thing.
They monetize
Am I allowed to get a
insecurities
word
and
in?
trauma. You can have your facial
Time out,
reactions.
Time out.
Go ahead.
Politely. Time
ahead.
out. I think what you're talking about is misogyny. There's already a word for that. It's not toxic masculinity. That's the point of my argument. I don't think masculinity has ever been toxic. I do think some men are horrible misogynists
But do you think
and should
some
be
of them
called
hide
out,
behind
as
it?
I call them out.
Don't you think some men hide behind their masculinity? I'm sick of hearing men say, we have to protect and provide.
Why shouldn't we?
Well, no. But the thing is half of you, what are you going to protect me from? Another man. And half of them can't hunt down a job. Like, I don't
Or other women.
Or other women. Sure, yeah, other people. But that's the thing I'm saying is that men, I don't understand.
And I guess nobody cares because everybody's like emotionally tied to whatever arguments they're making. The one guy did it yesterday, who by the way, I don't know who that guy was, but I appreciate the conversation we were allowed to have because I think he was honest the whole time, and I think it was a really good conversation. But if you're trying to highlight like the benefits of you being a man, especially to a woman, and you're saying retarded shit like I can fight off burglars, dog, nobody cares about this shit. This is not happening in the real world all the time where you have to fucking fight with assassins and burglars. You're not James Bond. You're not dating the princess of fucking, whatever, the crown of whatever, okay? People want you to be able to hold a job, not be emotionally fucking retarded, and for a huge bonus, okay, be able to fucking clean up after yourself, all right? Like, these are more important than, like, I can fight off with my bare hands, 10 invaders that come into my house to steal and rape all my, like, Jesus, it's so cringe. You're not Batman, okay? You never will be.
Understand why I feel like a lot of blame gets placed on women for all of this, but in reality, you've done it to each other.
I don't blame women for
You've
it.
done it to
I
each
don't blame
other.
women for any of this. I think that, well, actually, that's not completely true. I blame some women who have deliberately, in my opinion, like a lot of men have done too, taken the word masculinity and they have traduced it into meaning something it was never intended to mean. Like I said, those words, which the American Psychological Association have deemed unacceptable and should be discarded, are all the absolute foundation of what I believe it takes to be a man.
Ah, damn it. I wanted
Just
to
when we're getting to know each other.
pick me for the last 10. I got a lot to say.
I'll think about it. How are you?
Good to see you.
What's your name?
Parker.
Parker, I'm Piers.
I've been on your show, bro.
Yes, I thought I recognized you. When was that?
After the Jordan Peterson Jubilee debate.
Yes, that's right, you
Yeah,
did.
he has quoted us as gaytheists on Twitter.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. How'd you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I think it was ridiculous. I'm literally straight, but
Oh, you're straight?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I can understand why you'd find that annoying.
I don't find it annoying.
Wait, you called me gay, the gaytheist. Why'd you find that ridiculous? Well, because I'm not gay. Is that the right answer to that? Wait, what? Some guy is going to be, you fucking faggot. It's like, I'm actually straight. I feel like it's ridiculous. Okay, that's wild. Whatever. No, they're good. Never
I
mind.
think it was ridiculous. I'm literally straight, but
Oh, you're straight?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I can understand why you'd find that annoying.
I don't find it annoying. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to use that as an argument. But in
I will
general,
not call you a gaytheist.
okay, in general, the point that I would make
I don't know
here
if it
is
would
that
make
toxic
sense if they were
masculinity is kind
gay.
of an overexpression of certain masculine traits that we see in this certain context to be harmful. We're not saying all masculine traits are harmful or it's harmful to be a masculine man. It's certain characteristics that we would
Which
associate with
masculine trait
masculinity.
do you think is harmful?
Yeah, like for example, an overexpression of stoicism, and I think that a lot of red pill people.
What?
Wait, hold up. Let me explain. I said an overexpression
How
of
can
stoicism.
stoicism
What?
ever,
Be
ever,
overexpressed?
ever be a bad thing? Explain to me.
Yeah. So again, if you were to specifically
It's all a definition thing because he's going to define the traits as when followed to 100%, it's going to be a good thing. I already have foreseen this whole conversation. It's going to be like Parker's going to argue. Is this Dean or Parker? This is Dean. If you're too stoic and you don't share your emotions enough, it's a really bad thing. But he's going to say, Piers is going to be like, well, the definition of stoicism actually is not hiding your emotions too much. It's just hiding them in an appropriate amount. So you can never actually be too stoic because the epitomized version of that trait and the most stoic you could be is always going to be healthy. I feel like it's going to be the back and forth, but all right, let's go.
hide your feelings and put them underneath specifically for, like, say, the death of a loved one, I don't think that would be harmful or, I mean, positive specifically for you addressing your feelings in that circumstance. I think you should address those feelings, talk about them, express them to loved ones and people that are comfortable, you're comfortable around.
That doesn't mean you can't still be stoic.
Well, then what do you mean
There
by
it is,
stoicism?
yeah.
Because I'm talking about an
Stoicism-
overexpression
It's just
of
when you
keeping
control
down
your
your
emotions.
and not expressing
No,
them.
that's
not what stoicism is.
It's just
positive
controlling them,
expression.
being in control of
Stoicism
your...
doesn't mean you have to be a sort of unemotional, Spock from Star Trek. That's not what it means at all. Stoicism means that when you're dealt a tough blow in life, you're able to reach inside yourself and deal with it in a strong manner, right? Which is
Wait,
a good
I'm sorry.
thing.
That's not Dean. That is Parker. My bad. Wait, I thought... didn't Parker used to have darker hair? Am I crazy? Do these people look similar? Am I...
I always quote to my
Parker.
kids, I can all tell you the speech off by heart. There's a scene in my favorite films were the Rocky movies. The first four were great. The fifth one was a turkey. The sixth
You
one...
went to dinner with Dean? No, I went to dinner with Dean and Parker.
There's a scene in my favorite films were the Rocky movies. The first four were great. The fifth one was a
His
turkey.
name is Dean Parker? No, that's Dean. Oh, it is Dean. Okay, fuck you. Parker has darker hair. Stop trolling me.
Off by heart. There's a scene in my favorite films were the Rocky movies. The first four were great. The fifth one was a turkey. The sixth one came back called Rocky Balboa. And in it, Rocky's son's in his 20s. He's a spoiled brat. He hates being Rocky's son. He's whining about everything. He's kind of pretty woke, weak, whiny, moaning about his lot in life. Telling, woe is me all the time. So Rocky eventually has it out with his son in the street. And he says, look, life is tough. It will beat you down and it will keep you down if you let it. If you want to win at life, you've got to learn it's not about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit, get back up, and keep moving forward.
No.
I wonder, how hard it is to watch movies. I feel like the Palestinian people do this. When you're, so politically brain rotted. How it felt like for a while, every single movie that came out, like Emma Vigilant and these people are like, oh my God, this is about Israel-Palestine. Dune 2 is so obviously about Israel-Palestine. This movie, Superman, was about Israel-Palestine. This movie... oh my God, it's Israel. When you watch a movie, you're like, oh my God, this guy's whining. This is a movie about how bad wokeness is. I'm going to be honest. I don't think this is even a hot take nowadays. Back then it was. The Rocky Balboa movie fucking sucked. That was a dog shit movie. I don't even consider it canon. What a horrible movie, okay? I don't think his son was woke. I think his son was just mad because he was tired of living under his father's shadow and was doing too much to like separate himself from it, and was resentful of his dad because his dad was going to go do some new boxing match and he just wanted to be his own person. Or I don't know. I don't think that movie had anything to do about fucking woke, but it's been a long time since I've watched it. God, what a horrible movie that was. Ugh.
You've got to learn it's not about how hard you get you down, and it will keep you down if you let it. If you want to win at life, you've got to learn it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit, get back up, and keep moving forward. No, that's how winning is done.
No one's arguing against that in
right,
general.
So that's
right?
stoic,
like,
but that is that is stoicism.
So, but you're misunderstanding my argument. I'm saying an overexpression of watering down and not addressing your emotions. I think we both agree that would be a bad expression of your emotions. And oftentimes men view it that way because they say if you address your emotions to any degree, there's going to be, don't be a man, don't cry, be a man. So that's an idea of an overexpression of masculinity in that sense that becomes toxic.
So you say
does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And so you
say
so
then you agree toxic masculinity makes sense.
No. That's not what I'm saying. So you would find it objectionable to use the phrase "man up," for example.
In the context in which like someone is having a positive address of their like particular emotions, and in typical I wouldn't use it like that type of phrase. You'd say maybe you should address your emotions in a more positive way. Maybe you should go to therapy. A lot of people should do that. Like men should go to therapy. It's an important thing that they should do.
And okay, I agree. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure I'm not being toxically masculine right now. Okay, I agree that therapy is good, and I think there are times to recommend it. But I feel like it is the most soyest fucking thing in the world when the advice to literally fucking everything. Go to therapy, go to therapy, go to therapy, go to therapy. It's like, okay, thanks, chief. Like, hey, how do I do it? Did you try going to therapy yet? Have you considered going to therapy? Have you considered going to therapy? Maybe, oh my God. That's like the most NPC stock advice. Now, for some people, it can be good, but it's the most non-statement ever. And it usually doesn't address the current issue. It's not very salient. Some guy's like, I need help lifting this box. It's too much for me. It's like, oh, bro, you should add chin-ups and pull-ups into your routine and then come back and pick up that box in 2 months. It's like, okay, thanks, man.
Maybe.
And that would be positive for their life.
I've never been to therapy in my life.
You should.
And I don't cry all the time. I think the last time I cried was about 12 years ago when my grandmother died. I just think this is overdone. We just moved from an incredibly stoic generation, say the World War II generation, who were literally sacrificing their lives for their country, but weren't crying all the time, to an era now.
No, wait, why are you associating what I'm saying with crying all the time or being weak?
You're the one who mentioned crying, so let me just explain what I'm talking about. I don't think it suits anybody to encourage a society to constantly be over-emotional either.
I'm not saying
I'm not saying you should suppress emotions, and if you feel emotions about something, I'm all for it. I can get emotional with the best of it, normally about my football team, but I don't spend all my time blubbing like a baby. And my argument with well, hang on, I'm going to finish my point. I think that if you look at the woke world generally, there seems to be a premium on over-emoting and not enough of a premium, in my view, of stiff upper lip, pull yourself together and crack on. Because let me tell you, there are two things you want to worry about in life, really worry about. I say this to my kids.
What do you have to worry about?
Dying and getting a terminal illness. Outside of those two things, everything is surmountable. You can overcome anything.
What about if your partner cheats on you?
But what you've got, yeah,
like,
even that.
Sense? Okay, so there are plenty of examples we can give where people are going to have
my
legitimate circumstances to cry or be sad. But like I'm asking you, like in the circumstance, give a specific what you're referencing in terms of these woke liberals of how they're being too overly emotional.
Well, you're talking to me about why you want people to be more emotional. I'm telling you, I don't think that's necessarily
I want them to express
a
in
good thing.
positive manners, like go to therapy, like how I told you.
Yeah, but I think we're over therapy. Everyone I know over here goes to therapy.
You haven't gone to therapy at all. How are you over therapy?
Why don't you come and talk to me if you want to talk to somebody? I'll soon sort you out.
I can talk to my therapist and we can actually engage in positive reconstruction of how I address things. Yes, actually, it's been very helpful for my mental health and my emotional health to be able to talk them through, to be able to like, what can I do to like make myself feel better in these circumstances? Am I being genuinely like real here? Like, or am I being a little bit too overly emotional in circumstances? It's totally a question. I ask my therapist all the time. Yeah, so if you want to talk about being overly emotional, how to address being overly emotional, how about you just start with therapy? What's your solution? What's your solution?
Calm down.
I'm calm. I'm totally calm. Wait, do you think me talking fast is not being like calm?
Just think you don't want me to get a word in, right? And I
wanted to finish my statement.
Right. I just think people go to therapy too much. Sorry, I do. You may not like to hear it because I just think going and talking to some stranger about all your problems all the time, get a grip.
It's not all the time. It's every once in a while you go and talk about your problems specifically so you can address them. Do you not talk about your problems ever with anyone?
Parker.
This is the problem I talk about.
Parker, stop talking. I look at you and I see somebody who's confident, you're a good talker, you're obviously intelligent, you've also got a lot going for you. Stop spending all this money going to see some stranger to go over everything in agonizing detail.
It's not that much money to be able to go every once in a while to go see a therapist for me specifically in my life.
I've never been to one in my life.
It's not much money for you. You could easily go with the money that you make and go talk to a therapist.
I've no need to go
I understand you don't want to. Everyone says that specifically before going into it. I said the same thing. But I'm telling you, you can actually address your emotions in a positive way.
Parker, here's what I'd rather do. I would rather, honestly, have groups of people like you in the woke world, right, who clearly are struggling with regular life, right?
I'm not struggling with
everything's a calamity, everything's a problem, has to be overanalyzed, over-dissected, over-therapized. And I just think you've all got to be given the mental tools to deal with ordinary life. Ordinary life.
We already have them. I actually have gone to therapy to do that.
Ordinary life. Yeah, but without...
I'm sure this is in Dean's head somewhere, but like like if you want to make this applicable to an ordinary dude, I guess. Like the idea behind therapy is like, well, sometimes you go to the gym, if you don't know what to do, you get a personal trainer, right? So the personal trainer will tell you to work on. I feel like you would sell the therapy thing in a similar sense. If you don't really know what to do, and a lot of men, for whatever reason, don't really have the tools to deal with their mental health, so you go and you get like a mental health trainer, right? Like a personal trainer from a gym, and then you like work on it. That's it. That's all you have to sell it as. I don't think you have to go any deeper than that. It's like an easy to understand. That is Parker. Hold on. Dean and Parker. Parker debates Trump supporters. Oh. Wait, featuring Dean Withers. Wait, what the fuck does Dean look like? Dean Withers. Oh, okay. Wait, this is Parker. Okay. I swear to God, Parker's hair used to be darker. Okay. Yeah, but I would just thought it that way, but I don't know.
I'm going to therapy all the time.
Wait, what's your solution? What's your solution?
People, I think at school and colleges, we need to reinforce, this comes back to masculinity with men. We need to reinforce the mental tools required for life.
Such as?
Well, I can tell you what
like he should just agree with this. Like, that's true. But like, you can also talk to a therapist about mental tools. Sometimes it's better to have like a one-on-one session. You don't have to go to it forever. Or maybe you don't. If you feel like everything in your life is working out, that's fine. But
can chart the absolute descent of this in the wrong way. And I think it began in America, when you started giving kids participation prizes for coming last to school. Absolute shambles. I mean, who ever thought of that?
How does this have to do with actually like men making their emotions better
I'm
off?
explaining.
It's participation trophies. Oh my gosh.
I'm explaining because if young people are conditioned to think that if you come last at something, you get a prize, it is the worst possible preparation for the real world.
So what's the actual
Because,
solution?
Parker,
You're just telling a
Parker,
problem again. Problem. What's the solution?
Parker, if I could finish my sentence.
Start with the solution.
The solution is you just stop talking for a moment, right?
How about you actually provide a solution? All you've done is bring about problems.
Parker, I've just given you a solution.
Wow,
I want more.
That's not a solution. That's a problem.
Yes, you stop participation prizes. You condition kids to deal with the real world when they become adults. Otherwise, when they get
not having the ability
stop
to express their emotions in a positive way is literally.
it's because of the same issue of intensity. People tell you to go to therapy after having an argument with a friend or having a bad day. The other issue that is happening is since men are having less and less friends, they are less able to talk about any issue. They have no issue. About any issue they have. So issues pile up without being addressed. Yeah, sure, yeah. If you throw the therapy thing around in an argument, I think that's like a period argument to me, where like if a girl's being emotional, it's like, are you on your period? You're not like saying it because you genuinely care. You're just like trying to appeal to some external third thing and use like some authoritative own, like, oh, you're mad. Hey, bro, you need therapy. And it's like, okay, well, fuck you. If you just use it, I guess I didn't even consider that. If you use it like as a weaponized statement like that, I think that's really bad, and will leave a bad taste in most people's mouths. But
Participation
one of
trophies
Jordan
not being
Peter's
there.
advantages of annoying. Look,
Have you been on your own show?
Parker.
You interrupt.
the one thing I've said before, one of my biggest frustrations with this concept of like toxic masculinity, I don't even use the phrase because I think it's worthless to use because people obviously get super unhinged as soon as you say it. But like, it's been understood for a long time, and almost all young male coming of age stories, all of them, every sports movie, every whatever, it's all of it is about addressing like quote unquote toxic masculinity. It's always some guy who's some hotshot who doesn't know how to pass the ball, who has to learn how to play with a team, or some dude who's too much of a hothead, he's too ego driven, he's got to learn to, like in Top Gun, like be the wingman and not leave your partner. Like all of these movies have existed and all of them have dealt with this. They just didn't call it toxic masculinity. I feel like the one that I would appeal to also the most here is like literally about toxic masculinity and literally about therapy is Good Will Hunting. Like, would you argue that in Good Will Hunting that Matt Damon's character was worse off for meeting Robin Williams' character, that he should have just never gone? Or like, it's such an easy analog. I don't know how Piers would address it or deal with it, but I mean, that's essentially what we're talking about, right?
To me the whole time, and now you're just getting the same thing.
Well, because you
you're
never
just
stop talking.
Don't,
Like
don't
a
be
robot.
mad. Don't be mad.
Parker.
Are you mad?
No, I'm trying to finish my sentence.
It's okay.
Parker. Come on, calm down. You're shaking.
I'm totally calm.
Parker.
I'm not.
Wait, am I crazy? Was Parker? Dude, I feel like he's giving Dean energy. I feel like this is like the Dean arguments, but maybe Parker was always like this. The TikTok debaters, TikTok produced a whole generation of debate pedophilia. Okay, it's not good. These people are way too fucking hyped up on like the formal debate stuff. I say formal, but just like the owning somebody on points and yeah.
Shaking at all.
Parker, you're shaking.
I'm not shaking. Why do you have to act like why do you have to say something delusional to try to deflect away from the fact that you haven't addressed anything meaningful here?
Christ, Parker. My point is, there's a brilliant book by Jonathan Haidt about the impact.
Wait.
Meaningful here.
Christ, Parker. My point is,
this is like Mizkif mixed with somebody else. It is. You guys see it.
There's a brilliant book by Jonathan Haidt about the impact of smartphones on young brains, right? And it goes back to 2010 when smartphones became smart. In other words, you could access absolutely everything. And I look at what happens on my feed each day, and I'm horrified.
Smart does not mean that. I think smart generally refers to the ability of a device to do things or navigate complex problems without as much human input. That smart doesn't just mean you have access to information. So like when you talk about like a smart electrical grid, it's like stuff that can auto balance without a bunch of human input. Or you're talking about like smartphones or phones that you don't have to manually figure out every single thing. It does a lot of stuff automatically. It's not smart doesn't mean it gives you access to smart information. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter, but
smart. In other words, you could access absolutely everything. And I look at what happens on my feed each day, and I'm horrified about what may happen to younger, more impressionable brains, right? And so young people's brains have got scrambled. So since 2010, there's a direct correlation of young people who get ever more anxious, ever more depressed, in some cases, tragically, ever more suicidal. And it's been driven by this constant negative dopamine. So partly, I understand why what I call the weak, whiny, woke wastrels are like they are, because they're constantly getting overloaded with negative dopamine, which is making them think the whole world's about to end. In fact, as Steven Pinker has explained in great detail, statistically, this has never been a better time to be alive. There are fewer wars than in recorded history. People are living longer and healthier than in recorded history. There's less child poverty than in recorded history. Water is cleaner than in recorded history, etc., etc., etc. The problem is social media amplifying all the bad stuff going on, making young people think the world's about to end. It's not. So I would like young people to be given the proper tools in their education process to enable them to deal with the real world and make them catastrophize less.
He's right about this one. Like he is, but that doesn't apply to this conversation. When you want to say the world is better now than it ever was, that's an argument that you have with people with you fuckers in chat sometimes, who are like, oh my God, like shit is so much more fucked today than it ever has been, and the boomers and the billionaires and everybody's ruined things more. That's when you bring that argument out. You should be very careful, and I would even say, I would extend this as like personal, like real life advice. You should never, ever, ever compare your situation to somebody else's to try to delegitimize a way that you feel about a particular thing. I think that is incredibly toxic. It never makes you feel better, and it only makes you feel like shit. If you've had an issue where you got injured or you didn't make it into some college class or whatever, or some bullshit, you got fired from some job, and your thought process is like, okay, well, I shouldn't feel bad about this because there are kids starving in fucking Africa, that never makes you feel better. Nobody comes away from that thing like, oh, okay, actually I feel way better now. I can eat food. Instead, it just makes you feel like shit because now you're like, fuck, I don't have a good reason to feel bad. I'm supposed to be the worst person in the universe. Don't ever do that. Okay, it's not good. It's just not a productive use of your emotional energy.
I do think in this country, as in my country,
because like pain and suffering is relative. It's relative to your own conditions and to the people immediately around you. This is why income disparity is probably more of a driver psychologically of unhappiness than absolute wealth or absolute disparity, because when you see people around you doing well and you're not, that feels worse than just everybody doing not well.
Deal with the real world and make them catastrophize less. I do think in this country, as in my country, young people are over-medicated. I think they go to therapy too much. I think they end up over-analyzing and over-self-obsessing. I think it can make them quite narcissistic. It's all me, 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 and woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. I think we've got to a place, oddly, in society where losing is deemed to be better than winning, where winning is something to be frowned upon, actually better to be a good loser and get all your mates to like you going, oh my God, I just failed my driving test for the 20th time, but I'm so proud of myself. I'm like, you're a terrible driver. Get better, right? So it's all about how you treat these things. And out of it, hopefully, I would...
Like, I don't want to be mean to any group of people, but one thing that I think that has helped me like navigate a lot of different stuff is when you think two things are super different, try to like analyze like what the words are and try to reduce these to concepts more than just looking at like the most surface level thing. So like if you look at on the surface level, for instance, this gets mean, you shouldn't do this, but like, people are like, oh, we have more participation trophies and all this bullshit than we have. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe that's kind of true in terms of like an actual physical participation trophy, but like, not to be mean, but like you want us to honor vets and all this bullshit. Like, why the fuck should I give a fuck that you happen to do this job? Like, you chose to do it, or if you didn't choose to do it, you got drafted. Like, good job. You got shot. Like, why the fuck should I care about that? Like, why do you get to participate? Did you do so? Like, you could unironically copy the Trump line at that point, where it's like, you were a prisoner of war. Okay, good job. Why'd you get captured, dipshit? Like, I would never say you should say that, but I'm saying like, I feel like everybody in society has had some version or some form of like, hey, you did a thing. Even if you didn't 100% succeed at it, congratulations for trying. There's only one winner in any competition. You can't make everybody else feel like shit.
Produce a nation of people like me, Park.
I would love to be able to
perfect way to win.
I'd love to be able to respond.
And that's the feeling. Good to see. My next round.
Okay. We're going to go question by question. Good luck.
values that I'm talking about are the ones in the Constitution and the Declaration. As I said, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, rule of law, democracy. If you go down that list.
How do you think Dean did overall? I guess it depends on what your perspective is. I feel like it was really combative and they didn't actually get very far in their argument. I think both people, even this, I shouldn't fucking name it, Cecil, did a better job, and Kyle obviously did a much better job at like actually going back and forth.
That we said.
What does
Whether
it
it's
say?
freedom of
What does
speech,
the Declaration
Trump
say?
is attacking that. Freedom of religion, Trump is attacking
He's
that.
not attacking freedom of religion. How is
We
he
had a
attacking
Muslim
freedom of
ban.
religion?
Why is it bad? Well, I mean, like if you like there should be an incentive to do well. You don't want people to literally be like, oh, it's okay if you're a fucking loser all the time as long as you tried, LOL. Like that's stupid. But I think that rewarding effort, I think, is important. I think effort should be rewarded in some ways. I guess you can go overboard with it. What the boomers say, the boomer argument is that no young person wants to try hard anymore because they're being rewarded so much just for their effort that there's no incentive to actually win. But I don't even know how you would begin to prove the truthfulness of that statement. So I don't know.
We had a Muslim ban in this country.
No, we have never had an actual Muslim ban. That is an insane claim by you.
Yes, we did. Hey, everybody, I'm Tim Miller. You might have seen me on the Board podcast on YouTube or on MSNBC. I'm a liberal millennial, and today I'm surrounded by 20 Gen Z conservatives. My first claim is ICE has become a fascist institution, and it should be abolished in its current form.
Jesus, he's going hard.
What's up, y'all?
So, the point that I want to make about immigration, ICE specifically, that I think it's worth making is a structural one, and one that I think you could respect. And it's the fact that, democratically speaking, it's been an issue that was not.
Isn't the argument that in the real world you aren't rewarded just for effort, even if you fail? But the real world is not binary. And I think in the real world, I think that I would say effort is absolutely rewarded. But all of this stuff is like kind of thresholdy. Like like you either accomplish something or you don't, but it's not all like a competition to win at everything. But like even when it comes to like I would say like in a work environment, if you suck, and you're gonna get fired. Nothing is gonna save you from that. But like in my experience and from what I've been told, I'm pretty sure this is true. Like say if an employee comes to you and they say like, hey, I need help figuring this out. If they haven't put any effort at all into figuring out the problem whatsoever, like that looks bad. Like the boss, even if it's a legitimate question, is going to look down on you for not even trying to solve the problem on your own. You didn't even put any effort into figuring this out before you wasted your the chain of command, whoever's above you's time. Whereas like if you can show that like, hey, like I can't figure this out. I've tried A, B, and C. Like, could you either guide me, put me in the right direction, do whatever else? Like, even at the same level of competency, that second person I think will be looked upon more favorably. I mean, you could argue that going and looking for the answer and being able to search for that yourself demonstrates some level of competency. So effort is important. I think effort is important. Yeah.
Not very popular before Trump came into power, and it was the central issue for which he was selected for the first time. And then the second time he doubled down, and it was an even stronger argument. Do you remember that the people in his rallies and himself were talking about mass deportations? Yep. And that idea won. What do you think is going to happen in the next election?
Also, when you talk about participation trophies and shit, more often than not, when I've heard these fucking retards argue this in the past, they're talking about like 3rd and 4th grade. 3rd and 4th grade does not need to be like the hyper-competitive fucking death zone of like you're dropped in the battle royale, and if you don't come first in the 2nd grade spelling bee, they're gonna fucking chop your fucking left arm off or some shit, and then put you to work in the mines for the rest of your life. Like it's okay to have kids just feel good about participating in things and making friendships and being used to putting in effort. For, like Jesus Christ, some people get way too hardcore way too early in life.
Rallies and himself were talking about mass deportations, and that idea won. What do you think is going to happen in the next election? Do you think that sentiment is going to disappear?
Well, look, we live in a constitutional republic, so just because you get elected on a certain issue doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. If the next Democratic president says...
I love that he said that. Remember? Constitutional republic. Remember how that worked, guys? Hell yeah.
We live in a constitutional republic, so just because you get elected on a certain issue doesn't mean...
Wait, sorry, fuck. I don't want to... Somebody said this, and I don't want to give this impression. Somebody said, effort is more important than winning or losing. Life is not fair. No, I wouldn't say that. Like doing the thing or not doing the thing at the end of the day is the most important thing. You have to be able to do the thing, and a low effort person who can achieve or accomplish is probably going to be seen more favorably than a high effort person who can't ever do the thing. So I'm not saying that the accomplishments themselves aren't important. You have to be able to do the thing, but effort goes a long way when all other factors are equal. And also usually when you're weighing two people against each other, it's not like they have 7 stats and like I can just pick like the best employee. There's usually baskets of traits where well, this person is in the bucket of they're hireable, but I'm comparing them to this other person, and there are things where effort can make a difference, I think. Yeah.
You know, do you think that sentiment is going to disappear?
Well, look, we live in a constitutional republic, so just because you get elected on a certain issue doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. If the next Democratic president ran on a campaign that said, shut down all the evangelical churches because I think they're doing hate speech, and they became president, and then they tried to shut down all the evangelical churches, people would say, that's fascist. That's wrong. You can't do that. That's illegal. What the president has done on the border, we can talk about what's happening with CBP, but with ICE, I don't think that a lot of people that voted for him pictured this. I think that if you described what they're doing in another country, you'd obviously say it's fascist. You got people coming up in unmarked cars. They are wearing masks. They're jumping out, and they're asking people for their paper.
Is that guy okay? Hello?
Country, you'd obviously say it's fascist. You got people
Are you okay, dude?
coming up in unmarked cars. They are wearing masks. They're jumping out and they're asking people for their papers. That's not American. That is not within our traditions or our rule of law.
How should they deport them? Should they just knock on the door and be like, hey, Mr. Illegal, can you come out?
Yeah.
Do you want to have a little chat? You know, like,
yeah, actually.
they broke the law. They came here into this country illegally, and we have to enforce it. So, if you're going to call ICE fascist, which you guys call everything fascist nowadays, then what are we going to have? We're not going to deport them, and then the people are going to be ignored?
I don't think we need to ignore the people. I think if you look at
deportation.
There are a lot of Donald Trump supporters out there that don't like the way that ICE has been acting. You hear this from Joe Rogan. You hear from Tim Dillon. What they've been doing is un-American. You should not be you should not be hassling people who are American citizens.
American to bring in millions of illegals into this country.
There are people that voted for Trump. That
what are you
talking
about? Look, JP. My name's JP. It's not from Juan Pablo. I love the Latino people. I might look like a white boy, have the white boy aura, but I'm a Latino man, and I understand that it might seem like they're coming after the Latinos, but really, what we're doing is respecting our laws. We're constitutional.
Pause. I'm sorry, but you have to respect me. When I say pause, you've been eliminated. You have to go back to your chair.
Good to see you, man.
How triggered is he hearing her say that in that accent?
As you can see, I'm pretty well aware of how this deportation game goes. A lot of relatives have to face it, and I got to tell you that it's very well warranted. I find that with the mandate that Donald Trump got in 2024, he got a stronger mandate, in fact, than he did in 2016 and obviously in 2020. He, in particular, had immigration and deportations, by the way, as being one of the strongest issues.
Yeah, I hear you. We said this in the last one, though. Again, you don't get to break the law just because you won the election. That's not how it works in a free country. We have rule of law. We have rules. Here's the thing. What ICE has been doing, going after American citizens, going after people, going after folks that look like you and asking for their papers is wrong. Here's an example. Do you have your passport on you right now?
Well, actually, yeah, I've got it, but I travel. But
no, I'm sorry. Do you have it on your person? Can you show it to me? Okay, you don't have it on your person. Well, that's interesting because there's a guy named George here in LA who worked at a car wash. Here's what happened. ICE rolled up to his car wash. He is a dual citizen. He was born in Mexico. He came here. He became a citizen. He has a wife that's a citizen and 2 kids that are a citizen. They came into his car wash. He asked ICE. He's like, do you guys have a warrant?
I just hold on. I just need to tell you how brutal this is. Tim asked a tough question. Do you have your passport? And this guy was one of the lucky ones who could have said, well, I do. And he even knew how lucky his answer was. He said, I do, but it's because I travel a lot. But that's still not enough to pass this ICE threshold. And Tim is going to back it up with an actual example of how it's not enough. That's a really brutal back and forth that I don't think many people would appreciate, as brutal as that was. Oof.
He showed me a warrant. They didn't have a warrant. They said, can we see proof that you're from America? He showed them his driver's license. Then they said, can we see your passport? He didn't have his passport on him. They grabbed him. They threw him in the back of a van, and he came downtown here to the detention center. George Redis is an American citizen, got detained by ICE. Just the other day, the New York Times was talking about this, that there was an unmarked car in Chicago driving down Lake Michigan. 2 guys hopped out of the car. They were masked. They jumped out and grabbed these 2 joggers, and they're like, show me your paper.
One of the things I've said in the past, like this year, as you debate people, like debating Trumples it's impossible. I don't know how they can defend anything. There are just so many of these examples now where it's like, bruh, you're fucked. There's just no way that you could survive a real conversation about this. This is why you have to talk about like girl cock, trans people, and fucking whatever other weird bullshit you want to make up. Because on the facts of any of these things, all of it is so fucking bad. Oh my God.
Driving down Lake Michigan, 2 guys hopped out of the car. They were masked. They jumped out and grabbed these 2 joggers, and they're like, show me your papers. I'm sorry, this is not mass deportations now. This is hassling American citizens. This is breaking the rule of law.
It's also He also brings up a good point, too, that I will bring up at the end of these 4 years, because it is true. There are no mass deportations, and it won't happen. Because just think about the numbers they're giving you. 30 million illegals, supposedly, under Biden. You're going to mass deport them by rolling up in masked cars and taking them out 1, even 10 or 20 at a time? How many vehicles, how many of these raids would you have to do? Like, let's assume that every big raid, we got 10 illegals. Let's assume the 30 million number is real, which is retarded. Well, you won't even add the other 13 million that were here illegally. Let's assume you get 10 illegals every single time that you guarantee, which is already more than you're going to get, right? So that's 3 million raids that you have to do in, we'll say, 365 days and divided by 4. Is that correct to do the division like that on that? So you'd have to do 2,000 of these raids a day? Every single day, and then catch, let me check my math, 2,000 raids a day, 10 illegals per raid you catch, times 365 days a year times 4 years. Yeah, you would have to catch, what was that, 2,000 illegals a day doing these, or you'd have to do 2,000 of these raids a day or whatever. Like, this is retarded. The numbers don't even remotely work out to be what you would need them to be for your mass deportation. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Anti-due process, and it's wrong.
The anecdotes you bring up are actually relevant because I could do the same thing for Medicare abuse and whatnot, but I'm not calling for drastic reforms or even an abolishment. You're calling for an abolishment.
They jumped out of the car, they were masked, they jumped out and grabbed these two joggers, and they're like, show me your papers. This is, I'm sorry, this is not mass deportations now. This is hassling American citizens. This is breaking the rule of law. This is anti-due process, and it's wrong.
The anecdotes you bring up are actually relevant because I could do the same thing for Medicare abuse and whatnot, but I'm not calling for drastic reforms or even an abolishment. You're calling for...
How is that even remote? Medicare abuse is not somebody violating somebody else's constitutional rights. Number one. Number two, we know the numbers for this abuse of fraud. It's, as a percentage, is relatively low of the overall Medicare-Medicaid budget. Like, what? How is it even remotely comparable?
For an abolishment of ICE as we know it. Now, you're pointing out the fringe cases.
These are not fringe cases. They're happening all over the country all the time.
Okay, so I'm arguing that the vast majority of the people that are getting deported are illegal aliens. You're pointing to a small percentage of folks that are getting deported because of obviously anything that the government does, there's going to be mistakes done. And I feel like the majority of the people of the country voted more than they did for Kamala for such things to happen. And so what you're pointing to is, I think, to be
like I said,
something that's an abstraction.
There are many people that voted for Donald Trump that have already said they're upset about this. Prominent podcasters have said that they're upset about what he's doing. So just because he voted, it doesn't mean he gets to act illegally and act with impunity.
No. All right, so
ICE is about to have a bigger budget than the entire military of Israel. It's an insane way. Thrilled about that over there. It's an insane way for us to be spending our resources in this country. They're hassling American citizens. They're hassling people who are here on legal visas. They're demanding their papers like this is East Germany and the Stasi. That's not how you act in a free country. You can do border control and you can do deportations without having masked guys coming and grab you because of the way you look.
Well, if that's the case, then how come CBP and the other things before ICE and before Trump haven't been working, and that's why the people elected Donald Trump in the first place? So then what would be your solution that would be some sort of a middle ground? Because it seems like you just want to get rid of the whole thing.
What do you mean? No. ICE just started in 2003. We had Immigration Naturalization Services that was inside the DOJ. It happened the entire history of our country up until 9/11. There were plenty of ways to deal with this. We could have the FBI go after criminals. We could have the DEA go after drug dealers. We could have the CBP go after the border. This isn't working. What is happening now isn't working. When you are illegally detaining U.S. veterans and putting them in prison for 3 days, that is not working. That is not what happens in a free country.
That's when Republicans brought up death panels for Obama.
That is not a fringe
And by the way, you say that some
case.
people like Tim Dillon don't support Trump anymore. Didn't Obama lose a ton of support in 2010? So what's your point? You lose some sort of coalition.
My point is that in a free country, just because you get elected, that does not mean that you can start to do illegal things. We still have rule of law. They are doing illegal things all over the country.
Okay, you're saying he's doing illegal things to get rid of everybody who is illegal.
How do you think it makes sense for a masked person to jump out of their car and go and grab you? Well, how is that legal?
So there's no unmarked police cars before ICE did this.
Will they give people?
Is that not okay?
They give people due process.
How so? As compared to people that are already not even citizens in the first place.
I don't understand the question.
All right, so yours.
Clapper.
Hello, nice to meet you, Tara.
Hey, Tara, nice to meet you.
So I guess I just want to know first, kind of a personal question. Do you know anyone who's been deported?
Do I know anybody personally that's been deported? No.
Like personally?
No.
Okay.
I do.
I know a few.
I mean, I've interviewed some people, but I don't have any.
And they're
Tell me
bad
about some of the
people.
interviews. How long were they here for?
Look, and I think that there have been people that were brought here as kids that got deported. We did a big thing on MSNBC. Jacob Soboroff was doing it with somebody whose mother had been here for decades.
Decades, you say. So that's interesting. So that's a lot of time to put off doing the process of becoming a citizen.
Sure.
So what do you think we should do about that?
I think that there are a lot of other punishments that we could give somebody besides deportation.
No, not punishment. I'm talking about the solution. Let's back up from when the law enforcement begins. Let's go back to when they realize they are here illegally. Maybe they turn 18 as a child, or maybe they know as a child that they are an illegal citizen. What do they do next?
I would assume that they go to college, they stay in the country, they work, they go to church, they make friends, they try to do their best in a free country.
When do they fill out their papers? When do they take the initiative to become a legal U.S. citizen?
I know if your parents brought you here illegally, you can't take the initiative. You have to go back to your home country first before you do that, unless you're under DACA. And it's complicated. There are a lot of different rules. I guess my point is the individual choice that you're trying to get to. That question, a lot of individuals break a lot of laws, right? And we make decisions about how we want to punish them and how we want to enforce them as a society. Like for example, have you ever borrowed somebody else's Netflix?
Well, hang on, back up.
Hang on.
So we're talking about legal citizenship. We're not talking about a streaming platform. But I just want to visit this topic.
I'm just curious. So have you ever borrowed anything?
I just want to revisit this child. Well, I want to revisit this issue with the child whose parents are legal immigrants. Let's talk about that because this child is in America, right? Let's say they're going to a public school.
Yeah, great.
It's probably, most kids know what's happening. Why can't that child say, Mom, Dad, let's get on this. I know I'm an illegal citizen.
I feel like a good example, a good counterexample that Tim could pull here is okay, let's say that they do try to get, the legal process, they do that. Well, how would you feel if you were pursuing that legal process and now you know that ICE is camping outside of courthouses to deport people? Or that there were people, I think this happened to that one, remember the Trump supporter whose, I think it was an Iranian wife or she came from Iran? She was going through the whole legal process and she got deported like in the middle of one of her court proceedings. And she was going through all the legal shit. Why would you even bother doing that now if you know that they could just yank you out of any courtroom and deport you? Now you have no incentive whatsoever to follow that,
I have 2 kids, yeah.
You think a 7-year-old, a second grader is supposed to be like,
I would
Mom,
say
let's
that.
go back to Honduras?
Okay, I have a friend. I had a friend who was 16 years old who helped her grandmother apply for citizenship, and her grandmother is now a legal U.S. citizen.
That's great.
Why don't we have more stories like that?
We have a ton of stories like that. That's the story of the whole country.
So why don't you use your platform to encourage more of those stories instead of going after the law enforcement?
No, we should make it easier for people to do that. It's impossible for us to do that right now in Donald Trump's administration. They've made it much harder to come through by legal pathways. The refugee program is down to zero.
I'm getting voted out.
Sorry, they've taken people from
I need to
TPS
tell you
that are here
about
legally.
something. RFK Jr. made a documentary called Border at Midnight. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to watch it. It's like 20 minutes. It talks about the trafficking that is happening. RFK Jr. made a documentary called Border at Midnight.
He's a border expert too?
Seen it, I encourage you to watch it. It's like 20 minutes. It talks about the trafficking that is happening here in the state of emergency in this country. Okay, so
then
yes.
go after the traffickers.
No, the law
Go after the
enforcement.
traffickers then. That's easy.
Thank you.
They are. They're blowing them up in Venezuela. That's what she was going to say.
Hey, man, you're looking good.
Thank you very much.
You're showing me up here.
You're looking good yourself.
I appreciate it.
What is your solution here to Donald
Well, I
Trump?
think that the Trump administration should follow the law. And I think that there's a lot of ways that we can enforce immigration that doesn't include having an internal secret police that has a bigger budget than the military of Israel. We have the CBP that can handle the border. We have the Drug Enforcement Agency that can handle going after drug dealers. We have the FBI that can go after terrorists. We do not need masked people jumping out of cars and asking brown people for their papers. And I think there's a lot of elements to, a lot of ways to enforce immigration without doing it.
Okay, I probably agree with you on that, but would you say that this is I
love agreeing.
I love agreeing too, but would you say this is willfully Donald Trump and ICE breaking the law, or that he has to deal with immigration?
Well, of course they're willfully breaking the law. Let me give you one example.
Well, do you think this is him willfully breaking the law because he's malicious, or because things don't work out perfectly when you?
Oh no, they're willfully breaking the law because they're malicious. For starters, everybody's masked. Why are they masked? Every other agency, every other police officer, every other military officer, they put their name on their
to protect the identity of ICE agents because
why do they protect the identity of ICE agents?
Because they're getting shot, because they're getting killed.
There are people that put themselves at risk. Podcasters are getting shot. Judges, how about judges or prosecutors? Are getting shot. How about judges or prosecutors who go after the gang members and who go after the criminals? The judges don't sit up there on that bench and hide their face because they're worried that the gang members are going to come for them. The prosecutors don't. There have been tons of examples of judges and prosecutors and other cops having people go after them. That's part of public service. In a free country, this is not East Germany, you don't get to put on a mask and go hassle people on the street. Here, talk about willful. This is what about what they did with El Salvador? What they decided to do is great. I'm happy you like it, so we can debate that. What they did is they took a bunch of people that were here. They did not vet them. They decided they were gang members based on their tattoos, and they sent them to a foreign country over the objections of a judge, where they put them in a gulag in another country. The people that were there, many of them we already know are not gang members. They were wrongfully sent. What did the administration do? They said "F you" to the judge. When it came out that many of the people that were sent to El Salvador were not gang members, they made fun of them. They attacked them. It is exactly what happened. The judge told them to stop the planes, and they kept flying the planes to El Salvador. This is an intentional effort to go around the law. Emile Bove said it, and look, the head of the whole immigration enforcement effort took $50,000 in a kava bag, and this is not a group that is interested. Well, because it's not.
I don't know anything about it.
Well, but I mean, again, I think that there has to be a distinction between what the president is trying to do broadly and then how that's practically applied.
Yeah, I just think that you don't believe your lying eyes. I mean, look at what they're doing over and over again. They're playing how about let's go back to George Redis.
How many people have been deported?
I'd love to go back to George Redis. Rolling now.
Hi.
Hey, what's up? I'm Tim.
I'm Noelle.
Nice to meet you.
So I wanted to ask you, could you define fascism for me? How would you?
Yeah, sure. It is a government that
Andrew Wilson
cares
debater.
more about the power that they have than individual rights, right? It's basically subverting individual rights in service to the state. There's a great book by a guy named Umberto Eco called Fascism. We're going to list out the 14 elements of fascism, but that's the short of it.
Okay.
Individual rights don't matter.
Okay. And then also, in your world, how would you like to see immigration, I guess, how would you like to see immigration policies be applied then?
Well, sure. I guess for starters, I'd like them to do what they said, which was go after the criminals first. And I think that, again, we have agencies to do that. We have the DA, we have FBI, we have Border Patrol. I'd like to start with that. I think that we should give a pathway to citizenship. Obviously, people that were brought here as kids, I think it's insane to suggest otherwise. I think people that have been here for a long time, that have been following the rules, paying their taxes, learning English, should get a pathway to citizenship. And then I think that the other folks that are more in the gray area, I forget it was the first guy who came up and said, knock on the door and say, hey, Mr. Illegal, could you get out? That seems like what to do, kind of in a free, fair country. Like go up to the door, knock on the door and say, hey, Mr. Lopez, sorry, you didn't meet these metrics. You have 4 months to get back to your home country. And then if they continue to break the law, or you can appeal this, you can go to asylum. If they continue to break the law, then sure, then you can send in law enforcement. And again, we have CBP and a bunch of other enforcement agencies that could do that. That's just a humane way to deal with this. I think probably has 80% support.
Yeah, and I think sensible conservatives would actually agree with a lot of what you said of a pathway to citizenship. I guess.
But the issue is liberals weren't doing it, so now we have immigration Hitler, and at least he's doing something about it.
I don't think some of your pals would. Would you have any pathway to citizenship?
I think I would say that a pathway to citizenship for those who are working here for a long time and for those who follow the legal process, because you can't cut in line, because that's not fair to other people who have been trying to. I have a lot of family as well who came in, right? And so if you cut in line, it kind of devalues everyone who took out maybe loans or borrowed money to try to get into the country legally.
You can't get in the country legally now.
Oh, but still,
there are no legal pathways unless you're a white South African.
That's not necessarily. I have family.
That's fine.
I have family. I'm Mexican. I have
during
family.
the Trump administration?
Not during the
They've changed the policies a lot during this
administration. What I'm saying
we're going to have negative net migration.
So that just means that people just come in, that people just break the law.
No, we're going to have negative net migration in this country this year. The only countries that have that are like Venezuela, Syria, African countries, and the United States.
If I can I address your claim specifically on fascism? Sure. Because fascism historically has been going after people who politically disagree with you. And what we're seeing right now,
they're doing that for
what
sure
we're seeing right now though is and I don't. I would say that everyone should be treated with human dignity. Everyone, regardless of your immigration status. But that being said, I can still enforce a law and treat someone with human dignity.
Do you think Stephen
and
Moore's treating people with human dignity?
I'm not saying that everything that ICE is doing is okay. But my
just generally,
my
you think that they're treating people with human
my
dignity?
concern
What about
specifically,
the
I'd like to
snuff
address the
bills?
fascism claim that you made. Specifically the fascism, because we've seen even, for example, Charlie Kirk last month was shot and killed. And so what happens when we use inflammatory flames like fascist, it paints people a certain way.
This is a bad argument for two different reasons, okay? For two different reasons. And none of them are the ones that people bring up, okay? The first one is that, one, you guys have been using all of this language for so long. So if you're going to say that we need to get rid of the inflammatory language, then fine, then all of us need to agree to stop, because you can't pretend that like this is a new thing that just some people, like Trump himself has literally used the term fascist, okay? Like multiple times. You can watch videos of this. But the second dogshit claim is, I'm sorry, if the claim is false, then you should speak to the claim itself. If the claim is false, then speak to the claim. Because just because somebody, you know, there might be some things that happen if you identify people, especially whatever else bullshit. If somebody's accurate in their description, then maybe you like shouldn't act like that. You know, maybe you shouldn't be a fascist. Maybe, I don't know. Like if you can't contest any of the factual elements of somebody calling you something, and you're just looking at the outcome of people calling you something, well, fuck you. Figure your shit out then. Jesus.
But that's like me saying if you want lax border policies, then you're an anarchist. It's a false equivalency.
But the right calls the left communists and enemy within all the time.
Good job.
I'm just saying, look, if they don't want to be called fascists, they shouldn't act like fascists. I just think that if this was not this country.
No, and he said both of them. Oh my God, I love him so much. I do love him so much. Oh my God, I pre-watched. That's why I wasn't streaming. I was watching all of these. Oh, and he just says both of them. Yes, fucking A. Yes, thank you.
So you saw unmarked cars with mass people hassling. And look at the story of Narciso Barranco. He's gardening outside an IHOP. A bunch of masked agents come out. He's an old man. A bunch of masked agents come out, hassle him, tackle him to the ground. He's got 3 kids who are in the Marines.
In a fascist,
why would we do this? That's obviously fascist. How would you describe it?
I'm not saying that's okay. What I'm saying is that in a fascist country, yes, I would say that's not treating someone with human dignity. And I believe that everyone is worthy of human dignity.
Oh God, I'm so curious what she's gonna say. He should let her finish. He has the exams for all us, because he's a smart guy. In a fascist country, like I would be so, tell me, little missy, in a fascist country, tell me what happens, because there's going to be 12 examples of the Trump admin doing probably whatever the fuck you say, okay? Just short of executions, maybe. But we're at the fake indictment stage, right? So who knows what comes next? It's fake indictments, then false imprisonment, and then executions. I don't know. We'll see how far we get. We're only not even a year in.
Dignity. But what I am saying is that in a fascist, could I finish? In a fascist country, some political dissent is repressed, so all of the media is controlled by
all of the media, FCC commissioner,
the government. So we still, even though there's polarizing rhetoric, we still have ways for people to express their opinion.
Talking about polling lists from, what did he say, NBC as well, or ABC? Didn't he float that next? All the multiple lawsuits against different media entities that are reporting negative things about him. Like, how could you possibly say this with a straight face as a conservative?
Have ways for people to appeal to civil systems, and they can still appeal for mistreatment by ICE agents. And so I think that's super important, because when we're calling people fascist blatantly,
not if they deport him instantly. That was what one of the Venezuelan court cases was about. You couldn't appeal any of it. You just got flown on a plane somewhere and you were gone. And then the Trump admin literally said, oh, hey, they're outside of U.S. jurisdiction, so sorry, no more constitutional rights for these people.
That's what fuels political violence. That's what causes people like Charlie Kirk to be killed, because we're calling people Nazis, we're calling people fascists. That would be wrong if I went around calling every Democrat
I agree. Well, I agree with you that we're not a fascist country yet. What the claim was is that ICE is becoming a fascist institution. And to that point, the one thing that you said in that sentence that is just not true is that victims of ICE cannot contest their claims. If they get deported back to Honduras, they don't have a legal pathway. They're a U.S. citizen. There were kids. There was a baby that had a disease, like a rare kidney disease. There was a 5-year-old that was a U.S. citizen, got deported with his mother back to Honduras. The mother wanted him to stay so he could get medicine. That 5-year-old doesn't have a legal remedy. There's stuff. The gay hairdresser, I'm sorry, that we sent to a gulag in El Salvador, he doesn't have a legal remedy. They don't have legal remedies.
Are you referring to the prison system in El Salvador?
No, we sent like 200 Venezuelans to El Salvador, claimed that they were gang members. And
oh my God. Oh, fuck, he should have let... No, he can do whatever he wants. He's a god. But I was going to say, it sounded like the argument she was about to say was, are you saying that those other countries don't have due process? Like, what the fuck kind of argument is that? Like, oh, hey, so Stephen Banel, you just got dropped off in fucking Colombia because we hate you. Good luck. And it's like, what about my due process? What, are you saying Colombia doesn't have due process? That's not whose due process we're talking about, motherfucker.
I did an interview with him, Andre Hernandez Romero. He's a gay hairdresser. Unless he was doing the makeup for Trent Aragua, he was not in a gang.
I don't agree with the way that
he doesn't have any redress.
I don't agree with the way that ICE is approaching the immigration.
Oh, great. Well, that's his whole argument. So
I'm with you there. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with sending American citizens without due process. I'm with you. My concern specifically is using the rhetoric of fascist because it fuels political violence. That is my concern. It's okay to disagree,
my God,
but I don't think that
so even if it's true
to Nazi Germany. I just don't.
I don't either. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The conservatives vote people out so fast. Fuck.
Before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Air News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust.
Wow.
Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News.
Me too.
They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news.
Okay.
Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
Straight Arrow News, guys. Woke ideology is anti-liberal and fascist. Let me use the restroom real quick. Hold on one sec.
Claim is that woke ideology is anti-liberal and fascistic.
How's it going?
How are you?
Good to meet you. My name is Evan.
Evan?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Evan.
My issue with this claim is I find associating
No, I was going to say, hey, this is the first guy that comes up that doesn't look fucking evil, but I just realized we're on Piers now. All the other ones really do look like, oh, the timer ran out. Yeah, Jesus.
Good to meet you. My name is Evan.
Evan?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Evan.
My issue with this claim is I find associating wokeism with fascism to be quite ironic. Wokeism to me is a term that's used, a shorthand pejorative term that's used to describe left-wing cultural politics. And I think the term wokeism and people on the right often use it as a means to deflect and distract from class politics. And there's a very key example of this. So the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. This was something that you actually celebrated quite a bit when it initially came into office. Elon Musk was coming in to...
Oh, yes. Dude, there's so much shit that people need to be like held to account for. Doge is definitely one of them. There is no world where conservatives can fucking defend Doge as being anything other than a monumental fucking failure. How humiliating. Absolutely nothing came from Doge. There's just no world where you feel good about that.
Root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Obviously, they found 0 instances of fraud. To the extent they found waste, it was just stuff that they ideologically disagreed with. And there were all these programs they were cutting, for example, like LGBTQ programs in Latin America, et cetera. And we were celebrating this all as a big victory. But this was all a distraction because what the agency was actually doing was destroying the National Labor Relations Board, a board that is designed to protect workers' abilities to unionize, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, a bureau that is meant to protect consumers from billionaire capitalists like Elon Musk. These institutions, along with the IRS, all of these institutions meant to actually protect.
Good. Also, fuck labor unions. Always fuck unions, okay? 1, because we're rich, and so fuck them. Okay, number 1. And number 2, because the head of the labor, was it this board? Didn't fucking support Biden in the goddamn election, even though Biden, for the first time, joined picket line people or whatever, and was doing everything he could for labor relations. Fuck. Yeah, what, the Teamsters or whatever? Fuck those guys. Fuck them. I'm state today, but next time Moot is in Discord, I'm so ready to argue why NCAA football is better than NFL. What a retarded fucking thing. I'm state today. Why do you guys... I feel like either I'm becoming more senile or you guys are just like typoing or grammatically fucking up so much shit in your statements at me and it's triggering the fuck out of me. Stop! Firebomb Cake Chat said, the fact that it kneecapped U.S. aid is enough for conservatives. I guess, but that's not waste, fraud, or abuse. That's just things that they disagreed with. Destiny, I've been seeing this too. Thank you, exempt druids.
And put a check on capitalist billionaires like Elon Musk and the consolidation of fascistic power in our state. All of that was being distracted by this term wokeism. And I think that like when you obsess over things like trans people in sports or DEI policies and XYZ, it is a deliberate means to distract from those very real issues.
Really?
Yes, 100%.
Well, let's take what you just mentioned, trans athletes in sports. Do you think it's a good idea?
Not necessarily.
No, don't get baited. No, how did he get baited by it? Wait, he's going to say not necessarily, and we don't need to talk about this. He just said, one of the things you guys do, this is why you distract the trans issue so much. And he's like, oh, really? Well, why don't we discuss trans issues? Okay, fine, let's... No, don't let him do it.
Well, let's take what you just mentioned, trans athletes in sports. Do you think it's a good idea?
Not necessarily. I mean,
it either is or it isn't.
So it depends on which sport and it depends on which
sport is it?
But notice what you're doing right now.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Thank you. Okay, God, thank you.
I didn't mention it.
Well, what I mentioned is that these are all a means to distract from the very real issue.
Okay.
Can you at least, very least, acknowledge that you did celebrate Doge despite it rooting out all these institutions that actually impact Americans' lives?
I'll answer you. Sure. I thought that cutting government waste was a good thing.
Sure.
Do I think it was well executed? Not particularly.
Sorry,
you've got to let me finish.
Sorry, go for it.
Do I think it was well executed? Not particularly. Elon left pretty quickly. And
hey, wait, just curious, because I think there's a term for this. What do you call it when you have a desire to do a thing and you try, but it's not well executed, but you give them props for it anyway? If you had to name that thing something, when he's talking about Doge, what would you call it? Just curious. Anybody have any ideas in their mind? Well, if you failed at the thing you were trying to do, but at least you put in some effort and participated in that thing. If you were to give somebody like a trophy for that, like what he's trying to do with Doge right now, what would you call that thing?
The government just carried on spending a ton of money. Do I think some of the things they cut were wrong? Yes, I agree with you. Do I think all of them? No, I think they did find examples of waste. So, if you had a proper, consistent, ongoing Doge mentality, which cut genuine things which we all can agree are probably a bit wasteful, I'd be all for it. Do I support everything they cut? No, I don't. But given you mentioned the trans thing, because I hear a lot from the woke left, and I try and say to them, look, if you want to know why Donald Trump got re-elected, your worst nightmare coming true, and you all sit there on election day thinking, how on earth has this happened? Well, one of the reasons was he just stood there. Well, you can shake your head, but one of the reasons is he stood there and went, under me, if I get elected,
no more trans, no more
ban trans athletes from women's sport.
Yeah. Well,
no.
Wait, can I just respond?
I'm going to add one thing to it, then you can respond. If you remember, Kamala Harris endorsed it, thought it was a good idea. So the first potential female president of the United States thought it was fair and equitable and safe that biological males compete in women's sport. Trump understood that most people in America, most people around the world, outside of the woke left, do not agree with that. And there's a reason we don't agree with it. Let me finish. The Olympics are coming here. Right, to Los Angeles.
And you're also wrong about Iman Khalif, by the way. Yeah.
Well, I'm not wrong about Iman Khalif. Well, Iman Khalif was banned from the World Championships. She's an Algerian boxer, banned from the World Championships because of testing positive for male chromosomes. Right?
That's not true.
Well, it is true.
No, so
you may not want to believe it, but it is true.
So the International Olympic Committee said that Iman Khalif was both born female. She has a female passport. Algeria, you think Algeria, the state of Algeria, recognizes trans identity? Really, Piers? Like, let's be honest with ourselves. The only institution that claimed that she fit failed an unspecified gender or sex identity test was some Russian-backed organization that is not internationally recognized by the International Olympic Committee. But wait,
no.
Let me reset.
Evan, you can't say something and me not challenge you back if you're
I know,
wrong.
but that's exactly what you did earlier. I just need to quickly get into.
All Imam Khalif has to do is take a sex test.
Sure, okay.
They're now bringing the sex test in. Then there's no problem. Why do you think Imam Khalif is not taking a sex test?
I don't want you to distract from the fact that the election, there is no evidence that people voted.
I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know when it should be required or not required, but like, I feel like it should be either a rule that you have to do some genetic profiling. It should either be a rule or they shouldn't submit to it. Because the idea that you could like push somebody to like take a sex test, I don't know, it just feels like, especially because it's like medical stuff. I don't know. That seems not like a not okay precedent, I would say, yeah.
Based on their opinions on trans
Let
identity.
me give it to you.
No, wait,
Evan,
in a Gallup 2024
there was
poll.
no evidence?
In a Gallup 2024 poll, post-election, out of 22 issues, trans issues ranked 22 out of 22.
Can I respond?
In every election in all OECD countries across the world.
What is a sex test? Testing the chromosomes or whatever.
Inflation and the economy. Yes, but I just let you go on.
No, let me just respond to you.
Sure.
Actually, if you read the New York Times the week after the election,
I did read the New York Times, yeah.
Then you will remember a deep dive they did into it. Wait a minute, that's talking. You want to talk all the time.
Sorry.
Show me some respect.
Sorry.
There was a New York Times report into a particular commercial ad, campaign ad that the Trump side put out.
This thing.
And they originally started it in a few sports arenas. They got bigger and bigger and bigger. And the ad was basically a 30-second mashup of Kamala Harris endorsing trans athletes in women's sport and in women's spaces and so on and so on. And it ended with Kamala is for they,
it's for they, them. And I don't... Somebody linked me this report thing. People are saying this is like the most influential ad in the entire campaign. I never even saw this ad. Now, it might be that it was. Maybe it was on TV more. I don't watch TV. But I never saw any... I feel like I only heard people talk about this ad after the election. Is the only time I heard this. I don't know if I heard it. I mean, I'm sure some people covered it. Maybe it was in places before. Maybe just in different space I'm in. But it was on here 24/7. Okay, maybe it's like more of a TV thing. But people are going back and be like, this was the most influential ad in the whole election. Like, was it actually? I don't know. Maybe.
Trans athletes in women's sport and in women's spaces and so on and so on. And it ended with Kamala is for they, them. Donald Trump is for you. The New York Times said that they believe that moved the needle, they're reporting, by as much as 3 points.
Based on what information?
Ask the New York Times.
No, that's not. You understand news agencies aren't conducting polling analysis by themselves. That same article cited the Gallup poll that I just identified where trans issues ranked 22 out of 22.
But they said it moved one ad moved the needle by 3 points.
And based on what information? If you poll people on what issues that they cared about in the 2024 election, all of it was centered around economy and inflation. And this is just obvious because this was a global phenomenon. Every incumbent party across the world lost elections.
A lot of Democrats and people on the woke left in particular have tried to assure me that absolutely nobody cares about trans athletes in women's sport.
People care. The right cares, but your median voter cares more about what's in their pocketbook.
My question for you is,
and you're doing exactly what I claimed you were doing earlier by using wokeism to distract from class politics.
My question for you is this: I interviewed a woman called Betty Yee a couple of weeks ago on my show. She's a candidate to be governor of California, and she endorsed in my interview gender-neutral Olympics when it comes to Los Angeles. Now, that to me is where the woke mind virus takes you, to complete and utter insanity.
Wait, is this like a real candidate, or is this like a fucking no-name person that he found to play like a puppet on it? Is this like a person who has like a shot at winning literally anything, or gender-neutral Olympics? It sounds retarded, but well, maybe I guess it depends on. There are probably like 2 or 3 events I think you can do that are relatively fairish. It's like, I think maybe some forms of long distance running and like shooting, but
because if there was a gender neutral Olympics, and this woman might be governor of this state,
does she have any control over the Olympics or the policies of the Olympics?
Wait a minute. I'm talking about the mindset that says that actually gender neutral. Do you agree with me? Can we reach a point of agreement that would be absurd?
I don't. You know, it depends. It depends on the sport. It depends on the sport.
She specified some sports. She specified track and field.
Wait, is mandatory sex test that more invasive? That much? You meant to say that much more? Secunda and Kick Chat. What? Stop typoing in your guys' sentences to me. You're making me feel crazy. Is mandatory sex testing that much? You meant to put much. That much more invasive than a steroid test, if we're talking about unfair advantage? There are sex categories in sports for reasons. Seems important. I don't know. Well, no. I think that, like I said, I think it's fine. But I don't think you could give people like a drug test just because they got first, right? Imagine it was like, wait, hold on. How did you just get first place here? You're getting drug tested now, right? No. It would either have to be the whole industry-wide policy, which I think is fine. If they want to do chromosome testing for the Olympics or anything else, I personally, I don't see an issue with that. I don't know why anybody would have an issue with that unless you are infected by the woke mind virus. I think that's fine. But it can't be in response to somebody doing well and then you testing just them. It has to be an industry-wide thing, is what I would say.
Guess what? I don't care what some.
You don't care about women losing?
No. This is a governor's position. This is a state representative.
Okay.
Who is it? A mayor?
What's your opinion?
Honestly, it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, because this person has no institutional power.
Fine.
And this is exactly what I mean. When you champion Elon Musk and you're like, oh my God, he's correctly identifying the woke mind virus and doing X, Y, and Z, you're distracting from the very real issue that we have an unelected billionaire.
You're not distracting.
No, this is.
Answer my question.
We exist in the conversation of a larger.
Evan,
Yes.
answer my question.
It depends on the sport.
Give me a sport where it would be fine.
Archery.
Good to see you.
Well, I mean, is that legitimate? Like, I don't know. Actually, fuck, I meant to revive. Actually, archery is probably a bad example. It would probably depend on the types of bows you're shooting, right? Or, well, I don't know what archery contests do. You normally have long distance ones, because I bet archery is probably quite limited by sex, because men are going to have longer arms and are generally stronger, so I can probably do like longbow stuff much easier than women can, so that would be my guess.
How are you?
Good to meet you, Piers.
Good to meet you.
Wait, random question. Oh, wait, actually, two very random questions. Has anybody... Okay, wait. First random question is... in Lord of the Rings, you know how they're like different... I don't know if you call them tribes or cities of elves or whatever. Are there like different places that hobbits live, or do they all live in fucking Hobbiton? Or, I'm sorry, the Shire, not Hobbiton, my bad. Why are there no independent tribes of hobbits or whatever? There are. They talk about foreign hobbits a lot in the books. There are the hobgobblers in the north. Are hobgoblins hobbits? Okay. Okay, also, second question. How many people here have seen the movie The Family Stone? It's a Christmas rom-com. Who's seen this movie before? Is this a popular movie? Have a lot of people in chat seen this, or is this a... I don't watch a lot of Christmas movies. There was a, fuck, okay, well, never mind, I can't. There's a lot of strong opinions about the family in this movie and how they treat, I guess, the main character. I don't know if you would say protagonist, but like the main woman rom-commer person in this. And I didn't read all the people's opinions until I watched the movie. It looked like the Sarah Jessica Parker's character was just like a mega autistic fucking inconsiderate piece of shit loser. But I feel like on Reddit, all the comments that I see about this movie are that the family is crazy and evil and mean and that they bully her for no reason. But she just seems like a piece of shit to me. But I don't know. Okay. You guys should watch it tonight. We need a DGG opinion on this. I'm curious. All right.
I promise, Mason.
Mason.
I do not mean this as an insult.
No, please.
You seem way more comforting in person. Like you look taller on your show. Like, and you have this like very like.
I'm 6'1". What are you talking about?
I don't. When I saw you walk in, I don't know. Maybe you just look like a giant on your show.
Oh, thank you. I don't know how to take that, but I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah. So I really want to make sure that we get our definitions correct first.
Yes.
When you say that wokeism equals fascism, would you say that's like the claim diluted into like a small segment?
Let me explain what I mean by that. Okay. And I've talked about this a lot in my book, Woke is Dead. And again, just to remind you, I come at this as a pissed off liberal who has nothing in common with the woke left and wants the woke left to actually come back to a more commonsensical, electable position, actually. And here's what I think about what wokeism became. It began in the 60s in Black American music. In its origin, a great thing. It was about raising awareness for social and racial injustice. By that criteria, I'm happy to say I'm woke. But that's not what's happened in the last few years. In the last few years,
for a combination of reasons, one of which the pandemic sent everybody nuts. Everyone was at home drinking too much on the internet, firing.
Sorry, I got mind fucked by that. But I think he's right. I don't know if it was necessarily music per se, but I think wasn't the first concept of like being woke related, I think, to like racial issues. I think that might be true. I think so.
Off all their ridiculous views and just got into rabbit holes and so on. But we can leave that. But wokeism is supposed to be a celebration. I would think, agree.
Yeah,
well, hang on.
So Piers, you're the person to say that. Can I talk a little bit on my 3 minutes I get before I'm voted out?
Hang on there, mate. Hang on
Do you agree that it's supposed to be about liberalism, about being a liberal?
I would say that the idea of wokeism is kind of an evolution from a bunch of different terms that have been used to throw at the left specifically. So like before wokeism, it was critical race theory. Before critical race theory, it was social justice.
Right.
There's a lot that the right specifically, and I know you say that you're not the right, but it's a reactionary response towards the elevation of certain groups that has historically been silenced.
But does it celebrate liberalism?
I don't think so. I don't think it has to. I think a lot of it also has to talk about class solidarity, which typically is
Let me give you a little Latin lesson. Because the Latin was liber, meaning free, and also the root of liberty, meaning the quality or state of being free, and liberalis, meaning courteous, generous, gentlemanly.
I love these definitions.
Wait a minute.
Can you describe,
you asked for a definition.
Can you describe fascism?
I'm giving you one.
That's really what I want to talk about.
I know what fascism is.
Wait, what is it then? Because enlighten me.
Can I finish telling you what liberalism is?
No, I know what liberalism is.
Well, you don't think you do.
Yeah,
if you're a woke left, they don't understand what being a liberal actually means. I do.
What being a liberal...
I do. So let me explain to you. The definition of a liberal include one who is open-minded or not strict in the observance of orthodox, traditional, or established forms or ways, a person who is willing to respect or accept behavior or opinions different from one's own, favorable to or respectful of individual rights and freedoms, and concerned with broadening general knowledge and experience. Now, what part of that do you think the woke left have adhered to in the last 5 years?
But I need to know why is it fascism?
I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
So the woke left have basically said, we hate fascists, we hate Nazis. In fact, we think everyone we don't agree with is a fascist and a Nazi. Led by Donald Trump,
an insane
led by everyone
generalization.
who voted for Trump, led by Charlie Kirk, led by all these people.
Can I tell you what
Wait,
I
let me
represent?
finish my point, then you can respond. That they're all a bunch of fascists, they're all a bunch of Nazis. And I kept warning the woke left, as a pissed off liberal, stop over-demonizing people by using the word Nazi and Hitler and fascist. It is ridiculously self-harming to yourselves, and it leads actually to young deranged minds like the assassin of Charlie Kirk to actually put anti-fascism slogans on their bullets and to murder people for their speech, right? So wokeism, in the end, in the last few years, transformed from what was supposed to be a celebration of liberalism in many ways into a form of fascism. Why do I say that? Because it conditioned people that you either adhere to our narrow worldview, and if you don't, we're going to shame you, vilify you,
Look, all the flags are up. I didn't even get to talk, Piers. Let me talk.
I'm going to let you respond.
I'm going to lose my time.
Cancel you, or in some circumstances, we're going to kill you for your free speech and opinions.
Okay.
And that is where it became, in my opinion, a very dangerous,
But it just sounds
very
like
deluded
you're trying
form
to.
of fascism.
It sounds like you're
which
trying
is
to,
ironic because woke say they hate the fascists.
It sounds like you're trying to correlate fascism with authoritarianism, which is control of speech or control of how people interact or control of behavior.
Fascists do control speech.
Right, that can be a part of it, is the
And they do kill you
authoritarianism.
for your
But the
views.
specific part of fascism is specifically trying to preserve a hierarchy based on either shared ethnicity or shared culture. That is the idea of elevating
But the
one
woke
specific
left are their own
group
culture.
into the top. No,
Yes, you are.
So you're telling me that Hitler would have been wearing a BLM shirt, or Hitler would have been
No,
wearing
of
an
course he
anti, because wokeism is not fascism. Fascism is specifically dealing with one particular group. They're elevating to the
but
top of the
people
hierarchy.
who identify
That's what we
as
saw.
woke
That's what we
behave-
saw in fascist
they
Italy.
behave
That's what we saw in
like-
Nazi
but they
Germany.
behave
That's
like
what we saw
fascists.
in Imperial Japan.
But Mason, do you
none of that correlates with the elevation of particular groups that have historically been silenced, which is the idea of what progressivism is.
I hear you.
I reject the idea of wokeness just because wokeness, again, is used as that insult that is
think,
elevated from
honestly,
different insults that have been thrown in the past.
Respectfully, I think wokeism has become one of the worst scourges in the world.
Yeah,
Oh
because I
my
think that there's been a
God,
successful
worst in the
campaign
world.
to basically attach
In the world.
No, it has been to attach all of these pejoratives.
So if you were to timeline this out, it doesn't even make sense. Like, I think most people agree that like peak woke was like around like 2013. That's when we hit like the peak of like the crazy language policing and everything else. And then it's kind of like we peaked for a while and we've kind of been like sliding off. Maybe when it comes to like censorship, people might say that the peak of that was maybe like 2020 under Trump, by the way, because of the whole COVID stuff and the vaccines and everything. But like if we look at the elections, right? Like if we say peak woke was 2013 or 2020, well, Trump won in 2016, but then Biden won in 2020. And woke has only gotten less from 2020 to 2024. There's no way that any honest actor would say we were more woke in 2024 than in 2020. Well, but then Biden lost that election and then Trump won again. So it can't possibly be that wokeism is like the greatest scourge and that's what's driving all the voters and everything. Because if that was the case, this isn't even like a serious conversation.
Is to a idea of emancipation from silenced groups. That's the idea.
There's nothing silent about
yes,
the
the
woke
idea
left.
that we should bring
You never
people to
stop
the table.
yapping,
That
any of you.
No,
Ever. You never stop
That's why I hear
howling.
so much about cancel culture, about how everybody's
you know
getting
the best-
canceled
the
when there are
best-
millionaires with podcasts that talk about this shit every day.
The best quote I have in my book, Woke is Dead, and clearly it's still slightly alive here, but the best quote, I had an Australian woman come up to me in the streets in London and she said, Mr. Morgan, do you mind if I just say something about these wokies? I went, sure. She said, they just want to suck all the joy out of life.
And I went, God, you're so right. That's exactly what they do.
What is the joy that you're sucking out? Stopping saying slurs is sucking out the joy of life? You want to say slurs that bad?
I don't want to say slurs.
Well, that's like...
But you are collectively the most joyless group of people to ever walk on
pretty
God's
joyful.
earth.
I'm smiling.
Like, compared to, I mean, like, you can point to, like, wokies do suck the joy out of a lot of stuff. Sure. But are we going to pretend like Christians, the people who are against premarital sex, have banned abortion and sometimes won't even let you watch Harry Potter because they think it's the devil? These people don't suck the fun out of everything? Like, come on.
I came in cracking jokes.
My advice is,
I can get a beer with you.
My advice for all of you is,
I think you need to relax a little bit.
Collectively, a bit of, I know you love a bit of Zen. Zen, calm down, take a chill pill, right? See the funny side of life.
Like, take a chill pill. I was told we were getting trans for everyone. I don't see anybody getting transed around me, okay? But somehow they've managed to ban, like, watching porn without having the government photograph your cock and doing a fucking cock print in order to okay the fact that you're masturbating to some porn website. And in half the states, you can't even have fucking abortions anymore. Like, who are the ones enforcing their will on the American population?
Pretty chill. Respect other people's opinions. Respect my right to have different opinions.
I think that you've dressed this like nightmare scenario around you, and then you start cowering. No, then you start cowering at the own demons that you set up.
True.
It's funny that
True.
like, are the
Wokies in this room?
You're saying they're the joyless
I've got
people.
Sat in the middle of 20 hardcore.
They are joyless. They're ruining the joy of life.
Cowering?
They're sucking out the happiness. They're sucking out the happiness of society.
Me.
That's the idea.
I don't
you're
cower.
saying, yeah, you're saying the happiness is being sucked out by woke people.
I think you're just a joyless bunch. You should lighten up a bit.
That's an insane overgeneralization. That's how I feel about British people. But
Oh. Got him. No, that should have been a vine boom.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
You're Piers.
I'm Piers.
I do want to kind of touch on the last thing that you and Mason talked about. I think
I feel like we know like 90% of the people in the circle here. Jesus.
Idea that the woke left is just this soulless, joyless majority of the left, at least now is what you seem to be making it out to be.
I don't think it's the majority. It's the noisy part of the left.
Okay. I actually think I can agree with you there. I think it's a loud minority of what you're calling the woke left. I think what really wokeness comes back to is that idea of fighting for equality, speaking up for people who don't have a voice themselves, and advocating on their behalf for their rights. And I think that you don't...
Do you identify as a woman?
No, but I think that's
tangential.
What
do you identify as?
Oh, no.
That's tangential to this conversation.
No, it's actually very relevant to what I'm about to say.
No, I don't think my identity is
What do
relevant.
you identify
What if I started bringing up the fact that you're British and you're here talking to a bunch of Americans in America?
Great.
That would be completely irrelevant to this whole point.
Very relevant.
We're talking about American
In fact, the last guy to sit at this desk used British as a slur against me. So, yes.
I mean,
absolutely fine. But I've risen
might have been
above,
justified.
I haven't run to my therapist. I've risen above the slur.
No, that's great.
I'm not
glad
going to report him to.
Very mentally
I'm not going to
fortified,
report him to the authorities for using a racial slur. I've moved on.
That's great, but I
My
just don't
point
think
in asking you what you identify is that you're talking about equality. The wokeism is aligned to equality. And yet, where does that equality apply if, for example, and we've touched on this already, if you are a woman athlete in sport, where's the equality in having a biological man compete against you when they have a physical advantage?
Okay, look, I think, well, that kind of strays away from...
Do you think that's equal?
Do I think it's equal for men and women to play in sports if there's an advantage that's like far above a threshold?
Yes.
No, I don't think that
You
that's
understand
equal.
that's why we separate the sexes in sport, because men have a physical advantage.
To an extent, we
Not
do.
to an extent,
So,
they just do.
Okay, then answer the question about archery. What do you think about archery? Do you think that has to be a segregated
I've
sport?
read a report, and correct me, someone I'm sure will correct me on the internet. I read a report that if it was a gender-neutral Olympics, women may end up with 2 bronze medals in the entire Olympics.
Wait, okay,
right?
so, but I think the point...
You say,
hold on, wait.
Two medals
I think the
in
point,
the entire Olympic Games. In other words, it would be the
Look,
destruction.
I'm not advocating for
No, I'm just saying it would be
gender-neutral
it would be the
sports.
destruction of women's sport. That's why we separate the sexes, and that's why the issue matters.
Oh
Sorry,
my God! They wrecked our time. Holy shit!
Excellent, nice suit.
Great to meet you. Okay, Jesus.
Nick, nice to meet you.
So look, the prompt was about the equivalency between wokeism and fascism. The key difference.
Well, to be clear, the prompt actually, my real point is, if you want to brand everybody fascist, you can't behave like fascists yourself.
But the key difference is fascism uses the power of the state to impose their opinions.
So does the woke left.
Wokeism does not.
Oh, it does.
Was anybody deported for being woke during the Biden administration?
Here's my answer.
Does anybody get rounded up in the streets for their opinion? Did anybody get canceled because the FCC said you're being too woke?
That
doesn't happen.
Can I answer?
Of course.
Of course. Actually, the woke left have deployed the power of the state many times. Look at the pandemic.
How is that wokeism?
I'll tell you how it's wokeism.
Wait, so diseases are woke now?
No, wokeism is where you take things which are not actually science-based, for example, the efficacy of masks, right? And by the way, I feel guilty of this myself.
Masks were wokeism? Come on. Oh my God, this is so fucking cringe, dude.
I'm not saying I'm whiter than white about this.
So masks are woke?
No, they can be. The woke mentality, I'll explain why. When a government says that if you're seen without a mask during a pandemic, you can be fined or punished.
Pierce, you're way too smart to believe this.
Wait a minute. I'm giving you the argument, which I ended up accepting, right? Which is in a fast-moving pandemic, when the scientific advice changes so rapidly, I fell victim to this myself. I was very censorious of people. But you can't deny that the state had a mindset of you will conform or we will punish you. And it turned out they were making people...
That's simply
they were
not true.
It is true.
You may have felt uncomfortable being unmasked in public because people would say, hey, be courteous of other people.
I didn't.
Nobody got fired.
I didn't.
Nobody lost their job. Nobody got
That's not true. People did get fired from certain...
Because we are a nation of law.
People did get fired.
People did get fired from their private workplaces. Now, the government, I think through OSHA, I think Biden tried to do like some mandatory thing, but it got shut down by the courts. But there were private companies that did fire people based on their willingness or unwillingness to mask up. Although, I mean, like, these were like hospitals and shit. Oh, and I think there was a big, was it the New York City Police Department? There was a big police department that did too, and people got hella ass paint over that as well.
They all lost their jobs for not wearing a mask. They were told they couldn't come to work.
Not all of them.
Lost thousands of people.
Thousands?
Okay, so these nebulous people lost their job.
Nick, to be clear, you don't think anybody lost their job in the pandemic for refusing to wear a mask or refusing to be vaccinated?
I think that people who were in public-facing situations where they could have easily taken a scientifically proven preemptive measure.
It wasn't proven.
Yes, it was.
No, it turned out not to be proven. That's my point.
Oh, no.
And yet the state, driven by a left-wing Democrat president...
So me telling you that you are spreading misinformation, that is not fascism. That is just me telling you you're wrong.
No, you're not telling me I'm wrong because I'm right.
Okay, no, you're just not. And we're not going to relitigate COVID. That's now years ago at this point. The key point is it fascism? It is not fascism. You gave your very long definition of liberalism. Wokeism is about everything on that list that you described as being liberal.
Really?
It's about standing up for other perspectives.
think
it's
it's
about listening to other people that have not traditionally been listened to.
Oh, you don't listen to anybody.
Yes,
what are you
we do.
talking about? Of course you don't.
You said yourself, wokeism started about just acknowledging social problems. I think it's woke
That's
that
originally-
middle America's
yes.
jobs have been shipped overseas. That's woke to recognize that there's larger social problems.
I don't dispute.
Police brutality, recognizing that there's a problem with the institution of policing. That's woke. It's not fascist.
Would you defund the police?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, well, that's woke.
Not defunding the police is woke?
Calling for the police to be defunded is one of the worst things the woke, including Mamdani in New York. The new mayor of New York City called for the...
Your first prompt was toxic
NYPD
masculinity has always meant one thing. Now you're saying woke used to mean one thing, but now it means a different thing. So words only have one definition when they suit you.
No.
But when they don't suit you, they change and
Obviously,
they can fluctuate.
you said that wokeism is a form of liberalism, right? You said that.
Yes.
Everything I read.
Wokeism is a form of
and yet, just to remind you, a person who is willing to respect or accept behavior or opinions different from one's own. The woke left famously, I would say infamously, never accept anybody objecting to anything they say.
We confront bad speech with better speech.
You confront bad speech with better speech. No, you don't.
Like denying the efficacy of vaccines, and I'm telling you that's wrong.
No, I disagree.
I'm not saying you should be canceled or you should be in prison for that.
Actually, you want my honest view?
Actually.
I do not think the efficacy of masks was ever proven. In fact, I think most of the evidence now suggests they were pretty pointless. Secondly, on vaccines, I think they saved millions of lives, but I do think it was completely misleading of the government here and the government in the UK and other countries when they stated to the science.
Firstly, hold on, wait a second. I'm sorry. Has it been proven that wearing masks don't help at all in protecting from disease? Did I miss that? I thought that they just maybe either overstated the efficacy of it, or I thought initially the anger was that Fauci said masks wouldn't help because they were trying to save it for the medical professionals, but then they were like, oh no, they do help, and Fauci lied to us. I thought that was the big claim about Fauci. I guess I would have to say, but I thought masking and social distancing together were proven to have like a decent to like cut infection rates like decently. I don't remember. It wasn't 100%. He's about to bring up they lied when they told us the vaccine will prevent all infections, which again was never fucking true, but they mattered way less with the later variants. Yeah, once you got to the Omicron, I was going to say Omega, but the Omicron one, I think that motherfucker got everybody sick. I don't know if anything mattered at that point, but...
think it was completely misleading of the government here and the government in the UK and other countries when they stated as a scientific fact that if you had the vaccine, you couldn't transmit the virus.
The measure was whether the healthcare
That's
system
a
would be
fucking lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
That was all it was
I'm
supposed
making
to be.
the point.
Wasn't that no one would ever get sick
I'm making the point that when you issue government mandates and it turns out you were wrong, for example, when they said you cannot transmit the virus
That's a
if you
lie.
had the vaccine, it turned out that wasn't true.
Nobody
Do you accept
fucking
that?
said this.
I do accept that.
So there were lots of things they said
Oh my
which turned out to
God,
be
these
wrong.
lies
I would
still
rather err on
are
the side
so
of caution
pervasive.
with a disease that killed millions of people around the world. That's just me.
Hey, Nick, as I did, and in fact, I was very censorious to people who took the position I'm now taking
Again, it's
against
not
you.
being censorious.
But
We're having this debate in a public forum. I'm not saying you're not allowed to speak about this. I'm just going to tell you you're wrong.
I'm making the point that I was wrong at the time about those particular parts of it. We can agree that the vaccines broadly, I think, worked. But we can also agree the scientists got it wrong about masks. They got it wrong about the efficacy of transmission with vaccines. These are things we should be able to come together on.
Hey, this is great.
Great to meet you. Really good to see you.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video.
Thank you.
Straight Arrow News
Straight
is
Arrow
on a
News.
mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story, so you get.
Before the vaccines even came out, Fauci explicitly said that we would still need masks and social distancing because we didn't know how effective it would be. Yeah, it's such the reason why this is one of the dumbest fucking bullshit talking points that conservatives like Piers like to wheel all the time is because who believed that if you got the vaccine, it would protect you 100%? There's no liberal that says that this is what we all believe. It's only conservatives. Only conservatives who didn't take the vaccine. Like, nobody believed, this was not a commonly held belief. I don't know anybody who believed this. And then, you know, much to the opposite, like, there was a whole bunch of ribbing over which vaccine did you get? Did you get the J&J? Did you get the Moderna? Like, these were memes. There were there's probably still YouTube videos you can watch where people, like, laughing about different vaccines. It was never, the whole flattening the curve, the whole rhetoric around flattening the curve, it was never about, like, jumping off the cliff, right? Or zero the curve to hell. It was like flattening the curve. It was like, so not as many people get sick. Like, they were telling us that in the UK. I don't even believe you. I don't know if they did or didn't, but I by default, I don't believe you. Unless the UK was giving different medical advice than everybody else in the world, and nobody in the UK watches any other media anywhere.
Get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news.
Didn't Biden claim it would stop you from getting it? No, he never did this. This never ever, this is a fantastic thing. You can go and find, because I've gone through all these, because people will tweet out this whole list of quotes. And if you look at the, if you ever look at like the speech that they're talking about, like usually the quote will be something like, somebody said, if you get vaccinated, the disease will, if we get vaccinated, the disease will stop spreading. That'll be like the quote. But if you look at the speech, it'll be like the paragraph before is when people get vaccinated, their chances of getting sick or of suffering a serious illness are dramatically reduced, and so few people will have it that the virus will eventually die out. So if we get vaccinated, we'll stop spreading the disease. That would be like the whole thing. On every single fucking quote that I've chased down on this, on every single quote, it has been like that. Except for there was one person, I think a CDC spokesperson, said something that was not true. I don't remember what it was specifically, but the CDC came out and they corrected her statement within 24 hours because what she said was not true. I don't know if it was about vaxes or if it was about masks, but it was one statement. Everything else, every other person like knew what to expect. Like it would probably help you avoid it. Would, well, especially for the early variants or the beginning one, it dramatically reduced serious hospitalization. It was like 98% or 99%. It was insanely protective. And then as the variants got more and more varied, the efficacy became less and less, but.
Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next surrounding claim is...
Oh, God.
My next claim is it is not worth the cost of gun deaths every year to have the Second Amendment. Oh.
All right, well, first, you made the claim, so I want to hear your reasoning behind it.
Well, yeah, obviously this is a reference to the Charlie Kirk quote about how it was worth some gun deaths every year to have the Second Amendment as it's currently written. And my view is this, look, this is not an argument to repeal the Second Amendment. My point is that we shouldn't have a fatalistic view about this. To just say, we have the Second Amendment, nothing we can do now, some people are going to die because of it, and so that's just the price of freedom. For example, in Canada, you have a right to bear arms still, but it's like, you have to get a license. There has to be training. You have to pass background checks.
Is that not also in the United States too?
No.
You don't need a gun license.
Well, no, but
no, you don't. Wait, no, Tim, you must know this. No, you don't need a fucking gun license in the United States.
You have a right to bear arms still.
A gun license.
Some people are going to die because of it, and so that's just the price of freedom. For example, in Canada, you have a right to bear arms still, but it's like you have to get a license. There has to be training. You have to pass background checks.
Is that not also in the United States too?
No.
You don't need a gun license.
Well, no, but no. What I'm saying is it's not.
No, you should argue that. No, that's actually so funny because you can catch so many people like that who are trying to argue some conservative position, and you're like, we don't have to train. We don't need a fucking license. All you have to do is not have a felony and fill out your form correctly, right? And they're like, wait a second, that can't possibly be true. Like, it's so crazy. Even the guy who was about to defend it doesn't believe it. It's like, wait, you don't have any training? Wait, hold on, you gotta have a license or something, right? No, nothing. You don't need anything.
like a driver's license. Like you don't have to like go to when you're getting a driver's license here. It's more akin to what you do in Canada. You have to go to classes. You have to prove that you have to prove that you have to know how to use the guns. Like there's a process.
There's no process.
Well, in a lot of cases, you don't have to go through a process. Sure, people have easy access to guns in this country without going through the process. There is easy access for younger people to get high-powered weapons.
That's definitely not true. But can you name the legislation that would have prevented Charlie Kirk from being assassinated?
No. Well, no, because there wouldn't have been a piece of legislation that could have prevented Charlie Kirk from being assassinated. My point is that his initial claim was in service of this idea that we have a maximalist view of the Second Amendment, where there is nothing that we can do to limit gun deaths. In the United States, we had 46,000. In the United States, we had 46,000 gun deaths in 2023. In Japan, they had 10.
Okay.
In France, they had 800 and something. So, like, there is obviously many things that we could do to change the cultures, the rules, the laws, and the mores of this country to not have the gun deaths that we do.
I don't think the statistics of these other countries. I kind of doubt that there's
Japan
10 only.
10.
You're not giving me really any piece of legislation that would actually fix these things, unless you're talking about the abolition of the Second Amendment, which we can get into that. And the majority of these gun deaths are handguns. I mean, let's be honest here. They're handguns and they're suicide, right? So if we limit that number, if we actually take that into account, it's not really looking as bad as.
Well, no, it's looking. It's looking pretty.
Depends on the state. In my state, you have to take a class, clock a number of hours training, and have a license to own a firearm. Wait, what state? I thought the Supreme Court ruling a few years ago basically got rid of all of those restrictions. They made all of those unconstitutional. What state are you in? I'd be curious. Maybe there are still some of these restrictions. I'd be curious to see. Somebody said Massachusetts. Hold on. What do I need to do to buy pistol? Massachusetts. It says in Massachusetts, you do have to get a license to carry. The AI overview does. I thought all of these things were struck down. Okay, maybe in some states you have to. There's definitely not a federal rule on it. And if you're in any conservative state, you definitely don't have to. Well, I shouldn't say definitely, maybe some, but.
Bad. Again, 46,000 versus 10 is a pretty big gap.
What percentage?
I think about half of them are suicides.
And what percentage of that is handguns? Are you advocating for banning handguns?
A bunch of handguns. I'd like to answer this. I think it's an important question because a suicide attempt via handgun. Now I'm going from memory, so these stats might not be exactly right, but it's something like if you try to kill yourself with a handgun, you get it right like 9 out of 10 times, basically, right? If you try to kill yourself using a lot of other methods, if people try to kill themselves, a lot of times it doesn't work, right? And so it increases the number of suicides in our country versus other countries because people have easy access to firearms. In our country, the amount of firearms we have in this country, the next closest country is Yemen.
Okay.
We have double the amount of them.
Tell me what policy proposals are you proposing that would actually limit this? You can't give me a policy proposal that we don't already have.
No, I can give you a bunch that I would be for. I think we go back to the 90s assault weapons ban. I think we should limit high capacity magazines.
But here's the thing. Would any of those have stopped the mass?
Yeah, well, yes. I guess that's my point. You keep saying no. This is you are on the side of we should just give up. There's nothing we can do. I'm saying we're the only country where this happens.
You haven't even asked me my position, so that's not true.
All right, so you're trying to refute my claim.
I can see a case. I can see a case for like universal background checks and things like that. But ultimately, right, the pros of guns, I would say, outweigh the cons of guns.
Really?
Yes.
Well, we already do universal background checks, unless it's a private sale, right?
Well, you're obviously more at risk of death if you have a gun. We'd all be less safer if everybody had a gun right now. Would you feel more or less safe if everybody had a gun in here right now?
I would feel plenty safe if I had a gun.
You feel more safe?
Yes, if I had a gun.
Coming to a debating show, you feel more safe if there were 20 youth carrying guns?
You've been eliminated by the group.
Hey man, what's up?
What's up, Tim, right?
Yeah, Tim.
Dylan, nice to meet you.
You packing?
No, I'm not packing right now.
Good.
We're in California.
Good. Just making sure.
Okay, well, are annual car deaths worth keeping cars in society?
I'm glad you brought up the cars. With car deaths, obviously, we're not going to go back to horses. People need cars to
So they're net positive to society, right?
I would say the cars are, but here's some other things
so
you have
are
with
guns
cars.
net positive to society?
Here's some other things you have with cars.
I think they are.
There's a million laws related to cars to try to minimize car deaths. You have seatbelt
like
laws.
legalizing
You have
DUIs,
speed limits, making it illegal to do DUIs. So my point is that I think that on the right, there are a lot of people that want to take the maximalist view of the Second Amendment.
Should we ban supercars because they go faster or something? Because that would be the argument for like an assault rifle.
I don't want to ban supercars. I don't think. I don't know. But my point is that.
Actually, yeah, I feel like the car analogy is bad for a lot of reasons. One, there's way more restrictions on driving, and two, I'm sure there are certain types of cars that are banned. Like there's a ton of restrictions on like what is legal to drive on the road. Fuck, like if your car puts off too much pollution, like depending on the state you're in, maybe even federally, it might not be allowed. I don't know what the federal restrictions are on automobiles, but almost every state is going to have restrictions related to what is street legal or not. Like there's going to be a whole fucking part of your state code or statute or whatever that allows you to have certain vehicles on the road and certain vehicles aren't on the road.
If we regulated guns in the manner in which we regulated cars, that'd be a good step. I think we probably have less than 46,000 total gun deaths next year if we did that, and I would be for that.
To get a gun, you have to do certain things to be able to purchase a firearm.
Yeah, but again, it's completely.
That's not true federally. I guess apparently some states still do have like a hoop you have to jump through or whatever. So maybe in the super blue states you do, but there are no federal requirements. Like for instance, in Florida, I can just go and buy a gun. I don't need a license or fucking any of that shit. Now, because I don't have a license, I have to wait 3 days, which is excruciating, to pick it up from between the time I buy it and pick it up. It's either 3 days or 5 days or something. But like, other than that, that's it.
Comparable to the types of things you have to do to get a driver's license to drive a car.
Well, actually,
cars have
vehicles
tons
can
of
get driver's licenses in
cars.
California,
Cars
so
have
there's not
tons of
much.
cars have a bunch of safety checks. You know, there are tons of things we do to try to mitigate deaths via cars. Like
there's also way more value in having a car than having a gun.
What I'm saying is what we want to do is figure out ways to limit the amount of gun deaths. I'm not happy with. Are you happy with the number of gun deaths we have in this country?
Of course not.
Okay, so like, are you satisfied? Like we have way more than any other country in the world.
Problem.
We have. Do people have bad hearts in other countries?
I think
they have better
hearts.
hearts. They have better hearts than us.
Every person in the world is inherently bad by nature.
Okay, so then why do we have the most gun deaths here?
Because the wrong people are getting guns.
You don't think bad people get guns in Yemen or in France or in other places?
I never
Like
said
our
that.
country is the only place where this is happening.
Pause. You've been eliminated by the group.
Well,
Thank you.
I had to bring it up.
Thank you. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Sam. My name's Hannah. So I want to address the claim. Oh, first of all, I want to clarify. You are not in favor of abolishing or confiscating guns, correct?
I'm not in favor of abolishing the Second Amendment. I could potentially be in favor of a gun buyback situation with voluntary. For sure.
Okay, right. So I also want to talk about, you talked about there's other problems that are facing America, not only that there's more guns and that's why there's more gun violence, correct?
No, I think there's more gun violence in America because there's more guns. I think it's pretty simple to understand. There's not, we don't have anywhere near this level of gun death in any other country in the world, any other first world country, basically any Western country. If you're under 18, the most likely way you're going to die in this country is by gun deaths. That is not equivalent in other similar Western nations.
Right.
So I think it's basically the guns.
Yes, okay, so more guns equals more gun violence. I want to address that claim by first of all bringing up how the majority, or at least almost 50% of all homicides caused from guns are in cities where the gun per capita is much lower than the rest of the country. So, and secondly, I'd like to bring up that from 1990s to the early 2000s, we had a major decrease in homicides by guns, but we had an increase of guns by nearly 50%. So the other thing I'd like
we had an assault weapons ban during that time. I guess the stats in the cities, this is kind of a funny thing, and I'm glad somebody brought this up because the pro-gun side in this country is always trying to like cut and dissect the demographics down. They're like, okay, so there was a higher percentage in this city or among this type of person or among this demographic. The only reason you can do that kind of statistics is because we have so many freaking gun deaths in this country. Again, there were 10 in Japan in 2023. There were 10 in Australia. There were 236.
Yeah,
in France there were 887. We had 46,000. So it seems pretty obvious. I don't know why we have to come up with other convoluted reasons why we have all these deaths in this country.
So I think that there are a few reasons. First of all, I think that fatherless homes is a big part of it. In America, we have the highest rate of any country in the world of one single-parent households, the majority of those being without fathers. Also, 76% of people who commit violent acts come from fatherless homes. Additionally, I think a second problem that we have is releasing criminals back into the street. It's our criminal justice system. The majority, 76% of people that have violent crimes in the United States have a criminal record of some sort, whether that be an arrest, a conviction, whatever. So we need to stop releasing people back to the streets. And then third, I also want to address your claim that there's this attitude that nothing else can be done. Yeah. I disagree with that. So I want to point out. So I want to go back to my point about the 76% of people having a criminal record. If you have a criminal record in the United States, you cannot legally purchase a gun, right? Yeah. So we can agree that if you have a criminal record,
that's only well, they say it here. Fuck. That's only if you have a felony on your record. And only if you have a I don't know if this is federally or if it's just for some states. So this is just saying federal law. But if you do like domestic violence related stuff, they won't you buy a gun.
You're not obtaining these guns legally. The rest of them, which are like the school shooters and the mass shooters, they are getting their guns legally. However, these are people.
Suicides, the domestic violence deaths. I mean, look, there are a lot of other. Again, 25% of the gun deaths in this country. You're making me do math live. Would still have been like 11,000 gun deaths. That's still 100 times more than in Western European countries. I hear you. I think that dads should be in the homes. I think that we shouldn't. Violent criminals. I think we should keep behind bars. But that is like that. That is not like the reason that we have this problem. Like I'm a dad. I'm in the home. I have to worry that my kid, when they go to school, the school's going to get shot up. A person that lives in the Netherlands doesn't have to have that worry, and it's not because of the number of fatherless homes in the country.
Well, okay, I disagree that that's necessarily the case, that it's not a cultural thing, for one. I'd also like to talk about the school shootings, for one. I am, myself, 100% in favor of having armed guards at schools. I think that we need to get criminals. No.
Was there an armed guard at Parkland?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
Do you remember what happened in Uvalde? Do you remember what happened in Uvalde?
Okay.
The cops, these were the most militarized police you have ever seen in your life. And they showed up to the school, and there were cops everywhere, and little babies were getting murdered, and they couldn't do anything about it. There was an armed guard at Parkland who ran away from the school. Like, one armed guard is not going to do anything. Door locks aren't going to do anything.
Right.
At Columbine, I grew up a mile from Columbine. The deaths that happened in Columbine, people talk about all these things. A lot of it was people were coming outside for lunch, and you can't like put these schools all behind fortresses. It's just not realistic.
Right. So I'm not really. I have thought a little bit about the practical implications of this, right? I've done a little bit of mental math on the budgeting and everything. It's more than just one armed guard for one, and it's not.
It's like 20 armed guards.
This could be as like cops sitting outside.
How many armed guards do you need?
No! Every school needs to be a fortress of armed guards. Hell yes.
Whoa. Hey, what's up?
Hi, nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
I would disagree with your point on that there isn't many restrictions in America for obtaining firearms. I just 2 weeks ago was in a 5-hour class regarding training of firearms, and I believe that those are actually required. Specifically in California, you have to obtain a CCW.
Rules are different in California.
Yes, rules are different in California, that's correct. I lived in Texas for last year of my life, and there are still a significant amount of restrictions and regulations and requirements for obtaining firearms in those states, and specifically in Texas, where there's a lot more.
What are there in Texas? I thought you could just buy a pistol or a long gun. Am I wrong for Texas? Or
people in firearms in those more rural areas. I personally felt a lot safer. I understand that's different person to person.
Yeah, I mean, like you can't rent a car in this country if you're 24, and you can buy a handgun. In every state, you can buy. Well, 24 you can buy an assault weapon in every state. 18-year-olds can buy guns in some states in this country. Can't buy a beer. Can't buy a Zyn. Like there are literally states where you can't get a Zyn, but you can buy a weapon. It's crazy. So I'm sorry, you just can't tell me that like the rules for getting guns in this country are as strict as they could be. Like we could obviously add some more rules.
I'm not saying
we could at least give the do the Zyn standard. I would say I think would be fair at a minimum. I would go with the renting car standard. I don't know.
25,
you guys would not be probably thrilled about that, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why people need an AR-15 if they're 24. That's just for me.
There's hunting rifles. There's a difference between hunting rifles and Armalite rifles. That is a case, and there's different reasons behind those. But no, I disagree with that. Just saying.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Good to meet you.
So I just wanted to bring up your claim about.
Somebody said a ton of companies will not rent cars to people sub 25 and attach some places. Oh, I didn't know that. I feel like this was a gaming event. So back in my StarCraft days, where somebody was under 25 and they'd rented a car, and I'd ask them because I thought this is impossible, but I feel like you could do it in areas. I don't know. Maybe it's different. Maybe from state to state. Maybe some of them are, or maybe they had a cosigner and I just didn't know that. I don't know.
You said in certain places, like an 18-year-old can own a gun, can't do all these things. Yeah. Would you consider the fact that their life they might be in more dangerous places or live by themselves in which they feel that they need to purchase a firearm to be protected? I myself are a 20-year-old. If I lived by myself and a 200-pound man comes in trying to rob my home, I feel that if I had a firearm, first of all, if they were to think that firearms can be owned by anybody, that reduces the amount of them coming into my home in the first place. And second of all, if I were to have a gun, that is the ultimate equalizer. I cannot fight a 200-pound man off. And for me, it kind of raises the security.
You might be able to. Hey, look, here's the thing. I understand that some people are going to want to have guns for their protection. I understand that makes people feel safer in a free country, that you want to, within certain limits, want people to be able to do things that they feel like they need to do to protect themselves. I get all that. But here's the thing, like, the facts just don't bear that out. Like, if you have a gun in the home, you're 500% more likely to be killed by that gun than if somebody that doesn't have a gun in the home.
I'm also much more likely if I live in a city where, like here in Los Angeles, I could present you with, in 10 to 12 miles from here, you can go and buy a 3D printed gun for cash anywhere. There are several places where you can do that. And in a place like this, I feel that I would need to protect myself individually. And whenever there's government outreach and they take the rights away from people and they take the rights from guns, the gun violence is higher. It is actually not lower. And
again, that's just not true.
I've never heard that before.
In this country, I have one of the people, maybe it'll be you, we have 3 minutes left, will come up here and explain to me how Japan only had 10 gun deaths. Like, it isn't.
We have a way bigger population density that is much more proportionate than Japan. We have a very big, more wide vast country.
10 to 46,000.
They only have really one major city rather than.
Australia had 236. Australia had 236. France had 800. So, like, we're the only country where this happens. It doesn't make people safer. I'm sorry. I understand that people might want to feel like it does.
So what do you
but having all these guns in this country
are keep people safe. How do you think that people are going to keep themselves safe individually in their own homes? If I call.
Listen, as somebody who likes guns for self-defense, or well, I just like guns. Like my understanding is you don't even have to go to these other countries to do the comparisons. But I thought there was a big study on right to carry laws, and when you expand these right to carry laws out in every state, basically when you use other states as controls, whenever you expand access to firearms, necessarily all firearm death just increases. And that if you look at like people who are defending their home against invaders, you're like just as likely with a baseball bat to successfully fend off a burglar as you are with a gun. Now, intuitively, that doesn't make much sense. It doesn't seem to make much sense. So I don't know if it's people are shooting themselves or fucking up or not grabbing their guns or whatever. But I'm not aware of any study or data. And if there's something in the contrary, I'd like it because, like I said, I like guns. But I'm just not aware of any data that demonstrates that if you have firearms or if you expand access to firearms, people become able to defend themselves more adequately against burglary situations. I don't think that's borne out in any data anywhere.
Police and somebody is trying to attack me, I have no time.
Sure. Again,
I have no time.
Well, for starters, I would do education. I think if people want to have a gun in their home, want to keep it locked, want to keep it in a safe, I'm for that. Again, I'm for you doing that if you want. I'm just telling you the facts is you're much more likely to accidentally kill yourself with a gun than you are to kill an intruder who ran in.
But you would have that legislation and that classes in those educations to not do that. So that is in place. So if you rightfully own a gun by law, if you own a gun lawfully, you will make sure that you have the education and steps you need to not kill yourself with that gun.
The claim is that this seems a lot of us seem to agree on this stuff. The claim is that it's not worth the cost of some gun deaths to not do anything.
But no matter when you give out freedom, there are going to be marginalized parts where mistakes are going to happen. There are going to be bad things.
That's life.
So would you consider that if you're going to kill yourself with that gun, like you mentioned, homicide, how about instead of trying to take guns away, would you rather give maybe that funding or set up some sort of mental health system that can keep
I love mental health funding. Who's for more mental health funding in here? And oh, really? Everybody? Why don't any Republican elected officials for that? Not in red states. In red states, they're slashing mental health funding.
The point I'm trying to make is if we have a drunk driver that crashes because they're drunk, are we going to ban cars? No, we are going to focus on.
No, you're going to make drunk driving illegal. You're going to make drunk driving illegal.
Yes,
exactly.
and it is illegal, but we are not going to make guns illegal because certain people do certain things with them. Are we going to ban cars for everybody else because one person does one wrong thing?
You're going to make drunk driving illegal. We already went through this with the other guy. There are a lot of restrictions that you can have. Thank you. Good to meet you.
1.5 minutes.
Nice.
Oh, they all want to get up there.
Isaac, good to meet you. I want to go back to what someone else brought up earlier, that it's not a gun problem, it's a heart problem. You keep going to this fact of Japan only has 10 gun deaths. How many stabbing deaths do they have? How many car deaths do they have?
Way less.
How many suicide deaths do they have? They still exist.
Way less. Yeah, of course.
And so
way less, though.
we already are at a point.
Trying to mitigate harm.
Okay, yes, we're at a point in this country where there are more guns than people. We can't go backwards. We can only go forward. These are the cards that we've dealt with. Sure. And so you can look at Japan. You can look at Germany, which has a lot of gun deaths and stabbing deaths. France, the UK, Nicaragua, tens of thousands of people are getting slaughtered.
Are you trying to be Nicaragua?
No. What I'm getting to the point is it's not a gun problem. It's a heart problem. And frankly, it's a lack of having Jesus in your heart problem because we as a society, we as a society and globally have gotten.
At some of my events, I wanted to get mean about this. I just hate that. I wish there were more hostile audiences. I feel mean about. I don't like being mean to somebody when they're in front of a hostile audience because it feels like super one-sided. I think it's incredibly rude and incredibly fucking weird when people try to shoehorn their religion into any random fucking debate. Like, I'm sorry, like, no offense, I don't give a fuck about your, whatever fairy guy you want to worship. I don't need you to try to shoehorn him into a policy debate. Like, it's disrespectful, it's fucking weird and cringe. Like, I hate this. I just don't say anything when people do it at my events, but like, I don't know, maybe I'll start. I just think it's really weird how many people do this.
And rid of the moral giver, so there's no morals behind what we do. There's a lot of violence and there's a lot of reason for someone to do something if they don't see each other in the imago Dei that we're fearfully and wonderfully made. When we eliminate that from the picture, violence increases, and you can see that everywhere around the country. Yes, in the US, I'll give it to you, there's more gun deaths, but if you look at anywhere else in the country, there's a lot of death and a lot of violence, and that ultimately is what we're both agreeing with, that there needs to be a reduction in violence, and frankly, getting rid of guns doesn't do that, lessening guns doesn't do that, fixing people's hearts and allowing them to know that they are saved through Jesus is what gets them to that.
Look, I want people to
try
Japanese
to become their best
people,
selves, especially Christian,
church or otherwise. I'm for that. I'm just saying, like, there are other countries that have smaller populations of Christians and have greater populations of Christians, and they all have way less gun deaths than us. Like, it isn't
how many deaths do they have? We eliminate gun deaths. Just talk about
violent deaths. Violent crime is higher in this country than it is in any other first world Western country. It's lower than, sure, like Nicaragua and some other countries, but of the first world Western countries, violent crime and death is higher here, and a lot of it is because we have such easy access to firearms, and all I'm saying is that we should try to fix that. Yeah. And I think that policy-wise, I appreciate what you're saying about people finding Christ. I think this administration and their policies are about as unchristian as imaginable.
I'm not talking about this policy or this administration. I'm talking about people.
Okay, right. Well, no, but so that's what I'm saying. I think that, like, if we're going to do this, it should be it should be unified across the board. And if we're trying to encourage people to improve their hearts, I'm for that. But people are still going to have demons. There's still sin. People, and if they have easy access to deadly guns,
the effort into fixing that than trying to eliminate guns. And if you look at the gun deaths, there's suicide. That is a personal problem. That is not a mass shooting problem.
How would you suggest that we go into helping more people find Jesus in their hearts?
By allowing them to understand that we are flawed, that we need to.
But as a government, how do we do that?
Well, as a government, it's not the government's responsibility. It's the Holy Spirit's responsibility, and we are the seed.
Yeah, but we're here debating about what the government's policy should be.
Yeah, exactly. And so the government's policy is not going to solve the problem because we're both trying to reduce the violence. That's the problem at hand.
Yeah, and I think that obviously you could reduce the violence because there are many other governments and many other places that have successfully reduced the violence. And I think that it would be best for all of us.
Violence?
Yeah, look, everybody wants. Yeah, everybody in Europe. We have a higher violent crime rate than every country in Europe. It is just true. So maybe like Belarus and Ukraine, some of the Eastern Europe, but Western Europe, of course.
Does that have to do with guns?
Yes, it has to do with guns.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. We're the only outlier on this front. And look, the people that die of the gun deaths in this country.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, they did not deserve to be snuffed out.
Not.
They did not deserve that, and they're only at risk of that in this country. They should have an opportunity to live a full life of purpose and meaning, whether that's with Christ or otherwise.
But
that's
limiting
not how
the
things
guns
should go in a
doesn't do
free
anything.
Thanks, Dinesh.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. My next claim is the Trump administration is an attack on American values.
Tim, nice to meet you. Scotty.
What's happening,
nice
man? You've been ready. I've been watching you.
I've been ready. This has been so much fun. Let's talk about what are the American values. Let's find some common ground first, okay? Would you consider hard work pursuing the American dream an American value?
Sure.
Awesome. We agree right there.
Yep.
Would you say that all men are created equal?
Of course.
Okay, great. Then where do you get that from in your liberal perspective, right? Because in the Declaration of Independence, right, it says that it's bestowed by our creator, right? Where do you get those values?
Yeah, well, look, the Declaration of Independence is probably the classic document representing liberal values, liberal democracy. Like liberal democracy, small L liberalism is something that basically began here in this country and proliferated into Europe and around the world a lot because we promoted it. Those liberal values are basically freedom of speech, freedom of...
Oh, shit. I fucked up. You're right. I'm so sorry. Wait. Forget he said any of that. Back to Piers.
Gender News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next surrounding claim is that gender neutral pronouns are pointless.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I'm Jeremiah. Okay, so I bet you didn't know that you were coming to a therapy session. I am a therapist. and
Great.
So, yes,
Finally,
finally.
finally.
But
a
I do-
missing link in my life.
Yes. So I would argue that pronouns, people being wanting to be referred to the pronouns that they want, actually aid them in their self-esteem improving and their validation and affirmation in life.
And their lives obviously are lacking a lot of other things. It's like nobody cares about pronouns.
What would their life be lacking?
What pronouns are yours?
I'm he, him.
Okay, so you're a bloke.
Yes.
Okay, why do you need to call yourself he, him? I know what you are. You're a man.
Right, but I think that you're talking about people that
Do you
want to be
feel
called.
do you feel
Wait.
affirmed by the fact you call me he, him?
I'm talking about other pronouns, so like they, them, Z.
Well, they,
right?
them. All right, they, them.
Yes.
There's one person.
Well,
saying,
so-
call
okay,
me they, them.
but- okay, well,
they, them is a plural.
Right,
How
but-
can you be more than
so
one
guess
person?
what? What about someone non-
I mean, call me stupid,
but someone that's non-binary who can engender.
What does
two
non-binary
pronouns.
mean?
I'm explaining it right now. Who can engender both masculine and feminine traits, and that is their third gender. If that's what they want to be called, why is it so hard for you and other people to call them what they want to be
I
called?
just think it's all bullshit.
But I'm asking you, why can't you just call them what they want to be called if that's what they want to be
because I
called?
don't want to.
So how are you being empathic if you don't want to call them what they want to be
I don't
called?
care.
But so empathy. Empathy is a muscle that you could develop in therapy. So if you went to therapy, you'd have developed that
I
muscle.
can't think of anything I'd rather less develop.
Well,
when one human being says to me, call me they, them, I laugh. It's absurd. There's
Okay.
one of them.
And that shows that you're not empathic.
I asked a non-binary person who's a guest on my show recently, what does non-binary mean? She couldn't explain it.
Okay, so
it was actually torturous.
So that's her, but the thing is, why don't you get someone on your show who can explain
How many
it?
pronouns are there?
Multiple.
How many?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in
The
that.
last count is there are 74 official ones. Do you know?
No, okay, you're going to say cat and dog. I'm a cat, I'm a cat.
No,
there's he,
I'll
him,
come to those.
she,
No.
they, them.
No.
Probably kind
I'm
of like
talking about gender pronouns.
Yes,
Right,
so am I.
There are 74. One of them is astral gender, an affinity with space.
No, where are you getting this information?
Official genders. Google it. Literally Google it.
Have you had someone on your show who said, I'm an astral whatever?
Yes, I actually got one on.
No, and did you pay that person to go on? Like, I mean,
utter lunacy, the whole thing. It's like kids identifying as cats at school.
No,
you know what I would
that
do with
does
them?
not happen.
It does happen.
That is some bogus like media presentation. That does not happen.
No, it has happened. Read my book, Woke is Dead. It's all in there.
I don't know how.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Jesus.
What are you sighing about?
I gotta turn all this fucking shit on now just to make fucking Mootin happy. Oh, just to make. Oh, Moody. Oh.
Thank you.
Is it working?
Yep, play the video.
There was a phenomenon called the furries. You know what it
Yeah, hear it. Thank you.
Not the phenomenon called the furries.
was? Kids would go to school
So
and say,
I know what
"I'm
furries are,
identifying
and
as a
furries
cat."
are not a gender. That's its own kind of lifestyle. It's like people in
This
outfits.
is where, but this is where, with all due respect, this is where limitless self-identity takes you. It takes you to the absurd. For example, do you believe? Let me ask you. Do you believe that you can identify as anything you like?
No.
Oh, what are the exceptions?
I think that most people that when they think about their gender identity, it's he, him, she, her, they, Z. Those are the ones that
What's
people
Z?
are. Z is oh god, now I can't explain it. No, but Z.
Oh no! Why would you do this?
This is their strongest warrior.
I have no idea. And you're the guy trying to defend this nonsense. Here's my other question for you, right?
All right,
So
I
there's-
think we're out
it used to be LGBT, then it was LGBTQ. What is it now? What's the?
It's LGBTQ plus, or it could be LGBTQIA2S, two spirit.
Right, and what does it stand for?
Two spirit, the two
No, the whole
spirit.
thing.
That's the Canadian thing, yeah.
Lesbian, gay, bisexual, LGBT, trans, queer, or questioning, LGBTQIA, intersex, asexual, two spirit. It's the two spirited individuals.
You forgot pansexual and asexual.
Well, so pan. I did say asexual. Pan is not in there. Nice to
meet you.
They got cooked.
Not my my therapist.
What's your name?
I'm Jenny.
Jenny, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So we wanted to talk about, I guess your initial claim is that pronouns are silly or
I
purposeless.
think we've just established how silly they are. I mean, even the people defending them can't remember what they mean.
Right. So I just wanted to touch on two things here. So I don't think anyone is denying biological sex assignment at birth, right? Whatever your doctor determines your...
It's not about doctors assigning anything, is it? You're either born with certain genitals or you're not.
Right, but a doctor has to look at
When
it.
you're a
to
male or
determine
female.
that. Right, understanding.
Do you accept
So,
that?
yeah, I
This
do
whole-
think
what
that
is-
we've got
this
two
whole phrase,
sexes.
assigned at birth. What does it mean?
That means a doctor has looked at you as
No,
a baby
thank
and
you.
they...
They just see what I look at you and see. I don't have to be a doctor to know what you're assigned as.
Right, but okay,
You're just
so-
born. Do you accept that the vast majority of people ever in the history of planet Earth are born male or female?
Yeah, I do believe
But
that
can
there
we stop
is
the phrase
some...
assigned at birth by a doctor?
That's
Literally,
what a doctor
I've
does,
had 4
though.
babies. They look at them and they go, oh, it's a boy, it's a girl. That's it.
Right, so a
What you
doctor
then decide
determines
to call
that and
yourself,
writes that on your birth
entirely down to you.
certificate.
There's no one
Okay,
assigning
can I
anything.
finish my point, please?
Yeah, but they're not assigning anything.
Can I
It's a
finish my
ridiculous
point,
phrase.
please?
Feel
Thank
free.
you. So, whatever your biological sex is determined by a doctor upon your birth, I don't think anyone's denying that. However, gender is a construct that is how we express ourselves.
How many genders are there?
For me, I think that it's a scale, and however you want to express yourself is up to you.
Can I
But
express myself as anything I want?
Well, if you let me finish my point. Okay, so for example, we
Oh.
talk about masculinity, we talk about femininity, and some days I feel like I want to feel more feminine, so I wear a dress, or I do things that are socially constructed and designated as feminine. Or maybe other people have like this idea of masculinity, so they present themselves in that way. So gender is different from biological sex in that it's how you express yourself. To me, somebody's gender expression and how they want to be addressed is no different than using somebody's name.
Right.
Because I write, so when we use pronouns, it's with purpose, right?
What are your pronouns?
She, her.
So you're a woman?
Yes.
So why do you need to call yourself she, her?
Well, that's just how you address women.
So why use them as pronouns?
But pronouns are just used in English
We never
language.
used to. This has just only started 10 years ago. Nobody ever.
Pronouns has always been used in the English language.
I'm talking about the new cavalcade of extra pronouns.
I think we're making it out to be so much more than it really is.
If you're a man, you're a he, him. That's it.
Okay.
Right? The rest of it is just a complete construct of the woke left.
Okay,
none
a
of
construct,
it, as
like
we've
you
already
said.
established, none of it makes sense to the point that none of you can even explain half of it.
No, and I'm still explaining it. So
How many genders are there?
I'm still talking about gender expression.
Can you tell
and
me how many genders there are?
I'm talking about.
How many are there?
I personally don't care. I don't know.
Do you know a number?
No, because for biological sex,
Do
maybe
you
we can
believe,
talk about
do
that
you
in
believe in
binary.
the concept of limitless self-identity?
No. So if
So
you
what's
would
the-
let me,
where's the limit?
If you would let me continue.
Where's the limit?
If you would let me
Oh
continue.
my
Thank you.
God.
So what I'm saying though is that when you refer to somebody in their pronouns that they ask for, it's just general English language how we use it. There are plenty of languages out there that don't even have pronouns because that's just how the language works. So if you can speak a different language and not have to refer to somebody by their pronouns and know exactly who you're talking to, then I don't think pronouns are a big deal.
I hear you, and you phrased it very nicely. But my point being, I think it's got completely out of hand.
Okay.
When there are 74 cited genders, if you Google it, as the
74?
official list
Oh,
of genders,
no.
and one of them is an affinity with space, I'm calling
How many
bullshit.
genders
When
are
you
there,
have
Stephen?
LGBTQ, and it now has so many letters that
800,000.
even experts in the field of the LGBT community acronym cannot remember.
The
what they all
LGBTQI
mean.
experts.
It is ridiculous. And when it comes to limitless self-identity, I had this debate with someone on International Women's Day on my show Uncensored, and I had two guests. One was white, one was black. There's a relevance to that, and we were talking about this. And I said, right, two women. I said, do you believe in limitless self-identity? And the wokey of the two guests said, I do. And you have to respect what people want. And she said, yes. I went, okay, in that case, I, on International Women's Day, Piers Morgan, am now identifying as a black lesbian. And the black panelist burst out laughing because she knew what I was doing, which is taking this argument to its logical conclusion, which is once you make it limitless, society just collapses because anyone can say that they're anything they want.
If I may
and
interject
you would say to me, if I said to you I'm a black lesbian, what would you say?
I would say that you're conflating this idea of limitless, like whatever, gender expression, or self-identity. I already said I don't agree with that.
But you didn't say where the limit is.
Right. So for me personally, what I believe is that there are scientific things that we can agree to, like biological sex, right? But gender expression is a cultural
I know,
and
you said
societal.
that, but where is the limit
right.
to what you
So
can
you can't
identify?
identify as another race because that's just genetically not correct,
Right.
So
there are limits to this.
Yeah, I do.
So I'm really curious where the woke limit is on self-identity.
Gender is a social construct. A social construct means we made it up, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So,
It's completely
so
invented.
therefore, you can have whatever identity that you want because you've decided to create that.
Yes,
for
but
you.
my point,
But
the
is
point
that
of
not- but why is that a problem?
No, here's the problem. It's got so out of control.
No.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good one.
Hi, Ryan. Nice to meet you, Ryan.
Piers.
So actually, I have my preferred pronouns.
Okay, what are they?
Hot or hottest.
I can find that. I can honor that. Yeah.
But throughout the conversation,
Sure.
I
Okay. All right. Hottie, is that okay?
I prefer hottest.
Hottest?
Yeah.
Okay, I
That's what
take
I'm
that
feeling
personal
today.
because I thought I was. So look, I think you do this really great job of taking the far edge use case and writing a book about it. I think what you're trying to do is take this thing that is explicitly a one-dimensional, two-dimensional range, and adding things like this random, star thing, and then your elephants and all that stuff. Nobody who is
It's not
serious.
It's not random.
Oh, fine.
These
Fine. I
things
tell you what,
exist.
you're right. If you can Google it, it must be
No,
mainstream.
if you read my book, you'll see these are specific examples.
No, I got it. No, I understand. You were really good at taking anecdotes and making them data. If that was how science
Not
worked, you
data, not data, just facts.
Well,
For example, there was a school in the north of England called the Altrincham School for Girls, where everybody there is a girl. That's why they call it Altrincham School for Girls. And then because of the trans activist campaign, eventually they banned teachers and pupils from referring to each other as girls, even though everybody there was a girl.
I think the vast majority of people who care about this at all would say that's an edge case, and most of us think that's weird.
Great.
That's the vast majority.
And
of
I
people.
agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So explain to me why you think personal pronouns actually matter.
Well, the question of gender has gone back for thousands of years. There were over 150 distinct civilizations in North America before colonialism that had more than two genders. So this is what we in the real world like to call an open question that evolves over time. I don't think that the fact that the question exists means there's some systemic sickness within society, and I don't understand why the fact that something that maybe you're not that familiar with or is an open question makes you uncomfortable.
My argument is only that it's pointless.
Well,
I mean, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
Right, so everyone I've asked has basically said she, her, he, him.
Yeah.
Well, in my day, it was just male and female, man and woman.
Got it.
So
Well, here's the thing, but it's not for us to get. It's not ours to get. That's the point.
No, but my point is, I shouldn't be compelled to use absurd pronouns.
Fine. Listen, whatever you call absurd, fine. Whatever you choose not to
You
say
shouldn't
is
have
fine.
to call me
Here's the
hottest.
thing, you could go around
Even
and
though
call
I say my
listen,
preferred pronoun is
no,
hottest.
no.
You
As a
don't
gay
have
man,
to do that.
listen, as a gay man, you could go around calling me a and that would be okay.
Whoa.
You're not allowed to do that. You're not going to get arrested. You're not going to go to prison. You
Whoa.
could exactly. It would be
Naughty
offensive
word.
and unkind. It would not be okay, but you could do it. What I'm saying is you don't have to accept
Wait a
other
minute,
people's
I didn't say
pronouns.
anything.
Yes, well, you've been saying a lot. I'm referring to things you've said.
You're putting words into my
fine,
mouth.
correct me.
No, you should let me say what I think
Okay,
about
go
you.
for it. I can't wait.
I just found your terminology offensive.
Okay.
Is
Is that all you were going to say?
Obviously, look, we can agree that when there are derogatory terms like that, it's offensive.
Yeah.
Of course.
Right. And so if I find it offensive that you refuse to honor someone's they, them pronouns, I'm allowed to be offended by that. You're allowed to be offensive.
Sure.
That's a thing that can happen out in the world. That
Yes.
doesn't make you right.
No, but we had a crazy phase, which I talk about in the book, where literally companies, big companies, people were getting fired for not using people's pronouns.
I don't think, look.
Do you agree that's insane?
Hold on, listen. Anytime change happens, there are going to be blips
But you
of
agree that was
extremity.
mad? You agree nobody
I
should
don't
be
think
fired?
anybody should get fired, no.
Nobody should be fired. So we
No,
agree. It's
no,
good. It's a good.
yeah, no, but the vast majority of people think that, Piers. I mean, for the same reason that most of us call ourselves woke tongue-in-cheek, where there's minutia, there's little details, little off to the side cases, and then there's what's That's what's common. And what's common is people respect people's pronouns, but it is uncommon for an employer to fire someone for refusing to put them in the
Actually,
email
it's more common
signature.
than you think. And actually became a very insidious part of wokeism,
I mean,
which is what I call the cancel culture. We're going to come to that as a separate question, but this whole idea that if you don't conform to a particular worldview, you have to be
No, look, I
cancelled,
understand that. Look,
fired,
there are people on the far extreme of both the left and the right who want to get rid of people who think differently than they do. That's a both sides.
On both sides, I agree.
Right, but 95% of us are inside of those sides. This is not like a systemic problem with our whole human society. This is a far edge.
What, getting him, so Piers isn't fighting on this, that Piers is definitely doing edge cases here. I hope this guy brings this up. What he should bring up is the idea that, like, you said that this was the most troubling problem, like it was the worst thing in the fucking 21st century or whatever, right? How can that be the case with so few people believe this stuff?
Believe what, like pronouns?
So
in like the neo-pronouns, like all this weird shit.
Okay,
Like this is just generally normal people don't, yeah.
Nobody goes.
If you want to write a book and you want to go around talking about it like it applies to all of us, I just want to be clear, you're taking a molehill and making a mountain out of it.
Sounds like you pretty well agree with me.
Well, yeah, no, I agree with the principle of some of these things can be extreme. What I disagree with is how you take it and you make it this permanently awful bad thing, black and white, binary, it's bad, and you want to dismiss out of hand.
I think wokeism as a mindset is honestly, I think it's a joyless, hectoring, censoring, virtue signaling.
I mean, look,
I say that, and like I say, I don't say that because I'm on the right, because I'm not.
Sure,
the right will tell you I'm not one of them. Ask them what they think about things like gun control and abortion and things like that. Right?
No, your contrarian thing is a great brand. And I believe it's authentic. I believe it's authentic.
I genuinely sit in the middle on this.
Well, fine. But here's the thing. I want to just be clear that what we're talking about are holding against the whole of society.
Hang on.
I have been a grassroots activist for 15 years. I also do stand-up comedy with all kinds of people. People say things that are offensive all the time, and every once in a while, in all these places, you run into one or maybe two people who are these joyless, joy-sucking, nothing is okay people. But all of us, the vast majority of us who give a shit about any of these things, find those people to be unusual.
But my point,
they get cornered over there, and over there we don't do. And that's why when you say wokeism is like that, we all go bullshit, because that's not how we are.
Listen, I agree that all-encompassing, verdicts on a group of people is often a bit misleading. You're clearly not an extreme progressive wokey, right? You're somewhere probably a bit more normal, which is, like I said at the start.
That's what my dad says.
No, but I can see you probably are. You probably got quite a common sense valve in you, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
And that's all I want really is common sense.
Good luck.
Hello.
I feel like they don't have any time to get a good debate
pronouns?
going.
She, her.
True. Right, another one.
But
So actually, oddly, ironically, none of you have anything but the standard old pronouns, which we never needed because everyone knew you were a woman or a man.
yes, however, my best friend goes by gender neutral pronouns, and I am an 18-year-old high school
So
student.
what do you mean by that?
They go by they them.
They them, but there's only one of them.
Yes.
Explain that.
They them can refer to a singular person. Like
They can't.
I feel like if somebody comes to my house and drops off a package at the door, I say, oh, they left the package there. I'm not like, oh, he left the package there. She left the package there. I say they left the package there, and that's only referring to one person. So I'm an 18-year-old high school student.
Why didn't he counter
and many
that?
of my friends
Whatever.
are trans or go by gender neutral pronouns.
Are they though? Are they? Because what's happening is quite interesting. Apparently, the number of people. No. The number of people. Well, I'm talking about a group of people. All the reports are suggesting in the last year there's been a dramatic collapse in the number of young people at colleges and universities identifying as trans, which would confirm to me that the thing was a fad, which got completely out of hand. And the people I actually felt sorry for were the people who are genuinely trans. In some cases, go through years of surgery because they feel they're born to the wrong body, the wrong sex, and so on. I feel like they have been lost in all this conversation. They've been made to feel ridiculous. They've been mocked and so on. And I feel badly for those people because actually, a lot of this trans stuff, particularly with young people at colleges, has been a fad. And there was a school near me, near where I grew up in East Sussex in England, where 900 kids in one school were apparently trans.
Yes,
Honestly,
I
it's
understand.
ridiculous.
I feel like you've avoided giving your opinions on non-binary. No, I feel like I've given my opinions on this. I don't think non-binary is a real thing. I'm not buying it. Not on that train.
I understand. However, I think it's about respect, and it's about garnering respect to the people who are, like, you're talking to a person. And if they want to be called they, them, by the pronouns
And if I
that
want
they
to be
choose.
called a black lesbian?
Okay, but that gets into a race conversation. That's not
Okay,
what we're talking about.
if I want to be called, let me think of something.
No, we're talking about they,
Wait,
them.
hang
We're
on.
talking about gender neutral pronouns. That was the
If I want to be
debate topic.
hot or hottest,
Okay, well, that would be your choice.
would you respect that?
Yes, I would.
So you would call me that?
Yeah, because
Go on
that is
then.
your pronouns.
Well, go on.
And so
Well, go on then.
I feel
No,
like...
Go on then. Oi, mate, go on.
But I'm referring to you
Yes.
at the moment.
But address me in my preferred pronoun.
Another thing is
hang on,
that...
Hang on. Hang on.
Okay, thank you. This could really catch
Language
up.
evolves. Language evolves over time.
You see how ridiculous that exchange was?
No.
It's preposterous.
Do you think Piers is a smart guy?
Lovely to meet you.
Smart? Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he's an idiot.
Welcome back. Hey, good to see you again. Good to see you again.
So
I think that like the fixation on this really shows your emotional connection to the idea of pronouns more than like other people's want to self-identify. Because for me, if like I've had people come up to me, I work in a lot of queer spaces in nonprofit work, and I've had people who say they're they them. I misgender them on accident. I call them, if they look very femme presenting, I'll call them she her, and they'll be like, actually it's they them. In my mind, I'm like, okay, I messed up. They're not chastising me. They're not pissed at me. They're not gonna like victimize me afterwards. And that's the majority of people. If there are people that do feel a sense of defensiveness, it's because there's been a propaganda campaign nationally that's been pushed on these people specifically to target and victimize them. So my big thing is, if we want people to be less offensive and less emotional, why are we fixating so much on it? Why are the people that say they hate pronouns so much?
I feel like it's a little bit like Charlie Kirk.
When we get to 74 different ways of identifying your gender,
Do you
one
not
of them
see
is
it?
affinity with the stars, you should all accept it's got ridiculous. And my point of saying things like, I identify as a black lesbian or whatever, is simply to show that if you allow things to be limitless, it goes to ridiculous places. We've had, that Rachel Dolezal story. Do you remember that was the white woman pretending to be black, right? It was absolutely absurd. She led this whole life as a fake person. It's all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
To me, it's fuel.
Like, even I hang out probably in way more, or I've engaged with or intersected with way more of these woke spaces. I don't know how many people I've even met with like neo pronouns or that are non-binary they thems. Like, I feel like even in my area, that's like relatively rare. I feel like you have to go to like the wokest of weirdo young areas to find these people.
It's fueled by a mindset that says anyone can, they use the phrase express themselves, but actually, if your gender identity and you want people to use this, if we get to 74, 80, 100, right, it becomes, as I point out, completely pointless.
Yeah, but if you're someone who feels this like sense that you need to identify as hot and hottest, I'm just gonna call you Piers. Like, that's really how it is.
Exactly my point.
Yeah. So my thing is,
you've answered my. That's it.
No, exactly, and that's what you can do.
No, you agree.
No, but you're going on a show and you're writing a book specifically highlighting these people. That's the difference. I'm not making a big stink saying this is the degradation of society. I'm saying that this is somebody who's saying something that I don't totally understand. But just because I don't understand it, I can still respect them.
I know.
I don't have to punch down and specifically target them.
Let me
That's
tell
the
you,
difference.
there are a million things more important in life than being concerned about how people call you.
Then don't focus on it, Piers. Why are you writing a book about it? There's millions of things to concern yourself with. Why aren't you talking about a genocide happening in Palestine? Why aren't you talking about actual victims? You're writing a book about people who say astrogender. Something I've never heard before, and I work in queer spaces.
I literally do a show every night where I talk about the wars in Ukraine and Gaza and other major issues.
I'm just talking about this topic.
I'm talking about this because I think it was very interesting to me that Donald Trump got reelected. I was like, how has this happened? And I think it's partly immigration, it was partly the economy, and it was partly what the Democrats call the culture war, and partly the culture wars. Right? A lot of people were fed up with this.
I think it really was a big focus on the economy, and I think you're right there. And I think Trump's version of populism spoke to a lot of people who have been disenfranchised.
Also, the culture war stuff, it did cut through.
It didn't, though.
Yes, it did.
That's not a big
and I don't
focus.
think anybody on the woke left who will admit it. None of you admit it.
Because if you talk about people's economic conditions, they're not going to give a shit of who their neighbors are and what their pronouns identify as.
Right.
They just want to be able to afford meals for their kids
in a way,
and actually get healthcare.
Exactly. Hence why gender pronouns are
What?
pointless.
No,
what?
What? No, he just made
If
a certain group of people feel more comfortable, that shouldn't be something we discriminate.
Good one.
My final surrounding claim is
Please,
cancel
Bob.
culture is real.
What? No, we won't. Shut up.
Man, you've been ready. I'm watching you.
I've been ready. This has been so much
beginning
fun.
of this again.
Let's talk about what are the American values. Let's find some common ground first, okay? Would you consider hard work, pursuing the American dream, an American value?
Sure.
Could you elaborate more on your stance regarding non-binary? No, I can't really. I just don't believe it. I don't think I've heard convincing stuff from non-binary people. It sounds like a fashion aesthetic that people have intermingled with like gender ideology stuff. My biggest criticisms of all the neo-pronoun and all the weird shit or whatever is that people are always trying to find ways to push boundaries and express themselves differently. That's why you get so many like weird counterculture. I shouldn't say weird. Well, no, it is definitely weird. Like counterculture stuff and movements that originate in teen spaces or in like college spaces, which is fine. You expect that to happen. But I think it was extra annoying when this got conflated with gender and trans stuff. So, you know, in the past, like if a kid is going to believe in some dumb shit or be weird or whatever, like that's fine. Do your thing. You're a kid. You're free to do that. But when you start like conflating it with like, well, actually, I'm not goth. I'm goth gender. Now you've turned it into like, you're trying to turn it into some whole ass like civil rights movement, which I think gets like way more cringy and stupid. And I just think that was always not a great idea. And I view non-binary as kind of one of those like aesthetic things that people wanted to turn into like more than that, because if it's more than that, then people feel cooler about it. I think it's dumb. Cringe.
Awesome. We agree right there. Yep. Would you say that all men are created equal?
Of course, yeah, of course.
Okay, great. Then where do you get that from in your liberal perspective, right? Because in the Declaration of Independence, right, it says that it's bestowed by our...
Oh, shit. Fuck, never mind. Wait, where do you get that in your liberal perspective that all men are created equal? This is about a liberal government. He's going to say the rights come from God. It's such a bad reading. When the founding fathers say your rights come from God, they don't mean that like from the Christian God, Yahweh, or whatever. They just mean that it comes from something that's beyond government. Government is just here to protect your rights. You're not getting your rights from the government. The government's here that exists to protect your rights, to ensure your rights. They don't come from the government themselves. This fixation on the God part is such a brainless reading of the Declaration of Independence or of any part of the Constitution. Just cringe.
Great. Then where do you get that from in your liberal perspective, right? Because in the Declaration of Independence, right, it says that it's bestowed by our creator, right? Where do you get those values?
Yeah, well, look, the Declaration of Independence is probably the classic document representing liberal values, liberal democracy. Like liberal democracy, small L liberalism is something that basically began here in this country and proliferated into Europe and around the world a lot because we promoted it. Those liberal values are basically freedom of speech, freedom of religion, pluralism, tolerance, rule of law.
But where do you get those values? Because you're saying the Trump administration, right? I think the Trump administration actually actually protects American values, right?
Okay,
it protects the American values of the unborn, right?
Sure.
Those are things that us as Gen Z, we are passionate about, right? Because
Awesome.
it has killed, Martin just said 28% of us. Abortion has killed 28% of us Gen Z. So that's something that we're very passionate about. And you can only find that when you find your value in a creator.
I mean, we could go back to the Enlightenment. I don't know that we need to do a bunch of John Locke talk here, but essentially the values that I'm talking about are the ones in the Constitution and the Declaration. As I said, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, rule of law, democracy, pluralism. That is the foundation of what America was founded on. That's what the founders wrote about. You can go read about in the Federalist Papers.
But they had
all
those Judeo-Christian values that were instilled from the
I
beginning.
hear you, man, but you're trying to make this about faith. And what the founders were explicit about was that this country was not founded based on religion. A lot of them were religious, of course.
Yes,
we have freedom of religion.
Yes, we did have freedom
of religion in this country. So if you go down that list that we said,
what does
whether
it
it's
say?
freedom of
What does the
speech,
Declaration
Trump
say?
is attacking that. Freedom of religion, Trump is attacking
He's
that.
not attacking freedom of religion. How is
We
he
had a
attacking
Muslim
freedom of
ban.
religion?
We had a Muslim ban in this country.
No, we have never
did.
had an actual Muslim ban. That is an insane claim by you.
Yes, insane claim. It had to be overturned by the Supreme Court.
Pause. You're eliminated by.
Good to meet you.
Damn, he's mad. Woo! He got super mad.
Let's go. What's up, man? Tim.
That's good.
Nice job. Little Clementine there. We're ready?
It's gonna be sweet talk.
Okay. I hope so.
I would like to know what you mean by American values.
Again, so obviously there are a lot, but I'm thinking about the values that were promoted in the Declaration of the Constitution by the founders, the things that make America unique. So if just going through them, I'd say freedom of speech, freedom of religion, free markets, democracy, pluralism, and the rule of law. Those are the things that come to mind. Obviously, there could be other
Which ones
American
are the ones
values.
that you think Trump is going against?
All of them. I mean, when it comes to freedom of speech, right now, you're getting cracked down on this country. If you wrote an op-ed criticizing Israel, you got jailed. That was Ramesa Ozturk. There are 60 minutes. There are media organizations that are getting attacked if they're mean to Mr. Trump. J.D. Vance said that if you said something mean about Charlie Kirk, people should call your boss. So they're going after freedom of speech. They're shutting down the ICE block apps.
Now, real quick, with the criticism on stuff, there's a lot that you're throwing at me right now, so I'm trying to keep up.
Okay.
But with the criticism on Trump, I actually agree that there could be a lot of criticism on Trump. I think there's a lot of things that he does that are not reflective of traditional Christian values. So I would want to know, just because he...
So we can agree on that on the Christian values. That wasn't really the claim, but let's just do it for fun. He is terrible. And when it comes to just basic Christian values,
real quick.
terrible.
I haven't seen him really say okay, some press can't say certain stuff or whatever. He's not exactly...
Well, yes.
Sorry, I just got triggered. This is going to be like a show me where Donald Trump passed the law saying freedom of speech is outlawed, right? Donald Trump didn't say that, oh no, he just banned people from the press room who didn't agree with his renaming, his unilateral singular renaming of the Gulf of America, or the Gulf, kill me, the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Or he, is, I don't even say threatens, who actually sues civilly different press entities that he doesn't like, or has determined immigration policy based on whether or not you attend a protest for Gaza, or has or is using weaponizing the FCC to attack people who do late night shows that he doesn't like. But he didn't outlaw free speech, right? He didn't outlaw free. Then you.
The Department of Defense had a press room where people get to go in and ask questions to the press secretary. They made them sign a pledge that they were not going to report unapproved information, and now the only people in there are like the Turkey newspaper.
That's something I've heard of that. Okay, but traditional Christian values.
I don't know about that. Oh, the unbeatable. Haven't heard that.
Well, sure, like loving your neighbor as yourself. I think that Donald Trump is pretty bad on that, and I think if you go down the list of American values, obviously, but Judeo-Christian values, this administration has a disrespect for all of them. I mean, again, we talked in the first claim, or we talked earlier about the deportation regime. Right. I think that's very unchristian. I think that canceling Medicaid so that people don't have health care services is pretty unchristian. Like talks to people and treats people. He's nasty. That's unchristian. It's also un-American. But anyway, so would you agree that he has anti-Christian values?
I mean, I wouldn't. That's the thing, right? There's a lot of things that I don't agree that Trump reflects Christian values on. But
do you see the issue when I said earlier? If you want to start running it down, let's run down the list. You're fuck. There's dude, we could probably go through all 10 commandments and find a thing that Trump has violated on every single fucking thing. There's just, I don't know, man.
at the same time, to claim that he's going against the founding of this country, I just don't think is completely fair, because I haven't seen any actual, by definition, fascistic behavior, unless you were trying to, of course, get to the other points that we talked about.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, we could go through them again. Obviously, free markets, he's attacking with the tariffs, with the way that we're now taking over certain countries, the rule of law, he's going after his political opponents, through the DOJ, democracy, he's trying to overturn the election, and he's storming the Capitol.
I don't think there's enough.
Well, you saw people storming the Capitol, though, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of context regarding that stuff that, like, I obviously don't support any sort of political. Oh, sorry.
Pause.
My bad. Sorry.
All right, you may get back to your chair.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cooked.
She was like, shut the fuck up. Bozo.
Hello.
Hey.
My name is Bethlehem.
Bethlehem. Great. I love that name.
Nice to meet you.
Jesus
so your claim
Christ.
that the Trump administration is against the founding principles of American values in general. I like to kind of establish that American values are inherently Christian while they're not explicitly, because they're built on natural law. And natural law is essentially a theology that's based on Christian values and Christian.
Is that, I don't know if that's true or not. Nobody believed in any variation of natural law before Christianity. Is that true? Where are my Aristotle, Plato losers?
Principles. So I think in that regard, I think you are kind of off there, that America is inherently built on those Christian principles, being right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, those all coming from Jesus Christ. And I'm not saying that.
Clap up.
Again, this isn't a claim. A lot of folks want to talk about this here. I guess I'll play this game if we want to. I think that Trump is like maybe the most anti-Christian president that we've had that I can think of in his personal comportment and in the policies that he put forth. But I think that the founding principles of the country, again, obviously they're Judeo-Christian values, but like they're agnostics. Thomas Jefferson, they're explicit in respecting many different religions, and they came to the country so people could have freedom of religion. But I guess I would say that Trump is both anti-Christian values and anti-American values.
Well, I mean, we're not here to assess Trump's sins. We're not priests. We're not God himself.
Oh my
so
God.
I don't think
you guys keep bringing it up.
No, I mean,
but they can assess the sins of any of the people they don't like. Okay.
Point is that while he doesn't particularly reflect Christian values, because he sinned like the rest of us and things like that. But my point is that he sinned
a little more than you, probably.
He's a little older, so he has more.
Yeah, I think probably even at your age, he's probably sinned a little more than you. I think we could agree. There.
Okay. But my point is my point is that he has lowered unemployment, right? He has given child credit tax.
No.
Cuts. Huh?
Get rid of the child.
I mean, I'm sure. No. I guess that was in 2017. Sure. Yeah. Planned Parenthood has now been officially defunded, protecting life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Still part of life, where America was founded upon.
No, the liberty is the key one in there, right? Which is people should have the liberty to act as they please, even if they oppose this administration. This administration is targeting political foes across the board. He calls them the enemy within. They're investigating political foes to the DOJ. This is fundamentally un-American. It's the type of thing that happens in banana republics. And Donald Trump is the only one that has participated in this in my lifetime. I may be going back to Nixon.
Why are they voting about so fast? Black woman, that's why.
How you doing, Tim? Charlie.
What up, cowboy?
Nice
How's it going? Whoa,
fantastic. Thank you. We're good. All right. I want to start with freedom of speech.
Yeah.
It was during the COVID times that the Biden administration was very.
Agree. We can move on. I think that was horrible. Biden did on freedom of speech during COVID.
Oh, fuck Tim. Fuck you, Jim. Fuck you. Listen, I know why he wants to give that. No, he shouldn't actually. I super disagree with this. I'm actually so curious what his stance is on the Twitter files and all that. None of the stuff that these motherfuckers claim about censorship coming from the Biden White House was ever proven. All of it was not true. They talk about the Twitter files, but they never quote the Twitter files, and none of them have read the Twitter files. And also, a lot of these people will say that like the height of our censorship and all this stuff was in 2020, which was when Trump was in office. I don't agree with this demonization of the Biden admin over stuff that social media companies decided to do when they were trying to avoid the next Cambridge Analytica or trying to avoid the next massive piece of fake misinformation bullshit that spread on their platform. But that's okay.
I think so. Well, I don't think that's something that we should just move on from, because we're saying that Donald Trump is against American values. I think the freedom of speech in this country is the strongest it's ever been. I think it's the freest it's ever been. In fact, maybe it's come to a detrimental point, because so many people are able to say so many things without being blocked, without being censored. Their accounts aren't being banned anymore.
Let's talk
they
about
were being banned so more so during the Biden administration than they were during.
Let's talk about the tech companies then, if you want to. So the thing that we both agree on that the Biden administration was doing was they're going to the tech companies and saying, "Hey, you should censor misinformation about COVID, whether it's ivermectin or whatever." And that tech companies were doing it voluntarily. The government wasn't making them do it, but it still was bad. I think. I still don't think they should have done it. The Trump administration is doing the exact same thing right now with information about ICE. They've gone to Facebook and to Apple and told them to stop. Apple got rid of their app called ICE Block, and Facebook shut down Facebook groups where people were going on there and saying, "Hey, I live in this neighborhood. ICE has been doing raids in the neighborhood. FYI, just so you know, ICE is in your community." In a free country, I think people should be able to post on the internet and say, "Hey, there are folks in my neighborhood," and without the government coming in and shutting it down. The government came in and shut it down. So if you were mad about that during the Biden administration, to me, what's happening now, the Trump administration is worse on that front. They're also doing the same thing on speech about Charlie Kirk, Israel, and other things.
The Biden administration actually paid Facebook to go against what the Republican Party was doing and
we agree.
Values.
What?
Well, whereas the Trump administration, I believe, with Twitter and with Facebook and all the social media that we have right now, it's actually been a lot, again, more freer and more concise, and we're able to talk about things without being banned and censored. I don't know how many people's accounts got censored during the COVID years.
I mean, Elon's still censoring people. Zuckerberg's still that censoring is still happening, but that's in the free market. I'm fine with that. My problem is when the government, when Donald Trump is coming in and saying you can't post about ICE, you can't. If you did that op-ed, what do you think about Rumeysa Ozturk? You know that story? She was a tough student. She co-wrote an op-ed, basically calling for divestment from Israel. She was detained, imprisoned by the Trump administration for co-writing an op-ed.
Not good.
That didn't happen during the Biden years or the Obama years or the Bush years.
Oh, it sucks when you do it from the Israeli perspective too, because a lot of these motherfuckers are Nazis, basically. Not Nazis, but like they're hella anti-Semitic and they're kind of borderline neo-Nazis for a lot of them, especially these younger guys. So when you bring up the Israel talking point, that's a real rough one. They really hate to agree with you on that. Ugh.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I would say that is pretty crazy.
Yeah, the Vice President.
Your claim is that Donald Trump is against values. American values. Free speech is one of those American values.
I've been trying to get through the whole list. But you guys again, freedom of religion, free markets, rule of law, democracy.
How is Trump against freedom of religion?
Again, we talked about the Muslim ban. With free markets, you've got the tariffs, where Donald Trump is bullying companies to come in and force them to bend the knee to him. Free market companies, or else he's not going to tariff them. It's great. It would be. You guys would be talking about how socialist it was if Kamala Harris said, "Hey, Tim Cook, you got to come in here for me not to add a tax to you. And what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to compliment me. You're going to bring me a little trophy that says that, hey, this staffer that we have who's a non-binary indigenous really appreciates your work and wants to honor you, Kamala Harris. And if we give this to you, then you won't tariff us." Everybody would call that socialism because that's what it is. That's what's happening in this administration. Tim Cook came to the White House and gave Trump a trophy from a MAGA person. It's like, please don't tariff my iPhone components. And Donald Trump gave him an out on that, but then he's tariffing other things. This is not the free market. Donald Trump's running a socialist regime straight out of the White House. He just is.
No! Oh my God! How did he?
Clap down. Tim, you're Timothy. You're the full name.
I go by Timothy. Yeah.
Okay, my parents called me Timo, actually, so I've never been Timothy.
Hey, that's okay. It comes from the Greek, which is Timotheos.
Yeah.
It means honoring God.
Honoring God.
Yeah, very cool. I want to address your claim about the rule of law and being a Western value, specifically about ICE and everything. I think what the Trump administration is doing with ICE is actually protecting his constituents. He's doing exactly what I elected him for, specifically the family of Lake and Riley.
Yeah.
Who's protecting them?
God. Well, that's horrible.
Let me just ask you this. Do you agree that we have an immigration problem in this country? Or we did? We don't anymore.
Yeah. Well, I guess I would say this. We did during the Biden administration. They let in too many people, and that's why the claim there is
Trump
not
fixed
about
it all.
Border Patrol. I think we obviously need Border Patrol, and so I think the
But it's
Biden
addressing the
failed.
rule of law.
Yeah, I'm talking about addressing the rule of law here and how the government, the rule of law is not just, part of it is protecting innocent people from being attacked, right? Totally. But another part of it is protecting all of our rights from being infringed by the government. Let me tell you about a guy named George Redis. He was right here. He's a security guard outside a marijuana farm. He's a veteran. He's a U.S. citizen. He was driving to work. They were raiding the marijuana farm because I guess there were undocumented people working there. George is American. He's a Marine. He's trying to get to work. The ICE agents broke into his car.
Arrested by ICE.
Yeah, arrested. They sent him to prison. He did not get a phone call.
Okay.
He was there he missed his child's 3rd birthday. He was there for 3 days. They put him in solitary confinement for 48 hours.
If he's an American citizen, he can sue.
Of course he can, but the administration hasn't said anything about it. But okay, then let's talk about
but
the
you
people
can
they sent
sue
to
and you can get
Honduras.
restitution for that. But if you're an illegal
The 5-year-old
alien,
in Honduras can't
what?
sue.
But no, but if you're an illegal alien, you don't have the rights guaranteed to you by the Constitution. Because you already broke the law coming in here. Now, secondly, what I also wanted to talk about is the freedom of religion and the Muslim ban. The Muslim ban, you're talking about in the very first Trump administration when he said the Muslims can't come in? Yeah. That was a safety threat. That was a safety threat.
Oh, so you can
Yes, it
violate
was.
the freedom.
We were at war. Everybody
Wait, hold on. Like, the irony. Wait, so we're banning, the right of religion or whatever. We're making religious targeted things because of safety threats? Hello? What do you think the First Amendment applies to? Why do you think what is the number one thing people cite when they start banning freedom of speech? Are safety threats. What an unbelievable excuse.
Ban terrorists. You don't have to ban Muslims. During that first
do you
administration.
understand that they don't come over saying, hey, I'm a terrorist?
Well, yeah, sure. That's what
they come over and they say,
guys, that's why we have
no.
CIA. This is why you keep being like, look, there are ways to go after bad people. We've done this in every administration besides Trump. There's a way to go. There's a way to go after terrorists. There's a way to go after drug dealers without hassling people and having a secret and having a internal police that's masked going after people.
One more thing I have to address.
Democracy. I hope none of you guys have chosen to go after the democracy point, which I think is interesting.
Well, we live in a republic, but the claim that you say that ISIS is into secret police is ridiculous, is laughable and everything. But yes, it is. Yeah, it is.
They're secret. They're acting in secret, and it's Donald Trump's internal police force.
They're not acting in
secret.
They are acting in secret. They have a warrant by a judge for each person they do. Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
For immigration stuff, you don't need to. I don't think you need
to read ProPublica.
Have you interviewed someone from ICE on your
Actually, I interviewed Dean Cain, who is a Superman actor that's joined ICE.
For deportation related stuff?
But he's decided that he wants to join ICE now, even though he has no experience doing that. Look, man, you're wrong. They don't have warrants. Read ProPublica. Read your local news here. Read the Los Angeles Times. Many people have been detained by ICE. American citizens and documented. I think ProPublica recently said it was like 170. Hundreds of American citizens have been detained by ICE without a warrant. No, you're wrong. That just isn't happening.
Those things do happen, but when you have 10 million people that have come in, there's going to be things that fall through the cracks. Let me ask
20,
you this.
30?
You believe that bad things happen with the police also, right? Do you agree that they should be abolished as well?
Well, no, because
exactly. Right? So maybe they should be reformed. Maybe there should be some other things.
Exactly, it's to me. Police have unions. They have accountability to their people. When the police mess up, as you mentioned earlier, people can sue the police, but also police acknowledge their mistakes.
We can sue ICE. We can sue the federal government. That's why we have lawyers.
That is not happening with ICE right now. ICE has wrongly detained a bunch of people. They wrongly sent a bunch of people to El Salvador, by the way. The Department of Homeland Security has not acknowledged a single mistake.
By the way.
Oh, really? Tell me about that.
Yeah.
So the guy that was the makeup artist that got sent to El Salvador, you're cool with that?
I don't know about that guy.
Okay, what about
the unbeatable?
Well, we sent 200 people to El Salvador. We said that
they were. Well, if they're an American citizen, they're going to have passports. They're going to have documentation, and so they're not going to be ending up in jail.
Well, yeah, we sent 200 Venezuelans to El Salvador.
American
citizens.
No,
not American citizens.
Okay.
We claim that they're
not American citizens.
You think that we can just send people to foreign gulags even if they're not American?
They're not American.
If they're not American citizens, we can do whatever we want.
Well, they broke the law coming in.
The problem is Tim doesn't know the unbeatable destiny argument. He just needs to bring up a rape analogy. Okay, hold on, wait. Can we rape illegal immigrants? Is it okay if I rape an illegal immigrant? That's an easy yes or no. Because if you say,
well, they came here illegally.
You say, well, okay, you can't rape illegal immigrants. Okay, so then they do have some kind of rights, right? They can't be raped, right? We agree with that. It's illegal to rape an illegal immigrant, right? Can we just agree on that? Because it's such a stupid. Well, if you're an illegal immigrant, you have absolutely no rights at all. What? Really? Is that true? Really?
What do you do if they say yes? If Honduras doesn't want them, if anybody else doesn't want them, what are they going to say?
Well, no, several of them.
Because we told President Colombia to say, hey, take your guys back, and he said no.
Sorry, several of the Venezuelans that came to the country did come through legal pathways, and we deported them to an El Salvador prison because they had tattoos that looked like they were trying to Aragua.
Like MS-13?
Trying to Aragua.
Okay.
Several of them.
Do you think the cartels operate in other countries besides just El Salvador?
My question is, do you think that somebody is... No, my question is to you. Do you think someone that's a legal resident in this country that came the right way from Venezuela can, without due process, be sent to a foreign prison in El Salvador? Do you think that that's what the government should be doing?
Are you talking about American citizen?
No, they're Venezuelans that came to the country through a legal process. They're working through legal pathways. They were
through legal
refugees,
pathways
asylums.
in regards to
they came to this country, and we sent them to an El Salvador gulag.
Did they
for
break
4
any
months.
other laws?
No.
No.
No, and the administration has not acknowledged it, has not apologized to them. One of them is a guy I interviewed. His name was Andre Hernandez Romero. He was a makeup artist and a hairdresser. He came to this country, and he went through the CBP One app, just like you were supposed to do. He tried to do it the right way, and what we did is we picked him up, put him on a plane, and we sent him to that El Salvador hellhole.
Is he still there?
4 months later, Bukele and Maduro cut a deal to get him out of there. He was in there for 4 months. We did that to him. He came to this country, he tried to do it the right way, and we sent him to a foreign country. I'm sorry, that is against American values. This was a country where people wanted to come here. It was a shining city on a hill.
There's got to be a lot
we
more.
were welcoming people throughout the world.
I understand that, but there's got to be a lot more to the story than you're saying.
How do you not? I've never heard about it. Good one. Good one. Based.
Whoa, we rolling.
Oh,
buddy.
That's timeout. These people who crossed into this country, they
also remember, Facebook banning you for COVID misinformation is 100% the worst possible infringement on your rights that could ever happen. But you getting deported and then forced to live for 4 months in a fucking concentration camp in El Salvador, you can sue. Based.
The law. And so there are sort of asylum seeking processes that you do when you're outside of the country. What I don't appreciate is the cutting in line aspect of this, because it's almost like you're at a grocery store, you cut someone in line. I don't appreciate that because there were Venezuelan individuals who were criminals being housed in New York City, and that was coming out of our taxpayer dollars. Now we're talking about American values. I voted for Donald Trump, not because of a mutually exclusive interest. I voted for him despite it. I wanted to see closed borders, and I wanted to see things like gender ideology diminished. I wanted to go back to a time where we weren't self-IDing in bathrooms and we could actually vote legally instead of having things like legal aliens voting. The issue that I have and what we need to actually fix,
all the
immigration it's been thrown around like a poker chip. We've seen both sides utilize it, but I think what Republicans have actually done, and we can look at this through the DREAM Act bill, which was actually voted against by a lot of Democrats, including AOC. So this DREAM Act bill was going to create a process for citizenship for DACA individuals. I consider parents who are smuggling their children into this country as terrorists, domestic terrorists. Because, yes, I do, because these individuals, they're not having a decision on being in this country. They're sort of foregoing out of our taxpayer dollars education, right? And we're paying over $9 billion federally.
Well, I got to tell you, I just think that this is going to be an area where we aren't going to find much common ground, because I think that somebody fleeing communism in Venezuela, somebody fleeing oppression that is looking for freedom, that wants to come to this country and is doing so through an asylee process or through the refugee process or through the TPS process. Somebody that wants to come to this country because they want to give their kid an opportunity. I think finding a way to make that happen is the Central American value. It is what made America what it was.
Have them wait outside. Have them wait in line.
No, please. Some of them were able to get in through temporary protected status or through asylum status, and they're able
Joe
to,
Biden.
I'm sorry, and they're able to come into this country to give their kid a chance,
which we did not want.
You just let me finish. They're able to come to this country, give their kid a chance. And to me, that is the American story. Like our country is, as Ronald Reagan said, the shining city on the hill. We want to give people fleeing oppression a possibility here. And what you said is that if a parent tried to come as an asylee and bring their kids into this country, and I've worked with some of these kids, that they are a terrorist and a child trafficker. No, they are a parent that loves their child, that wants to give them an opportunity that they could not have in the communist hellhole where they came from. And we should not treat them bad. We should not.
Taxpayers'
No, a lot of them pay taxes. They come, they work. Obviously,
let's look at this. American values.
This is the American value. We should not be sending people
all of us
back.
actually voted for Trump because we wanted what was happening right now. We want people to finally be in line with.
Nice. And that's the final American value, which actually none of you wanted to talk about, which is fine.
We can agree on
that. But no, we can't actually, because Donald Trump lost. Because Donald Trump lost the 2020. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. He lost the 2020 election.
He won this election by the popular electoral vote.
And then he pretended like he won, and then people stormed the Capitol and attacked police because they don't respect democracy. Excuse me, let me finish. And you guys, and maybe all of you, I don't know, you're speaking for everybody. Many of you voted for him after he instituted an attack on our democracy on the Capitol. A violent attack.
Oh, the one you're referring to the Nancy Pelosi one that was a stunt to actually look like it was Donald Trump, or it wasn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It did. It was on record.
No, you can watch the tape. You should talk to him.
Deport this guy.
The last claim is that the reddest states are governed worse than the bluest cities.
Okay, switching to the Piers one. Fuck, I have a debate in 1 hour. I should talk to the soy pill guy.
Who are you debating?
Yeah, what?
The WIC panelist tonight.
Ooh.
Oh.
Somebody vax this guy.
Got him.
Oh wait,
can you be meaner on those?
I thought it was pretty mean on the last one. Am I doing what?
Are you doing prep for the Dinesh thing? I was gonna say last time you were doing prep, I suggested you talk about the like El Salvador, Venezuela shit, and like the.
I think I'm probably gonna end up staying away from everything related to immigration because it's just it's too complicated. Everything is. I think there are easier points.
It's more complicated than like J6 stuff?
Then stuff saying like we can see fake certificates, I think is a lot easier than there's courts and immigration courts and who's illegal and who's not illegal and what's temporary protected status mean. And like, I think it's, yeah.
Well, I think, do you think Tim Miller did a pretty good job on that there? Like, he didn't need to bring any of that stuff up.
For a conservative audience watching, no. I think it was good blood sports, but no, I don't think the immigration stuff is absurdly complicated. Even I don't understand most of it. I would have to do a bunch of reading onto all of it, like explaining like where temporary protected status comes from and why the president is even allowed to have some discretionary immigration. Like I think it's all really complicated.
That specific one is very easy. It's in law, enshrined in law. The president can grant temporary protected status. It's just one of the things that can be done by.
Well, sure. Can the next president then rescind it, like Donald Trump did?
No.
Why not?
It's not in the statute that they can do that. It's not in the statute.
There's a statute that says that the president is allowed to arbitrarily determine who gets TP. Listen, I think. Listen, if you want to argue it, you can argue it. I would much rather. I think there's way easier stuff to argue than saying, because he's going to say, "Well, I'm not familiar with the statute. I've never read it." I think there's stuff that's like way easier. Like here's this like drawn on pen and paper. Like it is the most obvious, wrong, horrible, stupid thing in the world, where people don't even know the underlying fact of the matter. Rather than trying to argue that like even if there is a statute, well, there is. Like TPS is a real thing. I just don't.
Well, sure, but for like anything you're going to bring up, it's going to be the same shit. They're just going to say, "Oh, I don't know about that," or "I don't know the specific statute," or "There must be a way to do it," or whatever. But with
sure,
this one,
but I would rather. But if I can argue on the particular points, if they say they don't know about it, if somebody doesn't know about a particular thing related to immigration, even if they did know about it, they would disagree with the thing. It's impossible to agree with Trump's behavior related to like the Mar-a-Lago stuff. It's impossible it's impossible to agree with Trump's behavior related to the Mar-a-Lago stuff. For TBS, you might learn all the statute stuff and say, oh, well, I don't think the president should have that because Biden abused it, right? Like I think people just disagree. They say, oh, well, TBS shouldn't even be a thing.
It depends what you mean. Is if you can just get him to own that Trump's breaking the law, then maybe they just own that and that's fine. But then they have to they have to say Trump's breaking the law. It's illegal. He's doing this legally, and he used that to be able to deport people who came here legally and illegally take away their legal status, right?
Sure.
And in combination with using the Alien Names Act to get people who came here legally to El Salvador, and destroy Venezuelan ships, which in the last 2 days, there were reports that after one of the strikes, there were survivors, and they were PXS gave an order to shoot them down and kill the survivors from it.
Yeah.
But some legal people came out with pretty harsh statements, like former military lawyers saying that it's definitely absolutely a war crime.
Clearly,
like that.
Yeah. But the people would agree with those underlying actions. They would say, I don't care that it's a war crime. That's fine. They don't have to deny the fact. They would just say, like, I don't care, that's fine. Like, he's protecting American lives.
Yeah, but they would argue it's okay, and then you can argue why it shouldn't be okay.
But we might run into, like, literally fundamental disagreements.
Sure, that's the same for, like, say it's J6 and you're trying to argue with false electors. They'll just say, oh, false electors have been done before, whatever. Like,
well, but now we're arguing, but on that point, we have to argue factually on stuff. If they want to argue factually, that they're wrong on the facts. We don't disagree on the values. They have to invent facts there because they don't agree on the values. So if they want to say like, oh, well, and also I'm not like J6, I don't even know if I'm going to get to that one. My opening one is going to be the Mar-a-Lago thing, because I think that's a set of behavior that's like very clearly, obviously reprehensible that they would never support. So they have to lie about the facts. But even on stuff like the fake elector certificates, like most people don't even know about it and won't acknowledge it. And then if they do and they want to try to lie about the facts, they have to lie about the facts because they can't agree on the principle. So I'd rather focus on stuff that we, like if you have all the facts, principally you just can't defend it. And factually you just have to remain ignorant of it. And then once we agree on the facts, you have to force them to acknowledge the principled thing that Trump did that was not good, or the non-principled thing that Trump did.
Factually, do you think I mean, you kind of saw it with the similar thing a few minutes ago. Like, factually, do you think they can defend just sending people without any due process to a El Salvadorian gulag? I don't think they can factually defend that.
I think you could if you're saying that like these people are dangerous criminals and they're hurting people in the United States and they broke the law. And
you have the facts on your side, right?
Well, for the name of the guy, the
Abrego Garcia.
Yeah, for them they'll say, well, no, it was actually a judge said that he was a trafficker or whatever, and then I have to get in. Well, yeah, but then I have to get into the difference between like, well, what does it mean to be adjudicated for a thing? What does it mean for a confidential informant to claim a thing, but it wasn't actually a jury trial that assessed this particular fact? Like,
you didn't even have to go to like that specific guy. Like, obviously it's true, but like you could just go to any of the like the one that he brought up was the Andrea Menendez Romero, who was just a makeup artist who came in, seeking asylum through the CBP1 app, was here illegally, and then they just got him out, and that's it.
Listen, if you want to debate him, show me a debate of you doing it, and then if I am convinced, then I'll do it. But I think there are things that are just much easier to focus on rather than like the immigration is just so absurdly complicated.
I think there was a pretty good showing there to Miller doing it. I think you could do that. And
with the last guy that he just debated.
Yeah, the guy was just like, oh, there must be some other facts there, and that's it. That's all he can say. Because if without there being any other facts in there, it's undefensible.
I think there are other things. I don't think that point was particularly hard hitting. I mean, like I think that he won the exchange for sure. But like I think that there are other things that he can argue where there's a clear example of like a clear and obvious horrible wrong that like you would never principally defend. But I think for a lot of these conservative people, like even for the law, they're okay bending or breaking parts of the law for what they consider to be correct when it comes to immigration stuff. So like if you literally bullied the fuck out of a guy and forced him down into it, like you have to admit that Donald Trump broke the law when it came to this immigration thing, then I think at the final point, before them saying, fine, he broke the law and he shouldn't have done that, what they would say is, fine, he broke the law, but the law shouldn't be that way and I support Trump doing it. Whereas for something like the Mar-a-Lago case, it's indefensible. They'd have to say something like, okay, yeah, he shouldn't have done that. This was Trump being stupid, or he just wasn't ready for the office, or something like that. Like, there's no world where somebody defends explicitly taking documents, hiding it from the FBI, flying them around the world to hide them from people. Like, none of that behavior is defensible. Like, principally, it's all horrible and wrong.
I agree.
Yeah.
I just also think the same for sending innocent, law-abiding immigrants.
Well, but they're but they're not waiting their turn. They're not waiting their turn in line, or they're not. You have to pay tax money. Well, for some of these people, explain to me how a guy who did TPS, who's actually really just an economic immigrant, is waiting in line, whereas the guy in Mexico who applied has to wait for 20 years. Why is it okay that he gets to come in so quickly or whatever?
Because he was doing it right. That was the process that was.
But why is that process even available for him? Like, shouldn't it be that everybody has the same process to follow? Why are there different processes for different people? How is that fair?
Because there are different conditions in different countries.
I mean, listen, show me you arguing it and I'll see it, but I feel like there are much...
argue with.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
Okay. I love you. Be careful.
All right, bye.
Where is this guy? I'm waiting for Swarpel to join. Discord everyone.
And a serious threat to free speech. My final surrounding claim is that cancel culture is real and a serious threat to...
Wait, just to be clear, I 1,000,000,000% agree with Zip Zip that like all the immigration stuff is fucking horrible, but I would need like a specialized, dedicated, like 2-hour debate to run through all of this and to justify every point, because there's too much on the immigration stuff where conservatives just don't care about the legality or the principles related to immigration. Like for some of these people, like imagine getting into a debate and you find out like halfway through the debate, this guy's like a white nationalist. Like fuck me, like why even bother, on this particular point? Like I just feel like some of the other behavior is just so much more easily indictable, and people just either don't know the facts or won't acknowledge them. And getting somebody to acknowledge them makes the underlying stuff indefensible, I think, yeah.
My final surrounding claim is that cancel culture is real and a serious threat to free speech. How are you? Hey, Piers, it's good to meet you, son. Okay, so I read your book. Yes, what did you think? So, I liked it. I liked that you gave, the movie American Fiction the praise it deserves. But, so on page 81, you talk about how you're a liberal who respects free speech. And on that page, you say the Republican Party, and I quote, is ferociously free speech. Yet Donald Trump 2 months ago signed an executive order banning the burning of the American flag. So how does that work? I don't agree with him. Yeah, but then how are they ferociously free speech? I don't agree with him. Yeah, but no, on your book on page 81, you said they're ferociously free speech. I would say in the last few years, the Republicans have been more pro-free speech than the woke left. That doesn't mean occasionally, as we saw with the Jimmy Kimmel thing, it doesn't mean that occasionally they don't do stuff, which I think is hypocritical, because actually it's not supporting free speech. So I agree with you. So what executive order did the Democrats pull where they were banning anything to the regard of burning the American flag? I don't think it happened. I'm talking about, well, I don't agree with it. So but your book says they're ferociously free speech. It's a contradiction. They are. Should we just tear page 81 out of your book then? No. You can be ferociously free speech and still occasionally do things which are hypocritical. So, okay, like yourself. But where have I been hypocritical? So
No, don't let him point. Oh, see, like this was a good thing, right? That was a thing. You disagree with it. There's no way to defend it principally, and you either have to not acknowledge the fact, or if you acknowledge the fact, you have to say, okay, fine, I disagree with it. But he's good to focus on it. What did the next question of that is, what did the Democrats do that was similar to this? Don't let him yank you off that. You need to ask that question again. What did the Democrats do that was similar to this? Don't let him yank you from that.
On page 245. Wow, I like the book. What can I say? Are you like one of those weird little mentalists who just remembers every single word of every page? I'm just a massive Celebrity Apprentice fan, so I need to know how to. Really? Oh, you killed Trace Adkins in the end. I really appreciate it. I actually bumped into him in Beverly Hills recently. But so on page 245, you talk about how you are against, if you were king for a day, you would ban anybody who participates in cancel culture online. Yes. And you would call them out. However, Michael Knowles, a guest you have on all the time, has recently said that he wants to ostracise certain people from society that when they say negative things. He was on this show and said if you wave the pride flag, you should be in jail for that. That is against the First Amendment and that is absolutely cancel culture. Well, I don't agree. You never call him out on that. No, you've never done it. You have him on the show all the time. Next time he's on, I will call him out. You promise me? You have a bet. So like right now, though, it just seems to me. Anyone who watches my show will know I call out everybody. So you never call Michael Knowles. He's done it multiple times. You've just pointed that out to me. So I will call him out. It just sounds like you're not. Michael, if you're watching, I'm going to ask you about that. You better have your. So what has the left done? I'm not arguing. What has the left done in the past 10 years that has been worse than trying to ban the burning of the American flag? Yes. What's the woke left done? Pretty, they're trying to ban everybody and everything.
Trying to is not did it. So they're not as bad. They try to be as bad, but they haven't risen to the level, right? Also, who is the woke left trying to ban stuff? Are you talking about college kids? What about they can't pass laws?
Legal? Name one example. That's just
Not one example.
So yeah, but what legislation they put forward? Nothing. No, but here's the big question about you.
Oh! He just needs to repeat this over and over and over again until he gets voted out. That's it. That's it. Look, this is what I want my whole Dinesh D'Souza debate to be, and this is what I'm looking for, okay? So you have a factual disagreement where the facts aren't always acknowledged by the other side, so you force the acknowledgement of the facts, okay? Here is the facts, right? Principally, we agree this is bad. You have to, we do. And then the third step is the comparison of what did the other side do that's as bad as this thing that they did, right? That's I just want to find like 5 or 6, and I'm willing to go a little bit longer, but I just want to find like 5 or 6 of these things to hammer somebody on this. So like for the Mar-a-Lago stuff, right? Like Donald Trump stole shit from the White House. He hid it in Mar-a-Lago, lied to it about the FBI, obstructed the investigation multiple times looking into it. Okay, we agree this is bad. Nobody knows the fact pattern. We agree the fact pattern is bad, right? And then, right, so we agree. Okay, if they want to argue the facts, I'll argue all the facts on this, right? But then the next thing is like, well, what did the Democrats do that's the equivalent to this? And then there's like a two-parter, either they just say, okay, fine, they haven't done anything. Or if they want to bring up another story, then we can run down the facts of this. Well, what about when Biden didn't intentionally withhold this? Her report didn't say this. That's not true. This is bad. The Democrats have done nothing even remotely as bad, right? I want to find like 5 of these topics. I think that this is like the best way to argue down these people in finding points like this. I think that Russian Tower meetings are going to be like, yeah, this was perfect. Please don't let them yank you away from this. Just repeat the same question over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Name one example. That's just not the flag. So yeah, but what legislation they put forward? Nothing. No, but here's the big question about you. What's more being cancelled than being put in prison? Well, okay, let me give an example. I'll give an example. Yeah. Graham Linehan. Yeah. Okay. I'm not bringing it back because I want to talk about his issue. He's a comedian who did Father Ted. Obviously, his issue is singular. It's the trans issue. We've debated that. Yes. However, the principle of a comedian posting jokes which people may find offensive on social media, as he did back in April, about the trans issue, then being met by 5 armed police officers at Heathrow Airport in London and arrested and taken off. And a very interesting thing happened, which is why I say woke is dead as an ideology. Because 2-3 years ago, that would have been supported by everybody in the woke left. Yeah, bang him up. Absolutely disgusting. How dare he? He's transphobic.
First of all, British shit. Don't care. What? This is British shit. Fuck the bongers. Also, by the way, now from what I've seen, I actually don't. I don't care. Or wait, what should I say? I don't agree. I think with the British hate speech law stuff. I think it's kind of cringe. Okay, just as my inner American. Okay? I don't agree with it, and I'm not going to defend those laws. However, I feel like most of the time when people bring these things up, when you dig into the facts end up being a little bit different. So I saw something really surprising a few days ago where it was like a woman said to another woman, I think in a text message, she used like the F word, the F slur or whatever, to refer to an ex or something.
Cigarette?
Yeah, the fag one, yeah. She said this, and apparently because she said that in a text message to her girlfriend, to another girl, she got like a fine or something for this. And I was like, this seems crazy. Like, had the British police were monitoring her messages or something like that? And I tried to find the source of this story, and a lot of it is just tabloid shit. But it looked like, and it was hard to find a source for this, it looked like at the end of the day, what actually happened was the woman was harassing the other woman and like spamming her with text messages. And the only reason the cops even knew about it is because that woman reported her friend. And then part of it was, oh, well, you're harassing them, and you also used like a homophobic slur. So like, this is what you're getting in trouble with. So it wasn't just the fact that she used, the F word or whatever in a text message. It was like a harassment thing, and then that was just like a aggravating factor. So I'm just saying that when people bring these examples up, now I'm not saying it was the case in this British comedian one. And also I think I have seen where like if you say a slur online in the bonger line, you can just get in trouble for that, which I think is crazy cringe. But oftentimes there's more to the story than these people are actually presenting. Yeah.
Right. So you said so much about bongers. I had to come in. From everything I've seen of the law around this stuff, I completely agree with you, actually. It's completely nonsensical how it's being applied. It's just making populists victimizing these populists. It's really shit. So,
sure.
Yeah, but I was also going to just make a quick point about the strategy with Dinesh. What about the Signal Gate?
That's probably going to be one too. That's a really easy one, and you can juxtapose that so easily with the Hillary email shit and everything else. Like
exactly.
Yeah.
So they're going to bring up, which is nothing in comparison with your war plans being over a commercial
over an upcoming
messaging
attack.
app.
Yeah, that's just all those military people who were like, yeah, you know, I might not like Trump, but like, you don't understand. In the military, we take secrets real seriously. And Hillary doing this was a slight against all of us. I'm like, bro, how can the signal thing is that's just insane.
But you can build that into the Hegseth, how he seems to not really be always having Trump in the know. Like, for example, with weapons going to Ukraine, there was some stuff that seemed to be Hegseth just going rogue. And
I don't
seems
know.
to either being.
I actually I agree with you. And if it was a different kind of debate, I think I would harp on this more, because if you're referring to that Signal chat or other things, like there are indications in that chat where like Vance and people are talking about like different initiatives where it's like, is the president even roped in on this, or are there are literally other people running?
I mean earlier in the year, there was weapons that were meant to go to Ukraine, but he was just putting spanners in the works all the time, and it didn't seem to be coming directly from Trump. Trump's basically sleeping the whole day, he's not doing very much or playing golf when he can stand up. But Hegseth seems to have gone rogue multiple times. I mean, if you can find that more concretely, the examples on their own, it's a bit weak because they probably don't care about Ukraine. But it ties into the question: why is Hegseth still there?
Sure.
Why is he still there? Why aren't you sacking these the people that are incompetent around him? Because that makes Trump himself incompetent if he can't do that. Where's the man management going on?
Yeah, I have no problem laying into that argument with people, but the whole, like, because people will blame, well, it's all these people around Trump over and over again, and it's like, well, I mean, at some point, like, he's a businessman and a CEO, like, you kind of have to take accountability for he's choosing these people. You could blame him maybe term one, the deep state, but like now this is his second go around, like he should be able to do anything he wants to, right? How can he still be getting tricked by the swamp, you know? Yeah.
Exactly, or the FBI, and you know, like his appointments just seem so incapable, and yet when they show themselves to be incapable and he gives them the chance and they fail, they're still there. Why are they still there? And it just seems to feed into that argumentation that he's completely inept, and the people around him inept, and he chose them. So
yeah, I agree.
I think there's a lot that ties together, and I mean, we have to be careful about what we see as completely corrupt and you know, anti-constitutional, and how they're going to see it, like on the immigration side of things, because innately they're anti-immigration, so they support that, where they're not really anti, you know, an inept president.
Yeah, that's why I would lay in more, because like I agree. Like I said, the immigration stuff is horrible, and in a long form debate where somebody has to be a little bit more intelligent, I think I would lay into a lot of this immigration stuff like crazy, because it's the behavior is disgusting in so many different ways. But like I think for a lot of these conservatives, they would be okay with every single person like being deported illegally if it meant that all of them were gone. I think they're just that crazy. So principally, we don't have a disagreement. Yeah.
They do have to pay lip service to some extent, though, saying, well, we do believe in legal migration and such like. And of course, at least, I mean, yeah, but they're going to pay lip service to it.
Depending on who you're arguing with, I don't know if they would even pay lip service to we have to have legal immigrant arguments anymore. Because look at how turned against like the H-1B shit everybody is. Like people are crazy over it.
Yeah, okay, in those cases. But I mean, they still want some immigration. If you get them into that position, then you can say, well, why is it failing on the legal side of things? Like Zipzip was pointing out. I mean, people who legally came to the US, who are law-abiding citizens, then spend 4 months in a jail. It's a gulag in El Salvador.
I agree with that legally, procedurally, and I agree with that principally. But like they would say things like these processes should have never been available anyway. Because I feel like the easiest point, if you're arguing with somebody, like different people are going to be on different levels of good faith, and I'm putting D'Souza at almost the bottom in terms of what I can expect in terms of like intellectual engagement with what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like people will. Like the easiest argument I can set is like, why would you follow any legal process or procedure at all, or that I'm agreeing with you on, when the ICE people and the cops are literally camping outside the fucking courthouses? Now you've completely destroyed people's. And there are anecdotes, there are examples. That one Iranian lady from the conservative husband who was like working on her immigration shit for a decade or whatever, she just got up and fucking deported, and she was going through the legal process the whole fucking time. So I agree that those are strong points, but in a time limited manner. I don't know if the immigration stuff is just so fucking complicated. Yeah.
But it might be good just to have the ammunition ready there, just in case, and to build around it if it seems to make sense at the time. Because I mean, it's the idea that he's against the law actually, and he himself is going rogue. And you know, you can also pin the position of, well, do you want a state that has a law that we can trust in? And if they state that, then going against that legal system, of course, it contradicts that point. So I mean, you can get them to make a number of contradictions if they. if they just make even the lowest denominator of
yeah, maybe, but
positions on any of these things.
You have to be careful because you got to be ready for the they've already done it thing. So when you say things like, don't we want a state where like the laws matter? Like they'll say some shit like, well, yeah, of course we do, but the Democrats have already broken all of them, so they don't. Or they've already ruined all of this, so nothing matters. And then you're like, okay, well, fuck. And then you have to
but then they have to give their examples, and then they're tiny in comparison, and it at the very least makes them look stupid, or they have to admit, some mistakes were made. And then the idea is that, of course, there's a lot of mistakes being made, and the guy is at the very least inept, if not actually, a crazy
Sure. Although I have to
criminal,
fight
but-
on the inept thing versus he's working against the whole deep state thing too, right? Like it's not that he's inept, it's that we can see that the entire deep state is trying to fight against him.
Yeah, but you basically make him wear a tinfoil hat at that point.
You're funny. Good one. Yeah, wouldn't want conservatives to come off as they already have, bro. Come on.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying, but like these guys
true,
are the most tinfoil hatted fucking people in the fucking universe, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like this guy on the show just recently said that Pelosi was the one who set up the J6. Like these guys are, yeah.
By the way, did you and on another topic, did you get to watch the video about power law distributions in the end? I think it was all kind of downvoted, but
maybe I don't think so. I don't remember.
Because I sent it to you because it's actually related a lot to my research. Perhaps I can talk about that another day. Because it's really, really beautiful in nature. We see these crazy multiple distributions. Everyone knows about the Gaussian distribution, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
But we see power law distributions all over nature as well. And there's a similar distribution called a Poisson distribution. And this is an explanation of why some really wild outlier events can occur. Because the distribution, rather than it being concentrated around an average, it's got a long tail. And so, it's quite beautiful, like some of the examples. The example I think they gave in the video was forest fires. And so the size of the forest fire, and so it's a very small probability of a very large fire occurring, and with these distributions, and it's all over nature. And actually, they kind of group together in what's called universality classes. Sorry, and this basically shows that the underlying physics or the pattern of physics, the models, are the same in these apparently non-related cases. I mentioned this months to you before, like. You can see patterns of a bird flocking and patterns of neural networks learning have a lot of similarities in their physics. So it kind of overlapped with that. That's kind of why I wanted to send the video, because I thought it explained it in nice terms. That's pretty graspable. But,
okay.
Cool. Yeah. Good luck with your preparation and good luck with the debate. Yeah.
I love you. Be careful.
He's gonna get out.
Take care, man.
Shut the fuck up, loser. Bye. Okay.
He's horrible. We know this because of the way that we know from the way that J.K. Rowling was treated, right?
Hang on.
Doing the same stuff about the trans issue. She was given death threats. She was threatened with this, that, and the other. But a different thing happened this time. This time there was such a public outcry, including from many on the left, actually, to be fair to them, that this had crossed the line. We've got to stop doing this for stupid posts on social media. Hundreds of people on social media in the last 2 years in Britain have been arrested. It's completely ridiculous.
Can I respond?
Well, let me finish. So actually, the police not only said we're not going to prosecute him, but we're not going to prosecute anybody for this kind of offence going forward. That's a big win.
So
and a repudiation of cancel.
All you've told me is the left has progressed in their position on free speech, but the right has regressed. That's all you've said.
I'm not here to defend the right's position. I think that
I'm saying if you're going to write a book, it's trying to defend free speech. You should focus on where it's actually being attacked. But you wasted your time talking about this left boogeyman that does not exist. I agree with you. I love free speech. I am against all that stuff. I'm wearing the poppy today because of Remembrance Day, and we fought for free speech. And the right now is attacking it. And you have a huge platform, and you can take this time to actually defend free speech, but you're not.
I always defend free speech.
Okay, so then why don't you put more focus on the right then? So let me give you an example. You actually agree with you actually agree with my argument. On page 241 of your book, guys, I'll quote it again. You attack Bob Chapek because he denounced Ron DeSantis for putting in like anti-gay laws, to put it quotably. But you said he should be attacking people like Xi Jinping because he does way more human rights violations. Yeah. But that applies here. Trump and the right do way more than left. You said that in your own book, but right now you're contradicting yourself again.
I think both sides are capable of rank hypocrisy.
Who's worse?
I actually think, on balance, over the last 5 years, the woke left have been more suppressive of free speech.
Really?
Yes.
Ask for examples again.
Okay. You take like 15 minutes to give an example, maybe 14 minutes.
We're going to stop talking.
That's true.
All right?
No!
That was good.
That was good, though. You wrecked him. This guy wrecked him. Apparently, this guy's in chat. He's a DJ. Good job. You wrecked him on that.
Good to meet you. Good to see you.
My name's Dash.
Good to see you.
Piers standing off against the liberals. This is really something.
Well, I am a liberal.
Your thoughts and beliefs in private, I would assume more aligned with ours, but I understand getting that bag.
Well,
So
I don't know your
I'll save you the trouble. I'll do it for you.
Okay.
Piers Morgan's new book, Woke is Dead, is out now. It's great.
Thank you.
I also read it.
That's
cover to
great.
cover.
Thank you very
I wanted
much.
to take that off your shoulders.
Thank you.
But let's get into
Did
it.
you
So I'm
read
just
his book?
curious. Someone who doesn't have any kind of relationship with accountability, would you agree that everything comes across to them as cancel culture?
No, I don't believe that speech comes without accountability.
Okay.
But I do believe we had a frenzied atmosphere in the last few years, driven predominantly by the woke left, of cancelling anybody that didn't sign up to their worldview, which I thought was very insidious. I called it out while it was happening. I've called it out since. I've now written a book about it all, so we cannot go back to it. It doesn't mean that the right aren't capable of doing similar stuff and being hypocrites. They are. But it also means that if you look at it in totality, I think this cancel culture mentality has been really damaging. And I think the war on free speech has been really damaging.
Okay, well, let's put this on a spectrum, because I think we use this term cancel culture and everybody's been canceled by the left. I don't have any actual evidence of what you're talking about. So let's say accountability is on this side, which is you facing consequences for your actions. And on this side of the spectrum, it is facing consequences for something that is not justified.
Let me give an example.
So now let's start to place it in that spectrum.
Let me give you a specific example.
Because the people you carry water for on the right tend to be over here, where they
carry-
don't take accountability
I
for
don't carry
anything
water.
and instead feel like they're being
Wait a minute,
canceled.
wait a minute.
Although it's just
Do you ever watch my
consequences
show?
for your basic actions.
Do you ever watch my show?
I do.
And you really think I carry water for the right?
Absolutely. Really? Yes. There's a statistic that you defend Republicans more than anybody else.
No, I don't. I just attack the woke left more than anybody else.
Okay.
But it's friendly fire. I come at you as one of your own. Only I didn't go mad.
appreciate you admitting
Only I
that.
didn't go mad. Right? I didn't go mad woke bonkers. I stayed old-fashioned liberal with liberal values, wanting free speech at the cornerstone of it. Let me give an example.
Piers, I read your book. That's not the case. You spent most of the book with Trump's cock in your mouth.
If you read, sorry,
you spent most of the book with Trump sucking him off.
No, I didn't.
Yes, the prologue was the dawn rises. D-O-N.
The prologue, actually, if you read it, I don't think you did, because you just revealed you probably haven't. The prologue actually starts with two conversations I have with him. One positive and one extremely negative, which ends up with him saying, Piers Morgan's so dead, he's catching flies.
Right.
I'm not sure you've read the book, have you?
I have read the book.
Then you wouldn't say that I bleep.
No, because that was you meeting him at Mar-a-Lago trying to win favor back because he was becoming the presumptive nominee, so you needed to get back onto his side.
Yes, but look.
After spending years being a critic of his, then you needed to win favor back.
I've never spent years as a critic of Trump. I've spent years. I've known Donald Trump nearly 20 years. He's been a politician for the last 10 years of that period. In that time, for example, I used to write columns for the Daily Mail in America. I calculated after his first term in office, I wrote about 120 columns about Trump. You can go and check it. Okay. And about half were negative and half were positive. I do think in Trump's first term, if people had been fair to give him credit where he deserved it and criticized him when he deserved it, everyone would have been a lot better off. I feel it now. The Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing, and it's honestly.
I wear that badge proudly.
I know, but it's kind of pathetic. It's like when I hear people say he's a new Hitler. Really? Hitler murdered 12 million people, including 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. You think Donald Trump is the new Hitler? You're a fucking idiot.
Okay,
Right?
if we're going to talk about hyperbole, here we have focused half of the discussion today on trans issues, but we're not going to talk about things like, I don't know, Trump is in the Epstein files and he's using the government to cover it up. Should we talk about that?
Sure.
That affects a lot of people. How about him denying the 2020 election and eroding the public's trust in our institutions and processes? That affects everybody. Okay. So let's try not deflecting to the trans athletes conversation.
You've just brought up two more issues. I'm happy to talk about
We'll see if you deflect. Go on.
Well, go on. You want to ask me about them? Go on.
Okay, well, I'm saying let's focus on the issues that affect lots of people, not deflect into
Actually,
the
trans
culture
athletes
war,
is sport.
issues that affect very few people in the grand scheme.
Well, let's be clear. The number of people directly affected by the Epstein scandal is probably 2,000.
The president of the United States covering up a pedophilia scandal affects everybody.
If that's what he's doing.
Common sense. You're a champion of common sense.
Well, I can tell you that I've spoken to Virginia Giuffre's lawyer multiple times, David Boyce. He's seen the files. He does not believe there's anything against Trump in those files.
What happened to common sense, Piers?
Well, I shall prefer to stick to facts.
Wow.
Hello.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
My name's Z.
Z.
Yeah.
Z.
Yes.
He doesn't know what that means.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
all. And you're sitting with each other.
Okay, so
That's not your pronoun. That's your name.
It's my name.
Okay.
My pronouns are she, her.
Oh, great.
So I think I tend to agree with you mostly on the cancel culture stuff.
Right.
In fact, like I was canceled back
Is
in
that
April
Z?
from this guy behind
Yep.
me.
Really?
Yeah, and so
Wow.
over some woke stuff. Okay.
Are you serious?
And I'm serious. Yeah.
What did he do to you?
Well, it was
I knew
about
this about him.
it was about microaggression. So, but my point is that I think that the far left tend to do this to shrink the Democratic tent so that they don't have to take responsibility in winning elections.
Yeah, I agree.
And I do think that that's a very small portion of the far left.
Except
So
they're now winning power. This is what Mamdani.
They are, right, which is a good thing.
God.
Well, first of all, I don't think Mamdani is considered the far left. Parker and Mamdani are not in the same category to me
Right.
because he believes in electoral power, right? But my point is that you still are stumping for Republicans as if Republicans.
I don't stump for anybody.
Well, Piers, I've watched your show a lot.
Then you know I don't stump for anybody.
Okay, but you just made the defense in this argument with I think the guy before this last guy, where you said that you think Republicans are better on free speech than the woke
Have been in
left.
the last few years, yes.
Right. Well, and I totally disagree with you. Can we use Charlie Kirk as an example?
Yes.
Do you think that Charlie Kirk stood for free speech?
Absolutely.
You do?
Oh my God.
Really? How? Tell me about that.
Charlie Kirk was the absolute personification of
Oh my
defending free speech.
God,
Oh,
really?
Let me
What?
explain why.
Okay.
Charlie Kirk had strong views about a lot of things, many of which you probably don't agree with, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But Charlie Kirk, week after week, around America, would go onto university campuses knowing that most people there didn't agree with him, may have a preconceived view about him, maybe thought he was a fascist. And all
Most people there didn't agree with him. He was going to his official events. What are you talking about? They were all people that agreed with him. What? What does he think he was doing? Maybe in the very beginning,
things they called him, and he would sit there in his tent, sometimes outside as he was when he was appallingly assassinated, and he would say, prove me wrong. And people would line up and they come and have a debate like this, and he would listen to them respectfully, he'd challenge them, he'd argue with them.
That's not what happened.
Sorry, that's exactly what Charlie Kirk did.
Okay, as somebody that...
And for that, he got a bullet in the neck.
Okay, as somebody that runs the counter organization to Charlie Kirk's Turning Point, that is not the point of what Charlie Kirk was doing. Charlie Kirk did not decide to debate high-profile debaters, people like Destiny or people on the left that would actually give him a real debate. In fact, he even denied debating Dean Withers. I was literally with him when he did that, okay? So it's not like he was going in to have a real debate. He would go to these No, he would go to these college campuses to debate kids that were very much underprepared so that he could clip them and then raise money for Turning Point to go out there and then register voters, okay? And I think that that's brilliant, okay? That's why I'm trying to replicate it. But you cannot say that he was there for free speech because that's not really free speech, especially when Charlie Kirk went and tried to he denied us from going into his events just because we were Democrats. He canceled our permits even though we had permits that we paid for. That's not free speech.
But you wouldn't argue that he would regularly, and I mean almost on a daily basis, debate with people who he didn't agree with.
No. College students? Unprepared college students? You think that's real debate?
Let me throw back at you something. I'm interested in your response.
Make him answer!
He went to the Oxford Union in April, May this year.
Yeah, he did.
And he debated a guy.
The top tier college students. The top tier college. Okay.
During the appearance, your response to this.
Yeah.
He went to the Oxford Union in April, May this year.
Yeah, he did.
And he debated a guy during the appearance there who then became the president-elect of the Oxford Union, who, when Charlie Kirk was murdered, reacted by posting LOL, laughing out loud, and then he said, Charlie Kirk just got shot, let's effing go, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
Yeah,
he celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk, who was killed, let's be clear, because he had views that the person who killed him didn't agree with.
Yeah.
That person continued to want to be president-elect of a debating society. Do you agree that it's not a question of free speech or cancel culture, that he was incompatible with the position of being president of a debating society if you celebrate someone's murder with their speech?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
100%. We can agree on that.
I watched the way a lot of the woke left celebrated, posting.
The
And these were
woke
teachers,
left.
nurses, doctors, professors, posting videos of themselves, glorifying, celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk. It was one of the most disgusting things I have ever seen.
Do you think that they should be fired for that?
Yeah, absolutely, they should be fired for that.
What? Wait, so you can't tell a joke about a guy dying? You can't. So if you celebrate somebody's murder, what? Wait, if that's not freedom of speech, I'm sorry. He's not on like the level one. He's not on the level one train of like it's freedom of speech as long as it doesn't offend me, right? That's like the libertarian wet dream to debate against. Like, oh, so you just don't like freedom of speech when somebody's being mean? Isn't that what freedom of speech is designed to protect? How can you have that position? That's the weakest, the most loserist fucking position in the world. Sorry. Okay, hold on, wait. I need to talk to this real fast. What do you want?
Hold me. Hey, I just want to make sure we're semi-aligned for the debate at 3. What's your overall argument?
It's in 33 minutes, right?
It sure is.
What's my thing? Fuck Trump, and it's all Trump's fault because this motherfucker is cucked AF.
Got him. Okay.
He also wants to talk about Melania being hot.
Wow.
Right.
What's my wait? What was the prompt again?
Oh, the prompt is the shooting is Trump's fault, and here I'll just give my thing, and maybe you can speak more after that.
Yeah, the shooting. Okay, the shooting is absolutely Trump's fault. I would say that Trump has engaged in a pattern of behavior where he is needlessly. He's doing a few things. He's inflaming the population by making the military and ICE and everybody like an enemy of the people. So he does this by stealing the National Guard from states, by forcibly sending ICE into these other places where the people clearly don't want them, and he's doing it all without collaboration of the local governments. So he's doing one, that's like an inflammatory, antagonistic thing. And then the second thing is just having people there for quote unquote law enforcement who aren't even able to do law enforcement, who aren't able to make arrests or whatever, is just needlessly antagonistic. And then 3, every single time a negative or violent event has happened in the United States, Donald Trump always uses it as an opportunity to grab more executive power. So there were cringe protesters that did cringe stuff about the Gaza-Israel shit or whatever, but Donald Trump, he used that to start deporting visa holders or whatever for being anti-fucking Israel, or he used it to attack college campuses even more. Or now that you saw he deployed even more National Guard to DC as a result of these people dying, like everything he uses, he capitalized on for power. So those 2 people died because Trump wanted somebody to die, because Trump is praying that more federal officers, more soldiers die so that he can use it to continue to capitalize on his power, and he's not doing anything to protect those people or make it safer or to ease the temperature or overall climate in the United States relating to the antagonistic position that his troops are having against U.S. citizens. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that doesn't really disalign with anything I'm saying. I just also, what I'm going to add is they, shouldn't have been there in the first place. He's violating posse comitatus. He's using this now post hoc or to rationalize yet another Muslim-esque ban, which is going to just inflame people more. And I looked up a bunch of statements from the National Guard that is essentially saying, hey, when you asked us to deploy here, all of us raised concerns about how we don't need to be there and this is going to put us in danger. So obviously it's not his fault someone got shot, but he is getting people shot by putting them there needlessly. That's pretty much my argument. So cool. All right. Sounds like we won't be stumbling over each other. Do you know these guys at all as two lawyer people? I used to be like, oh no, I'm debating a lawyer, but every time it's a MAGA thing, I'm like, oh, you're just a total hack. So
that's every single lawyer that you will find that debates on that side. All of them. Don't just ignore the lawyer part and change it to like law hobbyist because they know some terms and shit, but nothing they say will comport with anything having to do with an ordinary understanding of the law. So yeah, that's how all of it works. As soon as Trump or politics is turned on, they forget everything they've ever learned in their life relating to law, and they just become the biggest partisan hacks. They just have a slightly bigger vocabulary while doing it.
Sounds about right. Okay, cool.
Wait, who are the? Wait, that being said, wait, who are we debating on this again?
Let me bring it up. It is, I think, one of them you've talked to before.
Lauren De Laguna, I think.
No.
Thank you, Sam.
Go on. Here, I'm DMing to you. It's a good logic.
Oh boy. Okay.
Is that something I should?
He's like a nice, friendly guy, but it's these are going to be the most partisan hack, defenses you've ever heard in your life. And then the other one is
Andrew Branca.
Have I debated this guy before?
Oh, he looks like Ron Swanson, but
Jesus.
balding.
Oh Jesus, that pinned tweet. Afghan assassin smashes Overton window. Deport everybody.
Deport everybody. Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, Andy's blocked me on Twitter. Ooh, so this guy must already hate me. Nice. Whites are the ultimate minority. 1 hour ago. Oh boy.
Should be fun. All right, cool. Thanks, man. I'll see you in 20.
All right, have fun.
Or 30. Yeah, bye.
How are you? I'm Rob. Nice to meet you, Rob.
So I think we are conflating accountability with cancel culture. I am the mayor of my hometown, and if I came on here, Los Gatos, California, if I came on here and said a bunch of bigoted things, my voters would righteously vote me out. I would be out of a job. That's not cancel culture. That's just common sense and accountability.
Sure.
Can you tell me someone who has been permanently canceled? No. You're here today. People like Bill Cosby don't get gigs because he's a pervert, right?
I can tell you somebody. I can tell you two people where there was a global effort to cancel us, right? And one was me. And it came after the Oprah Winfrey Wine-a-thon, where Meghan and Harry trashed my royal family and trashed the monarchy in the most despicable, disingenuous manner.
People have told me that this is like the defining moment for all of fucking Piers' life, that he hates the fucking royal family so much that it is just like a defining thing. Jesus.
What'd they do to him?
He did some reporting that they didn't like, and so they fought with him, and apparently he's just fucking had the biggest, I don't know. All right.
Imaginable. 57,000 wokies bombarded the Ofcom television regulator. They weren't Good Morning Britain, the show I was doing, viewers. These were just woke left progressives who wanted me fired for disbelieving the claims about racism and mental health that were cited in that interview, which have never been substantiated and which I to this day do not believe. And I was told, you've got to apologize for this because the mob have come. You've got to apologize or lose your job. A job I was doing very successfully. Done it for 5 years, trebled the ratings. We just eclipsed the BBC as a #1 morning show. I was at the peak of my powers. But because I was exercising my right not to believe somebody who actually it turned out was spewing a lot of bullshit, I had to leave my job because I wasn't going to apologize. Now, let me give you the subject to that, which is far worse. Sharon Osbourne, my longtime friend, was hosting a show here called The Talk on CBS. She'd done it for 10 years. She loved that job. She was brilliant at that job. She defended me when asked about it. She didn't defend what I'd said. She just said, I'm here for my friend Piers, right? The black co-panelist, Cheryl Underwood, played the race card on the next episode of The Talk. She turned to Sharon on air and said, out of nowhere, this wasn't planned, why did you support someone who said racist things? I'd never said anything racist about Meghan Markle. Sharon, obviously under attack, saying she'd been supporting a racist, and by definition must therefore be a racist, said... Well,
bro, this is the woman at the football game or the sports game or whatever, where she's like... Or no, the guy who's like explaining anything to his girlfriend. You know what I'm talking about, the meme?
Oh, yeah.
The song, okay.
She said it's racist. At which point Cheryl Underwood went on this ridiculous little... It's a point to it. Cheryl Underwood just said...
I don't think
it's not so much that he said racist things, it's kind of the way he said stuff. So Sharon said...
Is this what you think people are talking about?
Wait a minute. Yes, I'm going to come to it. So Cheryl Underwood says this, and then she said, I'm not accusing you of being racist, Sharon. Sharon says, I think that ship has sailed. Here's what happened to Sharon. For a job she loved. She was bombarded with death threats, online mayhem, vilified, shamed. People saying, fire her. Wait a minute, let me finish.
I think that's bad.
Let me finish. Fire her. Death threats as well.
I think that's bad.
She eventually issued a groveling, sobbing apology. It still wasn't enough. She got fired from that job. For what? For absolutely nothing. For the next year, she had the worst year of her life.
I don't think that's what people talk about when you're talking about cancel culture.
Wait, you're talking about cancel culture, saying like no one has ever been a victim.
You're talking about comedians who make a racist joke and somebody doesn't want to listen to them anymore.
What about Sharon Osbourne?
I don't know much about that. That sounds bad. No, that sounds bad. That sounds bad.
Oh, he did that. I don't know.
Why did I do it? Why did I leave my job for disbelieving Meghan Markle?
No, we can't.
I don't know.
I cancel culture.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And then he gets. Oh my God! Come on, guys. They
didn't get to say anything.
They cocked him.
Amanda, nice to meet you.
So cancel culture. I'm trying to understand, is it that you believe it's something that's not necessary within society to hold people accountable? Is it
No, I do think accountability is very important. And individual companies are perfectly entitled to operate their own policies. What I'm talking about is where the woke mob, normally through social media, would pile pressure, and it's not exclusive to them, I've seen it happen with the right as well, would pile pressure on companies, on institutions to fire people, often for what, in my opinion, were things that might be offensive to people or whatever, but they're not at the bar where they should lose their livelihoods.
Well, I do understand. I mean, there's a line when it comes to cancel culture where there are things that are taken too far, where people do lose their jobs for certain things that some people may find offensive or some people might not find offensive.
I mean, free speech, you know, the whole point of free speech is not about you and I agreeing.
Exactly.
It's about our ability to listen to each other, and maybe you even saying hateful things to me. If they
Wait,
don't cross the
what
bar of
about
criminality,
laughing about
you're
Charlie
allowed
Kirk's
to do
death,
that. And
though?
I should just suck it up. I don't have to like it, but I have to tolerate the fact in a free democratic society like the United States, with the First Amendment, you're entitled to do that.
And see, that's where I disagree. I don't feel that it has to reach a bar of criminality in order for it to be something that someone has to be held accountable for. Though we have free speech, there does have to be lines drawn because there are things that are inappropriate, regardless. You know, as you said when you were discussing books that are banned or certain things, the remarks you made about Meghan Markle, I don't agree that's something that you should be fired for. But I do see why there are people, and you need to look outside of your own perspective. There are people who felt that you needed to be canceled for such an instance.
Why?
Black women, especially around the world in the global West, they're oftentimes not listened to, and their problems, their pain, their mental health are oftentimes disregarded or undermined.
Race
and so
card.
that's also been a problem in gynecology.
She doesn't know Piers is a black lesbian right now.
I believe Meghan Markle.
Really?
Why wouldn't I believe
Let me
Meghan
give an
Markle?
example of why you probably shouldn't. So she said in that interview that she and Harry were married secretly by the Archbishop of Canterbury 3 days before the public wedding. Had that been true, the Archbishop of Canterbury would have committed a crime and would have gone to prison.
Yes.
Did you ever see him go to prison?
No, I did not.
Did that make you think that maybe that never happened?
Honestly, no, it did not make me think that it's something that did not occur. I want to answer your
question. They
question.
said in that interview that senior members of the royal family, who we now know through a leaked copy of the book where the names appeared, were supposedly then Prince Charles, now King Charles, and Catherine, William's wife, made comments that they were concerned about the potential skin colour of the unborn baby.
Yes.
Do you believe on balance that that's likely to have happened?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Coming from the British institution, that's something that has been, you know, for centuries trying to maintain the purity of the blood. You know, something that has been within
true?
British
They can't help
aristocracy.
being white, can they?
No, I'm not saying.
What are you suggesting?
Something being white, if you're purposely trying to preserve it, it is something that you are doing.
We're not purposely trying to preserve
the way
it.
they interbred for years. I have studied English aristocracy for
You think,
many
just to be clear,
years.
you think the royal
And I
family
will
have been
say that
deliberately trying to stay white?
what I will say is that conservatism oftentimes does have to tie with the purity of whiteness and white culture. And so there are a large majority of conservatives who do see whiteness as the main basis of being a conservative, of something that's very important, that they need to preserve. And it's why a lot of times they exclude minorities and why they feel as though things such as wokeness are poor. They shouldn't be included because it's giving that pathway.
What should worry you more is that having set off this absolute inferno about the royal family being a bunch of callous racists, where's it?
I don't-
Well, Harry then wrote a book. Do you remember the book Spare?
Yes, I have.
420 odd pages of his life story. Do you know the two things that didn't appear in that book?
Inform
The
me.
racism allegations against his family about the skin colour of their unborn child, and the fact that the Buckingham Palace officials apparently told Meghan Markle she couldn't get help for her suicidal thoughts. Those two things never got repeated, never appeared in their documentary, never appeared in the book. They just vanished.
It did appear in the documentary. I did watch the
When
documentary.
Harry was asked about it recently, he said, "Oh no, it was the media that put a racist tone on this. I never meant to say my family were racist." Oh yes, you did. We all watched what you guys said.
What is this?
It's okay.
That's great.
Thank
Bullshit.
you.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Wow.
Nice to meet you.
Piers just getting his yap fest on.
Voted him out.
Oh, yeah.
Shane.
Good to see you, Shane.
Nice to meet you. I want to take it back all the way to your original claim, and you've said a lot of examples. I don't think you provided a single example of how cancel culture is a violation of free speech.
Okay, I'll give you one. 2 weeks before the election where Biden won, the New York Post got an exclusive story about Hunter
Oh my
Biden's laptop.
God.
Sure. It was okay.
Biden.
People can laugh. Actually, contained incredibly damaging information, which may have led to serious charges against a lot of the Biden family.
No.
Now we'll never know
No.
because they've all been pardoned. But this story.
What? Now we'll never know because they've all been pardoned? What do you mean? They did all the investigating for years on this, Congress. They found nothing. Oh my God.
Was suppressed by the left in the most disgraceful manner imaginable.
By the left?
at the time being all the tech giants.
Whoa,
who were all,
define suppressed.
They literally banned the New York Post account from their platforms.
Okay.
Until they took down the front page exclusive.
Free speech isn't protected on what platform you can speak on.
No.
These are private
you asked me
companies.
for an example of cancel culture.
I asked you for an example of violation of free speech, which is
that is a violation of free speech.
Which is a promise that the government will not come in and arrest you for anything you say.
Hang on,
you
hang
are
on.
not
Shane,
entitled
Shane,
to
Shane,
viewers
Shane,
on your show
Shane.
just because people agree with
I
you.
agree. Shane, let me make my point. You asked me for an example of where free speech had been suppressed.
Violated.
A major, violated.
Not suppressed, violated.
Violated. A major national American newspaper of 100 plus years standing, the New York Post, had its account taken down on social media.
Okay, did anyone get arrested?
Because they were exposing a true story about the son of the man who would be president and became president in a way that was directly intended to benefit Joe Biden and hinder Donald Trump's chances of winning that election.
And I don't agree with that suppression.
So that's what I mean.
But
That's the example.
was anyone arrested?
What do you mean arrested?
Was any
What do you mean arrested? What do you mean? What do you mean arrested?
Stepped in and arrested
Well, I
someone
just told you the story of Graham Dennis. He was arrested.
at the Heathrow Airport?
Yeah.
In the UK?
Yeah.
You don't have free speech in the UK.
Well, that's part of the problem. I agree.
That sounds like a UK problem, not a US problem.
The US has a big problem.
So what? It has a problem, but where has free speech been violated?
Just
Because
giving
of
you-
cancel. No, you gave me one at Heathrow Airport.
I'll give you the New York Post example.
Who has been arrested?
No one.
As a result of cancel culture, because someone has said something that was either
Ooh, this
bigotry,
guy's fucking
racist,
getting 'em.
sexist, whatever it is, and people are not entitled to have viewers based on their opinions.
I'm not saying they are.
If people disagree with you, they can say, "Oh, we're not going to watch you anymore." They're
Yes.
going to go out on social media and say, "Hey, everybody, let's stop watching this person because he came out as racist."
100%.
Okay, and that's not a violation of free speech.
No, Sharon Osbourne was fired, as I just told you.
Also, not a violation of free speech.
Of course it was.
49 states are at will employing states. Companies can fire you for any reason that is not related to discrimination.
I agree.
So-
I've
so
already
we're-
said, I think you're misunderstanding.
Got him. You're misunderstanding me.
I've already said that companies are
kinda
perfectly
got him.
entitled to do what they like. They're
Oh.
private businesses, right? So CBS was perfectly entitled to do it. But was it a violation of Sharon's free speech rights, what they did? Yes.
No, not a violation. It was suppression. It was. I don't agree with it.
What's the difference?
I think the people. She didn't get arrested for what she said.
Well, violation doesn't mean you get arrested.
Yes, being violated of your free speech, being able to not.
I can violate you without involving arresting you.
Is that what you see when you look at me? You wanna violate me? No, that is what we have in our constitution that is protected. You can say and do whatever you
You
want.
have better
but your-
protections here than we do in the UK.
I agree, but your speech is protected. You can be as hateful, as angry, as misogynistic as you want to be, and people can hate you for that.
Yeah.
Consequences. You do not have a right to be on a platform and get to say whatever you want.
Sure.
You can.
But if I say,
you can, but people don't have to watch
if I
you.
say right now on camera, I think you should be shot dead, that is actually a criminal offence.
No,
And I would be arrested.
If you said you wanted to shoot me dead, or you're encouraging people to shoot me dead, that is not protected free speech. That is a threat.
Correct. It's a crime.
You saying I should be shot dead is
So my
free
point
speech,
being,
and that makes you look like a terrible person.
Right. Not all. Yeah, I agree.
And you're not going to be arrested for that.
I've already made the point that hateful speech has to be tolerated in a free democratic
I
society.
agree.
Right, where it passes the bar of criminality, then obviously the law enforcement take over, and that's how it should be. The problem comes, and it's been more of a problem in my country than here. I agree, but I do think in terms of suppressing free speech, what was going on with things like the New York Post story being suppressed was absolutely disgraceful.
I agree. We're not disagreeing on that. Your claim was a
Let's end on the point of agreement. We end up agreeing.
Okay. That's his 5 questions. Okay. Last question for Timmy boy. Whew. The reddest states are governed worse than the bluest cities. Ooh. Uh-oh. Let's fucking
The last
go.
claim is that the reddest states are governed worse than the bluest cities.
Let's fucking go. Let's go.
What up, man?
Let's
Good to see
go.
you.
So obviously, in order for us to understand your claim, I would love to understand why you say that. What specifically about red states makes them govern worse than blue cities?
Yeah, because the only thing I even fucking know anything at all about is a crime.
Well, I think that there are kind of two ways to look at that. One is just in a technocratic sense, like the outcomes are worse, right? Poverty rates are higher.
True,
violent
true.
crime
Education,
is higher.
true,
Divorce rates are higher.
Yeah, true, true,
economic
true,
dynamism and opportunities
true.
lower. School scores are lower.
Violent crime is higher.
Per capita.
Per capita, the highest violent
got
crime
him.
state, red state,
Wasn't
states
ready for the
almost all red states except New Mexico. I think
Oh, he wasn't ready for the per capita argument? But what about Chirac? But what about absolute number of murders in some of these? Wasn't ready for the per capita argument.
Alaska, Louisiana, Mississippi, those are the highest violent states when it comes to violent crime, yeah.
Okay. So the blue cities
that guy in the back is like, no, he can't. It can't be right.
Those are the highest
Where is he?
violent
Look at him.
states when it comes to violent crime, yeah.
Look at that guy. No, it can't be. Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh.
So the blue cities that have overwhelmingly more regulation on guns, they have more gun violence. Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's exactly true. There are some cities that have really high.
That's not true.
Well, there's some cities that have a lot of gun violence.
Notice how I'm so curious if people are aware they do this. Do you see the dialogue tree? Right? He asked that first question he didn't give a fuck. What do you mean when you say they're governed better? No matter what Tim said there, he was going to say, well, what about the fact that the cities with the most gun restrictions are the ones with the most gun crime? Chicago, Illinois has some of the toughest gun restrictions in the country, and they have some of the most violent gun crime, so it seems like liberals not working, right? Like, he was going to always ask that next question.
It's like Chicago, and a lot of the guns are coming in from...
They have some of the strictest gun regulations in the...
Yeah, but again, you have more violent crime.
What do I say? I live and breathe these NPCs, okay? I know the NPC programming, okay? I live and breathe it. I say they're the most predictable motherfuckers in the universe, okay?
In places like Tennessee than you do in places like Massachusetts
I
and
don't
New
think
York.
that's true. No, not even New York. Let's take Chicago and New York, who have some of the strictest gun violence. Chicago's a horrific example.
A lot of
They
those
have
guns
the
coming in
worst
from
gun-
Indiana, yeah.
Okay, and how are they coming in?
People are trafficking them for Indiana, and they should be stopped. Yeah.
Them? Okay,
Yeah.
so they're coming in illegally.
I don't know why you're whispering it.
Well, they're coming in illegally,
okay.
right?
Yeah, sure.
But they have the regulations to crack down on the guns. So you're telling me that regulation doesn't work?
Well, no, regulation certainly does work in...
Wait. So then, should we not have any immigration laws because the people are coming in illegally anyway? So we should make it so that we just accept it? Or like, what is this argument? What?
In certain cases, there are ways to
Why
limit
doesn't
it
it work in Chicago?
Yeah, but again,
Because they have
it is
strict gun
working.
problems.
I guess,
They have strict gun
so
regulations.
you're trying to do the debate bro thing with me, like,
No,
where
not
but
at all.
it just isn't working because the facts are not right. Like,
True.
The states that have the least gun violence are blue states. There's places like Vermont and Massachusetts.
True.
I'm sorry. The gun violence. I'm just sorry. You
True.
know why? Here's
True.
why. Because the gun violence, like you hear about, like the.
We have one out. There's still one out. Okay, you need to channel your inner gamer. You need to look down at that the letter N on your keyboard, okay? That's your one out, okay? Well, you're going to say Massachusetts is less violent than the blue. What about the black people? Let's do black people. You have one out. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
Crime, gun violence, and there certainly is some of that, particularly in Chicago, where it's really bad. But there is a ton of gun violence that's happening across rural America related to domestic violence. And having guns in your home just leads to suicides, leads to wives being menaced and killed, and like that is happening all over the country.
But there's a lot of other factors that go into the fact. For example, in the rural areas, they're going to have less deterrence from the community. Not everybody lives together, so they don't have the threat of their neighbors shooting at a robber. For example, they have less law enforcement. The time that it takes for law.
What are we talking? Is this like XCOM, like covering fire on my neighbors on Overwatch, so I can't be robbed right now? What? This is the most convoluted. I've never in my life heard this particular thing brought up. Did he fanfic this argument? Like, well,
he's in a neighborhood watch.
In rural communities, you're more predisposed to being robbed because your neighbors aren't covering your property with their own sniper fire. What?
Enforcement don't have the threat of their neighbors shooting at a robber, for example. They have less law enforcement. The time that it takes for law enforcement to get to these crimes that would be happening, like, for example, all of the things that you're mentioning, is a lot higher than it would be in blue cities. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that you even agreed Chicago has the highest gun regulation in the country, and they have the most amount of gun violence. How does that work? And
again, because we live in a free country, and Chicago is not like a fortified environment where nobody can come in and out. But I guess my point is that I think that Chicago's governed awfully. Actually, the mayor of Chicago is terrible. But my point is that there's a lot of conversation about that the mayor of Chicago is terrible. This is in the news. People talk about it all the time. There's not a lot of conversation about the fact that in West Virginia, in Tennessee, in Louisiana, in Mississippi, there is greater violent crime than there is in Chicago. It's just not as in condensed area. People don't talk about it, and they're not doing anything to solve it. And the governors in those states are actually making it worse, exacerbating the problem.
You make this claim that on average, the blue cities are governed worse than red states. But when we talk about Chicago, which happens to be one of the biggest country, or one of the biggest cities in the country, the most populous, they have the strictest gun regulations. It's like, oh well, we can't talk about that. We have to talk about the rural red states.
I'm happy to talk about it. I'm just saying, I think that Chicago, objectively, Chicago is governed not well, and I think that it should be governed better. What do you think? But objectively, it's governed better than West Virginia.
What do you think about
Los Angeles? If you live, Los Angeles is objectively governed better than West Virginia, Oklahoma on every score. Where would you want to send your kids to school?
What policy differences?
Sure. Again, education, access to healthcare, services, transportation, poverty levels. Poverty levels are way higher.
But the affordability is also higher in those states as well.
Hi.
Hey, it's Noelle again.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again. So I know a lot of things were mentioned, and just to kind of level the playing field and find common ground.
Okay.
You mentioned, kids dying because of school shootings. I'm with you there. My heart breaks every time I hear something. I want something done about that.
Like,
same when we look at.
I wish we had teachers with guns, then we could protect the kids.
Immigration,
or kids with guns.
Human trafficking, kids being trafficked at the border by the cartel.
True.
Horrible. So all of the violence against children, I want something done by that, and I think it's horrible. That being said, and I think we can agree on that.
Trump
when we look at blue
more.
cities, they have some of the most extreme abortion policies. For example, Cesar Santangelo in Washington, D.C. They were Justice for the Five, and they still haven't received justice, but they were 5 babies that were aborted at the 3rd trimester. And so we see these cases.
By the way, that Justice for the Five story, I read this in case Lila would bring that up. This story is crazy and it's bullshit. A bunch of anti-abortion activists basically invade, I think, this Planned Parenthood. I don't even know if it was just a single time or it was over the course of some time. And at some point, somebody makes a phone call saying hey, there's some anti-abortion advocates who have a bunch of fucking baby parts in their fucking house. You want to go check that out? And their claim is that all these baby parts belong to 3rd trimester babies that were illegally aborted in some Planned Parenthood. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. They literally stole these corpses from, it was either from Planned Parenthood or something else. And they got, obviously, there was I don't know if they were all arrested or if there are charges levied against them, because you can't steal fucking baby corpses and shit for these places. And those are that's the DC-5. It's just the whole story is insanely fucking. Now you're making this up, bro. This whole story is crazy unhinged. I don't know if there's an easy YouTube video about this, but. DC-5 abortion. Here's the rigged version of this. I think this is just a report. Let's see what this is real quick.
All right, WSA 9 staying on top. Breaking news in Capitol Hill and the Eastern Market neighborhood. Listen to this. DC police confirmed that the medical examiner collected 5 fetuses from inside the home of an anti-abortion protester. Her name, Lauren Handy. Handy has just been indicted on a charge of invading and blocking access to a D.C. health clinic. Now, WSA 9 broke this story. We were outside the home. Remember this yesterday on 6th Street Southeast when police were carrying out that raid. Officers walked out carrying red biohazard bags and coolers. That's never a good sight. WSA 9's Bruce Leshan live there with more on some of the shocking revelations our team was able to uncover today. Bruce, good evening.
Yeah, Adam, I'm telling you what, kind of a bizarre, gruesome house of horrors here in a crowded D.C. neighborhood. D.C. police say they found those 5 fetuses right down here in this apartment, which is connected to that anti-abortion activist, Lauren Handy. Police say the investigation is ongoing, which leaves us with a ton of questions. Like, where did the human fetuses come from? Why did she keep them? And what was she planning to do with them? Police carried a cooler and several biohazard bags out of the home on Wednesday. Anti-abortion activist Lauren Handy, outside her home after her release on federal charges, told WUSA 9 people would freak out when they heard what police had found inside her home.
Abortion is the most painful type of murder. Dismembering a child alive with no anesthetic.
Handy was among 9 people indicted by a federal grand jury Wednesday for allegedly invading Washington Surgery Clinic on October 22nd, 2020.
If you die in the abortion procedure, you can wake up in a place you don't want to be.
The anti-abortion activists chained themselves to chairs in a waiting room.
I'm Jonathan Darnell.
And protester Jonathan Darnell of Arlington live streamed the whole thing to Facebook.
You would cry out in agony. Your mind would be twisted with pain if you could spend 1 minute in hell.
Handy, Darnell, and 7 others were charged under the 1994 Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which had fallen into disuse under the Trump administration. Planned Parenthood of Metropolitan Washington CEO says she knows several of the people indicted.
They have protested at our facility on 4th Street here in the district many times and have been disruptive. They have harassed patients. They have obstructed patients. And no one should have to experience that intimidation for trying to access health care.
Now, Washington Surgery Clinic declined to comment when we called them, so we really don't know whether the fetuses came from there or from someplace else. D.C. police are leading the investigation into the fetuses, and they say it's really ongoing, so we don't know if or when or what kind of charges might be.
These people claim, the reason why it's called DC-5 is because they claim that all 5 of these fetuses were like live baby abortions, baby. They're like 3rd trimester, fully viable, 8.5 months they were aborted, but they provided no evidence of this. They don't have any death certificates. They don't have any medical information. These are just like fetuses that this fucking weirdo anti-abortion activist has collected. And when people say about justice for the 5, what they're talking about is in DC, these 5 poor babies that were maliciously assassinated by these evil Planned Parenthood types. We need to have justice for them. It's an unhinged, crazy story. I was hoping Lila would bring this up, but she never did, so I don't know, my research mattered here.
Filed in connection with those fetuses. A guy with keys to the house came up to us just a little bit over an hour ago, and he said there is going to be a news conference on Tuesday, and it's going to be big. But I think beyond that, he refused to say anything at all. Adam?
All of this, Bruce, is just extremely bizarre. And do we know anything about Handy's group being involved with human fetuses before?
Yeah, this is interesting. Right at the top of their website, there's a big picture they say shows human fetuses being improperly stored at the University of Washington, at a health center or a medical school at the University of Washington. Fetuses, baby parts, they say, stored in plastic bags, paper bags, in a freezer. But again, we don't know if that has anything to do with what's going on here.
Yeah, very strange. It's, so many things still need to be unraveled here. Bruce Chandler, Force in the Capitol Hill neighborhood.
Oh, shit. He's about to fucking stab this dude. Okay, wait. We're on this one.
Is happening in blue cities, and I think that's super problematic. Do you think that is?
I'm against 3rd trimester abortions. I'm like quasi pro-life, I would say. I'm where a lot of people are in the country, which is in the middle on that issue. I think a lot of times it gets bifurcated into extremes. But now that Dobbs has been overturned, kind of like the dynamics has changed a lot in what the laws are in a lot of those cities. But I agree, and I think that the Kermit Cosnell thing, whatever in Philadelphia, horrible, a horrible story. Here's the problem though, is that again, on average, like the red states do a horrible job of protecting young people. You mentioned gun deaths, but it's also child poverty is higher in the red states. Infant mortality is much higher in the red states because they aren't funding healthcare to the same degree. And my view is, look, when I think about what I'm looking for in a governor, in somebody who's governed a state or the country. I used to work for Jeb Bush. One of his lines was that he wants people to be able to live a life of purpose and meaning. And that's kind of what I judge everything by. I want people to have an opportunity to live a life of purpose and meaning. What does that mean? That means that when they're born, they get to stay born, right? And then it means when then they grow up and they go to school, then they have good schools where they have a chance to learn and do well. And then if they get out of school and they have like financial issues, like that there's a safety net so they at least have a chance to go out and find a job. Yeah. Like on that metric, like red states are doing terrible. Like infant mortality is high, the schools are terrible, and the safety net has holes in it. And I think that, I agree with you that there have been some extreme abortion laws in blue cities. I just don't think that matches up to this horrible way that red states are governing on that metric.
I agree that the education system is a mess, and I think we need to change that. I think homeschooling should be a more popular option, and people should have education choice. And unfortunately, we don't see that a lot in blue states. We see that in red states to allow more freedoms of education choice. But I do want to say, you mentioned that we should protect a life after the child is born. But so do you agree that we should protect a life before, allow the child to be born? Because so you're pro-life then?
Again, I think that this is a complicated issue, right? Like, I definitely am not for 3rd trimester elective abortions. Right? I think that there are exceptions of the life of the mother. I think that some of the red state laws are really terrible, bounty laws in some of these cases. I think it's a little different. the abortion isn't the issue. Like, we could probably sit here and debate the 6-week and 8-week. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there are different lines on there. But I guess my point is that I'm for that. Again, I think that people should have an opportunity to live a life with purpose of meaning. That means getting born, but that means staying born, right? You don't want infant mortality when they're death. You want to make sure they have good hospitals. And I just think they're failing on this front. I live in Louisiana. I live in New Orleans. We have school choice. I'm for school choice too, actually.
Awesome.
But like, they don't fund the schools. So it's like there are 3 really great schools. And so if you have great parents that work hard to get you on the list and make sure that you get the tests and you get to go to the good public schools, then you're great. If you have absentee parents or bad parents, then you
Okay. I have to do my debate soon. I'll be back one sec. You can finish watching this. Hold on.
up in these crappy schools. And my point is, you can have school choice, but you also got to invest to make sure kids have opportunities. They're doing that in blue cities.
You get a second Red Bull?
Sure, but we have to allow people to have that option. And we're seeing a lot of restrictions in blue
like
cities towards school choice. And so people should be able to choose, because then they're not going to be able to even have
I agree. I just think on balance, like if you want to send your kid to school and you're just like, would I go in San Francisco or would I send them to school in Shreveport? If you want to give them the best chance to succeed. I think pretty much everybody would say San Francisco. There'd be some weird woke stuff that they learned, but like they would get a good education, and like there is not that investment happening in red states.
But what we're seeing in blue states is we're seeing a lot of governors and we're seeing a lot of mayors be very adamantly pro-choice. Like they're not advocating for any sort of restrictions on abortion. I think that's super problematic, and I think we can agree on that. And so if you have governors and you have mayors who are saying it's okay to kill children, I don't really trust their judgment if they think murder's okay.
Yeah, again, and I think that there are differences of opinions on abortion.
Thanks so much.
Good job, thank you. We rolling. All right, here we go.
So I think when you look at blue cities and red states, one of the things you see a major difference in is like investment in terms of what private companies are investing in. You know, like New York City, San Francisco, you have a lot of these tech companies that are also hiring a lot of white-collar workers, right? Whereas some of these blue or red states you're talking about, Mississippi, Louisiana, used to be blue-collar states that are now blue-collar jobs have dissipated from and gone overseas because of, you know, free trade and stuff.
Let me object to that. Let me give you one example. Sure. So again, as I mentioned, I live in New Orleans. I was thinking about this. So I was trying to come up with a good example. If you just go up the Mississippi River, right? So let's take out the coastal states, because I do agree they're kind of different in the kind of economy it is. You just go up the river, you got New Orleans, Memphis, St. Louis. They're all in red states. And then you got Minneapolis, St. Paul, that's in a blue state at the top. Minneapolis, St. Paul is thriving. A lot of people want to move there. There's a lot of economic opportunity. There is a huge...
Also has a lot more private companies investing in...
Well, right, but why? It's because the governance there has been attractive. People want to move there. A lot of tampon access in Minneapolis. Thanks
so Wickham joining us, soundboard guy.
You can get a tampon. A lot of people want to go to Minneapolis. It's a liberal state that has been governed well, where the education is good, the healthcare is good, so no wonder companies want to go there, because diverse communities are welcome. And then you go down the red states. St. Louis was once one of the biggest cities in the country. Memphis was once one of the biggest cities in the country. New Orleans, where I live, used to be very dynamic. They've hollowed out, and people don't want to move there because they're governed like crap.
Okay, when you're talking about moving somewhere, where are you primarily going to move? For a job, right? Yes. And so... Okay.
So it's the job of the states to try to attract the good jobs. The blue states are
right.
So it's not about geography. It's not like randomly. It's because of the coast or because of certain industries.
So I mean, Tennessee has had a lot of companies move their tech companies, right? The thing is, I think it's a false equivalency here, because so a lot of the jobs have left from the Rust Belt and everything. These are the states that you're just saying are worse than on average.
Been governed great. Joshua Piers is doing a great job. Michigan is being governed. Detroit is having a renaissance right now. They have a Democratic governor. Wisconsin is being governed well. Milwaukee's having a renaissance. There's no reason that New Orleans or Memphis or like any of these other cities could be like
states you're talking about. The cities you're talking about have white collar jobs. So obviously those people are
they've attracted
better on average because they have better income.
Pittsburgh, Detroit, Wisconsin, that was the rest
of them. If
you
you look at Ohio and Indiana, not as many white-collar people live there, and so of course outcomes are going to be worse on average. And now I want to go back to your
Sorry,
thanks, man. Good to see you. Welcome back. What was it, JP?
JP, yeah.
Good to see you, man.
Sam, I see you again. I don't really want to talk about like states, cities, because I see what you're doing. You're mentioning the states, we're mentioning the cities. But again, like we all know, like it's no surprise that people are always talking about LA and New York. I came to the city for the first time with my little sister. It's beautiful. It attracts eccentrics. It's a wonderful city.
Where are you from?
It represents America. I'm from Miami, Florida, where you don't see all this homelessness, right? But you see it here. You don't see it like here. And it's no surprise that it's on the news all the time. Yeah. So I want to move away from that, because I know you're going to do. You're going to mention specific states, and you're going to ignore the social conditions there, the poverty rates, etc. I'm not going to do that. I want to talk about the word Morris that you mentioned. I assume you're a big Tocqueville guy.
Yeah, sure. I'm getting old since I'm a dad, so it's been a decade since I read de Tocqueville, but yeah, sure.
For the normies, Alexis de Tocqueville loved to talk about inclinations, right, about Morris.
Yeah, Morris.
I think that today, liberal cities have an issue that's not really about government, it's about hyper-individualism, right? And we're losing, let's say, the Morris, the inclinations to make America great. Some of those are represented in, rural America. And it's imperfect, hard to compare these places. But I think that you sometimes make things so much about identity, about hyper-individuality. You mentioned gay, Latino, black. You brought demographics many times today. And one thing that Trump does and Republicans do is they talk about nationhood. They talk about being an American. And right now with liberals, a lot of times they're like, why do all these people have American flags in their house? What are you proud of,
Did you watch the protest, the No Kings protest? It was all liberals, a lot of American flags out there.
Yeah, a lot of American flags, a lot of them, saying things that...
and Donald Trump did the thing where he called them the enemy of the people, the enemy within, the enemy from within, the people that were protesting him, he called them the enemy from within. He has very kind things to say about foreign despots that like him. If you're a Sharia law sand dictator...
You are confusing foreign policy making, like he's trying to negotiate and get a deal, and you're trying to make Maduro loves like Putin, and that's what.
I want to talk about some traditional value stuff, but I appreciate it, man. It's okay. All All right. What's up?
Good. Martin, nice to meet you.
Martin, nice to meet you, man.
So I think that the whole framing of kind of red states versus blue cities, it's kind of a bad framing because we're talking about different levels of analysis. I think the best way of looking at this would be what happens when a state goes from blue leadership to red.
Did he do
I think the best
6-7?
example of that is the state of Florida under the leadership of Ron DeSantis. So under the leadership of Ron DeSantis, has the poverty rate of Florida gone up or down?
And I don't have all of the Florida stats in front of me, but I'll say,
He
do you want me to go
did.
Florida? Sure, I'll give you the downside of Florida. I think that right now what you're seeing in Florida is a big rise in cost of living because people don't want to move there. I get that. There's a supply and demand.
The poverty rate of Florida has gone down.
Yeah, there's supply and demand. There's an Adam Smith.
Yeah, why
I bet I get summoned Dan.
I think
Dan Clancy.
economic development opportunities come to the state, I guess.
Yeah, the main reason why is because when you lower state taxes,
Ethan
you attract more
Klein.
businesses. Businesses come in, that creates more jobs and opportunity for people, which is what
Rogan.
you see under Republican leadership. And that's really why you're seeing major
Lawsuit.
companies and people leave states like California in droves to go to states like Texas and Florida with preferable
California's doing better in the poverty rate than Florida is, though. But look, Florida has big issues. Florida has a big insurance rate crisis. So look, if you're right. If you're doing well in Florida right now.
Oh. Take their fucking perms, Steven.
Take yo mama's perms. Good one.
That was food shops, not fucking Dan. I knew it'd work.
You missed the most important word, Celeste.
Wow.
Well, what do you want, Mooten?
Well, Steve's gotta go. I just wanted to summon you.
Oh. Where does he have to go to?
He's got a debate.
Right now?
Like, I think he's late now.
Way to go.
Where are you going?
He's gonna go on the WIC panel.
Oh. I thought it was something in real life. Not a.
No.
He's going to a Twitch stream. Ooh,
Yeah, I'm going to your
watch
mom's
out.
house in real life. Got him.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, man.
Oh, hi. Oh.
He's on the phone. We're trying to get.
Yeah, I
the
see. I
Muppet
see
to
that.
work.
Now I look like an idiot because I just said hi and he wasn't even talking to me. Thanks. Thanks, Wick.
Do you want me to put you on speakerphone here? Hold on a second. Let's see. Hey guys, can you still hear me?
Oh, we can still hear you, yes, sir.
All right, I've actually got Joe on speakerphone. If you want to try to talk to him and him to you.
Yeah. So. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's saying it's failing to start my camera. I'm not sure why.
Are you using?
This happens to me all the
OBS?
time. Unironically, unplug in, plug it back in.
Unplug the camera again?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, try that.
Pretty soon we'll be using a landline here.
Let's see. Close my browser.
I'm mostly concerned about the audio as well, making sure we can hear you through your Discord.
Yeah, I don't know why you can't hear me on the audio either. That's weird.
Do you have the
Same
correct
try.
mic settings? Like, have you checked the gear icon? You can click that, make sure that the input setting is correct and you're using the correct mic.
It is, but it's I turn my speaker on so they can talk to Joe over the phone.
Yeah, welcome, gang, to the tech support WIC TV stream. I suppose. I guess we'll hopefully get this
Nice.
working soon.
Options. Voice settings. Let's check.
Joe, just have your wife come in and fix it.
That's brilliant. Awesome.
Oh, there
We
he is. I
have
see him.
we can
All right,
see
I
you.
got that.
Camera's working.
Okay, you can see me. Now I got the audio.
Do you have push to talk enabled?
No. Why is it not picking up the right mic? Audio settings.
And do we stay in this view, or does it change once the show starts to?
No, we stay in this view. So if you want to start capturing this now, we can begin. Yeah.
All right, is this
Yes, yes, excellent. We can hear you.
All right.
Okay, great. We have audible connections. We have visual connections.
Muchas gracias. I don't hear you though.
Can you not hear us? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Let me check. I'm going to check the my output.
Swipe.
Just setting output. Headphones. Try now.
Okay, can you hear us?
Beautiful.
Okay.
All
great.
right.
Are we ready to begin?
I want to thank you guys, by the way, for working around my schedule. Also, it was very gracious of you both.
Of course.
So thank you.
Okay. Well, without further ado, let's get started. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today, we're going to be discussing the recent shooting and killing of at least one National Guard member in Washington, D.C. So on November 26th, 2025, near Farragut West Metro Station in Washington, D.C., there was a shooting of two National Guard members, Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. Sarah Beckstrom has since died from her wounds, and Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still, as far as I can tell, in critical condition. The suspect is in custody. He is an Afghan national, Ramanullah Lakanawal. Excuse my pronunciations. I'm very bad at foreign names. There has been much discussion about why this happened and who is to blame. Tonight's prompt is Trump responsible for the shooting of these two National Guard? Why or why not? And we've got some great guests to talk about it. I appreciate you all for coming, and apologies for the little tech support at the beginning, but we have to do what we got to do. I want to give the mic first to Destiny, and we'll just kind of go around, introduce ourselves, give us opening thoughts, and what we have to say. Go ahead, Destiny. Open us up.
Okay, so I don't know if I would say 100% that Trump is fully responsible, but if anybody is responsible, he's pushed it basically as close to the line as possible. I think that Trump has engaged in behavior that has made all of the National Guards of every state and all of the federal police to have the most antagonistic relationship possible with all of the different states, or in D.C., just the territory of Washington, D.C. So I think that Trump has engaged in behavior that has increased the danger for all of the people that are deployed. I think that every single time a bad thing happens, I think that he tries to capitalize on it with some kind of policy. I would argue that Trump has been waiting for and loves these types of moments, and he's waiting for more moments like these to happen so that he can continue to expand on his executive power every time it does. We saw him jump on this as soon as these two National Guardsmen were shot. I think he deployed another 500 to D.C. And yeah, I just think that Donald Trump is engaged on a war path where he wants to invite as much self-destruction as possible so that it gives him more excuses basically to leverage and expand his executive power and authority.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Next up, Soy Pill. What you got?
Yeah, pretty much what Destiny said. I would add that Trump, is inflaming all of the tensions by, illegally putting the National Guard into all of these places. He's violating posse comitatus. He's going against the wishes of various governors and even the National Guard themselves, who say they don't need to be there and don't want to be there. Then essentially putting the blame on him by putting people in places they don't need to be and inflaming the tension so that when violent things happen, he can justify doing it more, grabbing more executive power. It is very clearly at least his fault insofar as this never should have happened and wouldn't be happening under a Kamala presidency. Obviously, Donald Trump didn't shoot these people, but also by the Trump MAGA-tard standard of Trump, the Biden administration letting all these illegals in and then saying, oh, well, it's his fault for letting them in. Trump's administration granted this person asylum, so I'm also going to give him blame for that.
Okay, thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll get into it. Good logic.
Yeah, I'm Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Logic, I'm a nuke attorney converted into a podcaster, and the nonsense that the left is trying to... when I first heard the topic discussion was Trump is to blame for the shooting, of the National Guard. I actually laughed out loud that they could try to spin this, that what it starts with is a premise that everything Trump is looking to do is motivated by evil. This is just an assumption that they build into whatever he says or does, that his objective is to just basically harm as many people as possible. And then they take a situation that they'll create a situation that is as volatile as possible and ratchet it up, going back to Biden bringing in ridiculous numbers of millions of illegal aliens, letting them stream across our borders, then trying to defend the criminal aliens. He's not even trying to get rid of your run-of-the-mill illegal aliens. He's trying to get rid of criminals and screaming and standing in front of ICE and trying to stand in front of federal officers doing performing their duty. And then they turn around and say, well, this is all Trump's fault, while the left is continually ratcheting up the violence, ratcheting up just to how they want their side to be as angry as possible. You'll hear them say, go out there, march, go out there, march. You'll never hear the left say, make sure you do it peacefully. You'll never hear that at all. And then when there's this terrible incident, which I assume that the people who are arguing against me would admit at least that this is a tragedy, that Sarah Beckstrom was shot. Another person, I think, is still in critical condition when I last heard. That I think they would admit that this is a tragedy. Then they turn around and they say it's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault because he's trying to enforce the law, which is just preposterous. But I look forward to getting into their legal arguments so we can break this down for all of you.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Next up, Andrew Branca. Is that how you say your last name? I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Of course, I'm an attorney. I'm probably best known for the law of self-defense. I'm an expert, probably the preeminent expert in the nation on use of force law. And I do a lot of legal and political commentary. I think there's no rational view in which Trump has any legal responsibility for what happened here. We have an Afghan assassin who walked up to a woman with a revolver in his hand and shot her through the chest. There's only one person who caused that death. That's the Afghan rebel. We can engage in all kinds of estrogenic butterfly effects, and Trump is the bad daddy, so everything that happens that's bad is Trump's fault. But Trump has executive authority. Under Article 2, he's the democratically elected president. He's allowed to do things, including trying to ensure the safety of the American populace in its city. And if bad things happen because he's doing things he's allowed to do, it's the bad people who made that happen.
Okay, and with that, let's kind of get into it as we go. I guess I'd start by reading a tweet from Destiny here. And I'm curious if you stand by this position, sir, and then we could just kind of get into the open discussion. You said on 9/15 on November 26th, you wrote as follows: they weren't protecting D.C. They couldn't even make arrests. They were sent there to die by real Donald Trump and his cronies so they could rile up the base to distract them from the monumental failing of every single part of this administration. Is that your current position, sir?
Yes, I think that Trump is trying intentionally to inflame tensions as much as possible so that he can expand his executive power as much as possible. One thing that you're going to hear over and over again in this debate, it's already happened in the opening statements, is remember, every single time a conservative criticizes a Democrat, it's about what they should do, what their moral obligation is, and what a good leader would do to guide the country. But whenever they talk about Trump with the conservatives, it's always what is the outer perimeter of legal actions that he is theoretically allowed to take. There's no question of whether or not his leadership is moral or what his end game is on anything, although he would fail in the legal realm as he has been over and over again, and he would fail in these other two as well. But like the question is why? So for instance, earlier you talked about leftists celebrating violence. Why is Donald Trump incapable of saying that the entire country needs to be less violent? Why is he incapable of saying anything that equally criticizes his side?
See, this is
open discussion. So.
Right, and this is what the left this is what you on the left tend to do. It's you're continually ratcheting up the violence, and then you're looking for an all sides type of thing. And to harken back, and I don't want to get into the whole Black Lives Matter thing, but when we look back at 2020, when we saw the whole Black Lives Matter issue rise up, it was considered an affront for people and offensive for people to say all lives matter. Now, I think that if you actually step back from a practical perspective, you would agree that all lives matter. But given the context, the idea of saying all lives matter in that context was deemed offensive because there was some perceived unique, terrible position for the Black community. And it was as if you were disparaging their genuine plight by just trying to make it a general concern. So when you come here, Destiny, and you say, why can't he just say that all sides need to dial it back when there's been than just bludgeoning and bludgeoning from one side against the other, it just sort of rings as if you're trying to just whitewash. They're like, oh yeah, both sides are bad, when that's just not reality. It's not reality that we're actually experiencing.
Two really quick and easy questions. Did Joe Biden condemn the BLM violence?
I wasn't looking to
the answer. Okay, if you don't know, that's fine. The answer is yes. That's fine. No, wait. Well, I know you don't care because you don't care to make an effort. So the answer is yes. Number one, and number two, did Donald Trump pardon every single January 6th protester?
We can't. No one can hear each other. Hold on, just real quick.
I'm not deflecting. You brought up BLM. You brought up BLM.
You brought up BLM, dude.
No, I did bring up BLM, but I brought it up to make a point.
Yeah, your point is wrong. That's the point I'm making. That your point is stupid.
No, the point that I'm making is in certain situations, when you try and just deflect to saying, let's just make this a general message, it's ignoring the actual problem. You're trying to purposefully ignore the actual problem. In 2020, you wanted to. The left was saying that the other side is ignoring the problem by trying to say all lives matter. And what I'm saying is you're ignoring
I'm not
the
asking
problem.
that question. It was a super easy question. Did Biden condemn the BLM riots? Did Biden condemn the violence?
I have no idea. He wasn't empowered during the BLM riots.
He was running for election because he was running for election.
Like the face of the Democratic Party.
You literally can't even answer. You don't even know. Why even bring up BLM? If you don't know anything was going on at the time, then just don't bring it up. That was the first question. So the answer is yes. You can go research it later. The second question is: did Donald Trump pardon every single J6 protester? Did he?
Gang, both of you, please. We can't hear when you guys are talking over each other, so I'd ask that. Again, you wait for the other person to finish their statement, then you can respond, and I'll try to make sure that you aren't interrupted during your response, and that's what we're
going Logic, to be clear, in your intro,
real quick, Soy Pill. Yeah? Let Logic finish his statement, and then you can jump in, and Andrew seems to want in as well. So this will.
No, I'm fine. I mean, I always have stuff to say, but I'll let you guys go. It's okay.
I'll tag you in soon, brother.
He's about to yap and not answer either of those questions, by the way.
No, my point is that you're trying to deflect into something that's relatively meaningless as to whether or not he actually condemned it. Who cares? How is that relevant to the point I was making? The only point I was making...
Because you said that leftists were trying to ratchet up the violence. What do you mean, how is it relevant? It speaks directly to the issue. Hold on, just one more. I'm going to do this one more time, and then if he doesn't answer, that's fine. So the first question is, did Biden condemn the BLM riots? The answer is yes. Did Donald Trump... That's fine. That's fine. Don't yap again. Answer my second question. Answer my second...
question. I answered it. I mean, you answer a question for me, and you asked me a question, which I assume is a sincere question, and then you try to say yes, he did. So I say, when did he?
He did it on August 31st, 2020. Look up YouTube Global News. There's a video titled "Joe Biden Condemns Violence and Ongoing U.S. Protests." There you go. Look it up in your own time. Number one. The second question is: did Donald Trump pardon every single J6 protester / rioter?
100%.
Okay, cool.
Right. So the reason this isn't irrelevant, God Logic, is because we're talking about how Trump has made the conditions for this violence to happen. Yeah, he didn't pick up the gun and shoot these National Guard members, but he's drumming up the rhetoric. And when you say, hey, the left never says be peaceful, Destiny brings up an example of Joe Biden explicitly doing that, and then we point out that Trump is refusing to condemn the right and is actually calling for the deaths of people in his own government, that this is part of the rhetoric that is causing these National Guard people to be shot. And you say, well, all lives matter. Oh, I'm deflecting to BLM. It's got to be a generalized statement. No, we're saying he needs to say turn down the rhetoric, and he's doing the opposite. He's inflaming everyone. He's getting people killed. That's where the blame comes from.
Well, first and foremost, I appreciate the promotion from good logic to God logic, but it's just good logic. And second, that's okay. No, that's okay. I just want to make sure we know what we're talking to here. But the point that you're trying to make, as far as him escalating, you have to sort of have to step back for a second and ask yourself, what exactly is he supposed to be dialing back from the right? You're saying that the left is that after there's violence that happens, the left tries to dial it back. What I'm saying to you is, what violence from the right are you even saying that he should be dialing back? You're trying to sit here and say that he should be telling people on the right,
should hang members of our government. Well, you're asking me a question.
No,
when he should hang members of our government. Yeah.
Through trial. Through trial. There's a very big difference between saying, hey, these people need to be tried for some very serious crimes that I believe they committed.
And murdered, yeah.
Because he believes they committed them.
Capital punishment is not murder.
Excuse me, sorry.
When you're the head of the executive and you're saying that your political opposition needs to be investigated, when we've already seen him fabricate indictments, calling out the specific
people can
bullshit.
Be investigated.
Trump that's fine, but the president of the United States isn't ordinarily. Sorry, I know you are pretending to be a lawyer, okay? But generally speaking, the president of the United States does not give direct instruction to the head of the Department of Justice to issue indictments indictments. That's why the
Yeah,
last
he's
two
allowed to
cases.
do that. They work for him.
Oh, that's
The
great. Well,
Department of
do they
Justice
work for
works
him
for the
though? Because it
president.
seems like she wasn't even legally appointed, was she? Isn't Lizzie Halligan out now? Didn't all that get tossed now? It seems like it's all gone now, right? Huh? All right, looks like that wasn't very legal, huh? And now all of her cases are being looked at. So no, that wasn't the case.
Also,
Sorry.
Just real quick, Joe. No one can hear you on your channel.
So defensive.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Andrew,
rule of
go
law
ahead, you
matters to
first.
some of us, so it's kind of annoying to see the president of the United States so flagrantly abuse it.
Okay, first of all, the Department of Justice works for the president. He can tell them what to do. They're part of the executive branch. Second of all, capital punishment is not murder. It's state sanctioned. People get a trial. They get lawyers. They get juries. And sedition was made a capital offense by Congress, not by Trump. Congress created that law. Third of all violence is not bad. Why do you suggest that all the violence should be tamped down? Violence is not inherently bad. Violence in a good person is good.
But Gen 6 violence is bad.
Wait, just curious. When we say the president,
principle, though,
Let
right?
him
You like
finish.
your
Let him
violence.
finish. Let Andrew
Yeah,
finish.
when we say
And
the
also Andrew, you're really low. Can you turn yourself up? Your volume's
when we say the president can give direction to the DOJ, is there any equivalent moment in the last 50 to 100 years of U.S. history where the president of the United States is directing his attorney general on who to prosecute, directing them on issuing indictments to political opponents, with even calling out the prosecutor they want?
How would you know? Those are private conversations.
Gotcha.
How
So
would
the
you
answer
know
to your question
whether
was
or not
no.
that's
The answer to your
occurred?
question was no. I asked if there's
No,
any evidence
no,
of it.
you're wrong.
There is no
the
evidence
answer
of
is
any of
yes.
this.
100% there is.
What's the evidence?
Here's one of the things I'm about to tell you.
He's about to
Here's
not
one of the
tell us,
things
by the way. Spoiler alert. Go ahead.
No, I'll tell you right now. The role of the DOJ is to be manifesting the will of the executive. This is one of the things that during the
There's a
confirmation
unitary executive
of-
theory. It's such bullshit.
I'm in
You guys
the
don't
middle-
even
I'm in-
believe
no,
in
no,
this
no,
shit. You
no.
would
Allow-
lose your
allow me
fucking
for-
mind if a Democrat did this. It's such bullshit. Yeah, because this is a child's.
Destiny,
You don't
you're
even believe in
terrified.
this. It's so
You're
retarded.
You're terrified of actually hearing an answer. So you have to cut me off when you see I'm making a point that actually just completely blows up.
Can I just
everything you
short
were just
circuit it and
saying.
explain it like half
No,
the
no,
time
no.
it's going to
I
take you
don't
to
want your
stumble
short
through it?
circuit
Hold on.
No, I
Anthony,
don't want your
please.
short circuit because you do not know. It's not unitary executive theory. It is the sole purpose of the DOJ is to manifest the will. They are part of the executive branch. They're
Manifest
not
the will
part
of who?
judicial branch, of the executive.
Of the president?
Of the president
Then
of the
why do
United
special
States.
counsels
That's how-
exist? Why do special counsels exist?
Special counsels exist for when there's a conflict of interest.
Why would that matter if
That's
they're
why.
only there? Wait, how could there be a conflict of interest if they only exist there to manifest the will of the president?
You're proving
Because
my
the
point.
president can have a conflict of interest.
Yes.
How can he
You're
conflict with
proving
interest with
my
his own
point.
self, with his own Department of Justice?
Oh my God. Listen. Slow down for a second. Slow down, because I don't think you just understand basic civics about how our government
Basic civics,
functions.
but you won't
So
give me an
our
example of anybody
basic
doing what Trump
civics-
did. Go ahead.
Every single president has directed their DOJ to focus on one area of law or another that they think is particularly important.
Focus on one area of law? Excuse me, that's not what we're talking about. I mentioned that Trump specifically called for indictments for two specific individuals who are political opponents, and he named the prosecutor that he wanted to lead the... So who else has done this? So who did this? Did Obama do this? Did Biden do this? Give me the example. Everybody does it. Who does it? Give me an example.
First and foremost, Obama did it far worse. Obama did it far worse.
Give me an example. Who did he target?
No, Obama did it far more in a nefarious way because what he did is he actually weaponized all of his different executive agencies to try
The
and target
IRS
his
bullshit.
opinion.
He has no arguments. You have nothing for this. At least, can you at least
Yeah,
concede
hold
you
on,
have no
yeah,
evidence of
Frank,
this?
Just real quick, just housekeeping here. Gang, if you keep interrupting, we can't understand what they're trying to say.
Yeah,
So
I'm trying to
please
make a point, and
let
you just
the
also
logic
say
finish,
he's saying
and we're
nothing.
gonna go
He's
to
saying
Bronca,
nothing.
and then you can respond. I promise. But
Apparently, I'm saying so much
Let
nothing.
him finish, please.
Apparently, I'm saying so much nothing. You need to cut me off in the middle. The point is that he is, as the head of the executive, this is an executive agency. That is what the DOJ is. When you get Adam Schiff up there and he's questioning Pam Bondi, saying, "I'm afraid you're going to be Trump's man," it's for a woman. The point is she's supposed to be.
No, they're not.
Otherwise,
That's
she's
just not
fit
true. You're
for it.
lying. You're fucking
100%.
lying. That's not true.
Merrick Garland was 100% Biden's man. That's exactly.
Then why was a special
Biden was the
prosecutor
actual president.
appointed to investigate Biden's documents?
Because when you have, you're only proving my point.
That's why. That's why.
No, because the point is that if the president was the unitary controller of the attorney general, the president would just tell the attorney general, "Don't investigate this." You see how easy that is? You see how stupid your theory is?
Destiny, think for a second. If it was already an independent agency, there could not be a conflict of interest between the DOJ and the president. It's because the DOJ is an extension of the president that you need to have some internal affairs type of agency, which we call special counsel or special prosecutor, to go after someone who's in the president's orbit. That's why you
Why
need
wouldn't
it,
the president
because
just tell them,
the
"Don't do
DOJ
that
is the
investigation"?
fault.
Why wouldn't the president say, "Just don't"? Why wouldn't the president say, "Don't investigate that"?
I'm almost done. Because of the fact that the DOJ is viewed as an extension of the president when there's something around the president that might be illegal, that's why you need a third-party special prosecutor to come in. That's what you need. It's the proof that they're actually defaulting, that they are part of the executive agency, part of the will of the president. In fact, that's the only way we, the people, have any power over them is through the president directing them. That's how we actually have representation in who's being prosecuted. Now, go ahead with your question.
Sure. So two things. So just real quick. So one, there's a difference between having a legal agenda and directing somebody to prosecute particular political opponents. You acknowledge that, right?
Why? No. Why? Why would that be? Why is that different?
Just let me, I'm sorry, hold on, let me just restate that. I'm not going to say it. If you want to make yourself sound that stupid, that's fine. You do not recognize a difference or a distinction between a president saying, I would like to focus more on this kind of crime, versus the president saying, these two opponents of mine, political opponents from 2 administrations ago, I want you to prosecute them. If you say there's no distinction.
Are there grounds for prosecution?
Well, you wouldn't know before until you do the investigation. Isn't that kind of part of what the DOJ does? Number one. Number two. Number two. No, why do you keep laughing? You're not making a point.
Investigative agency. The DOJ
really?
is
What
not
does the FBI do? How does the DOJ get evidence for an indictment to go to a grand
jury? It's a different
jury?
agency.
It's under the DOJ. What are you? It's literally a subsidiary of the DOJ. What are you talking about? Okay, stop. Okay, the question was, if this is so ordinary, if this is so commonplace, then just show me one other time it's happened. It should be really easy. If presidents do this all the time, what other president has directed his attorney general? Give me one example. Don't just say it happens all the time. Give me an example.
Would you like
War
me
on
to
drugs.
answer?
War
on drugs? That's not an answer. Are we just saying random words together?
Stop, Branka. Do you have an answer to his question?
It's irrelevant whether it's ordinary, if it's within the president's authority, and it is. He's allowed to do unordinary things.
Why not just say that? Just say that. It's extraordinary. It's never happened. Yeah, that's great. Just open with that next time instead of saying everybody does it. Not everybody does it. Trump is the most egregious abuser of the DOJ.
Because you won't stop talking.
You say wrong shit. I can't help it.
Describing this as vaguely as possible. It's, hey, this is the president's purview to do this thing and direct these departments. And we're saying, hey, when has the president ever called for the killing of people within his government in this certain way? Not, hey, he's going and saying maybe we could kill American citizens if it helps the war on drugs, or hey, we
Obama killed American citizens. He didn't just call for it. He did it.
Obama went to Eric Holder and he asked his DOJ and his Office of Legal Counsel. He had the authority to do it. He didn't direct them. That's the difference between Obama and Trump.
Why does his DOJ give him authority? How does his DOJ give him authority?
He went to them for the legal memo. What do you mean? The whole Eric Holder memo literally details this. He went to them to find out if he felt he had the authority to even act this way. There's a difference between him and Trump firing every attorney general that he doesn't agree with.
Justice. The president is not subordinate to the Department of Justice.
The president is subordinate to the Constitution of the United States, and he's supposed to act in a way that comports with what the law is. So the president might consult his Department of Justice instead of like Donald Trump, who only confers with his personal attorneys, and instead of breaking every law and hoping to win in court, Obama tried to follow the law ahead of time, which is what you're supposed to do. The law is there to check your behavior before you do. It's not there as a consequence for you to intentionally break it over and over again.
Okay, we gotta let the other side respond without interruption, just for a little bit. Okay, just go ahead, Branka, please. You can respond.
If it's okay for Obama, to actually kill American citizens, why would it be inappropriate for Trump to advocate killing American citizens without actually doing it?
Because Obama was exercising his powers as the head of the military, as the commander-in-chief. As the commander-in-chief, number one, and number two, it was in a theater of war where we already had a pre-existing authorization for the use of military force. In order for it, we already have a broad AUMF that has been not challenged by any prior president to operate in the Middle East. Now, unless I'm not aware of this, were any of the people that Donald Trump said should be tried for seditious conspiracy or whatever, were any of these people part of fucking Al-Qaeda or some terrorist outfit that I'm just not aware of that Trump didn't publicize information about?
Sedition doesn't require that.
Oh, do we have any evidence of them committing sedition?
Yes, we have a video of them committing sedition.
Oh, okay, wait. So just to be clear. Okay, so Donald Trump retweeting things saying that these people should be tried and executed, that in and of itself is totally fine, but a bunch of people going on video saying you shouldn't follow unlawful orders, which is literally part of the military code, that's seditious behavior?
Yes, it's sedition in the broader political context.
It's literally not. It's absolutely not. So you're completely destroyed on that. You've been mogged completely out of existence. What a stupid... How could you possibly think that these people committed seditious conspiracy? But Donald Trump, who's literally retweeting people saying they should be... So now in the future, just to be clear, anytime I say somebody should be killed, I should just say first, oh, he should be tried for a crime and killed first. And then we're safe. It's a genius idea. Oh my God.
Destiny.
Stop, please. I want to hear the argument. So the argument about the sedition. Why is it sedition? Why is them going on to a and making an ad saying you should disobey unlawful orders, how is that sedition? Can you make the argument?
That would not be seditious. It's seditious.
It's not just that. It's the context. It's the context in which they're saying that, and it's simultaneously they're saying, by the way, everything Trump's doing is unlawful. They're saying
Did they say that in that video?
They said that in that video?
Kind of implying that.
It doesn't have to
They
be.
said we understand you're under intense pressure.
Okay, so
they're under intense
when these
pressure.
people put out a thing, you have to read between the lines and imply what they're saying.
Yep.
No, you don't have to imply what you're saying.
Remember what I said. Liberals need to act moral and above board on everything, but Donald Trump is only constrained by the outer perimeter of our delusional interpretation of law. Amazing.
No. When they go out there, and weeks earlier, Slotkin is going out there saying he's issuing illegal orders, and then she comes out here. Okay. So you're only making
Did she say every single thing he does is legal?
Soy pill. What you're doing is you're arguing against yourself. You don't even realize. You don't even realize when you make a point against yourself.
Lower as you go. I don't know if you're turning it down, but it was good for a minute, and then it's gone lower.
Soy pill. You're actually arguing against yourself because when you have these senators and these congressmen and women who go out there and say he's issuing illegal orders, and then they say if an illegal order is issued, you're honor bound on the Constitution to disobey it. The only possible purpose for making that is to basically plant the seed in the minds of military that every time they have an order, they should sit there and try calculate, is this constitutional? Do I think it's constitutional? When you try to actually put this into a practical sense, rather than applying it to an individual scenario.
Were both those statements true? Were both the statements true? Wasn't Trump issuing illegal orders?
No, he wasn't.
Oh,
no, he wasn't.
So when it was reported to murder the people in the Venezuelan boats, even when they blew the boats up, that's not an illegal order?
It's not murder. Not murder.
What is it then? For a country that we're not at war with, what would you consider that?
Wait.
It's a lawful killing.
How is it a lawful killing? What is the law? Self-defense lawyer, you said? What is the... Sorry, my God. Go.
We can't let them move on from this because Flawed Logic just said there is no other possible explanation.
Wait, which name did I get now?
Flawed Logic? What was it?
You called him Chud Logic. He's good logic. I promise you. It's not God Logic. It's not Chud Logic.
The only explanation for Slotkin saying this is to plant the seed of doubt and make them question every order. Why is it in the military training to say you shouldn't obey illegal orders? Is it to make every single military person question every single order and we want to have a military that's insubordinate? Or is it because you aren't allowed to follow illegal orders and you
It's the very same people. That's a good question. It's a fair question, Soy Pill. And I'll tell you, it's the very same people and those in their camp who are continually saying there's one illegal order after another where they've continually been proven wrong. They basically been claiming this is illegal, that's illegal.
You just said
I will answer your question.
No,
so when she's going out there and saying,
all.
no, because in the military, when they're being trained, they're not being trained, hey, you're going to be getting a whole bunch of illegal orders. So make sure that you only follow constitutional orders. They don't get that in their training. They don't get that warm up. When you're getting as a follow up, as a follow through to, there's all sorts of unconstitutional orders. And hey, by the way, military, when you get a constitutional order, you better make sure you don't follow it. And there's also even a veiled threat in there. The veiled threat is that when we come back into power, if we decide to determine those are unconstitutional, we're going to prosecute you military members for following these orders. And you're not going to be able to say, and we've even heard Schumer go out there, and we've heard others say that, hey, you're not going to be able to say we were following orders. Remember the Nuremberg trials? That's what the left has been saying right now. So in this entire context, the only reason to do it is to weaken the military and have our military members basically question every single order rather than relying on the default that our military has had for the last 250 years that, hey, when I get an order, it's constitutional.
Okay, so you keep saying only reason. Could it be possible? Is there not a world that exists in which Donald Trump has done something illegal and people want the people not to follow that order? Is that possible?
They can't name one.
Okay.
The murder of the Venezuelan people after the boats, killing people after the boats already been destroyed. That's a war crime and it's illegal in the United States. You can't do that.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
No. Great arguments. Yes, you can.
So wait, So you think?
Well, what do we want? I can appeal to the Rome Statute. I know we're not party to the ICC. I can appeal to international customary humanitarian law. You're not allowed to kill people that are no longer enemy combatants. Like what for military law, you're not allowed to kill people that have already surrendered. White flag laws and all of these things are part of our military code of conduct. So what are you citing? What do you think that you're allowed to kill people who aren't able to participate in combat anymore? What are you citing to? What do you think?
Surrendered.
What?
They weren't surrendered.
How do you even know they were shooting at them from fucking drones?
Okay, just real quick.
They weren't surrendered. They weren't taken into custody.
Before we go on,
taken into custody is not the same as surrendered.
Hold on, stop, please. In the DOD's Law of War Manual, and this was updated in July 2023. And I'm going to just read from this directly. This can give some context to the audience. Under Section 5.9, persons placed hors de combat. Persons, including combatants, placed hors de combat may not be made the object of attack. Persons placed hors de combat include the following categories of persons, provided they abstain from any hostile act and do not attempt to escape. 1. Persons in the power of an adverse party. 2. Persons not yet in custody who have surrendered. 3. Persons who have been rendered unconscious or otherwise incapacitated by wounds, sickness, or shipwreck. And 4. Persons parachuting from aircraft in distress. So, if the Washington Post report is correct, Andrew, could you give us the legal reasoning that, in your opinion, in your argument, why those shipwrecked narco guys were a legal target?
Well, they weren't shipwrecked. They were blown up.
What do you think shipwrecked means?
Shipwrecked means a ship wrecks on a reef.
No, that's not what it means. It means your ship has been rendered incapacitated. It could have been because it got wrecked, or it could have been it got blown up. The reality is that the people on the ship, even if they were enemy combatants, of which we have no proof of, by the way, even if they were, as soon as their ship has been rendered unable to perform any combat functions, and the people in the water, they have obtained.
Where does it say that?
Say what?
No.
You're a lawyer. What do you? Hey, I'm curious. Wait. No. Inform us. You're a lawyer. When there are words that appear legally and there are statutes, how would you figure out? How would you figure out what it actually means? What would you do? What would you look up?
Are you allowed to shoot enemy soldiers who are running away?
Yes.
Okay. So why is this any different?
Because they're shipwrecked. They don't have the opportunity. They're not running away. They're in water. They're shipwrecked.
What about soldiers who are running away? They're not attacking you at the moment.
Because soldiers that are running away are still considered part of combat. Fleeing is a military operation.
Right. Why would these people in the boats get the benefit of the law of warfare where they're not engaged in any recognized military force or warfare?
Because when you're not a fucking savage, that's how you conduct yourself as a first world country. Especially as a country that says that we don't exist under the Rome Statute because we're not signatories to the ICC. We have our own military courts that are supposed to hold our own behavior accountable. That's why stuff like Abu Ghraib and that's why stuff like Gitmo is not always on the up and up. And some of it we went after. So the answer is there is international customary humanitarian law where all of us agree that there are certain rules. You can't torture people. You can't rape people.
Let me know when
you
you're
can't
done.
capture people. Well, I'm informing you since you apparently don't know anything about international law.
You're not
Murdering
answering the
people,
question. Just let me know when you're done.
The question specifically is you can't murder people that are just swing.
For people to have the protection of the law of war, they have to qualify for the protection of the law of war. These are regular combatants engaged in chemical warfare against the United States. Don't qualify for the law.
Number one, even if what you just said was true, they do qualify. Number two, you have no evidence of any of those claims. An enemy combatant that is shipwrecked qualifies for prisoner of war status. Where what?
They're not in uniform. They're not.
They don't have to be in uniform.
Military force. Okay.
Doesn't matter. I know it hurts. Yeah, I know. It's okay.
Yeah,
your daddy
please
Trump
finish
just
your
commits
point.
war crimes or Hexeth, whatever you want to say. I know it hurts, but
you guys, gang, I love the energy. I love the passion. It's really great content. But we gotta let Andrew finish his point, please. Andrew, go ahead.
No, I'll let Destiny go. I just do want to say, however, that I guess I misunderstood what the nature of the format would be here. I'm unlikely to stay for 2 hours to get yelled at by Destiny. That's not a good use of my time. So if we could maybe have questions and answers and people have an opportunity to exchange views and positions, we don't have to agree, but we can inform the audience that way. Getting yelled at by Destiny for 2 hours isn't informing anybody.
I'll be nicer.
We probably get more. We'll probably get further if you actually let people like respond, and rather than just trying to cut them down before they finish, you actually just let them respond.
It would be nice if they were responsive to my questions. That'd be nice. We'd probably get somewhere faster.
We got it. Okay.
And instead of mischaracterizing as not being responsive, I'll tell you. You tell me how it fails to respond, and I'll tell you how it is. Andrew could do the same.
Also,
but I do agree.
What was the question for the debate? Because we seem to have wandered
that's
somewhat
what I'm
far
trying to do.
afield.
Please. I'm trying to rein it back in, right? We're going to be talking about the shooting of the National Guard members, right? And who bears responsibility and to what extent they bear responsibility, and if Trump does so. So let's kind of reset, get it back on track. Okay. So
I have a question because they really want to answer questions.
Go ahead. Ask your question. I better be on track or else do
you think Donald Trump has ever toned down rhetoric, or has he only ever made it worse in the last year?
He's allowed to engage in rhetoric. He's a politician. He has no
That's not what I
obligation
asked.
to.
I didn't.
I'm
He's
sorry.
allowed.
He's asking
I'm
if
sorry.
he has.
Wait, I
I'm
asked
sorry.
if he had.
I thought
you were here to answer my questions, not say whether or not it was okay what Trump did.
All right, I get to speak what I'd like to say. Is that okay? You can
No,
tell
answer
the
my question.
audience
It's
that
not
I failed.
okay.
Let him give his answer, and if it's not responsive to your question, you can remind him of that after he's given his answer.
I don't work for you, Soy Pill. I don't have to answer questions to your satisfaction.
well, you also
I will
have a
answer
goldfish
the.
memory, so
Sorry.
3
Hold
seconds after I ask
on.
my question,
All
please
right,
answer
I'm
it.
gonna have to start muting people.
I'm
okay,
gonna bow out if this is. I'm not spending 2 hours of my night like this. This is pointless.
Just answer my question.
Finish your statement, Andrew. Go ahead, please.
State your question, Soy Pill, and I will provide the answer I believe is appropriate for me. Go ahead.
Okay, has Donald Trump ever turned down the rhetoric, or has he only ever inflated it and made it worse?
I think the question's irrelevant. Okay, the question's irrelevant because Donald Trump has no obligation to turn down the rhetoric.
Cool.
He's
so you're not
a
going to answer my question. So you can stop talking now. You can bow out now if you're not going to respond to anything I say.
I'm out.
I'll muted him.
Bye. See ya, dude. You're fucking useless, dude.
I muted. I guess.
Remember at the start I said this is what all Republicans do is Trump is just given the outer perimeter of what he's legally allowed to do, but then on the other end, by the way, those politicians were allowed to make that video, right?
Well, hold on.
I think they actually. I think they probably broke the law. Actually,
You're unfucking believable. You're disgusting, like a subhuman. I can't believe that you guys, the free speech guys, would say stuff like this. It's unbelievable to me.
Why?
This is
Hold
your
on,
debate.
just real quick, Destiny, please. Why did they break the law? Give us that argument, please.
When they're under 18 U.S.C. 2387, that they're trying to demoralize and discourage the military from actually following the commanding officers. That's what they're trying to do. That's what their objective is. You know it also. You can pretend that you don't know that that's what their objective is. Their objective is that every time an order comes down, which the left may question, that they have to sit there and think to themselves, is this something that I can get in trouble for down the road? That's what their objective is. Why else are they making the video? You have no answer to that because that's the only possible motivation.
The possibility is they don't want. Could it be? This might be a stretch. Okay, maybe they just don't want them to follow unlawful orders.
Right. Okay, but then you wouldn't put it under the context of literally days after Alyssa Slotkin goes out there says that Trump is issuing illegal orders.
Well, wait. Wasn't Trump issuing illegal orders? Didn't that happen?
No, he wasn't.
So the murdering of the people
believes he did something illegal.
See now you want to go into the whole murdering that happened after the video was made, right?
How about we can talk about stealing the National Guard from the governors when Trump is using the National Guard and redeploying them to states without the governor's consent?
That actually so far when it was bouncing around the Ninth Circuit, it actually held up pretty well. See what ends up happening when these things go for the court. This is another problem with just telling a military member you decide what's unconstitutional. Let me just finish my point.
You made a claim. You made a claim. Just real quick. You made a claim. My understanding is the last thing that went through the DC thing, they said no, he wasn't allowed to do that. That deployment was illegal. Is that true or not true?
It depends on what there's so many cases going on. I'm not going to tell you that I can tell you in this court versus in that court that this is the status as of right now here versus that one over there. Now, maybe somehow you got your hands on some sort of AI there, which is able to flesh out for you in the Ninth Circuit versus DC Circuit versus what's happening in Washington versus what's happening in Illinois and California. Maybe you have something that can do that. I don't profess to be having encyclopedic knowledge of the thousands of cases that the left has ended up causing because Trump became president. They just not happy with any issue any order he issues, that they're going to try and fight it in one jurisdiction after another. So I can't tell you.
Wait, hello?
In jurisdiction Y. What's your issue? You okay?
No,
you cut out.
You
cut
out for a minute.
Okay.
So then isn't it possible then? But for what? Isn't it possible then that Slotkin really did believe then, if this is really complicated and some courts are ruling some ways and some courts are ruling, that maybe these people did believe that Trump is issuing illegal orders?
Oh no, it's very possible. It's very possible they thought.
When you said
so, don't they have the freedom? Don't they have the freedom to say? Don't they have the freedom then to say?
No, because here's the question: they have to be acting under the default that it is constitutional, especially because so many of these orders that at the lower level are declared unconstitutional, and then as soon as you get to the circuit court, they say no, that's totally fine. So now how is it that if judges who are proficient in the law and understand the law are sitting here arguing about what's constitutional and what's not, how can it possibly be healthy or natural or normal for any typical military member sit there trying to figure out what the ultimate determination of law will be on this particular action that he has yet to take?
Well, they already have that. They already have that burden. Wait, you asked a question. Do you understand they already have that burden, right? They're already supposed to do that.
That burden is so obviously egregiously beyond what the Constitution Constitution allows.
Like killing people in the middle of the ocean outside a country that we're not even declared war against?
You're coming to this case, which came up
With
after they made
examples?
the video. And and I'll tell you right now, I haven't researched the law because I didn't think that when we're talking about whether or not shooting the National Guard is Trump's fault is going to somehow lead itself to a conversation about shooting down a boat in the Pacific. So I didn't look that up. And I'm not going to speak without knowing what the law is in that particular circumstance.
Okay,
because
we can talk about something that Trump did that's relevant, like how the most recent case from Cobb says that what he did in deploying the National Guard was illegal. Do you think that they should ignore those orders because the person ruled
at which level? At which level of court is that?
I don't remember what
exactly. It wasn't the Supreme Court. It wasn't the Supreme Court. And that's my point, is that these cases go back and forth. Now, you have to put this in a practical sense because...
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Just real quick. Well, because he just misquoted something, because maybe he doesn't know the difference. I don't know if he knows what a preliminary injunction is or a TRO is, but you don't need the Supreme Court to rule on something to stay or to order a preliminary injunction or a TRO. So I don't know why you just said why you're pretending that something needs to go all the way up to the Supreme Court before a lawful order is issued. Okay, just to be clear. Go ahead. The next thing you said, go ahead.
I'll answer that question, which is a pretty simple question. Every time there's been a TRO that's been issued against him, Trump has fought against it all the way up to the Supreme Court. Every time.
It doesn't. Hold on.
It's happened
Excuse me.
Are you
implying? Let me just be clear. Are you implying that if a TRO is issued, is approved against you at a district or a circuit court, that if you violate the lawful command of that TRO, of that preliminary injunction, that if it eventually gets overturned to the Supreme Court, you won't face some kind of contempt or criminal consequences?
Trump hasn't done that. He's actually bent over backwards. You want to know what Trump's
Wait, can you answer that question real quick? Why can't you answer any question?
Let him respond if he doesn't.
He didn't answer the question. He just lied and said that Trump hasn't done it. Trump did do it, by the way. It was a huge issue with the immigration case where they ignored the order that was issued. You're lying, because I have to correct the record.
I'm not lying.
They told the planes to turn around and they didn't do it, and they're getting in trouble for the fact that they violated that TRO. Even if it was eventually overturned at a higher court, you still have to listen to the orders of the court. You got to assume you'll win later on.
This is exactly the point. Judge Boasberg, when he's sitting there trying to say, I'm in D.C. and I'm going to start directing the President of the United States as to what he can do with his military planes that are flying out of Texas and going south of the border, and I'm going to start telling him what he can do with these military planes. The audacity of Judge Boasberg in that moment was unconscionable.
The audacity of a federal judge in the federal jurisdiction to make orders related to the rights of American citizens? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry, hold on. Do we need the Gulf of America judges to make the rulings on this? Who would be the one to make the ruling?
I understand you haven't spent 10 seconds in law school, so you don't understand what jurisdiction means.
Oh,
but
yeah, explain to me jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction.
You're right. Hold on, wait. He has no jurisdiction. Well, first of all, he's fucking up jurisdiction and venue right now. No. Yeah, explain jurisdiction. Who would have jurisdiction over that?
Because of lack of venue, he doesn't have jurisdiction.
So then I was right. You need a courthouse that's floating in the Gulf of America that has proper venue and jurisdiction to hear the case? Is that what you need? No. Who has jurisdiction to hear that case? Tell me.
Because you're ignorant about the law.
See how he's doing the insults now? He has no argument. Who has the jurisdiction then? Which court hears that case? Which court hears that case?
One name after another.
Which court hears the case? Which court hears the case?
Jesse, please.
That would be. It would probably be a district court in Texas where it flies out of.
No, it doesn't have to be a district court in Texas. You don't know where they fly out of. You don't.
Counselor Destiny's coming here telling me it doesn't have to be there. Well, apparently the Supreme Court thought you're wrong. Maybe they should consult with you. You know the law far better than everyone else. You're sitting here mocking, saying everyone else is stupid or a liar, blah, 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 and over-talking them when you have no idea how the law actually functions. And you're
why did the court say that Texas, why did the court say that they had to issue it out of Texas, a Texas court had to hear it instead of the DC one?
I'm sorry.
Why does the Texas court? Why is that the proper venue versus the DC one?
Because it's flying out of Texas.
Okay. What was the issue that the plaintiffs brought up in the DC case?
Which issue? Which DC case?
The one that you're talking about, where they said that the Venezuelans that brought up the case eventually it was in front of Boasberg in the DC circuit, and eventually it was ruled against them. They had to bring it up in Texas instead, right? What was the issue?
And Boasberg got overruled.
Yeah, what were the plaintiffs' issues with that?
Because he didn't have jurisdiction.
What were the plaintiffs?
You're missing the entire point.
It's venue. Okay, no, I'm not missing the entire point. You're misleading. You're misleading. Yes, but the issue was they couldn't choose a proper venue because the people had no notice about where they were being flown out to. issue. That was the whole issue, is that Trump issued this order on a Friday night. The plaintiffs brought it to a court with proper, they could hear it federally. It was a jurisdictionally federal case, but they had to do it properly in a different venue because the government successfully argued in front of this joke Supreme Court that this was a habeas corpus claim and not an administrative procedures claim, okay? But the issue is that, but the issue the plaintiffs had was that they didn't even know. Well, hold on, I'm not even.
You gotta let him respond, please. He lost his teammate. His teammate decided that, whatever. I don't know.
Okay, here. So then the question: if it would have been a Texas court, then would he have said a Texas court could have turned the planes around?
Good logic. Please go ahead.
It's an interesting legal question as to whether or not they would.
Oh my God! All right, sorry.
You asked me a question. I'm giving you a fair answer. Okay. You asked me a question. I'm giving you an answer. What I'm saying is, you assume that courts are God. And
I assume the courts can tell you what the law is. I'm sorry. Trump is God to you.
The Constitution. No, I don't think Trump is God. I think Trump is very fallible. I think he made a lot of mistakes. Perhaps, arguably, that he's not fascistic enough. Because if he was more of a fascist, if he was the fascist that the left claims that he is, if in fact he was, in that case, you wouldn't have Sarah Beckstrom dead right now, right? The reason this guy's here, I'm going to try to bring this back to the actual conversation, to the premise that we have here. Why is this guy here in this country? Everyone loves to say that Trump's court in April actually approved and gave him asylum. But the reason they ended up giving him asylum is because the way the law was built and baked specifically by the Biden administration was that unless this guy had committed fraud or some crime after he got here that he was convicted in a court of law for, they had to grant him the asylum. So they basically made it. They brought in all these millions of people, and in Operation Al and the OAW of where they basically say, "Hey, we're going to bring in all of these Afghanis." They basically and then they assign them temporary protected status. What they basically said is, "We're going to fast track you to getting you legalized here without any vetting, and then we're just going to basically say, oh, okay, you now can apply, and it's going to be impossible for a court to remove you because based on the way the law is written, and you have to follow what the law says, based on what the law is written." Yeah, he does.
So Trump had no issue. So Trump had no issue flying these people to fucking Venezuela, some of which have been brought back now. He had no issue doing any of that, but he was forced to grant asylum to this guy.
Well, first and foremost, like I said, Boasberg did not have jurisdiction. You see, you're trying to deflect over to that whole Boasberg situation.
No, you literally said Trump has to follow the law. When you were just talking about how Trump doesn't have to follow the law like 10 minutes ago.
No.
I said
the only reason that Sarah Beckstrom is dead is because he's not a fascist. Because if he was a fascist,
why was that guy even there?
Because Biden set up that it was impossible to legally remove him. He set up that it was impossible to legally remove him. That's my point. Let me just finish this point. That if Trump was the fascist he was and he wants all these people gone, he would have ignored the law and say, I don't care what the law says, I'm deporting them. But he hasn't been doing that.
He literally did that when he invoked the Alien Enemies Act.
He did, but my point is, every single time, instead, what would a fascist do? A fascist would basically take his military and have them do what he wants. Instead, he tries to work within the confines of the law. Now, you don't like the way he tries to work within the confines of the law.
Trump using the military is...
You gotta let him finish.
Well, he keeps off like 6 different points. They're all contradictory. Like, can we not jump in and tell him when he's being stupid?
Stop. I'll give you uninterrupted time as soon as he's done. My God, you guys are making me... Okay. Sorry.
You have like a little notepad everything so I can see all his different points and remember which ones are the dumb ones I have to respond to.
All right. All you have is trying to disparage me without actually refuting a single thing I say, which I take that as a compliment. Now,
to be clear, we refuted tons of things, right? You haven't given a single example of anybody conducting himself the way that Trump has, correct? You conceded that point entirely.
That what?
That nobody has ordered their DOJ around like Donald Trump has. Nobody's done that. You can't give a single example of that. It's unprecedented.
No, what Trump does is what he does is with transparency. He does it publicly. No, it's a conversation.
Wait, is my thing lagging? Did somebody just ask if Trump was transparent or public? I didn't hear that. So I don't know who you're talking to right now. I said, is there any example of anybody ordering their DOJ around like Trump does? And you just said, you mumbled something about transparent. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have any examples of that?
Because I don't know what conversations are happening.
Why can't you just say no? Why can't you say no? There are no examples. Trump is acting in an unprecedented manner.
I don't know that it is.
He's assuming
then why haven't you? Then why can't you provide a single example? If this is so common, give me a single example of another president ordering their DOJ like this to arrest particular political opponents.
Soypol just gave you the answer. He just told you what I said. That you pretended I didn't answer, but he understood what I was saying.
Okay,
No, yeah, but that's a stupid point. I was summarizing your stupid point. It's still
okay. Well, you can disagree with me, but
Okay,
like,
so can you say
there
are no examples?
I can't look into every single government document. Therefore, I can't say for certain that no one has done what Trump has done, even though Trump is the only one we know who has actually done it. That's what you're saying.
He's the only one who tells you what he's going to do before he does it. He tells you by True Social, which you can.
Does Donald Trump know about the existence of aliens?
I don't know what you're trying to go to.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, he hasn't said it publicly, so like I can only assume that it must maybe be true that every president knows about the existence of aliens, and we can all just operate under that assumption instead of no, because we have zero evidence of it, and there would be no reason to assume it's true, right?
I have no idea where you're going here. I have no idea where your point is.
You are assuming that every other president has maybe done just as bad as what Trump has done with the DOJ, only because they've done it clandestinely.
There's indicia of that. There's indicia of that.
What's one example?
When you refute the indicia, which I said, if you're weaponizing your tax agency, you think you're not weaponizing your DOJ? That's the first place you go is hey, let's harass them with taxes.
There's not even.
You think that's the first thing that happens?
We're not talking about the IRS. I'm talking about the Department of Justice. Whereas the President of the United States told the Department of Justice on who to prosecute. There's no. Just say there's no examples. That's fine. You can just say there's no examples of it in the public record.
What's Jack Smith? What's Jack Smith?
Jack Smith was a special counsel that was appointed by the Attorney General.
Yeah, but who's the Attorney General work for?
The Attorney General didn't communicate, but because you say, who does he work for?
Who does he work for?
The American people. The Attorney General is appointed by the President of the United States. The Attorney General does not take, the AG does not take orders from the President on who to prosecute.
Really? Really? Then why Merrick Garland just decide to appoint someone? Why did they not go through the normal confirmation process with Jack Smith? So much so that the case in Florida got tossed out because he didn't have jurisdiction to actually bring the case.
The case in Florida got tossed out because Thomas wrote some incredibly stupid thing about how Jack Smith wasn't legally appointed or whatever. That was the only special prosecutor who wasn't legally appointed. But the reality is
why wasn't he legally appointed?
Why would he even need that special prosecutor when Merrick Garland himself could just go after Donald Trump? And also, this is all a pivot. So just say you can't give an example of somebody going after a political opponent like Donald Trump has.
No, what I'm saying is that if you're going after people with your IRS, you're certainly going after them with your DOJ.
So no, you can't. Can you name any executive orders besides the ones written by Trump that have targeted particular people?
Okay, so I'll explain to the law, and I say, can you refute the law? And then when you try refuting, I'll say, so no, you can't. You see, that's not. You're trying to win an argument rather than make a point.
The point I'm making is that there are no presidents in U.S. history that have given direct instructions to their attorney generals to go after political opponents, even naming out the unqualified prosecutor that they want to use, the unappointed, unconfirmed one, the unconfirmed prosecutor to use to go after them.
You think Mark
Kelly
is a political?
Do you see this pivot?
No, I mean,
do you see this pivot?
I'm asking a question what you just said. I'm not pivoting. I'm asking a question what you just said. What you just said
Donald Trump's Truth Social, where he says that Pam Bondi needs to go after 3 people. He names what was it?
They're his political opponents.
Yes,
they're a threat to him. Are they a threat to him?
No, they made him mad because he's a narcissist.
No, so I'm saying, so they're not his political opponents. They're just people who made him mad.
Yes. Those are they're his political opponents. Yes.
Why? No. What makes them a political opponent? Political opponent is someone who you're actually, competing with in politics.
So the president has no political opponents because he's the president of the United States and no one else is running for his office anymore? Stop. This is what a stupid argument that you're trying to make right now. Donald Trump targeted people on a political basis, not on a prosecutor, not he thought they broke the law, and you can't give me any examples of anybody else doing anything even remotely similar. You can't. You have none.
We have to. Again, I'm gonna have to. Do I have to have timers in this shit, right? Do I have to have 1 minute for one side, 1 minute for the other? I hoped we could have like an actual back and forth conversation, but this is
I actually don't mind the way he's been trying to cut me off. I do think he actually makes his argument sound weaker when he's trying to desperately say, you're saying nothing, you're stupid, you're saying nothing, you're stupid, rather than actually trying to make a point back.
I did make a point. You can't give examples. You were pointing this IRS thing that led to no criminal charges. Even Donald Trump's own DOJ didn't pursue anything more after that.
I also pointed to Biden's DOJ trying to prosecute him.
Because he broke the law. Just somebody trying to
the topic.
No, somebody trying to prosecute you. Somebody is not. No, this is on topic. Trust me. Somebody trying to prosecute you doesn't mean that you're being politically hunted. It's because he broke the law flagrantly and openly.
Broke the law flagrantly and openly.
Yes.
So much so that the ones you actually got convictions on, no one can even understand what law he broke.
I'm talking about the Mar-a-Lago cases. I'm talking about the Mar-a-Lago cases. And guess what? There were more convictions in that than there were in any IRS bullshit you're bringing up, right?
You tell me, Destiny, if it's so obvious, if everything there was so crystal clear, why did they not bother going through the normal confirmation process with Jackson?
This is completely irrelevant to the question. The fact
No,
that they
no,
even
it's
use a
very
special
relevant.
counsel. No, the fact that they
It's
even
very
use a
relevant.
special counsel shows that Biden is not directly ordering his attorney general.
But he wasn't an actual special counsel. That's my point. He was just an extension of Garland, who's an extension of Biden. They
Okay.
pretended
So
it
did
was,
Biden? Did
but they-
Biden order
but if
this?
they
Did
actually
Biden
were
order this?
using
Did
one-
Biden order this?
I have no idea if Biden. I don't
So
know.
then we're not on topic. We're not even talking about this. So maybe Merrick Garland is the deep state secret agent.
No, what I'm saying is, I don't think Biden himself did it, but I definitely think people who work for him in the Oval Office, who are the ones who are, controlling his automatic pen.
Yeah.
I think those people are the ones who are controlling Merrick Garland and Jack Smith.
What is the
100%.
evidence we have right now so far of the auto pen? Just curious. Not the one that
what do you
Trump
mean?
got caught using, but the one that Biden was supposedly using. What's the evidence we have
See,
so far
now,
for that?
now you're going. My point is, you're asking me if Biden did it. I'm saying
You
the
just made
Oval Office
another
did. I
bullshit
don't
claim.
know.
Oh, who told Merrick Garland then? Since you seem to know this, just tell us. You have nothing. Everything you say is a fucking lie. How many people were convicted? You said that Donald Trump's 34 felonies convictions were bullshit. How many people were convicted over the Obama tax fraud stuff? How many people got convicted from that? Keeping in mind that Donald Trump was the next. The answer is fucking zero. So this isn't even remotely equivalent because that whole case was fucking bullshit. Everybody knew it.
So now you're living in the naive world where you think that if you can that because no one prosecuted folks from the Obama administration, that means everything there was 100% above board.
It
That's
was
what you think
investigated and there were no charges recommended. And
Okay.
Donald
There was
Trump
no-
was the next president, and he
no
didn't, he
charges-
investigated and he didn't recommend.
No
his DOJ didn't
charges.
find anything.
No charges brought against Hillary for when
Hillary didn't break the
everything
law.
that she did.
Hillary didn't break any laws.
I don't even think you believe that.
I know
8
that.
years
I'm
ago.
pretty sure that's.
I don't
wait,
think you
what law
thought-
do you
I'm
think
pretty
she
sure
broke?
you didn't hold that position 8 years ago.
What law did she break? What did she break? What was the proof that she was intentionally retaining classified material, like Donald Trump was at Mar-a-Lago? You at least acknowledge that Donald Trump was intentionally retaining classified material at Mar-a-Lago. He knew it was there, and he knew it wasn't supposed to be there, and he hid it from investigators when they came to find it.
I think he intentionally held documents in Mar-a-Lago.
Okay,
That I
that's good.
agree
And
with.
obstructed
That's
the investigation.
That's the first thing you said. I don't know if he legally obstructed it, but I can hear an argument. I actually thought that of all the cases that they brought against him, the Mar-a-Lago case probably had the most sound legal footing.
Okay, so if he's willing to admit that, it was a
I
slam
still
dunk.
thought-
What did Hillary do that was obviously and clearly against the
I didn't
law?
want to. I mean, we can go. We can go into Hillary, but this is really flying far afield. My point is, the only reason I brought up Hillary was not to devolve into a whole conversation as to her illegal conduct. The point was that no matter how nefarious people are, if you're in Washington and you're a Democrat, you're not going to get prosecuted for it, and you'll never get convicted. There's no way you're going to get convicted.
What happened to
Because
Hunter
you have-
Biden? What happened to Hunter Biden?
Hunter Biden was a gift, and Hunter
Do you
Biden was
see
a
the
gift.
pivot? Do you do this now? I'm just curious, like person to person. Is this an ordinary mental process for you? Do you have to think about how hard you pivot from everything?
Was
you
he
just
convicted?
said you said no
Was he
Democrat got convicted, and I just
was
gave
Hunter
you a
Biden
guy.
convicted?
Yes,
was
of
Hunter
two.
Biden
Yes, of
convicted?
two different crimes.
No, he was pleading.
Which just counts as a conviction.
No, but you can't get a jury to do it.
What are you?
You can't get a jury to do it.
Then
You
why?
can't
Wait,
get
if you couldn't, if he
Just
couldn't get a jury to do it, then
for
why
my
did he take a plea
edification,
deal?
what's the
Wait,
difference
if
between
he
a
knew he
plea
was going to beat
deal-
every jury, then why did he take the plea deal?
Because
What
the
is
entire-
the difference legally between a conviction by plea deal and a conviction by jury?
Well,
What-
he's trying to make the argument that the jury wouldn't convict because everybody's so biased and he can't get a fair trial anywhere because all the Democrats love everybody in
No,
DC.
not anywhere.
Then why?
Not anywhere
Then why?
in DC.
So then why did he take a plea deal if he knew he would always beat the jury because they love Democrats so much?
Because the entire point of the Hunter Biden prosecution was to try and give cover that there was some legitimacy to the Trump prosecutions. That's why. That's the only reason they did it in the
So
first place.
Comey
And they also knew,
Jim Jordan
and they also
were
knew,
all on board with the Democratic Party here? What evidence do you have of this?
What does that mean? No, what I'm saying.
Wait, no, do you have
but
any
they
evidence of
didn't go
this?
at 100. What do you mean? Do I have any evidence
A
of this?
single
they didn't bring
shred
the
of
most serious
evidence.
charges.
Why
They didn't bring the most
why
serious
not?
charges.
Why
even.
not? Why not?
Because it wasn't a real prosecution.
Yes, because it was Republican. It was a
joke-
bullshit
it was a sham
Republican talking point.
prosecution.
Yeah, I agree. Started by who started that? Who started the whole sham prosecution into Hunter Biden? It was Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani. Why do you think he was fucking
It
impeached?
should have been a real prosecution.
It wasn't though because
And even-
the confidential
it should
informant
have
that
been.
started off that whole
It
prosecution
should have
lied
been a-
about everything. Donald Trump and
should
Giuliani
have
literally
been a real
made phone
prosecution.
calls to Zelensky begging him to announce this sham prosecution. That's why it fucking went nowhere. It was bullshit from the very start.
Okay.
Are we actually going back to
Oh, just real quick.
2018?
Soy Pill's been wanting in.
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to make sure.
Yeah,
Soy
if you
Pill.
want to
Soy
recenter
Pill,
the
come on,
debate a little
Soy
bit,
Pill.
the whole reason we're talking about all this Trump bullshit is because we're talking about how he has fostered the environment for inflamed rhetoric and violence and all this other stuff. And it seems like you're willing to get on your knees and defend literally anything that he did. So can you, other than not being fascist enough, is there a single thing you think Trump has done to contribute to the inflammatory, violent nature and rhetoric of what's going on right now?
I definitely think of things that he's done wrong during this administration. But as far as him inflaming it,
the rhetoric.
I mean, I certainly I would think that some of the things he says definitely gets people angry. So if to that extent, I would think that
Okay, so that sounds like the charitable. Well, you're triggered. I'm saying, does he do something wrong that is contributing to the violent nature and the tensions in this country? Because that's like the first axiom of this whole National Guard thing. We're never going to move past it if you can't admit that he's at least done that.
I don't think he sits there trying. Well, let me think that through.
Okay, so like after Charlie,
I want to think through. I want
before.
I want to actually.
I'm giving him an
think
example.
about your
I'm bailing
question.
him out right now. So
No, I don't need you. I don't need you to bail me out.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
just let him.
The last thing I need is for you to bail me out. Yeah, I think that some of the things he says is designed to troll. So I think that a fair claim can be made that definitely amps up the rhetoric.
I don't know why every single like horrible thing Trump does, you have to lube up so it'll fit into your mouth. So what I'm saying is, Charlie Kirk got blasted.
See, if you were less filthy, I'd have more respect for you.
If you were less of a total fucking Trump dick suck, maybe we could have a real conversation.
If you were less filthy, I would have more respect for you. I can have a real conversation with you.
I have zero respect for you, so I'm not going to be less filthy.
No,
can we talk, please? Okay.
No, you see,
hey, wait, can I talk? Because I've been listening to this
no. I'm not going to. Okay, so you can sit there pretending that you're going
stop.
somewhere here.
Stop. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Good logic. Finish, and then Soy Pill can finish.
I didn't finish. He interrupted me.
No, what I'm simply saying is that I might have no respect for you, but I'm still going to at least fake it.
Why?
Because I was bred by two parents.
I don't care about your personal life.
I was bred by two parents who actually taught me how to engage in discourse. You're not winning an argument if you're just calling me some dick sucker or whatever stupid childish word you want to throw at me.
To the point I'm making. It is clear you're a dick suck. I want to make an actual logical statement afterwards. Okay.
That's not actually making a point.
Yeah, well,
you're not making a point.
You interrupted me before I got to the logical part.
Well, you would get there a lot faster if you wouldn't waste everyone's time by trying to show that you're such a man that you can use words that are used by fifth graders.
Do you look at me and tell me that I'm trying to appear as such a man? Tell me that, please.
Touche.
Can I will agree with good logic here. Hold on. Sorry, Paul, can you please stop trying to act like Donald Trump does on social media every single fucking day? That good logic thinks is epic and hilarious. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, yeah. So when Donald Trump said after the Kirk shooting, and we didn't know anything at all about the shooter, and said, this is the left, they're coming for you, they're violent, we're going to stop them, we're going to root out this evil in our country, he called Democrats pests. This was not, he trolled. This was not, he said things that made people mad. This was him inflaming the rhetoric. Would you agree with that?
I think he was speaking out of fury.
Wait, speaking out of fury to inflame the rhetoric. That's what.
No, it's not. I don't. You're saying that his objective is to inflame the rhetoric.
No, he never said that. You can inflame the rhetoric without
you're saying that's
it being
why.
intentional.
And I'm saying I don't think that's.
What is the standard? Hold on. I'm
not saying it's okay. I didn't say it's okay.
No one said it was okay. We asked if it was inflaming the rhetoric. You don't have to intend to inflame the rhetoric to inflame the rhetoric.
Well, you said the reason he did it was to inflame the rhetoric.
No, I think he just asked if it did inflame the rhetoric.
Well, we can go back to the tape if you want.
Well, ask that question. Soy Pill, do you think... Sorry, let's pretend he said that. Did it inflame the rhetoric?
Possibly.
Oh, my God.
Wait, possibly like I can only know if I see the secret documents that the previous presidents are hiding and will never reveal, or possibly like, yeah, probably, but I haven't looked at the polling afterwards or how the entire right reacted to his statements.
No, possibly in the sense that I don't think it's something that's really calculable.
Then nothing is calculable, right?
Well, can I ask?
You're saying what? In what way is it inflamed? What was it at? What is it measured? Like,
as in, if you're a follower, a follower of Donald Trump, you feel like you have invulnerability from the laws because you know that Donald Trump will pardon you if you commit crimes on his behalf, or if you commit violence on his behalf, because he said that when the right commits violence, it's righteous, and when the left commits violence, it's just them being unhinged.
You're saying it inflamed the rhetoric. How did that manifest into any damage? Tell me who was harmed because of what he said. Tell me one person who was harmed since Charlie Kirk by the left. That you're saying that he's making such a dangerous circumstance. So you tell me the person on the left who's been victimized because of that tweet, or the entire
whole country has been victimized. What do you mean?
Tell me one person who actually went out there and did anything violent because of something Trump ever said.
Any of the left doing violent stuff against any conservative. The left-leaning people committing violence can be attributed to some extent to what the right-leaning president says. You don't think you can inflame violence against people on the other side?
So when he says that the left is deliriously deranged and dangerous, That now is inflaming the left and justifies them actually manifesting that by going out and killing people.
Did Biden never say anything like that? I didn't say justify. Why did you add that word? Where did justifies come from? Is the other person in the call again that I can't hear?
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
When did I ever say it justified the left being violent? Hold on. I just want, just to be clear, let crystal clear so the court reporter can hear, get it on the record. You don't think that the president of the United States can say things that would incite the other side to violence? You don't think the president of the United States can do that? He doesn't have that power? When he speaks, only his own side hears him?
Your point is that he's
Why can't
amping
he
up
ever
the
answer
rhetoric.
a fucking question? Holy shit.
I don't understand
you
your
just
point.
can't answer a question. It's a simple
Okay,
question. No, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on, let me
Hold on,
rephrase. Can a guy say mean thing that even the guy's enemies think is a really mean thing and makes them do bad things? Is that possible?
And you think it's more likely they listen to him than to the
I don't even understand what's happening. It's got to be intentional. It has to be
Okay,
intentional.
I gotta translate because I think
No, don't fucking translate what I'm saying. I'm gonna start screaming racial slurs. He knows exactly what I'm saying. It's a fucking game. This is a game.
That's a perfect
Oh
example.
no,
Wait,
racial slurs. Oh no.
All right, flawed logic. Get this. All right, if it's a white guy and a black guy, and they're having an argument, and the white guy busts out the N-word, do you think that's turning up the rhetoric? Because it might make the other guy more angry. So the white guy's not getting more angry, but he has turned up the rhetoric, right, by introducing this horrible slur. Is that possible that you can inflame the other side?
That's theoretically possible. I think it's a childish perspective to believe that's actually what happens.
You don't think that's ever
I think
happened?
that's childish. I think that's a very, very childish perspective.
Then what?
That you're
Then what's the
saying
number?
that-
What's the
I
left
think
turning up the
you have to
rhetoric
be an
then?
idiot to actually think. I think you have to be an idiot to actually think that that's what happened. And I was giving you the benefit of the doubt that you were not quite that stupid. That you think that after all the hate that they've been ratcheting up against President Trump and the right, actually before Trump even came along, that they've been ratcheting up since 2008, that they've been ratcheting up against the right, saying that they're Nazis, they're fascists, and they're misogynists, and they're transphobes.
Wait,
and
wait.
homophobes, and the
Did
most
the
evil
right?
people
Was
ever.
the right?
You
not-
think? No. I'm not doing my point.
Oh my
Just
god,
stop
the
trying to
fake
interrupt
virtue
me.
signaling is
No,
so
you're
fucking
trying to
cringe. It's
interrupt
cringe
me.
when
No,
wokies
stop
do it, and
No,
it's
here we
cringe
go.
when
You see,
conservatives
you're
do
doing
it.
it right now. You're doing it right now.
Go ahead.
You're still doing it right now. You think that after decades of the left basically screaming about how evil everyone on the right is on, that you think that when he sends out a tweet saying how deranged and seriously dangerous the left
an
is,
address, actually. It wasn't a tweet.
that is what makes them now act deranged and delirious. How stupid do you have to be to think that his words are what's influencing him in any measurable way at all? Could it theoretically, so to answer your ridiculously stupid childish question, could it theoretically have an impact? Yes. Would any reasonable person think that, yes, now that's why they're violent? All of a sudden, now they're violent? You have to be a moron beyond belief to actually think that's true.
Okay, let's say that. Let's say that everything you just said.
Turn up the rhetoric in your mind.
Or I'm curious. What do you think Obama? Wait. Do you acknowledge that Republicans have been calling everybody on the left commies and socialists for decades? All throughout Obama's term, he was called a communist and a socialist. Do you acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay. Who were like the number one enemies of America for the prior 70 years when they were calling Obama a communist?
No, when they were calling him a communist, communism was not that big a threat at that point. At that point, Islam was a much bigger threat.
Do you think Nazis are a big threat?
Okay, yeah, then cool. Then what was a more recent threat? Communists or fascists in the world?
Well, I think that when you're calling someone the most
Ooh,
evil
he
person
realized
ever,
he just walked himself in the dumbest trap in the
No.
universe.
No.
Hitler's been dead for 80
shit.
years. I mean, he's not that big of a deal.
Fuck. Oh, no, that's so awkward. I feel so awkward for you, bro. You just posted cringe.
I'm done.
Good logic. You respond, please.
Yeah, there's a very big difference. No, the public does not recognize communism for the danger that it is. They don't recognize socialism for the danger it is. You don't take offense at being called a socialist. You embrace it.
Which political party did we ban? Was it the USA Communist Party?
I would take offense at being called a socialist or communist.
What did it call? Was it the Brown
You
scare that we had?
You embrace that term. Do you not embrace the term socialist?
Me? No, fuck no. And it doesn't matter if you embrace it or not. Black people call themselves the N-word. I can't go around and call them the N-word and say, well, you guys embrace it, don't you? What a stupid fucking point.
But what I'm saying is so it's not a slur if I call you something that you happily admit you are.
It absolutely is. If you called me a faggot, I wouldn't assume that you're saying it as a term of endearment. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, man. No, hold on. What do you mean? Just because somebody says something about themselves like this doesn't mean that it all of a sudden doesn't become a slur on the other side says it. Also, in the era of Obama, we just spent the whole 60 whatever fucking years in the whole Cold War. How are you trying to pretend like communism wasn't the number one threat to the United States? What was the Cuban Missile Crisis about? You don't think every single American...
I'll quote Obama himself. I'll answer you by quoting Obama himself. The 1980s are calling their foreign policy, they want their foreign policy back. No one was worried about socialism and communism in 2012.
Then why were they calling him a communist as an insult?
Because it wasn't as an insult. They were saying he's a threat. They weren't
threat.
saying that he's an
Oh,
insult.
so it was
They're
a
saying he's a danger
description.
to capitalism.
And what do you do?
Yes,
What do you do to
100%.
communist dangers of capitalism? What did we just spent the
Why
past
do you-
60 years doing? The dangers of capitalism.
Why do you think we call people fascist or Nazi? Do you think it's because we're insulting them?
No, I think it is considered, but it's considered an insult because if you're embracing socialism and I call you a socialist, I might mean it as an offense. I might
When
look
you
at
say
it as
Donald
a terrible
Trump
thing.
should be more fascist. Do you think that's embracing fascism a little bit?
No, I'm saying I don't think. By the way, what I'm saying is, if he were more fascist, we would be in a less dangerous situation.
True, because all the enemies would be dead by now. True.
I don't want him to be a fascist. What I'm saying is the reason he's having these problems is because he's bending over backwards to try and work within the binds of the Constitution.
You can't
His
really
vice
believe
president
this.
Literally ran on, let's try to ignore all of the judges. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? When did he
J.D.
say
Vance
that?
saying, let's ignore all the judges when he was running for president?
He did the Andrew Jackson meme quote.
I'm not sure what.
The,
you're saying no?
the Supreme Court has made its ruling. Now let's
Now
see
let
them
them
try to
enforce it,
enforce it.
yeah.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, he was
referring
saying
to where he said, like, let's ignore the courts because the courts are saying things that go against us and our agenda when he was running for president. I'm sorry,
Okay,
was this
JD
not like a thing that you
Vance-
paid attention to? I'm assuming you voted for Trump. I would probably
J.D.
hope that
Vance.
you would-
I think you're an idiot if you think Vance ran for president. I don't even know what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to say.
He was just the vice president, bro.
J.D.
Can we go back to Hunter
with
Biden
J.D.
now?
Vance.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I don't know
Okay.
what you're trying to say.
JD
When did Vance
ran on an agenda of let's ignore judge rulings so that we can get our agenda done? Do you know this, or are you completely
That's made
ignorant
up.
of it?
That's
Do
completely.
you want me
made
to? I'll send you the quote.
up. That's okay. All right,
Okay,
good.
okay.
We'll
That's
have fun.
okay.
I want to.
Well, I mean,
Hold
I
on.
know you don't
want
like
to
to
try
do
for the
research on the
third
people you
time,
vote
and maybe
for,
the
so-
final time, right? The third time, the final time to please bring us back on topic. Good logic. So if Trump is not to blame here, right, and you feel that, as I understand, he has no culpability in this, I guess I'll ask this. Do you think that the Democrats have any, or Democrat politicians or any specifics, have any culpability in what happened to the National Guard in D.C.? Why or why
go.
not? Go ahead.
I think that bringing people in here without vetting them, I think that's a serious problem. You're creating a dangerous situation, and we've seen the repercussions in countless dead people for that would not be here, but for the fact that we decided we're not going to be worried about who's coming in here because we're going to try and bring in here as many people as we can. And I think that was part of the Democratic agenda. I think that's one of the things that Trump is trying to rectify. So yeah, I think the fact that there's a continue with respect to this particular shooting, because we don't know the motives of the shooter yet. So I think it would be inappropriate for me to tell you the reason he shot was because of policy A, B, C, or D. I know people are saying that he was screaming Allahu Akbar. I don't know what his motivations were. I don't think anyone here knows what his motivations were. But I would say that the continual rhetoric where you're saying that the other side is full of fascists, Nazis, and racists, that is not people you negotiate with. You don't negotiate with fascists and racists. I wouldn't negotiate with a fascist or racist.
Didn't Trump
I
call
hate
Democrats
racists.
fascist? Didn't he call Kamala Harris a fascist?
Mm-hmm.
It's very possible. I don't know when.
It's not possible. It's 100% true.
He did. He
I
said
can show
that.
you
Yes.
Okay.
I also linked you to the JD Vance
Okay.
quote if you want to read it and educate yourself, because you apparently didn't keep up to date with the people you're voting for. But
I keep up to date with people I voted for. I voted for Donald Trump.
yeah, did you know that?
Well,
there's,
and
like,
JD
this
Vance,
big
you voted for
second name
both.
on all
It's a
the posters?
two-person ticket.
Like, you know,
What I'm
it's
saying
like,
is, no, do I
ticket.
yeah, but for one reason or another, when I vote, I don't actually look at every single interview that both candidates
Sure,
have
but
with
I
every
might look
party
at
all
like the
the
very
time.
important things about how they're going to conduct themselves as president. Like, hey, ignore the courts. That's a pretty big
Yeah.
one for me.
Well, and what we saw is that they haven't.
Well,
Time
they
and again,
want
they
to.
haven't.
Yeah,
They
they're doing everything
want
they
to.
can to get
Yeah,
away
of course
with it.
they want to. You want to see him. You want to see him dead, but you're not going to kill him.
No, I super don't actually.
You don't want to see. You don't want to see Trump die.
No, I want to see him rot in a jail cell until he dies of old age. But I hope it happens
Okay.
peacefully and
Okay.
patriotically.
Well, you're unlike most of your kin.
Okay.
I'm just saying, assuming that's true, you're unlike most of your kin. My point is, you're sitting here trying to say that some sort of gotcha on me, that I don't know he purportedly said something about ignoring judges. What I'm saying is what we've
It's
seen.
not gotcha. It's like a big hole in your entire like structure of, hey, I voted for this guy who's very explicitly doing his best to do illegal things and doing everything he can to ignore the court.
No, he's not doing illegal
out of
things.
the other side of your mouth saying, actually, he's doing everything he can to follow the law, which is just blatantly
He
not
has
true.
been. He has 100% been doing that because he could have just said, F you, I'm doing what I want. And he hasn't. Whenever
That's
there's an
basically what
order,
he's done, to be clear, right? Everybody knows that. It's
Wh-
basically
Whenever
what he's
there's
done.
been an order, I'll tell you this much: does he try to find loopholes in what they say? 100%, he has. He has. But that's that's a very significant difference. The very significant difference is that's the difference between following the Constitution and fascism. So despite the fact that you guys keep calling him a fascist, he has not been a fascist. If he had been a fascist, his life probably would have been a lot simpler. I'm glad he's not given into that temptation. A lesser man would have.
He gives in every single day. The funny thing is, it would take a greater man to even be fascist because he's too childlike in his narcissism to even fathom a political ideology. That's why he becomes a cum vessel for every fucking person around him, like Stephen Miller or J.D. Vance or all these other people that are fighting for control of the White House.
Does this really work for you? The whole cum dick sucker.
Does it really work for you to pretend not to know any event ever that goes contrary to your narrative? That when calling people a fascist is the most important thing in the world, you don't know a single time that Trump has said it, even though it's been headline news every time he's done it, but you pretend not to know a single fucking thing about any of it? Is it really crazy that you seem to know every single court order and you want to go and dig into why a special prosecutor may or may not have been legally assigned, but you don't know anything about the DC court saying that, oh, actually the deployment of the National Guard here was actually against the law? Like, I mean, the selective knowledge is fucking epic. Like, keep it up. Seems to work for you.
I do have a question for Destiny.
The issue, the issue that you just raised, that on November 20th, that there was an order at the district court. My point is that's an order that's a district court, which did not come out, did not exist at the time that they made the video, and is almost certainly going to be overturned at the next level. So do you understand how dangerous it is? Do you understand? I'm asking you a question now. Do you understand just how dangerous it is to have members of Congress go out there and start advocating just blanketly that if there's an unconstitutional order that you need to, that he's issuing orders, and you do agree that they've say over and over again. Let's start with this premise. Do you agree that they've said over and over again that there have been unconstitutional orders that Trump and this administration have issued? Do both of you agree with that premise?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so if they've been saying that over and over again, now let's try to figure out how this will practically apply to any member of our military if they actually take to heart the message that those seditious six were throwing out there. So what
I don't
they're
know
actually
who the seditious six are. Also, Donald Trump literally pardoned 12 people convicted of seditious conspiracy. I don't know what seditious six. Nobody's been convicted of anything. You acknowledge the only time you acknowledge Donald Trump pardoned.
Six is a reference.
It's a histrionic delusion in your mind. Donald Trump pardoned people convicted of seditious conspiracy, where the seditious conspiracy was to help him, right?
Just real quick, Destiny, you gotta let him ask his question. You've asked plenty of questions.
No, he can't load it. If I'm allowed to load, if I can say 10 racial slurs while asking a question. No, I don't. We can go back and forth all he wants.
You always do. You always do.
Because I'm responding to the 50 million things. I try to ask a simple yes or no question. He fucking runs off on this fucking 50 million. He's out of my jurisdiction to answer these questions. I don't know what Delulu land he's in when he's talking half the fucking time.
Look, how he answers it is his problem. And you can hold him to account if he fails to answer your question. That's fine. But he's going to ask you a question, and we do got to give him.
Okay.
He has been gracious to us to come on tonight and to stay, and we appreciate that. And we're going to let him ask you a question now. Go ahead. Good logic. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, the point that I'm making is what practical impact could this have? You recognize, you've admitted that the seditious six, which I'm using that as a reference to the six people who made that 90-second commercial. The six members of Congress made that commercial. I didn't coin that term. Pete Hegseth used that term. Several people have used that term. I think it's a rather apt term, and they obviously are not convicted of committing sedition, but it's just a way of referencing those six members of Congress. So
here,
now,
can we use your standard then for
no,
like
he hasn't asked his question yet. You got to let him ask his goddamn question.
His question was, could it lead to something bad? And I'm going to use his standard for Trump's thing. Post
No.
Can
Not
you point to a
not
single bad action or insubordination that has happened? Because
you're answering a question you think he's going to ask, but he hasn't yet asked it. Let him ask it so that even if you can mind read it, the audience might not have your abilities to mind read. So let him ask the question. The audience can hear the question, and then they can hear your response. Great, good. Go ahead. Good logic.
So now, assuming you're a supporter of Alyssa Slotkin, you voted for her, or you voted for one of these other members of the Seditious Six, and you think that they're a very important and significant voice in Congress. So you take what they say to heart, and you're a member of the military. What do you think your reaction is now every time you get an order that is borderline okay, not okay? It's questionable. Maybe it's constitutional, maybe it's not. Do you think that there's going to be hesitant?
Maybe I should hesitate. I've seen this person do potentially illegal things, and I'm going to be extra vigilant about it. But just with your criteria for the Trump inflaming the rhetoric post Charlie Kirk assassination, I'm going to ask you: can you point to a single?
I'm not done.
Can you point to a single violent thing that has happened because of the Seditious Six video, or anyone who's disobeyed an order in a way that has caused people to get hurt?
No, it's only happened. They only did this 2 weeks ago.
Okay, well then I will just say probably this could happen, but it didn't. So.
Oh, okay. No, but since they're setting up a situation that probably could happen, that's sedition. Because what you're looking at in the practical terms here is that there very likely can be orders that some people will think is unconstitutional. Some people will think is not unconstitutional. Even judges may disagree. At the district court level, might be called unconstitutional. Circuit court level, it'll be overturned and said totally fine. But those orders have to be carried out in the moment by an individual with a limited time frame and very limited knowledge of the law. So instead of them being able to focus on it, now this Slotkin supporter, this Mark Kelly supporter, who's in the military and is holding the yaw of some fighter plane and has to decide what they're going to do, now has that going through their head. That makes for a much more dangerous situation for an action that a court later on, very likely, very, very plausibly, will actually say was constitutional. So now what these seditious six have done is they've made a very dangerous, hostile situation way more dangerous.
You understand? You understand that it might be a good chilling effect that people in the military might ignore orders from a fascist president, right? I'm only using fascist president because that's the nickname a lot of people have given him, right? But you understand that might be a good chill. Not all chilling effects are bad, right? It might be that we do want our military soldiers. Maybe that's why it's even in the military code of conduct. Maybe that's why when you were at Abu Ghraib, you couldn't just say, a military commander told me to do this, and you could still be held accountable. Maybe it's good that our U.S. soldiers are thinking about these things. No?
No.
It
could never happen.
There could be theoretically.
He said no. Here's my question. So my next question.
I'll answer your question.
Next question. Wait, Donald Trump. I just want to be clear. Then you can say even more if you want. Donald Trump pardoned some of the only people ever convicted in U.S. history of seditious conspiracy that were trying to help him overturn an election. Right? You acknowledge that Donald Trump literally pardoned all of those people, right?
Were those actually charges? Seditious conspiracy?
They were convictions. Yes, on seditious conspiracy.
Convictions of. It was seditious. Which people were convicted?
The 12. You don't even fucking know. Holy shit! What do you even do? What do you read? What is your Twitter feed? Is it Elon Musk just fucking whatever random right-wing conservative news down your throat every morning?
I know Enrico Tara got very serious charges. I just wasn't sure it was seditious conspiracy.
It was.
Okay. Right. So you acknowledge Donald Trump pardoned all of them of seditious conspiracy. It was the only time people. It might have been.
Why is that a problem?
I don't know. I'm just curious. Do you say sedition is really bad? You think sedition is one of the worst things that could ever possibly happen? And Donald Trump has now demonstrated that if you commit a seditious conspiracy, but it's to help Donald Trump maintain power, that he'll reward you for it. He'll pardon you for those charges ultimately.
No, that's a reward. That's not a reward. It's simply he said, I'm not going to let you face punishment.
Not being in jail for 20 years is not a reward.
No, what I'm saying is I think that he looked at all those prosecutions as if they were persecutions.
Okay, so how does that change what I said? So maybe you could commit sedition as long as it was for Trump, because he'll think it's always been a persecution, and either Trump or the Republicans will bail you out.
Oh, I don't think they committed sedition. That's what I was talking about.
Quite frank, I'm sorry. Yeah, you don't even fucking know the fucking charges. I know you're not familiar with the fucking indictments. You have no fucking idea what any of these guys even did, clearly. And it doesn't, to be frank, it doesn't, I'm sorry, but it doesn't really matter what you think, because a jury of Piers disagreed with you and they were convicted. So it doesn't really matter, okay? So how could people think, if they were pardoned of seditious conspiracy, wouldn't that be the number one green light to commit sedition? If you know the president of the United States is going to bail you out if you do it and somebody tries to hold you accountable for it, more than 6 random Congress people saying something about don't ignore unlawful orders?
Your question is that by him pardoning someone for sedition, that the impact of that is that people will engage in sedition confident that even if they get convicted, Trump will pardon them.
Yes.
Is that, and where lay out how this would actually unfold.
Well, maybe somebody might try to. Maybe somebody. I can lay it out. Maybe somebody like Tina Peters might try to help rig an election and think that she's doing the right thing the whole time. Maybe somebody like Mike Lindell might do things to try to help people win an election in defamatory ways. Maybe Fox News or people at that news network might try to help him win an election in defamatory ways that would help them be civilly liable, because they see that as long as Trump wins, he'll forgive them of everything. Like Ashley Babbitt her family was awarded some multi-million-dollar payout, even though she clearly was breaking the law and clearly got shot for justifiable reasons. Or maybe he'll pardon everybody or give you some other kind of payout. Somebody else was just given a big payout from the fucking federal government who was involved with, I would argue, seditious stuff. How do you not see this as being a direct, when you literally have a lot of the J6ers that were convicted literally said they were there because they thought Donald Trump would save them. This has actually happened. It's not a hypothetical. It's actually happened.
The point to that last part was But so I'm not sure even why you're asking this question, other than to say that there could be a ramification from him issuing a pardon, that now because he issued a pardon, other people will commit sedition in the future to try and help him. Is that the point you're trying to get to?
It's the most toothless way of reforming my point, and you've removed so much from it that, yeah, you're about to say something really stupid like, oh, should all pardons be made illegal now?
You're so bad at guessing what I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's usually dumber than even I can fathom. Go ahead.
Let him speak. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
thought you were good at this.
I thought you were a lawyer.
Is it possible that it can have that impact?
That wasn't my question. It's already had that impact. People have already committed crimes with the expectation that Trump would be there to save them, and he did.
That's pretty wild.
That they said that?
So you're saying, no, that's pretty wild that you're saying in 2020, when he's the outgoing president, that they're going out there and that they're going to engage in sedition, which frankly, you named one person, Enrico Tarrio, who you're saying was convicted of seditious conspiracy, and I'll assume that that's correct, that he actually was. But the thousands of people who were there, they were not charged with seditious conspiracy.
Because they weren't plotting and planning ahead of time like these guys were, like the Oath Keepers were, and like the Proud Boys were.
So what I'm saying is, you're talking about one person here who was found guilty of engaging in seditious conspiracy.
It was dozens. Well, the people that were, I think it was only 12 for the seditious.
You gave me Enrico Tarrio. Yeah, that's why.
But it was the people. Well, there were at least 4 other Oath Keepers that were convicted. I'm pretty sure in the initial batch there were like 7 or 8 people.
You agree with me though that the 1,000 or so roughly convictions, all the 1,000, the hordes of people that he commuted their sentence. They were not charged with seditious conspiracy, right?
No, it was Enrico Tarrio, Joseph Briggs, Zachary Real, Ethan Nordine, Stuart Rhodes, Kelly Meggs, and we can keep going, but like it was a bunch of people. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, so as far as the people who expected him to save them when they're doing something illegal, was it those dozen people?
It was everybody that marched. Everybody that marched from the Capitol.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, a few weeks before he said, "Proud Boys, stand back and stand by." Yeah, those people. We're talking about those people.
Well, but everybody that went to the Capitol expected Trump would bail them out, which he did.
He did or didn't?
He did.
He did. Well,
he pardoned all of them.
He didn't until 2025.
Well, they thought he was going to win the election in 2020. That's what they were there for. Was to help coup the election.
No one thought that. No one thought that.
No one thought what?
Nobody thought that. No one thought that was going to happen.
Why were they protesting on January 6th? Wait. Why were they protesting on the day of January 6th?
They were trying to forestall in order for there to be a count. You're telling me that they're going there.
Count for what? What would they count have done?
No, they wanted him to win. But you're telling me that they went in there marching, expecting that they were going to be successful and that he's going to save them?
Correct.
That's pretty stupid. That's so stupid. The reason it's so stupid is because there's 2 possibilities. They're successful, in which case he's president and they're not charged. Or they're unsuccessful, in which case he's not president and they're charged and he's not there to save them. So what I'm saying is, your whole premise here as to what their expectations were is illogical. It doesn't make any sense at all.
It totally makes sense because you're assuming that the only way you could be saved from a prosecution is via a pardon. But the fact that if you were to win as president, they just wouldn't be charged, period, seems to hold a lot of water. They would just not have been charged. Also, the fact that when he was elected president later, he pardoned them regardless.
If that was his objective, and they were banking on that, why didn't he pardon them before they were even charged on January 19th?
He might not have known that he could. Well, at that point, he probably just didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck about any of them. He didn't win his shit. He got fucking grumpy and dumpy, and he packed up all his bullshit to go to Mar-a-Lago, and he fucking left.
So you're saying he didn't care about them, but now you're saying that he did care about them.
I never said he did or didn't care about them. The argument very clearly, try to keep track of it. The argument is whether or not his actions.
You keep waffling,
it's not.
So
It's super. I'm being crystal clear. Let me do this one more time, and I can downgrade it to second grade language if that's what you need. Okay. If the fact of the matter is that Donald Trump has conducted himself. The fact of the matter is that Donald Trump conducts himself and his policy in a way that encourages people to break the law on his behalf, up to and including things like seditious conspiracy. People did break the law on his behalf, including up to and including seditious conspiracy, and he did pardon those people for doing crimes up to and including seditious conspiracy. And the people that were convicted while they were in court were saying things like, "I was here and did this because Donald Trump told me to be."
And the point that you're getting at here is therefore, because we'll come back to the premise. Therefore, the seditious 6 is what we launch this whole thing. Therefore, they're okay with basically weakening our military.
I don't think they're weakening.
That's your point.
I don't think that our military, keeping in mind that they can't follow unlawful orders from a president who is using the military against his own fucking population, his own citizenry, I think it's totally fine for them to keep that in mind, and I would hope they would. The response that you should have, and the reason why you fascist fucks don't have this response, your response should be, oh, they're telling us to follow the law. LOL, who cares? Trump doesn't issue any unlawful orders. Easy, boom. And then just go on to the next thing. But the reason why you're so worried about it is because you know that he's issued a ton of fucked up commands. You know that murdering those civilians off the coast of Venezuela was fucked up. And you know that using the military against your own fucking citizens is insanely fucked up. And if Obama didn't, you would already be dead from a heart attack, or your head would have fucking exploded, and you would already be off this planet. There's no way you guys would have survived Obama forcibly deploying the National Guard against his own citizens against the will of the governors.
Okay. I have to
sorry, I'm done.
Use the restroom. Be good for like the
Oh my God, chaos is gonna ensue.
No, please don't. Please no slurs. I will be right back. But good logic. I'm gonna give you the mic.
I'll try to dial back the slurs while you're gone. Yeah. What were you saying?
So we were talking about how you're kind of forgiving every single thing Trump does, and if we want to recenter this,
I'm not forgiving everything he does.
Just most of it, or all of it, or lubing it up.
What I'm saying is no, because you have to deal with a practical perspective. Do you not appreciate the fact that if you're sitting in the military, you basically they're trying to talk to the military, telling them what to do. You're agreeing with that. So if they're telling the military what to do, now let's put that into practical effect.
They're repeating what's already law. They're repeating the law. Say that. They're repeating the law.
In the context of he's issuing illegal orders.
They're repeating the law.
Which is saying, no, they're not. They're not just simply repeating the law.
Okay, can we imagine a hypothetical world where you think that President Obama has done something illegal and someone tells someone else that I think he's done something illegal and you don't follow like illegal orders? Is this like a possible good faith thing that someone
They
could
already
do?
did it
Or
with the assassination overseas. They just did it earlier.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is that something? Let's take the assassination overseas. Let's assume that was illegal, right? Like if you reminded someone in the military that this was illegal, would that be like sedition?
Why don't we have a productive conversation, a little more productive, by not making it less personal, and we'll just deal with President X, who's the president in 2050. Right. What we want to happen in that President X, and it could be Republican or it could be Democrat. We don't know. What is a healthy way to proceed in this particular scenario?
Pat Buchanan is about to do something extrajudicial, and you and I both believe that. Is it seditious for us to remind people of the military that this is an illegal order?
That's dangerous. I think that's very dangerous.
So we can't criticize
any president
our
does anything annoying, we can't criticize it.
Jesus
that's the standard you're setting right now.
I want you to just think about this for a second. I mean, let's pretend it's President Democrat. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Now I want you to just pretend for a second that now you have people. Now you have Republican Senator X and Republican Senator Y who are coming out there now and basically saying he's issuing unconstitutional orders. You need to disregard them. Now, these orders may or may not be unconstitutional. It's purely an opinion that's coming from Republican X, Republican Y. So he's now basically trying to co-opt the military from under the control of President Democrats.
Okay. No, I understand you're describing the reality of the situation right now in ways that I don't necessarily agree with. I'm asking you, if the president does do something unconstitutional, or you just think he does, and maybe the court wouldn't find it, can you criticize him?
I think that it can be criticized 100%.
By saying it's unconstitutional.
But there's a difference between criticize. There's a difference between you going online, or Destiny going online and criticizing the president. He should do it until he's blue in the face, and I'm sure he does. But there's nothing remotely wrong with that. There's a very different thing from someone who's in Congress talking to the military, addressing the military. That's not remotely the same. Your role is not the same. My role as a podcaster, your roles as podcasters, that's not remotely the same as some congressman who's talking to members of the military. You both recognize that.
Okay, no, hold on. To be clear, not only do I not recognize this legally, you're just dead in the fucking wrong. There's the whole speech and debate clause. If they went on the floor of Congress, they could say the most unhinged shit possible, and you wouldn't be able to convict them of crimes. This is an imaginary standard that you've set up that you would never, ever tolerate if it was directed at your side.
Speech and debate clause only applies when you're addressing Congress on the floor of Congress.
That's why I said when you're on the floor of Congress.
But does not apply when you're making a video directed at the military.
That's why I said that's why I said when they're on the floor of Congress.
So then it's not relevant. Why are you bringing it up?
Because people go on the floor of Congress and say crazy shit. Hello, welcome to Nancy Mace. When she made all the accusations against her fucking ex-partner, she did it when she was on the floor of Congress. Welcome. That's on TV. You can address other people when you're on the floor of Congress.
Question was not. Do we agree that the adding question was not an address to Congress? Correct?
The what?
It's not addressed to
the
Congress.
The adding question where they went on, they made an ad. And
no, it's not. But I'm saying that like Congress people enjoy.
Why are you bringing it up?
I'm bringing it up because you're trying to say. I'm bringing it up because you're trying to say that like these people have an even greater obligation not to violate their First Amendment rights. And what I'm telling you is they have even more leeway than an average U.S. citizen is. I don't even know if you could convict somebody for fucking conspiracy to murder if you're giving a speech on the floor of Congress. They enjoy broad freedom of speech rights. So the idea that this video would count as seditious conspiracy is a joke.
No, that is the most ridiculous argument I've heard in quite some time.
Okay.
Just because there is a special rule on the speech and debate clause which enables Congress to vigorously argue with each other where they have protections from their speech does not mean that they have a right to go and address the military and go in to stand before an entire unit and stand there and tell them, do not follow the president's orders.
Wait, who addressed the military before a unit? Were there soldiers present when they were recording this shit?
You're saying they're special people. They get to talk and say whatever they want. And what I'm saying is their role is not the same as yours or mine.
It was recorded. Would you have the same argument, or would you say it's fine?
What I'm saying is what Senator Gallego did is just as bad.
Can you answer my question? If the video had not
I'm
been
answering your question.
rather a recording on the
I
congressional
just
floor,
answered.
would have been okay?
I just answered your question.
Well, you
Senator
didn't give a yes or no, so it didn't.
Well,
sound like
yes, it would be just as bad because Senator Gallego did the same thing.
Okay, so then why are you arguing that, like, oh, well, here it's fine? Actually, no, it would also be just as bad. Just say, I would never say it's okay if any single member of Congress ever questions the president's authority.
That's not what I said. I said
they can't call it unconstitutional. But they can call it unconstitutional, but they can't remind them that they are not supposed to follow.
What I'm saying is you cannot address the military, say he's issuing unconstitutional orders. Your duty is to disregard.
Nobody said these. They said your duty is to follow the law. It's to ignore unlawful orders. Is there any way?
Okay.
I'm curious.
Your duty is to disregard.
So you have orders that you must disregard? Does Trump issue unlawful orders?
Oh, that's obviously something subjective. Because
then it shouldn't be a problem,
one judge
right?
says no, another judge says yes. No, that's exactly the problem. That's why it's so dangerous. Because you have one judge saying it's unconstitutional, another one saying it's not. This guy's sitting in the freaking cockpit deciding, do I press this button or not? And this is Slotkin and says, I better not do it, otherwise I'm going to get prosecuted. That is really manifestly dangerous. That is weakening our military. That is what you're advocating for, and you're trying to whitewash.
Then why do we have this law? Then why do we have this law at all? Then why do we have this law at all? Why do we have this law at all? But excuse me, fuck you. What's sick and disgusting is the fact that the president of the United States is deploying the military that he knows that he can't do. You keep saying he's following the law. Well, then why was he complaining about not being able to do it with Minnesota when all of BLM was going? And he knows he's fucking breaking the law. The disgusting thing is using your own fucking military. What do you mean? What part do I need a professional? What other thing do you not know about? Tell me. I can educate you. Since apparently you know fucking anything.
Also,
it's not on fucking Twitter for
you're
you.
in Minnesota now. Also, you're in Minnesota
because
now.
Donald Trump had issues during the BLM riots where he was complaining that the governors wouldn't authorize him to deploy the National Guard to their states because he knew he didn't have the authority to do it. That was his main argument during J6 was that he couldn't deploy the National Guard to the Capitol because Nancy Pelosi or whatever fucking person at the time he wanted to blame for his incompetence.
Consistently followed the law.
Oh, so what changed then? What law changed? What law changed between now and January 6th and 2021? That allows him now to deploy the National Guard. So why didn't he just deploy the National Guard immediately then, if he could always do it? Another pivot. He's thinking of the pivot up right now. He's thinking it. He knows he fucked up.
No, I didn't understand your question. Here.
Donald Trump said that he couldn't deploy the National Guard because Bowser said something or whatever. The mayors, whatever. He said he couldn't do it. Why can he do it now? What changed between now and then?
Location.
I'm sorry. I might be a fucking. Is the Capitol?
You obviously are a retard because there's a big difference between District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. as a city proper and the Capitol itself. Those are two different things. Those are two completely different things. So when you're sitting there saying like, oh, it's
I'm so sorry because my geography is horrible.
Is location.
Is the Capitol in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, but he has some authority there. The final authority there actually goes to the Speaker of the House. Which is why ultimately Nancy Pelosi's. You need approval. He needed approval there.
You're so wrong. You're just a fucking liar. How are you so insane on this? Holy shit. Okay. You're telling me that the ultimate police force of the Congress, of the U.S. Federal Congress, is not the U.S. Federal National Guard or police? They can't. It's not them. It rests with the Speaker of the fucking House. A political position here.
Yes. And also, where did these guys get shot? Do you know?
Wasn't it outside?
DC.
Wasn't it right outside the? Where was it though?
Farragut West Metro.
No, wait.
I think it was I-17th. I think it was I-17th in DC.
Was it at the Capitol?
They weren't at the Capitol.
I thought weren't they right outside the White House?
But they're not in the Capitol.
So you think he could deploy the National Guard?
Why are we actually having this conversation?
Because you don't believe this. Because you know, the point is that he knew in the past it was illegal. He complained during BLM that the governors wouldn't acquiesce to him using the National Guard. Right. Now he's doing it without the governors even consenting. So what changed?
There's three different contexts. You just use National Guard as if this is like, as if using National Guard here for this reason or that reason are the same. I'm not obfuscating.
I understand there are reasons why. You could do it in times of rebellion or coups. You could do it in times of enemy invasion. You could do it in times of great national crises. In the BLM, yes. I already said that. In the BLM era, which would have been way more of an insurrection than whatever the fuck he thinks is going on now. In the BLM era, he complained. I don't know if he called it this time either. In the BLM era,
he did. He specifically did.
He declared
called this an insurrection. He basically declared there to be an uprising.
Stop. What do you mean?
That was the statute he relied on.
Explain to me legally. What does it mean to basically do something? That sounds like code speak for didn't do something. Did he declare formally? He declared an insurrection in California.
In his executive order. This is exactly what Judge Breyer was arguing about, whether or not he had the authority to make that declaration in California. That's exactly what that's what they're debating. Does he have the authority to do that unilaterally? Does he have to go through Congress to do that? That's exactly what all these issues, the legal issues, which are complicated, which have been going back and forth between whether you're on district court level or you're on the circuit court level or the Supreme Court level. That's why it's very, very confusing. This is not a simple area.
So what was it? Well, apparently it's only problematic for Donald Trump. It is simple. It's not simple because you're having to engage in the literal mental gymnastics Olympics.
One thing that is simple is he cannot send the National Guard into the Capitol because the Capitol Police are under the jurisdiction of the Speaker of the House.
That's not even true. That's not even true. It's not fucking factual that your local security somehow overrides the jurisdiction of the National Guard of the DC Police.
The reason for that. The reason the law is written that way. I understand that you don't like to think about how laws actually work, but there's logic behind it.
Yeah. The basic
you don't like to think about it's not basically, it's reality. The reality is that if you have police force A and all of a sudden police force B come in there and they don't have communication between each other, that creates a dangerous situation. In order to have that, the normal authority police have to approve and say, yes, it's okay for you to come in here. Otherwise, you can literally have police shooting at each other, which makes it more dangerous than if the new police force doesn't come in there. So that's why you have to have that coordination, and that's why ultimately Nancy Pelosi was the final call within the grounds of the Capitol. That's why there's all this testimony about these people who are desperately calling Nancy, let us in, and she's ducking for an hour and a half. So now you want to sit here.
I agree with I want that whole thing to be clipped, and that is the answer to this debate. You just said that if you bring in a police force that doesn't cooperate with the local authorities, you make no effort to do so, it creates an environment and a situation that is more dangerous than it would be otherwise, which is exactly what Donald Trump has done with his deployment of the National Guard to every single fucking state, which was exactly the argument that we made at the outset of this. And I like how you didn't realize how fucked you were, because you made the same exact argument on January 6th because the shoe was on the other fucking foot. You're such an unbelievable hypocrite. It's unbelievable to me.
Awesome. What you're asking now is the actual the first intelligent question you've asked. That's the strongest, most logical question you've asked. And here's it's the observation that's the best point you've made so far.
No.
And the obvious difference. No, it's the first really good point you made. And the reason you're mistaken, the reason you're so grossly mistaken is because when he declares this situation in DC proper, he has the authority there that he does not have inside the grounds of the Capitol. He doesn't have that in Chicago. He has it in DC. Now, when he goes out in California, what he's doing in California, he's not trying to police and patrol the area. And when you're talking about in California, there he's using the National Guard for a completely different purpose, to protect ICE. Because the Democrats have helped basically amp up the rhetoric or their own side that they should get violent stand in the way of federal
They
vehicles.
weren't amping up the rhetoric. They were just trolling. They were just trolling, LOL.
Yeah, they're trolling by
also, what is this thing? What do you think? What do you think trolling? Yeah, they're trolling. Yeah, like when Donald Trump tweets out pictures of we're coming to Chicago with the Department of War. What are you citing to? What are you implying when you say that the National Guard can't do when he does? Stop saying you don't like when he does that. Why? It is the most tepid criticism I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't like when he does that. He's inflaming the rhetoric and he's causing situations like what just happened when National Guardsmen are getting fucking shot. That's what he's doing.
That's not inflaming the rhetoric. You're saying, because he says because he throws out some meme about dropping
some fucking meme. Go fuck yourself. You're so fucking retarded. I can't even believe it's so unbelievable. It's some fucking meme. You treat Donald Trump like an actual fucking retard. I can treat other people how you want to be treated. Ahead. Maybe that's the whole fucking point here.
I do want to good logic. Finish your point, please.
When he's dropping a meme, if you think that is what's riling up the left, that's what gets them started. Not the last 12 years of screaming about how he's a fascist, he's a danger, he's going to kill us all, and he hates trans people and homosexuals and women. He's misogynist.
He is. Yeah, these are all things. Can't say truth statements.
All that stuff. all that stuff. That's not what makes people angry and hate him. It's because he sent out a video of him flying a plane and dropping loads of crap on Harry Sisson. That's why they're so angry.
Just remember, when we talked about how horrible the seditious six are, when he talked about how horrible the seditious six was, we had to take that in context of everything else. But when Donald Trump does it, it's a discrete tweet that he could never possibly fucking control, and we always have to see it as just a little minor case of discrete trolling, and we can't apply the context to anything else. But when the seditious six tell you to follow the orders that are already part of the fucking military, now we gotta talk about context.
The question I have for you, hold on just real quick. The question I have for you, Good Logic. You say you don't like it when President Trump tweets out things like we're bringing the Department of War to Chicago. Can you explain why you don't like that? What is wrong with that in your view?
LARP like you care about the Constitution and try to, yeah. Sorry, I'm done.
You seriously are so bad at guessing which direction I'm going. It's weird.
I think I guessed last time. That's why you gave an even more retarded answer. Or like this thing of like the
an
National Guard can't go into the Capitol. What AI was that? ChatGPT or was that Grok Law or where the fuck did that thing come from?
I don't want him to issue threats.
Just answer Wick's question.
Okay, you don't want him to issue threats.
I want him to act. Because that's what a leader does. A leader acts. A leader doesn't have to issue threats.
So wait, your
a
problem
leader doesn't have to
gave
say this.
them warning. He should have just done it.
No, what I'm saying is he should do what he's supposed to do when he's legally allowed to do in order to help take care of a situation. Talking about it doesn't benefit anyone. That's why I don't like it.
Do you think that perhaps talking about it and making these kinds of threats, as your words, might lead to an inflamed situation? Like if I were to receive a threat, if like Destiny there was like, hey, Wick, I'm going to dox you, right? In memes about doxing me. Do you think it would be something that might cause me to act in different ways than I otherwise normally would do so? Because, hey, this guy has some power, he's got some influence, he's much bigger than me, he's threatening me with something. Even if he's just memeing, it might cause me to take certain actions that I otherwise wouldn't.
I don't think that the left acts in accordance with what Trump does.
So you don't think that anything that Trump does affects what the left? There's no response.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying is I don't think that there's any more likely to listen to something that he says than something that I say.
Okay,
the same way my audience will sit here looking at Destiny as if for the joke that he is, and they don't take anything he says seriously. I'm almost with you, Troy.
No, because you're completely off the question.
What I'm saying is, you're asking a question as the influence that he has when he says something else.
Saying no.
So you're saying we're talking. What impact
is
that having on what influence is that having on the left getting violent? No, I don't believe that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, sure. So, okay, if Donald Trump said, I'm going to go to this city and I'm going to go door to door and murder every Democrat, do you think any person on the left would respond to that violently?
I think that every person on the right would be yelling at him that he shouldn't be saying that.
That's not my question. I asked if Donald Trump could do something that would cause the left to be more violent.
Can't compute.
I can't
asking
believe
for,
you are
asking for criticism of Donald Trump. Does not understand question.
Okay.
Cannot compute. Does not understand.
Probably. Is it 1% or 90% probably?
I have no idea.
You're such a fucking coward, dude. Like, this is the easiest question.
No,
I don't know why.
What is 1%, 90% mean? You know what I mean? You're not even asking a logical
question. If Donald Trump were to punch a 1-year-old in the face, would it be bad?
No, anyone punching a 1-year-old in the face would be bad.
You can't even just say yes to that. It has to be anyone. Donald Trump.
I have to tell you something. I'm thrilled to hear two people on the left who are sitting here saying it's bad to hurt children. I think that's a wonderful day we reached. I think that's a beautiful thing. I think that's a beautiful thing we got.
And women to be banned.
No, I think that you stand up for maps. I think that you're okay. I think you're okay with poisoning the minds of children into confusing them.
Like the head pedophile of the state right now, buddy. You really don't have around to stay.
Okay. Oh, we've come to the time of it's time for closing statements. Let's say that. I am going to be streaming if you guys want to stay for call-ins or whatever you may, but I want to make sure that the people here get a chance to have closing arguments. Closing thoughts, and I got links to all these people in my YouTube description. They can tell you where they can find you, etc. Yeah, here we are. We're gonna let Logic have the last word, so we're gonna start with Soy Pill, go to Destiny, then Logic, and then yeah.
Yeah, I had a whole argument set up here. We never got to it. The National Guard troops should not have been there. There's a reason why judges are saying that he's violating posse comitatus. Why was it Briggs or no? Sorry, Cobbs is saying that this is not a legal deployment. And the whole idea that this is a necessary action, that the crime is so rampant, is ridiculous. I mean, you look at what people are saying. You look at the stats. The crime is at a 30-year low. This was not some sort of we need to do this because these cities are out of control. He's doing this because he wants to gain power and he wants to have influence in these cities and he wants to have some sort of executive branch that lets him do what the law enforcement is supposed to do. It's clearly a power grab. It's an authoritarian action by Trump. And yeah, therefore it is his fault for putting people who shouldn't have been here in places where they didn't need to be, where people in the National Guard and other generals warned him and said, hey, this is going to amp up the rhetoric. This is going to put them in harm's way. This does not need to happen. They all were telling him this before he did it, and he did it anyway, and then something violent happens. No, it's not Trump's fault that a crazy guy got a gun and walked up to someone and shot them, but this never would have happened if he didn't do these orders. They didn't need to be there. It's his fault in the same way that you could say, oh yeah, it's not someone's fault for going to a frat party and getting assaulted, sure, but if they said, I don't want to go, and then you said, well, you know what, I'm going to force you to go, and I just dropped a bunch of fucking Viagra and all the punch bowl, it's a little bit your fucking fault. So it's ridiculous, and the fact that you couldn't even admit to the most benign of all things, which was, hey, does Donald Trump at least have some culpability if he were to say, I'm going to kill every Democrat in a state? And you said, probably. That's the closest you can get to admitting anything is probably. And you can't even assign a weight to it. Is it 1%? Is it 90%? I don't know, maybe. But when you look at this fucking video from the Seditious Six, it's no, this is clearly a seditious act. They should be prosecuted. In fact, I agree with Trump. They should be hanged. It's so fucking cowardly, but at least you stayed.
I didn't say that.
Grift.
I don't think that's true.
At least you stayed to do your little grift. The other guy ran away because he knew he would actually have to answer a question. So thanks for that. This was embarrassing.
Well, gang, if you like Soy Pill, go check them out. Links in the channel. Destiny, please.
This is just a deeply unserious conversation. I look forward to the next election whenever the Democrats are back in power and all of a sudden conservatives rediscover their love for freedom of speech and limitation on executive powers. There's a reason why Bill Barr was considered one of the most right-wing attorney generals of all time, why he resigned under Donald Trump with days left in the administration. There's a reason why Donald Trump didn't run with the same vice presidents, because he wanted the last one to get fucking killed when he was calling people to the Capitol to not change the outcome of the election, but apparently, according to good logic, just call for some investigation into some voter fraud that they'd already done and nothing had been found that would change the outcome of the election. Donald Trump has pardoned every single person around him, including people that had no business even getting pardoned, people that were committing seditious conspiracy on his behalf, people that were obstructing investigations on his behalf, like Roger Stone, and then he's targeted political opponents in ways that no prior administration ever has. At least Good Logic's friend was good faith enough to admit that. I think he realized that just showing up with a little fucking lawyer tag and not knowing any fucking law whatsoever wasn't going to be enough to get his retarded ass through this debate, which, props to that guy for at least being smart enough to realize he needed to walk the fuck out of the Thunderdome because he was not ready for the Kaya shocks that were coming here, okay? And I hope that, when the next Democratic president steps in and he starts flexing that criminal immunity, when he starts realizing that the executive branch can target and kill and do whatever the fuck they want, as long as they listen to a court eventually, I hope that Republicans are as excited to defend that as they have been to defend Donald Trump.
Okay, if you guys like what Destiny has to say, you can find a link to him if for whatever reason you don't already have it. It's in my YouTube description. Finally, last word from Good Logic, please. Go ahead.
I didn't come here prepared to flex a fourth grade vocabulary. So I apologize, those of you who were looking for me to jump down into that ring. At the end of the day, the most significant thing that came out of this is a recognition from both of my adversaries over here that what the Seditious Six did in that video is they made members of the military potentially question their activities when they're in the midst of a heated moment for actions that actually may ultimately prevail as being totally constitutional and thereby made for a more dangerous situation. I do not think they should be hanged for that. I think that Trump is speaking passionately when he says that, and he says that it's treason, they should be hanged. I don't think that that's the appropriate punishment for them. I do think that Mark Kelly should be court-martialed and stripped of his commission, and I think that he should be forced out in disgrace. And I think that to the extent that there was a conspiracy here to try and harm our military, I think that weakens life for all Americans. We take our military for granted. And when you have our own congressmen and women sitting there trying to undermine them and have them questioning their own actions when they're taking it, that creates a very dangerous situation. With respect to the question of the main topic at hand, I think that Trump did everything he could legally to get him out. He's not a fascist, which is why he didn't simply remove all the Afghanis. And that's why this gentleman was here to commit those heinous acts. And frankly, I said it would be much easier. I don't want him to be more of a fascist, but life would be much easier for him if he was the fascist that you're always claiming him to be. And I think it's a good thing that he's not that fascist, but he's dealing with a mess that has been baked in here purposefully by the Democrats under Biden, that they brought in all these Afghanis, they brought in millions of illegal aliens, and every step he's been taking to try and make our country safer and safer, they literally will stand in front of federal vehicles and try and do and go and run to one courthouse after another, trying to stop him from taking steps. And the only reaction that the left have is, oh my God, we might lose some criminal illegal alien, be forced to be sent back home, which is horrific and shocking that people actually still take that position. But I guess if it works for you, go with it. I appreciate that at some point here we had moments of actual conversation, and hopefully in the future, if we actually debate each other, we can dial back the juvenile, you're stupid, idiot, foul language, and actually just engage in discourse. And if you're interested in that sort of thing, an alternative perspective, I urge you to check me out. It's Good Logic. You can find me on YouTube, on Rumble, and on X under that name, Good Logic. Thank
Check
you.
him out. I got a link to his channel. You guys are free to stay if you like. We got some callers, but if you need to go, I understand. You're. I'm not Hamas. I'm not going to hold you hostage, right? So.
I said I'd give you 2 hours, which we're kind of hitting up against.
Yeah, we are.
Wait, can I ask a quick single answer question for Good Logic?
Go for it, Destiny.
When it comes to enforcing executive stuff in the executive branch, so things like vetting people that come over, who does the buck stop with?
President.
Okay.
Okay. And yeah, thank you again for coming. I do appreciate you. Unfortunately, I don't think Bronca knew what he was getting into, right? Maybe he should have watched a little.
To be clear, that guy's Twitter feed is fucking unhinged. The guy thought that he could show up and throw around a few legal terms. The guy doesn't fucking know anything about anything, especially international law. And the idea that going to law school in the United States would privy you to some understanding of international law is a fucking joke. The reason why
all
that guy
I'm saying
gets
is
the
I
fuck
hope
out is
there's
because
no
he's a
hard
pussy-ass
feelings with
bitch,
Bronca.
and he knew that he was going to get fucking roasted here because it's probably the first challenging conversation this fucking retard's ever had his entire fucking life.
He would destroy you.
He
In a properly moderated
would? Where was
dialogue,
he?
He would
In
utterly
proper
destroy.
moderation? What, where somebody's here to handhold him through the entire fucking conversation because he can't make a point?
What I'm saying is, where you actually when he's arguing with people who are adult, and I've seen him argue with people who are adult enough to not say you're an idiot, you're stupid, you're a child, F you. So
you said that
in that
I was really
environment,
proud of
in that environment, he's actually a pit bull. He just doesn't. He's not.
A pit
it's
bull
not worth his
when
time
he's
and
around
effort.
weaker people.
Yes.
That's what you just said. Around other people that are too mean. That's all about. Unbelievable. You guys are the debate profession, litigators, right?
It's sad that you think that makes you stronger. It's very sad.
Oh, like the president of the United States conducts himself constantly?
Because
it was just a little bit of trolling. I was just trolling. It was meaning. It was
I'm
trolls.
not ready for blood sports. That's on me.
It was trolling. It was trolling. I was just meaning. It was
And
trolling.
also, Wick, his pinned tweet is
I'm not upset with
remigrate
you.
everyone right now. So, like, I don't think that he's exactly some person who's allergic to blood sports. He clearly knows the game. He's just
but it's not being bad at it, saying I'm not going to be talked down to me. There's a difference between arguing points versus arguing ad hominem, and that's all. And he's not going to do that.
Yeah, so when I call someone out for not answering a question, that's talking down to them?
No, when you're basically saying that you're an effing retard dick sucker, that's talking down to them.
I said that to you. I didn't say that to him right away. In fact, he left when I said you're not answering the question, so it didn't require that level of ad hominem to get him out.
You didn't let him finish his answer. There's a certain level of respect. What I'm saying is,
what do you think about the level? Wait, one more quick question.
Hold on, stop. I did mute Soy Pill so he could finish his answer, but then he left anyway.
What do you think about the level of respect Donald Trump showed the reporter that he called stupid because she asked him a difficult question?
It wasn't a difficult question.
It is within his purview to say
You're
that.
such a. I can't believe you. Holy shit.
Okay.
What?
Either way, yeah. Okay. I do got super chats too. So if you
Quiet,
need to go
Peggy.
thank you. Right. I'll
Take
read
care.
the super chats.
I thank you for having me, and I'll come back here. I'll do this again with Destiny or others, whatever it is. That's fine. But I do think that, and I want to be clear here, Wick. I wasn't looking to put you down for your moderation because I'm fine with it. And frankly, I think there's sometimes you even quiet them down. I didn't even need you to quiet them down. I think you were particularly trying to make sure that I wasn't going to get overrun, and I definitely appreciate that. I'm not questioning your moderation, but I do think he was expecting a different nature of discourse.
Show up next time being anything other than a Trump cum-filled water balloon, and maybe we can have a real conversation about things.
All right. So you see, this even now, as I'm walking out, you still have to just
Just
throw
a little
out the
bit of trolling.
expletives.
It's just trolling. We're just trolling. It's trolling. LOL.
That's fine.
It's just
No,
trolling.
that's fine.
It's
But
just
it's
trolling. LOL.
it's not actually showing anything other than you're able to appeal to a 17-year-old. 17-year-olds.
Oh, is that what Donald Trump does? Or you mean fucks 17-year-olds?
Which I don't know. Maybe
or was it 15 or 14? I don't remember all that scene shit,
maybe
yeah.
I was going to say maybe appealing to 15
you guys
17-year-olds
go
is
along
right
as
your
you want.
thing.
The show's
Maybe
over,
that's
right?
your
You
thing,
guys-
Destiny.
Yeah, there
Maybe
we go.
appealing to
True.
15 to
It
17-year-olds is your
It
thing,
absolutely
Destiny.
is,
I don't
yeah.
know.
The difference is I don't lose
Well,
my
anyway.
civil cases like Trump lost his. We're raping that one woman. What was it, Eugene Carroll? But we don't like those court cases, right? We don't like those ones.
I thank you all for I thank you all for joining me. It was great.
I do appreciate. I really want to say thank you for staying. I do appreciate that. So thank you.
Take care, Wick. Have a great night.
Okay, let's read these super chats and we'll get some callers. Okay, $100 from Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you for the $100.
Wait, before you read a single one, can I predict, is one of them going to call me or Destiny gay?
I hope so.
Well, I guess if we'll find out. I guess
Whichever one, give me 50% of that one.
Okay,
Ooh.
sure. $100 from Grassroots Hegemon to say more open bribery to get a wrench, with which I will do nothing. I will get a blue wrench marriage if required. I'm not going to give you a mod for paying me money. I keep trying though. Like, who knows? Maybe with enough money, I'll change my mind. We'll find out. $10 from Flaming Pie 6494. Destiny is using violent events to try to manipulate Republicans into shrinking away from enforcing borders, immigration laws, deportations, and basically kicking the left's ass on the daily. Your game is obvious. You want to respond to that?
Well, Trump's popularity is at historic fucking lows. Like, I hope you can get a refund on all the fucking Trump gear that you bought when you're going to be embarrassed to walk around with it because of how much of a fucking loser this guy is, and all of his supporters are going to be viewed that way. Although I already know you're probably going to be one of those people who is on Twitter, in 4 years saying, "Oh, I never supported this guy."
Okay. $50 from Grassroots Hegemon. If I can press any information into anyone, including both these lawyers, it's that sedition is not a capital crime. Its maximal penalty is 20 years. Treason is a capital crime. I'd hope a lawyer would know that. Thank you.
They didn't even know that they were charged with that, which is insane to me. Like, with all the Jan 6 defending they do, and he literally didn't even know what he was charged with. Insane.
Chillhouse Mixes says, isn't it crazy that Dems told the military not to follow illegal orders, and 2 weeks later the military probably committed war crimes? $20 from Zonia. God logic, chud logic, split the difference and call him flawed logic. Thank you for $20. $5 from 1998 Cuba. Apparently, according to Andrew, quoting or citing laws or rules is a crime that deserves the death penalty. $10 from Zonia. Did the world's preeminent self-defense lawyer just run from a fight? 5 Canadian dollars.
That's true.
From Testicle Johnson. Didn't they prove that he kept sending people to CCOT after the ruling, directly defying the courts? $5 from Grassroots.
I think the argument they would say is so long as it keeps bouncing around courts, it's totally fine to ignore a judge until the Supreme Court rules on it, which is not where most cases go. But that was their argument.
Sure. Grassroots Hegemon for $5. Second time, sedition is not convictable with death ever. The maximum penalty is 20 years. Treason is. Sedition is not. $10 from Kanuko. Everyone in basic training is talked with specifically about unlawful orders. He is full of it. And just to let you know, yes. And also, when I spent time in the military, every 6 months to a year, we had to redo computer-based training, CBTs, on this, in which we had to officially sign off on we were not to follow unlawful orders, and they would give specific examples, and there was several categories, and we were trained on this regularly in the Air Force, at least during my time. So I don't know. $5 from my listening library to say, my monthly sacrifice to Wick. Thanks for coming on. Good logic, but I do believe that you're dodging the inflaming rhetoric point. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you. We're almost done. Don't worry. $20 from Odasha. Say, please make dumb logic answer. If Trump cared about immigration, why did he shoot down the Republican-led Langford bill? He's offered 0 other legislative reform. $20 from Witch's Persona. Logic in regards to January 6th. When the colonies started fighting the Redcoats, did they expect to win against the Brits? I'm assuming they did. $50 from Pondering Politics. Wick. I'm 75 minutes behind, but both Good Logic and the other moron said it was okay for Trump to order prosecutions of his political opponents. Do they concede that if Biden ordered his DOJ to prosecute Trump, he didn't? It was his right to do so. And then finally, $5 from Overload TV. Look at Pete Hegseth's recent tweet, please. You're going to have to be more specific. And with that, let's bring on a couple callers, and we'll just get to it.
Wow, I really missed the gay prediction.
You did.
Vanished.
Okay, we'll start with this. Okay, you're here. What do you got? What do you have for the panel? Go ahead.
Oh, Alice, are you the one who made that thumbnail?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that was
I
sick.
was.
Thank you for that. That was awesome. Amusing.
No problem. I hope you enjoyed it. One of the questions I have is for Soy. And basically, I'm ex-United States Coast Guard. Okay, law enforcement, the Coast Guard. So when you feel that if there are survivors in the water, that you feel that maritime law is the same as land law, and it's absolutely not. It's not. We are not. It is not the same law. So you believe that if there's survivors in the water, you can still launch another airstrike from a drone?
No, I think we are saying that potentially the war crime was that they vaporized these people who were like shipwrecked and floating on pieces of wood and had no active threats, right?
Correct. They were basically on the ship, but you realize that I can't just start shooting them like fish in a barrel. If
No,
see the ship,
I think we're
on the
agreeing
other
with you.
side of
That's why
that.
we
Wait,
said
yeah,
this
I
was-
think.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry because that's
people left.
I think.
Yeah, the stupid
which
people
the
are
lawyer
gone.
is
Sorry,
on.
buddy.
Okay, the stupid people.
I don't
all right.
understand. Did we ever?
My other statement was going to be, hey, wait a minute. I took an oath to follow the UCMJ and the Constitution. That comes all the way down. So you can't, just because you're looking at the bottom person, the top person from OCS school, which is Officer Cadet School, 101, says you can't file an unlawful order. So that comes all the way down. And that's what stopped people from Trump from saying, hey, why don't we just shoot all the protesters? The military steps up and says, well, we can't do that.
I don't think anyone
There'll be no
disagrees with you here, sir. Like, I think that we are all on the same page here, that we recognize that these orders are
Wick.
potentially unlawful.
I was losing my mind when Logic was here because I wanted to ask him the breakfast question and he would have failed.
Okay.
But anyway.
Okay. Does anyone have questions for the people who are here?
Yeah. Did anybody ever prove, by the way, that the people that they were, shooting drones at arbitrarily were actually transporting any sort of illicit drugs? Anything?
Whatever you think
at
the
all?
answer to that question
Did they-
is, the answer is absolutely correct. No, we have no fucking evidence or proof literally of fucking any of this at all.
None.
Even senators said that they were not shown any proof
Nope.
by the Trump
Yeah.
administration when they asked.
And even if they were,
I mean,
the prosecution should not be, I'm going to blow you up. It's, hey, let's stop this from entering our country and have some sort of process for this, not let's vaporize them and then double tap them because Hegseth said, kill them all.
I mean,
So,
you
yeah,
take.
it doesn't
I would
even
say
matter.
you take one step towards a legal argument, but you're still at least 5 or 6 steps from even beginning to pass the threshold of being legal. But I think it's extra bad that we don't even really know who the fuck is getting killed, which is unbelievable. But yeah, even if we did, yeah, you can't. Even if they were, that's why. Even if you granted everything that guy was saying, the Coast Guard dude was correct. Even if you grant everything, even if they are enemy combatants, even if they are engaged in combatant activity against you, as soon as their ship is blown up, and they're no longer capable of participating in combat actions, you can't just kill them. You can't just shoot them in the fucking water. It's like shooting down parachutes. You can't do that.
Like,
Also,
what's
not-
the combatant?
wait,
That's
not-
what I want to know. Like, what is the combatant? Or what are they, like, shooting drugs at people? I don't get it.
It's chemical warfare against the United States. Didn't you hear?
No.
So again,
Are they
again,
forcing them to
US
take
Navy-
drugs? Are they
the Navy
forcing
doesn't
them
have
to, like, force them
authorization.
down their throats, or what?
Like, the Navy doesn't even have jurisdiction. They don't have jurisdiction. Only the United States Coast Guard does.
Even
That's
yeah,
why we
even
have
if we
detachments
hold on, this was
on the
done
Navy.
in this was done. This wasn't done in United States waters. This was done down in. I
It doesn't
believe-
matter. It's international waters.
Yes,
United States
international
Coast Guard
waters.
has law enforcement jurisdiction in the international waters. So that means that we have to detach Coast Guard people on Navy vessels to do law enforcement. The
Yeah, but
Navy
this
doesn't
wasn't-
have jurisdiction.
They would say this isn't a law enforcement thing. It was a military operation. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Well, they're categorizing as that.
I
But technically
understand
it's
that's a
not.
legal
It's
argument.
law
You're,
enforcement.
you're getting riled up, but you're preaching to the choir. I don't think anyone.
Yeah,
here
just,
agrees.
just to be clear, and then I want to hear from Zip if Zip has anything. But just to be clear, even if we would grant the argument that these strikes are legal, as soon as you destroy their vessel, you cannot target them under not just international law, but the U.S. law specifically from the DoD's own manual says that shipwrecked survivors cannot be targeted. Why? Because unlike on land, where they could run away, flee the fight, where
They're
they might
no
still
longer
be a
correct.
threat because their weapon systems might still be live, you've taken out their weapon system. You've destroyed their boat, right? They are, again, unless they have guns and are shooting at you or something, right? Then it changes.
Correct.
But if they're just bobbing out around in the water, they're not legal targets. And
That
that's
turns
the,
into a
the
rescue
question
mission.
is just real quick. The question is, did Hegseth give the order to kill all the survivors? And because he gave that order, did or that guideline, if you will, did the operation commander make the call to send a second strike in order to take these people out
Well,
in order to comply with that? That's the question.
That guy
We don't know the answer yet.
stepped down. That guy stepped down the next day. He
Yep.
stepped down.
Well,
The admiral and of the
something
South
happened
Command.
there.
It wasn't the next day. The strike was on September 2nd. The guy stepped down on October 16th. There was a second strike that day where they did take in survivors. So the timeline's a little wonky.
Yeah,
Zip,
but the stepping
what do you
down
have?
the military.
Yeah,
stepping
Zip,
down
what
the
do you have?
military takes a little time. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so it's almost like the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Zip, what do you have?
My thing was more for fraud logic before you left. But it is very interesting that the two other people who were here, Andrew Branca and Good Logic, they were both they're both lawyers. They also have sworn an oath to the Constitution. It's very interesting that they seem to have such an issue with being reminded that you have an obligation to the law when you have sworn an oath to the Constitution. And even though they themselves, if you ask them, hey, do you ever, when you're doing your job, wonder about, hey, maybe is what I'm doing legal or illegal? That is not the end of the world if somebody is fucking asking that to themselves as they're doing it. Especially, you would say it's a good thing that you're doing that if you are in fact doing something illegal. It is your fucking job as a lawyer. That's why he's a fucking fraud. And the other guy probably just has brain damage from shooting too many guns next to his head.
Okay.
It's just
Well, thank you
the
guys for
lead
coming in. We're gonna
sniffing older
cycle you
generation.
out. We're going to try to get some people who have questions for Destiny and Soy Pill specifically here. But thank you for calling in.
Appreciate you, Wick.
Oh, fuck, I didn't say thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, the Coast Guard guy.
Okay. Who here has questions for Soy Pill or Destiny or challenges to their point?
Damn. I kind of wanted to talk to the lower guy, but he's not here.
Does anyone have issues or questions for Destiny or Soy Pill? Nothing. Great. Wonderful.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I mean, does anyone ever want to ask the really, really simple questions? He went on and on about the military should just obey every order that they're given. And it's okay, should all of the Nazis just, if Trump's next order is lock up all the Jews, does he think that they should all just do that?
You're going to have to ask them. I don't know.
Their response would be that no, they should be considering these things, but they're already considering these things. The issue is that the Democrats are trying to claim, in a broader context, that all the orders are illegal. So when they tell you to ignore illegal orders, they're subtly messaging to you that you should be ignoring all orders. Was their argument basically?
Is their intention just to intentionally misinterpret that?
Pretty much.
It's there. Yeah, there's no good faith. If you're a Trump defender at this point, especially if you're a lawyer, you should always assume. I think I told, I said that when because Soy Pill came into debate, and I was
I called you 30 minutes before. I was like, oh, should we have legal arguments? And the answer was clearly no.
No, these guys are always going to be fucking hacks. If you're a lawyer at this point defending your administration, you're not only that, but you're whatever the legal equivalent is to the Uncle Tom word or whatever. Because you're Trump is literally hunting people in your profession with executive orders in ways that have never been done in all of U.S. history. So to still defend it at that point is just deplorable. Although these guys, to be fair, aren't lawyers; they're influencers, which is fundamentally a different thing. So.
Has anyone ever vetted if that guy's actually a lawyer or not?
I'm sure that they have a law degree. I've never checked into it, but I don't doubt that they have a law degree.
They're YouTubers
You can have a law
first.
degree.
That's the
and
most
be wrong.
important thing, okay, is to defend your influencer political ideology.
Okay. Well, how about you, Colin? Do you have anything to say? Otherwise, we're going to cycle out and maybe. Get
Yeah. I guess as a rhetorical question, how do you? I'm gonna keep it real. It was incredibly frustrating to see the people who support the grab him by the pussy Jan 6 guy try to lecture everybody about stability and respect. How do you not have a stroke doing that? Genuinely, because I don't understand how you have the patience for that.
Oh, listening to it? I mean, it's been happening for 10 years. I'm kind of numb to it.
That's true.
Yeah, and you just scream at them.
Yeah,
Take your frustration out. Feels better.
Yeah.
I don't
In
know.
everyday life too, not just online.
I don't know if that's the right move, but thank you for calling in, gentlemen. So. Okay.
Wick, you may have picked people to defend a position and person so stupid that even your audience couldn't possibly come in here and have contentions.
What do you mean, my audience? What are you trying to say, sir?
Look, sometimes you get some chats, all right? I'm just saying. I've been in your chat before.
Will we have anyone with a contention or question for Mr. Destiny and Mr. Soy Pill? That's the question.
Hey, how's it going? I guess since it's my original thing was more of a question or a statement for the other two debaters, so this will serve more as kind of like a critique of the response. The big thing they keep bringing up, I think the core crux of this seditious six thing is, saying that it's going to cause the troops or whatever to question orders. I think it's extremely important. So I'm in the military. I'm not in the Coast Guard, and we do security, force security, force protection security in the United States. We get briefed on use of force every year, multiple times a year. The CJCSI 3121.01 Bravo. I would just take a cursory look through that. It clearly defines the parameters of our use of force. Any person that even is just a lowly sentry, or like someone myself that has qualified for weapons release authority, we're required to know that instruction. We're required to know, the parameters for using use of force.
Gotcha,
If
yep.
we go so far as firing a weapon and not even killing someone, but just firing our weapon in the general direction of someone, or doing any of the escalations up to that, we get investigated. We have to know without, just referring to that document. We have to know it.
Gotcha.
It's a very straightforward document. I recommend just taking a cursory glance at it. It's very straightforward.
Okay. Anyone else? What do you got for us, Mr. O?
Yeah, Wick, I got some beef with you. So
Go
do
ahead.
you think with this we're finally at the point when it comes to the next administration when Democrats sweep that we can start prosecuting all these motherfuckers despite
I
them
do think
having
that
this
Hegseth
fear?
So just to be clear, I think that Hegseth should be investigated, and if the investigation turns up what the report says, he should face jail time. He should be put in front of a court-martialed, stripped of his authority, and put into a jail cell for either war crimes or murder, depending on if they decide whether or not these goons were these narco guys were combatant or things like that.
And everyone
My
involved
point-
with this,
real
right? Like
quick-
all the way to Trump.
Hold on, just real quick, please. My argument was never don't do anything, right? My argument is when we want to bar random Republicans from office simply for supporting the president, I don't think that that's a standard we should have. We should keep to the standards where we can convict, indict, and prove malfeasance, such as with Hegseth here, if the investigation turns out what we want.
Okay. And all like military structure that was involved with the strike as well.
Yeah,
right?
everyone who followed those orders should be indicted and tried as well. Yes.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Hazel?
Was that in regards to your should we Nuremberg trials debate?
Yes, that was a response to that.
Yeah, they didn't prosecute most of the Wehrmacht, but they got a lot of them.
Well, I actually wanted to sort of have a continuation of that argument, but not in the same way.
We're gonna cycle out, okay, because we want people with issues with Destiny and Soy Pill if we can, and hopefully we'll get some people. But thank you for coming in, and I appreciate you both.
Yeah,
No
Donald Trump
problem.
was right, Wick. I'm tired of winning. I'm tired of being right. We need some contention in here.
Oh, hello. Oh, snap.
Okay, you are alive. What do you got for us? Anything for Soy Pill or Destiny?
I'm somebody else can go. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, this is to Destiny and the Soy Pill. Hi, how's it going, guys?
Hi.
I think that in principle, the National Guard has been deployed currently. I think you're absolutely right; it is unlawful. But I feel that philosophically, when we do have times of civil unrest, that deploying the National Guard to aid law enforcement is actually not only justifiable, but actually the right thing to do. I think that the time that they did it, though, would have been for the BLM riots, where we've deployed National Guard and even the military in times of riots, like we did in LA and before that. So I think that in principle, deploying the National Guard is okay, but where do you see the line where deploying the National Guard is unacceptable?
I feel like
I don't know
if
the
there was
exact-
like
go
a
ahead.
if there was a massive meteor coming to Earth, I think it'd be okay to take a group of oil drillers and have them train astronauts to help them fly a spaceship to blow the asteroid up. But that's not even remotely the situation we're in, so I don't even know what the relevance is. Whatever the relevance might be to some massive period of civil unrest. You said BLM, maybe, but right now it's just Donald Trump throwing a temper tantrum. There was no claims of mass unrest. You saw Chrissy Nome trying to take pictures or videos on top of a roof to show how horrible the protests were, and it was like 7 dudes with cameras and then one dude in a dinosaur outfit. Like it's just whatever that thing might be. Not only are we not at that point, none of the governors even claimed they were at that point. Nobody was requesting help from the National Guard, and these National Guards weren't here to assist local state police. They were there to help the federal police carry out Donald Trump's federal agenda, which at some point stood in opposition to the state governors. Like, I could think of no greater constitutional violation of the foundational principle of things like the Second Amendment or the foundation of this constitutional republic where there is one federal government than the federal government coming in with not just federal police, but the federal military to usurp the authority of the state governors. That's just unconscionable if you feel, or unconscionable or whatever, if you're like a federalist kind of person who thinks that there's a separation between federal and state government.
Yeah, like I don't know if I could draw the line either, but the point is that a bunch of these governors are saying, actually, no, we don't want this. A bunch of the attorney generals are saying this is unlawful. We don't need this. You can see that they're in DC picking up trash. They're declaring that the crime was already at like a 30-year low. So this was far beyond the pale of definitely not necessary. And maybe there obviously are cases, but maybe BLM, but like even more extreme. Like, hey, there's like a big once in a lifetime riot that is destroying the city. Yeah, of course there are situations where you need to deploy the National Guard. But that said, it would be easier to train astronauts to drill than it would be to train drillers to be astronauts. So that would be stupid.
Right. Well, I'm not saying that the current National Guard deployment is okay. I'm just trying to establish where you guys think that the line is.
Where the line already is. In times of massive unrest where like the literally local law enforcement is incapable of carrying out their jobs and the mayors or the governors are requesting assistance, that's how it's worked historically. And then the National Guard is deployed and given federal resources sometimes to help. I think as it's written right now and as it's gone historically, it's fine.
But we've had parts of American history where the president where the executive has deployed the National Guard and the U.S. military against the orders or against the wishes of the mayors, local officials, and
Has it been?
governors.
For when?
Yes. When Eisenhower deployed the 101st Airborne to, was it Little Rock, Arkansas, to prevent when the governor, I think his name was Orville Faubus, said that he would never follow or allow integration to take place in the state of Arkansas.
Sure, but that was when the state explicitly stated that it was going to contravene what was federal law. That's a valid insurrection, essentially, activity where you can deploy the National Guard for these purposes, right?
Well, I think that maybe I don't know if it was an insurrection because the governor said that he would not. I don't think it was national law at the time. I think it was a court order. I think this was. Forgive me, I'm kind of on the spot right now.
Sure.
But I think it was following Brown v. the Board of Education ruling.
Yeah.
And the governor said that he wasn't going to implement that ruling.
Yeah, but federal law supersedes state law here. If you're literally explicitly saying that like you're not going to follow what is the federal law, then I mean that's a legitimate thing. Yeah.
There is a bit of a gray area with Brown v. the Board of Education because the court's ruling said that they must integrate with all deliberate speed, meaning essentially that they could integrate at their own timetable. So up until then, the governor hadn't necessarily violated federal law just by saying that he wouldn't do it.
Sure. I mean, you could argue that there might be some edge case here, but like the principle here is not like molested at all. Like the principle, it remains, right? The question would be whether or not he was genuinely planning on enforcing that particular court order or if he was planning on contravening federal law forever, right?
Finish your point, but I want to make sure the other two get in before we.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure that the reasonable we have like a reasonable standard for what we're doing when we're were opposing the deployment of the National Guard. I think right now this is an easy thing to say that Donald Trump has exceeded that, just by how fucking retarded and unhinged he is, and how inept he is by just not even trying to hide it. So I think that while I agree with both Soypill and Destiny in your opinions here, I'm not exactly sure where we as Democrats should be drawing the line based on historical premises and
It's. I mean, like it
the
might be.
divided
There might
nature
be
of the
edge
country.
cases, but like the fact that you have to go back like 80 years to cite a case or whatever, or to cite an instance of this, like generally speaking, I'm okay having that debate. Like if it was the case, for instance, that ICE was trying to deploy, or that ICE was trying to get some illegal immigrants out of California, and like California police or whatever were contravening, or something like this was going on, then it's like, oh, okay, well you're on an area where you can kind of justify it. But Donald Trump is literally just deploying these National Guards and sometimes military for
hold
law
on, just real
enforcement.
quick. Yeah, just to Destiny real quick. We do have an example where Biden could have called up the National Guard or used federal forces to countervene a state's order. There was an incident with
bring up
the governor of
Texas.
Texas at
Oh,
the
God.
border,
No.
right? That was recently, right?
I think it's a different.
They were.
Or sorry, go ahead.
No. Just to explain the situation, right? Where there was some orders about how to conduct border regulation, and there was a disagreement between the state and the federal officials. And Biden, there was some talk of Biden sending in federal troops. Do you think that would have been an appropriate time if the governor of Texas had been like, "No, we are not going to comply with this"? Would you have advocated that Biden send in those federal troops to enforce it?
If I would have said no, it would have been like on political consideration grounds, not like legal grounds. That would be an example where the president of the federal government has the control over the border, over immigration. That's the purview of the federal government. If a state is trying to enact something that goes against what the federal government does, the state does not have the authority to do that. That would be a legitimate use of federal force, right?
Okay, but
So then-
how would that apply to immigration if a state or the federal government sets the statutes and the laws around immigration? So if a state isn't enforcing immigration laws, federal immigration laws, does not the federal government have the authority to enact federal troops or federalized troops?
So the
in order to make
states,
sure that
so
their laws
states can
take-
cooperate with the federal government if they want related to immigration, but the state does not have an obligation to do any kind of immigration enforcement on behalf of the federal government. That's the federal government stuff. Now the state can cooperate if they want, or they can do things. Some states are really excited to, but they don't have like that legal obligation doesn't exist for the state to do that. That's why things like sanctuary cities can exist if they want. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, so then is the opposition primarily political, or is it legal in nature for you and the soy pill?
For the Trump stuff, it's legal and political. Yeah, Trump has done
Okay.
it illegally, I think. I would have to recheck that executive order on. Did he declare it an insurrection or whatever? I would have to go back and check that.
I think that's how we justified when, at least in LA, for the deployment of the National Guard, right?
I'm not sure exactly. I think
I do want to. Yeah, I do want to
to
give a chance to the other callers. Raziel, and what was your name? Why? If you have anything, now's the time. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, so my question was going to be more of probably a boring one because it's kind of logistical. One of the issues that's been brought up is that the Trump admin keeps, like, the only recourse we have right now that I can see, correct me if I'm wrong, is the court saying you shouldn't have done this bad thing. Stop doing this bad thing. And Destiny, I think, argued in another panel that can't be enough, right? Like the punishment for breaking the law can't be being told to stop breaking the law. But I don't know if I just don't understand civics, because I'm trying to look at it with a runaway executive. Is there any other real recourse we have right now to stop him? Since
the executive's not supposed to break the law, that's our recourse. That's it. There is no other.
But
That's why it's called a constitutional crisis. If he is, you're
Yeah.
fucked. That's why it's called a constitutional crisis. There's no, if the cops are breaking the law, the only people you can call in are the next biggest cops. That's it. Or you have a revolution or a rebellion.
And I guess there's no next biggest cop. So let's say we get Democrat in office, or we win midterms, which Wick's saying is a foregone conclusion, and we win 2028. We have Democrats. What what legislation do we do? Legislation? Do we try to fix it to make it to where that's not a thing anymore, or do we just have to? Is our system just developed to where we just have to hope and pray that another Donald Trump happens? Because I don't have that hope. Because I don't think, not to get into the Nuremberg argument, but I don't think anyone's learned their lesson. I don't think.
Yeah,
I
no,
know
nothing-
he's unpopular in the
Yeah,
polls,
there's
but
no legal thing that we're gonna change. It's like, oh, now they're going to follow it. They're clear they don't give a shit. They're gonna do whatever they want. So you either have to show there are consequences to this, or they're just gonna do it again, no matter what new law you put in place. Like, it's
okay,
not
so
gonna
there's like no hope that we can't like. It's just we have to hope
imagine
that
for
we
like
never get another executive like this.
Imagine you have a doctor that's killing patients by stabbing them to death during surgery. What you're asking is like, is there a way that we can give doctors knives that won't actually cut through people's skin? It's not possible to do. The nature of the job of a surgeon is to make incisions and to cut into people's bodies. You just hope they're not murdering people while they're doing it. If they start murdering people while they're doing it, then the job of the doctor to prevent them from being able to do that necessarily prevents the ability of the surgeon to do surgery. The executive has to be able to carry out law enforcement, which involves a use of force, which involves policing powers and everything else. Like there's nothing above that. Nobody can say anything to the police. The police are the ones that enforce the law. If they decide to break that obligation, then you're fucked, right?
Okay.
Also, I want to clarify real quick before anyone asks. He didn't invoke the Insurrection Act. He floated the idea, but he, didn't need.
Yeah,
to.
I don't know what he declares or not. Like,
fuck
I think he thinks he can just say it and it counts. Like on Twitter, he can just make random declarations through truths, and that's how it
Well, for
works.
this,
I don't know.
at least he said, "Oh, I haven't needed to yet. It's been working so far.
okay.
We'll see." And he may or may not try to do it to challenge any courts, like the one that
Sure.
says, "Hey, you're not allowed to do that here." And the insurrection being that big balls got beat up. Whatever.
Okay.
Lest we forget, that is the inciting incident of where they decided to federalize the National Guard in D.C. is because Big Balls was beat up by 3 to 12 children, and it was a bad enough incident that this
Who's
was the
Big
inciting
Ball?
incident.
I'm sorry, I'm out of the loop on that. Is Big Ball
Big
is a
Balls-
cat or something?
You don't know who Big Balls is?
No, I'm guessing
Ask
it's
your
like.
wife. Okay. No. Let's give it to Dev here. Dev, you're here. What do you got?
Hi. That was a fun shit show as everyone fucking
Was
ran
it?
away from the debate. Holy fuck. I can't believe that one guy dipped out 10 minutes early. Or
He
like,
thought
or
it was
10
just going to
minutes
be
in.
him steamrolling with his fancy little fucking job title.
Right. So I have a few notes here. With regards to the desegregation thing that somebody here mentioned, the truth of that situation was that the Arkansas governor wanted to prevent black students from attending white schools, and he used the National Guard to stop them from doing so. And then Eisenhower basically took the National Guard out of his hands because he was defying a court order.
Oh,
Basically.
damn. Okay.
So that's how that went down. And really,
Am I crazy, Dev? Was the Air Force involved in this as well, or is it just the National Guard?
it was the 101st Airborne Division of the National Guard.
Okay, that's where I got it from. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think the governor wanted a 2.5 year stay before he had to implement it for some local political reason. He didn't get that stay. He brought in the National Guard. He had the National Guard taken away from him. So that's kind of why that happened. Also, I know this is more this point's more about the previous debate, Wick, the whole denazification debate. But
go for it.
I think that the real black pill is that the denazification Nuremberg stuff really didn't work historically. Like if you look back at no, it didn't. If you look back at the state of West Germany after the Second World War, the trials of Nazi officials didn't make the West German people be like, oh, I guess we were wrong. No, they just view it as like victor's justice. They thought, oh, we're just being persecuted by the Allies again. What really helped out West Germany in the decades after was economic prosperity. Like things just got better for the middle class, and there was a middle class again.
Wait, Dev, as someone who with like an extensive German background, you were like being super ahistorical. Like there is a persistent cultural anti-Nazi sentiment that has been drilled into their heads for 70 years. They are allergic. They literally take every single high schooler and mandatorily show them Holocaust camps. Like this is not like it's just because things got better. Yes,
I'm German, by the way.
Oh yeah, please. I'm sure you could actually speak.
This is all true too.
This
Yes,
was
no,
not just economic. Like this was very much a cultural push to denazify. And yeah, it didn't work completely. You still have the AfD there, but like it absolutely came from a huge top-down cultural influence. Like this was not just money.
So this is all true. Yeah. When I looked into this in preparation for the last Wick panel, I never ended up using any of this. What I found is that like the middle-aged Germans of the time were overwhelmingly not convinced by the outcomes of the Nuremberg trials. They that didn't make them denazify whatsoever. What helped them was one, seeing pictures from the camps, and two, economic prosperity as time went on. And then after a generation rotates out, there's a new generation of people come in. They were much more anti-Nazi than the previous ones. So everything you're saying is true, but it didn't apply for like the first decade after the war.
Yeah, that just isn't that it just taking time, right? Like, isn't that the
No. Yeah. But here's the thing: if you want to do some sort of like demagnification of America, you are going to have to deal with a
gonna take,
decade
like,
or
10
two
years,
of
yeah, it's
people
gonna take a
just
while.
not tolerating it. You're in for a rough time, basically.
Okay. Fair enough. To the other folks that I just brought on, Tune and Test, did you have anything? Tune, you've been on here before. Hold on. Sorry. I didn't mean to bring you on twice. But do you have
Oh, no,
anything
wait,
for us
no,
this
this
time?
is my first time. What do you mean it's my first time?
I recognize the icon, okay?
Oh, really? Oh, damn.
Yeah, sorry.
I actually have a question.
Go
if
ahead.
it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, sorry, it's pretty late for me, but about how we go on with this stuff. Like, it's not very unlikely that Trump in the end just pardons everyone, and I have a suggestion as to how we somehow get justice and still get the media environment to shift, which is like one of the most important things. And my suggestion would be to, when the next Democratic administration comes into office, basically not do show trials, but get everyone from this administration in front of Congress, put them under oath, and hope basically that you trap them in some lie, or that you can demonstrate that either their actions were extremely wrong and you basically put all the cameras you can find on them and show the world that how evil they actually are, or they lie and they can be tried for perjury, and then you just have to create a new law that you can't give felons positions in Congress.
That's an
Basically,
idea.
just exposing. Yeah, that's not bad. Publicize just how bad it is. I think a bunch of these people are ignorant. I don't know if the lawyer guy was genuinely lying about not knowing what the crimes of January 6th were, but if he wasn't, yeah, maybe he would change his mind if presented with those. I couldn't even
Well, the
say
fact
I
that
was
he
straight
brought out
faced, but
Enrique
yeah.
Tarrio's name without any of us saying it, but didn't seem to know, that's crazy.
Well, to be fair though, a lot of these people do kind of exist in an alternate reality. Like Destiny, if you think back to a year ago and the Artemis Maglocks debate, he genuinely believed that shit, and it was all nonsense.
Sure, but if you're lacking that much like wherewithal, at some point it becomes inexcusable, right? Like it goes from negligent to recklessness if you're just so fucking willfully ignorant. You should know better. These guys should know better.
But do you remember like the first few weeks in this Trump administration when like all the cabinet members got their time in front of Congress where they had to do all this shit, and like they could do whatever they want. They could spread their propaganda basically on almost every news channel.
Yeah.
And I think it would be awesome to just do the same. Get every news channel you can find, every news agency you can find into Congress for these meetings, and just publish everything you can find and see where you can trap them.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah, this is why I like the idea of trials, because you get all the information out there too. But if there's some way to do it without it, I mean, that would work too, yeah.
But you had to do it with
I'm
cameras,
sensing
right?
Yeah, of course,
a little naivety from the German who like has a populace of people that actually listen to things, at least more than 25% of the population. So like you're expecting a lot from the American people to, one, even tune into this and know what's happening, and two, potentially like changing their minds once presented with evidence. I think it might be idealistic. Not to shit on your idea, because it is a good idea. It's just not maybe for this country because we're so stupid.
Well,
Okay,
I
Q,
think even if the sorry.
Go ahead, and then I want to hear from Q. Go ahead, finish your point, and then Q can go.
Yeah, okay. I think even like if the viewers are from Fox and they are presented with obvious lies, I think there is a threshold at which they just can't like keep on the lies, right? It's basically not possible if there's too much pressure. But that's it for me.
Okay.
Bye.
You got anything for us, Q?
I'll be honest, I didn't actually think I'd make it in here, but I guess I did have one thing that I wanted to mention, and it's that I'm actually from Washington, D.C. I'm in Washington, D.C. right now. I've lived in Washington, D.C. my whole life, and I'm not sure if everyday people know this, but at least in southeast of Washington, D.C., that is where the bad neighborhoods are considered to be at. I've witnessed hit and runs there. I've been jumped there. I've gotten into fights there. It was a low-income area, and you can actually still see the Capitol building from across the pond over there. But I guess my actual question is, how does the shooting, do you think, affect the everyday people in DC? Because it's been interesting watching
the
all
National
of these
Guard shooting
people.
specifically, or shooting in general?
Well, I guess I don't know. I guess the shooting in general, because I've been in DC all my life. I see shootings all the time, but I just really don't feel like this particular shooting has impacted my life significantly in any way. And I don't know. It feels a little interesting watching so many people politicize it, I suppose.
Yeah, I imagine daily, day to day, it probably doesn't have much of an impact locally. But I mean, nationally, it's obviously it's a story because Trump wants it to be a story, and this whole thing about the National Guard and deploying them everywhere and crime being rampant is a huge story that the admin wants. So nationally, it's a huge story.
It almost feels a little too convenient. Do you think maybe?
Just real quick, it's obviously going to be a national story when a National Guard gets shot, because this is kind of an unprecedented deployment and an unprecedented event. I don't think the previous times we've had National Guard deployed to the various states, I can't think of a time any of them have been shot.
I'm sure there's been times, we just don't know because the spotlight is on
right?
this right now, right? Well, and they're not normally out for law enforcement purposes too, but
yeah, it just of course, I'm just pushing back against that a little bit, because of course this was going to be a national story. There's no way it can't be a national story, right? But
Fair
fuck
enough.
you.
I guess I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you for coming.
I got a
on.
question for you, actually. I got a question for you, just real
Oh,
quick.
yeah.
So where you don't have to say exactly, but where approximately do you live in DC if you had to point it out on the map of Fallout 3?
Oh, do you mean the wards?
Shit, you didn't play Fallout 3? Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Got him.
Okay, well, thanks for coming on, man.
Wait, real quick, I want to personally thank you because you drew art for me last night. I appreciate it, man.
Yes, I did. And type 1 in the deep state. Sorry, I really wanted to do that.
All right, I love you too. Also, I'm gonna leave. Be careful, Wick. Be careful, Sorpil. Thanks.
Actually, no.
What?
Wait. Here,
Yeah.
I do actually have an actual question for the two of you that's actually related to this debate. Okay.
Okay.
So, just real quick. I'll be 30 seconds. Do you guys know why he kept saying that Nancy Pelosi was in charge?
Yes, because there used to be some stupid conspiracy theory about how the sergeant at arms answers to the Speaker of the House, and the sergeant at arms is the same thing as actually all the Capitol Police or all that. It's a stupid fucking thing about who had the actual authority, because at the time people realized, oh man, it's fucked that nobody showed up here. So immediately they started looking for other people to blame. Initially it was Bowser, who they claimed Trump wanted to deploy 10,000 people, and she explicitly said no. And then they eventually got to this weird order of commands for who owns who the Capitol Police, or not the Capitol Police, the guardsmen or whatever in the fucking Capitol take orders from it. I think the Speaker of the House might have been one of the answers they wound up with.
Yeah, because this is actually this was in my J6 video.
Mm-hmm.
Was that there's
the only J6 video that's been out? Go ahead.
No, not true. Thomas.
There's
Skeen
only
made a
one,
really good one.
not 1,000 of
Did
them
he?
out on the internet. But yeah, go ahead.
But basically, this is another one of those Maglocks type conspiracies where they latch onto it and recreate it and reproduce it on social media over and over and over till it just becomes what's true, even though it's not true. The actual truth of it is that the Capitol Police inside the building are run by a 3-person committee. One of them is the Sergeant at Arms of the House, who is appointed by the Speaker, but isn't controlled by the Speaker. So even then, blaming Nancy Pelosi makes no fucking sense, because it's 3 people are in charge of this thing, and they don't answer to Nancy Pelosi. It's
Sure. It's also it's
the
like it's such a
barest
stupid
fucking
conspiracy.
connection.
It's like so like one, like do you think the Speaker of the House has control over all of the Capitol Police or all the National Guard or possible deployment of the National Guard? Like where like the National Guard in DC is part of the military chain of command, which goes all the way up to Trump. Like I don't know where the fuck the Speaker of the House would even be in that unless you kill, however many people need to 2 or 3 or whatever to make them the fucking president. President of the United States. And then secondly, what even is the conspiracy here? Are we saying that like Pelosi could have asked for help but chose not to, or she was intentionally making it so they were
Well,
less?
no, that is the conspiracy, right? That they wanted to make Trump look bad, and so they
Right.
wanted this kind of incident to occur, right? This is why
It's
they
part of the
also
double
say that
speak
they
though, Wick, right?
that
Because remember the
that
week after it happened, everyone was like, "Oh, thank God we fucking did it. That's how you do an insurrection." And then it comes out later, this is horrible, and it's like, actually, it wasn't that bad, and they were let in by everyone. So
Mhm.
the Nancy Pelosi thing is completely contradictory to the thing of, "Hey, this was like our attempt to do this." It's like, actually, it wasn't a big deal, but it was a big enough deal that Nancy Pelosi should have sent the National Guard in, but she didn't because she wanted to make it look worse. But it also wasn't a big deal because we just let them in. It's like a complete like 1984 speak.
Yeah, it was
The
so
best
fucking
part about it
horrible.
is that
It's-
all their tweets are still online. Too.
Yeah,
you can see
true.
all their tweets of them being, "It's a revolution, yes," and it's like, come on, guys, at least delete that shit.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming, gang. If you like the stream for whatever reason, hit that like.
Well, all right. Well, I love you guys. Stay safe. Thanks for having me. Be careful.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, I hate these people. Oh my God. My brain wants to explode when they would never, ever, ever make these arguments or accept these arguments for a Democratic president. And I said at the beginning, I'm going to say at the beginning of all my conversations, they will always talk about what Democrats ought to do, but they'll always talk about like the outer perimeter of what Trump possibly, hypothetically, legally can do. And it's the same answer. Like, well, it's not illegal for him to do it. Oh my God. It's so cringe. And then, also, by the way, if you want like a fucking legal shortcut for all international law, all you have to do is read like international humanitarian law. It's going to apply to every country. Now, some clever fucking retard might say, well, actually, the United States of America doesn't actually have to follow that because we're not part of the ICC, blah, blah, blah. While that is true, and it's the same for Israel, every single country that is like not part of that Rome statute, they all have their own internal laws that basically map on one-to-one with most international law. Israel does, the United States does. That's why you can find things in our military manuals that more or less correspond to an understanding of what you would be under if you follow the everything in the ICC anyway. So, but okay. I hope you guys have been fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Let me do a fucking... Cockatiel, lemon, hook, swallow, sparrow. Oh, this is a bait for birds. Unread, turkey, stand, miss, bear, Cameroon, silver, whistle, blue, stomach, bust, luffy. Okay, so this is the bait thing. But it's actually like, this is a hard pill to swallow. I can't stomach this. I can't stand this. And that's a lemon, maybe? Fuck, it's going to be one off. Oh no, cockatiel, hook, silver, Cameroon. This is a bust. I can't stand this. I can't bear it. Oh, bear. I can't bear it. Okay, this is a miss, a lemon, a bust. Oh, a turkey or a cockatiel? Do people use that for things that suck? Okay, flop. Unread. Hook. Sparrow. Cameroon. This is like those little treats, right? Fuck. Silver. Oh, fuck. I have no idea. Like bird things? I have no idea. Are these nicknames for birds? I have no clue. I'm completely fucked. Wait. Colorful things? Cameroons they always come in lots of colors. Can a sparrow have? And a luffy? A luffy? Is that a... Ugh, nope. Unread. Email? Sparrow email? Whistle blue email? On red. Oh, sorry. Sorry, have to go to retard mode. Red, blue. Wait. Row? Rune? Maroon. Teal. Sorry, we switch to retard mode. Fictional pirates. I don't know any. Okay. All right. River and cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. Am I doing this? Catch you guys next. Stream right now. Be careful. You're thinking of macaroons? What was that? Oh, those are Cameroons. Cameroon? Oh, fuck, not macaroon. Oh, rip.